This is the ultra-immortal body that everyone desires. Yet you seem completely indifferent to it, turning to replicate the talent of the shy little boy on the street. Everyone thinks you are truly crazy, but only you know that this will be the key to your strength, because you recognize the fleeting shadow from the hidden leaf village Shin, a member of the Otsutsuki clan. With the Otsutsuki not being chosen, others think you are foolish. At this moment, you look at the little Shin who came to Earth with his father, your eyes filled with excitement. Who would have known that this shy little boy is actually the incredibly powerful Otsutsuki Shin? As a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon, Shin possesses pure Otsutsuki bloodline, and his degree of ancestral return is equivalent to that of Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Kagaya. This pure bloodline grants Otsutsuki Shin the talent of an immortal body, while Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan only after merging with Senju Hashirama's cells and living to old age. Otsutsuki Shin only needs a few days to evolve his Byakugan into Rinnegan. As soon as he awakens, he can enter the Rinnegan chakra mode. Condensing chakra beads to unleash the silver will rebirth explosion and split the moon with the golden wheel. The talent and chakra brought by the Rinnegan are astonishing, even more exaggerated than that of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. If he were to come from the moon to live on Earth, he would undoubtedly be the strongest existence. If he also brought down the medium for using the gigantic Rinnegan, then unless Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were resurrected, or the Sage of Six Paths intervened, the ninja world would be dominated by him. If he were a bit ruthless and took Hinata or Hanabi's Byakugan in advance, there would be no so-called Shippuden, only the legend of Shin. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki Shin is a delusional otaku who, unless he becomes an adult, will not come down from the moon until he is sure that the ninja world is truly beyond saving. However, you know that Otsutsuki Shin visited Earth and Konoha once during his childhood, before his father passed away, and secretly met Hinata through the medium of the giant Rinnegan. He fell in love with Hinata at first sight but did not disturb her life. Instead, he thought about coming down to propose after becoming an adult, only to find out that his fiancée already had someone she liked, and he was merely infatuated. You have no comments on this foolish delusional otaku. You speculate that the year Otsutsuki Shin came over was when Hinata was 3 years old, because after her third birthday, Hyuga Hizashi died in place of his brother, causing a slight change in Hinata's status. The personality she displayed afterward made Hyuga Hayashi completely disappointed in this eldest daughter. Hinata's most grand birthday party was when she turned 3. So, you choose to take a gamble. You want to use the only copy entry on Otsutsuki Shin. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain the talent entries of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the future, but Otsutsuki Shin's talent entry is only available this one time. If you miss it, you will have to wait until 2 years after the end of the Shippuden. Now, the personal information displayed on the screen indicates that you made the right bet. You did not just wander outside the Hyuga clan on Hinata's third birthday. Instead, you paid attention throughout that entire year. Appearances can be deceiving, but talent entries definitely are not. You can see the bubbles on the target, and no matter how Otsutsuki Shin and his father disguise themselves, as long as they are not puppets or invisible, they cannot escape your eyes. The heavens do not disappoint those who are determined. With your effort and caution, you finally saw Otsutsuki Shuren and his father in the crowd on Hinata's third birthday, which was also the day the Cloud Hidden Envoy group arrived in Konoha. It must be said that the Cloud Hidden Envoy group was truly lucky. If this father and son had stayed until the evening and dared to kidnap Hinata, it would have been a big problem. However, this father and son only used the medium of the gigantic Rinnegan to take a distant glance at Hinata celebrating her birthday within the clan before leaving Konoha. Otsutsuki Shuren, who was born without eyes, does not possess the bloodline limit of Byakugan or any other low-level traits. He only has an extremely rare red bubble, which is the Otsutsuki bloodline. You have seen such traits in members of the Hyuga clan, but the color is different. The Otsutsuki bloodline traits in those people are at most blue, and even Shuren's father only has a purple Otsutsuki bloodline trait, without even a hint of gold. Only Otsutsuki Shuren has a trait color that surpasses gold, reaching the currently known highest level of red. At that moment, you did not hesitate at all and directly copied this trait. 3 years later, you began to defy fate and completed your first extraction of chakra. Your talent attribute Chunin Qualification, green, upgraded to Super Shadow Qualification, gold. As the name suggests, as long as you do not die prematurely and continue to grow smoothly, you will surely become an existence like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the future. Once you transplant Hinata or Hanabi's Byakugan and condense the truth-seeking orb, you will reach the level of 6 path strength. A few months later, you unlocked a new talent attribute, All Attributes Physique, purple. It turns out you have an all-attribute physique like Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Hatake Kakashi. At the age of 5, you unlocked another new attribute, which scared you quite a bit because you awakened the Byakugan. Yes, you awakened the Byakugan, not just your eyes turning into Byakugan. Under the influence of the Otsutsuki bloodline, Your eyes are normal like Uzumaki Himawari's in their natural state, but when you activate the Byakugan, the veins on your temples bulge, and your pupils turn white. This discovery relieved you, otherwise, you might have to wear sunglasses all the time or disguise yourself like the original Hatake Kakashi as a reporter and buy colored contact lenses. Unlike Naruto, who became the tail end due to the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, you, who have the Otsutsuki bloodline, not only have astonishing potential but also an absurdly strong foundation. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can see the chakra in the meridians, giving you a unique advantage in chakra control training. After awakening the Byakugan, you also unlocked the chakra control attribute. Before even enrolling in school, you learned to climb trees and walk on water using your feet, not to mention the body flicker technique. You have already mastered the B-rank ninjutsu shadow clone technique left by your parents and some basic ninjutsu. You are just like Itachi Uchiha. Even before entering the ninja school, you already possess the strength of a graduate. In the entrance exam, you naturally took first place without any suspense, so you were assigned to class 1 of the first grade, alongside the top students of the 9. When you arrived in the classroom, many classmates were already seated. You scanned the room and your gaze landed on a little girl who also noticed you, her expression filled with surprise and joy. With a slight smile, you walked purposefully towards her. The classroom desks were long, designed for 3 people, and the girl sat in the middle with no one on either side. We meet again. You sat next to the girl and teased with a smile. As expected of the young lady who dared to run away from home, the entrance exam was no challenge for you at all. Ikazuki-kun. The girl didn't dare to meet your gaze, lowering her head and pointing at her fingers, but she was very happy and excited. She indeed guessed correctly. The Ikazuki on the list was the same Ikazuki who helped her back then. From now on, we will be desk mates. Please take care of me. Hinata Hyuga. You looked at the girl whose cheeks and ears were flushed red and smiled as you said her name. Hinata instinctively turned her head to glance at you, and after making eye contact, quickly looked away, softly responding, Please take care of me, Izao-i-kun. However, she didn't notice the hint of warmth in your gaze as you looked at her. In your eyes, 5 bubbles floated around Hinata, each a different color. The largest and most eye-catching bubble was a red one. They were labeled Princess of Byakugan, red, Kekei Genkai, Byakugan, purple, Chunin Qualification, blue, Otsutsuki bloodline, blue, and Chakra Control, blue. The term Princess of Byakugan was the main reason you approached Hinata and waited outside for her to run away from home on that snowy night during Hyuga Hayashi's funeral, to gain the girl's favor. When you saw this term, you decided to intercept Naruto Uzumaki, the child of destiny, and Otsutsuki Shoten, the unfortunate one. Just like how the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra can awaken the Rinnegan by obtaining each other's power and achieving a balance of opposites, Otsutsuki Shoten and Hinata only need to gain each other's power to awaken the Tenseigan. Moreover, their bloodlines and the purity of their Byakugan are highly ancestral, making it certain that they will awaken the Tenseigan. The original Daisen only needed to get the chakra of the Otsutsuki Sherpa to be able to accomplish a reversal of fortune. This condition, unfortunately, is as hard as it gets. Therefore, just the Princess of the White Eyes, the Otanashi bloodline but only the blue grade of her. The highest ceiling is just elite upper ninja. Now, though, Daisy's fate has begun to change. 16 Knights, who got the Otsutsuki bloodline, red, his chakra, might also be able to help Daisuke against the odds. And Daisuke's red words give 16 Knights access to the power of the transmutation eye. The two are a match made in heaven. 16 Knights just said hello to Daisy and stopped talking to her. After all, this was only his second meeting with Daisy. At the age of 6, Hinata has begun to learn soft kung fu, supposedly unable to beat Ninja Hyuga, gradually disappointing Hyuga Hinata, and starting to become introverted. After all, the Daisy of 3 years ago hadn't been afraid to look directly at 16 Knights, though she was just as shy. It's a good thing that Hanabi hasn't grown up yet, and that Hinata hasn't been completely disappointed in Daisy and chosen to give up her eldest daughter to raise her second. All it took was a little encouragement and a boost of confidence for Daisy to change her introversion. But that's a puzzle all the same. Daisy is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan and rarely steps out of the house except to attend classes. Even when they step out of their homes, they are accompanied and escorted by clansmen in green vests. Trying to be alone with her is almost impossible. Gotta think of a way to do that. 16 Knights rested his chin on one hand and tapped the tabletop with his index finger with the other. At this time, Deisada quietly surveyed the 16 Knights with a pensive face, and the adoration hidden in her heart surged out once again. Yes, Daisy worshipped 16 Knights. As a peer, running out of the house on your own can get you lost, and the other had the nerve to wander alone in the snowy night, talking and acting so precociously, like a grown-up. He also came first in the entrance exam. If she could be as good as him, her father would not be disappointed in her. Plus 16 Knights is the only person of her age that Daisuke knows besides Hinata Ninji. Even after 3 years, she hadn't forgotten the boy with black hair and blue eyes and a baby face named 16 Nights. Daisy, who longed for a friend, was eager to take the initiative and speak to 16 Nights, but she couldn't do it. She's so indisputable. 16 Nights didn't know what Daisy was thinking. At this time, he also came back to his senses, for once again he saw his goal, Whirlpool Naruto, and Sasuke Uchiha. Around them, a few bubbles floated similarly, all with the same red color as Daisy's. Whirlpool Naruto's talent words are respectively, Immortal Body, red, Super Shadow Qualification, gold, Whirlpool Bloodline, purple, Otsutsuki Bloodline, blue. 16 Nights didn't see the words Azura or Nine Tails inside of Maelstrom Naruto's gifted words. However, the rank of the Immortal's body, as well as the talented words of the Vortex Bloodline, indicated that Whirlpool Naruto's Immortal's body, unlike the Immortal's bodies of the Senjutsu clan and the Vortex clan, was in existence on the same level as the pure Otsutsuki Bloodline. Such an immortal body is only found in Otsutsuki Hajime, and his son, Otsutsuki Azura. In addition to these 4 phrases, Maelstrom Naruto also has the outlier of half a Nine Tails. Compared to him, Uchiha Sasuke's talent words were slightly less impressive. Immortal's Eye, red, Shadow Level Qualification, purple, Uchiha Bloodline, purple, Otsutsuki Bloodline, blue. A wide-eyed princess with no evolution is not worth the potential. Likewise, the unevolved Immortal's Eye is worthless. Without the eyes of Uchiha Weasel or Uchiha Sasuke, who inspired Indra Chakra, the shadow class that would be blind was his limit. Only by obtaining the eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eye, or by stimulating the true power of the eyes of the Immortals, which is Indra's chakra, and having near infinite pupil power without the need to change his eyes, would his qualification word reach the level of a super shadow. Much like the Uchiha who was always being held down and beaten over the head by Chikuma, Whirlpool Naruto may be garbage right now, but when he starts to power up, he can instantly surpass Sasuke Uchiha who has been trying for years. This is true for the 6 years of ninja school, and the same is true for the 3 years of blast. It's all about talent and the disparity of the outliers. Chapter 4, Do you need to make seals for jutsu? Hello class, my name is Irika Kaino and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. As the bell rang for class, a young man in a green vest walked into the classroom and introduced himself to 16 Nights and the others there at the podium, then smiled and said, "Before class begins, let's introduce ourselves to each other. Starting with the first row of students on the left, my name is..." "Hello everyone, my name is Ino Yamanaka, please teach me more in the future." "My name is Oil Girl Shino." "Uchiha Sasuke." "My name is Whirlpool Naruto." Remember that name. I'm the man who's going to become Naruto. Everyone behaves differently and brings out their character. The most conspicuous of these was the now still loathed by Kaino Irika, Whirlpool Naruto. Since they had just met, his arrogant self-introduction was not met with the class's derision. When it was Daisy's turn, she whispered and stammered, "My name is Hinata Daisy. Please teach me more." The shyness was a stark contrast to the lively and cheerful Ino Yamanaka. Luckily this wasn't an ordinary world, or else such a shy young lady of 1,000 would have been easily isolated and bullied. "I'm afraid." "Hello everyone, my name is 16 Nights." 16 Nights got up and said his name, introducing himself quite plainly. However, that face that was as cute as Uchiha Sasuke's attracted the attention of many girls, even though he had already known that the girls in this world were very precocious. When he felt those hot gazes, 16 Nights still couldn't help but smack his lips slightly in his heart. 3 years old began to live independently. 5 or 6 years old no love. Wartime 12 years old or not yet have to go to the battlefield. 16 or 17 years old to become the savior of the world is so outrageous. It is for this reason that the title of genius has a very high gold value in the Naruto world. After the self-introduction session, it was soon time for another familiarization session with 16 Nights. Send a book. Only after getting those books, the corner of 16 Nights' mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. State language and math. That's normal. But what the hell is biology and medicine and chemistry? 16 Nights suddenly understood a little. No wonder the children of this world, so early to understand the love affair. It seems that this early wisdom, very common. In addition to these books, Irika Kaino gave each student a scroll. Inside the scroll, the method of chakra extraction was recorded. Chakra is a special energy extracted from inside 130 trillion cells of the human body and mental energy, fused in proportion, and is the key to becoming a ninja. Irika Kaino explained. The entrance exam is to screen for students who have a high probability of becoming a ninja by meeting the standards for both mental and physical energy. Knowledge and physical exercise are both capable of boosting these two energies, so those of you who don't have chakra yet, make sure you study hard or you'll still be discouraged when the observation period is over. Upon hearing this, some of the students who came from ordinary families and didn't have chakra right now, suddenly looked nervous. I'm sure they'll be Irika Kaino's favorite trio of students for a long time after that. 16 Knights didn't remind them that you guys think too much. Although the school did not clearly delineate between superior and inferior classes, those who were able to enter the first-year class were all civilians with excellent qualifications, except for those who were the sons of the ninja clans. 16 Knights just glanced around. Every student had white starting words, and many of them had green words for their Nakanabu qualifications. This meant that even if they didn't pass the graduation test, they would likewise have the strength of a shinobi in the future. Students with green words, as long as they don't die halfway through, will even become a Nakanabu presence in the future. Like Yamanaka Ino, the sons of the ninja clans, each one of them is an upper ninja qualification, blue. However, Haruno Sakura's ninja qualifications were what attracted 16 Knights' attention. It was because her ninja qualification was actually just a green-ranked middle ninja qualification. However, on the contrary, her talent word for chakra control was at the blood succession limit level of purple. With such an advanced talent for chakra control, yet his future accomplishments were only Nakanabu. It's the same as how Daisuke's white-eyed princess is obviously red, but her qualifications are only upper shinobi. Without the anticlimactic Sakura Haruno, Nakanabu was her limit. Once he succeeds in reversing his fate, he becomes one of the 3 shinobi of the new generation. After handing out the textbooks and scrolls, Kaino Irika didn't give 16 Knights and the others time to relax, and directly started the lesson. Cultural classes in the morning and physical education in the afternoon. One of the physical education classes, in addition to exercising, distributes rocks and teaches students throwing techniques. Things like triple and instantaneous jutsu, and stealth, and bitterness and shuriken were naturally absent. Even physical sparring is not taught. Obviously, the first semester of first grade is all about laying the groundwork and improving knowledge and fitness. 16 Knights would get involved at first, but after seeing that there would be no physical duel at this stage, he stopped having his main body come over to the ninja school. The 16 Knights, who had obtained the Otanashi bloodline at the age of 3, his current amount of chakra was so exaggerated that, not to mention Whirlpool Naruto, who couldn't extract chakra at the moment, even Kakashi Hagi, who had been able to perform multiple shadow split techniques in his class at the age of 5 or 6 in the original story, was inferior to him. His shadow doppelganger was far superior to Uchiha Weasel's, both in terms of how long it lasted and how well it could withstand a fight. Letting his shadow doppelganger go to school instead of himself, 16 Knights' main body used his transformation technique to take the form of a teenager and went to a deserted drill ground in the field to practice his ninjutsu. Wind transportation gale poem. In the open space, 16 Knights pretended to make a seal, compressing the wind transformed from chakra into a cyclone in his palm, and finally slapped it out, transforming it into a violent gale that raised a large amount of sand and dust. Yes, pretend sealing, because 16 Knights could do it without the need to make a seal. To be precise, at the moment, apart from the 3 body techniques and the shadow divergence technique, which were auxiliary type jutsu, all the other 5 elements transportation techniques, 16 Knights didn't need to form a seal in order to cast them out. No doubt there are gaps in the red words as well. The red words of the Otanashi bloodline, on the other hand, are a superior existence to the Sannin body and the Sannin eyes, as well as the princess of the white eyes. Not only was his chakra amazing, but even his ninjutsu talent was exaggerated to the extreme. And just like the members of the Otanashi clan before Indra invented seals, he was able to perform the 5 elements of transportation without the need to form seals. Even Shibuya had to clap his hands together and yell whatever came to him. But 16 Knights didn't need to. This is not only strong to the point of ninjutsu talent, but it's also a killer. When the enemy thought that 16 Knights was forming seals, he suddenly casted jutsu that would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 5, 16 Knights Invitation. Summer Vacation. Before I knew it, the first semester was almost over. This semester, the first grade has only culture and physical education classes. Every day was either studying, working out, and then extracting chakra. Students were discouraged in all classes except the first grade class. Ninjas, that's how rare they are. Not only is the entrance exam difficult, but even the graduation test is very difficult, because graduation isn't really graduation. If you can't get recognized by the shinobi, you'll still go back to school and retake the course, and the elimination rate is ridiculously high. And that's just a trainee ninja promoted to shimanobi. Above the shinobi, there are the chunin and special shinobi, as well as the all-around shinobi. None of this, however, had anything to do with 16 Knights and the 9 little powers, except for the first 2 weeks. 16 Knights didn't use her main body to go to school for the rest of the time after that. He won't come over until there's a physical showdown. After all, the reason why 16 Knights had entered the ninja school was for the 3 of them, Daisuke and Naruto. Staring at their red words, to be precise, before graduating from shinobi school, 16 Knights must pop their red words, or at least 1 or 2. Otherwise, by the time they graduated from shinobi school, it would be twice as difficult for 16 knights to pop their red words. It's not a power gap, but the chances of meeting and crossing paths will be greatly minimized. After the graduation of the original, when the 9 little powers meet again, it's time for the Chunin exam. Graduation at the end of March and the Chunin exam on the 1st of July are important dates every year. There was a season in between. Jingle bells. As the bell rings, another day ends. The students are still energized after an afternoon of gym class. 16 Knights Kuan, want to play ninja with us? 16 Knights, coming home together? Some of the students left the school to go home, while others stayed on and invited other students to form a small group. 16 Knights also received many invitations, and he was a very popular figure in his class. Although the ones who went to school were only shadow doppelgangers, and the only targets were Daisuke and Naruto. 16 Knights didn't have a cold face towards the others, but rather a smiling face. Even the refusal was very euphemistic. It's the same today, only to see that in the face of those male and female classmates' invitations. 16 Knights' shadow doppelganger folded his hands and smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I've already made a date with someone else. Next time for sure. Getting asked out again? 16 Knights Kuan is really popular. Another time then, we'll all play ninja games together. The students looked disappointed and didn't push it. And after 16 Knights' shadow doppelganger left the school, it burrowed inside an alley and automatically disarmed. Memory and fatigue all returned to the body, digesting today's memories. 16 Knights, who had already finished his cultivation and was resting at home waiting for fatigue to add up, muttered, in a few days it'll be vacation, so it's time to get started. On July 20th, after the morning session, it was time for lunch. Some students are closer to home and choose to eat at home. Some students come to school with bento lunches, either in the classroom or out for a bento. 16 Knights usually went home for dinner since he came to school as a shadow doppelganger. But today, 16 Knights came over in a rare instinct, and brought along a bento. He and Daisuke were eating bento inside the classroom. In 3 months, 16 Knights and Daisy have become friends. It's not quite the talking about everything kind of thing, but they know each other's hobbies and certain little secrets. For example, Daisy's hobby is flower pressing, and Hinata knows that her tablemate is, in fact, just a shadow doppelganger. When she first learned of it, Daisuke's small mouth was still slightly open and her beautiful eyes were wide open in surprise. Then the gaze that looked at 16 Knights became even more adoring. It was unbelievable that 16 Knights had mastered the shadow divergence technique when it wasn't even taught in school. 16 Knights, who was eating a bento with Daisy, suddenly spoke up. Daisy, tomorrow is a vacation. What are you going to do for it? Should still be practicing at home. Daisy replied softly. Want to practice with me? 16 Knights extended an invitation. Can do that? Daisuke looked at 16 Knights in surprise. Then without waiting for 16 Knights to answer, she emotionally shook her head again. I can't. Father-sama doesn't allow me to go out as I please. Ever since the kidnapping, if Daisy wants to go out on her own, she has to be accompanied by an escort. And she can't go out too often either, since she's already in ninja school and there's an Uchiha in her class. For the sake of her family's honor, she must cultivate hard and not be suppressed by the Uchiha clan. Hey, don't worry about these. 16 Knights grinned. I'm just asking you, do you want to go out and play on vacation and practice with me? Daisuke answered with her head down to eat, her voice like a mosquito. Okay, I'll help you tomorrow. When? 16 Knights leaned over to Daisy's ear and whispered his plan. The heat puffed against her ears, and Daisy's cheeks and ears flushed rapidly, her hands trembling slightly as she held the chopsticks. The first time she got so close to 16 Knights, the immunity value she had worked out over the past 3 months instantly went to 0. It's a good thing that Daisuke's character, not quite as outrageous as the original, didn't faint from shame, but with her brain blank, she forgot what 16 Knights was talking about. Remember, you have to be more proactive tomorrow, or my plan will definitely be recognized. 16 Knights instructed. Ooh. Daisy nodded dumbly, stupidly. Then, she looked up at 16 Knights again. 16 Knights Kuan, what did you just say? 16 Knights. Then with a pop, he mercilessly flicked Daisuke's forehead, repeating the plan he had just made under the girl's pitiful expression. Covering her forehead, Daisy's beautiful eyes glowed slightly. The following day, the ninja school entered its 40-day summer vacation. 16 Knights walked out of the house into an alley. A bang, like the sound of a punctured balloon, rang out inside the alley. Then a blonde girl, wearing a hat but still able to see her hair color, trotted out of it and headed straight for the Hyuga clan. If any of the first class were here, they would have realized that this young girl was none other than Yamanaka Ino. Hello, my name is Ino Yamanaka. I came over to hang out with Daisy. We had an appointment yesterday. Arriving at the entrance of the Hinata clan, 16 Knights, who had transformed into Ino Yamanaka with her transformation technique, smiled sweetly at the doorman and said. The two doormen looked at each other. One moment, please. One of the gatekeepers bowed politely after taking a closer look at 16 knights before walking into the clan grounds. It wasn't long before he came out of it. Behind him was a little girl in a white trench coat, none other than Daisy. Deisada, who came trotting in, smiled at 16 knights, who had turned into Ino Yamanaka. The plan went very well and Missy went out. Chapter 6 16 Knights Plan. 16 Knights Kuin. Great. We did it. Leaving the clan grounds with 16 knights, Daisuke could no longer hold back the excitement in her heart, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, lighten up, and watch out for your father sending guards to sneak up on us and hear you say that. 16 knights warned with a smile. At that, Hinata hurriedly covered her small mouth and looked around secretly. Adorable. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. 16 knights wasn't sure if there were any guards following in the shadows, and instead of undoing his transformation, he led Daisuke out of Center Street and towards the field of maneuvers. Shadow Split Technique. After entering the forest, 16 knights detached a shadow doppelganger, who instantly disappeared. Within moments, 16 knights lifted the transformation spell. Seeing this, Hinata looked delighted and said, 16 knights Kuin, is there no one following us? Well, it's been determined that no one is following us. 16 knights nodded and grinned. I'll teach you a technique later. Practice it at home when you get back, and if your father sees it, he shouldn't stop you from going out in the future. At those words, the joy on Daisy's face deepened. Become like Yamanaka Ino and go invite Daisy out. That was 16 Knights' plan. Otherwise there was no way Daisy would have come out if he'd invited her himself. If it was light, it was a wasted trip, but if it was heavy, they might be approached by Hinata Ninji, who had received the order, and warned, or they might be transferred to another position in the class, or even another class. Kids may not know what's going on, but 16 Knights was clear that this was the means of the adults. In a world where daimyo and nobles existed, class divisions were even more pronounced than in the previous world. While Hinata is the eldest daughter of a powerful ninja clan, 16 Knights is just a commoner orphan who doesn't even have a family name. There was a gulf between the two. If 16 Knights was a girl, there was still hope that she could become friends with Daisy. But he's a male, and to avoid Deisada falling for him, as well as to avoid the blood succession restricted realm getting out, neither Hyuga Hinata, nor the clan elders of the clan family would let 16 Knights and Deisada get too close. Unless 16 Knights is extremely valuable. If he's a civilian genius worth recruiting, then he's eligible to join the family. If he was like Whirlpool Naruto, a hero of the Konoha and savior of the shinobi world, then only then would he be able to marry off the great lady of the So clan. Before proving his worth, 16 Knights would have to resort to small tricks. Yamanaka Ino is the eldest young lady of the Yamanaka clan, one of the new generation of Inuyasha butterflies. Even if her strength is poor, in the future, she will be able to become a big shot in the intelligence department through the family's secret technique, an existence that holds real power. Inuyasha Butterfly was again an ally of one, and if anyone within the 9 little powers had the qualifications to be able to be friends with Daisy, it was definitely not Ino Yamanaka. It was also only by becoming like Yamanaka Ino that he was able to invite Daisy out, and with a high probability that no guards would follow. If it wasn't for the fear that the gap with Daisuke was getting wider and wider as his strength kept getting stronger, and that it would be harder and harder to burst out the red words, 16 Knights really didn't want to take such a risk. By the time the first big test came around and he claimed the title of chief student, he had a little bit of a head start. However, 16 Knights was more interested in popping Daisuke's red words than Narusa's. As long as he awakens the transmigration eye, then he has nothing to worry about. So he didn't want to miss the vacation either. Arriving at the deserted drill ground, 16 Knights looked at Daisy and spoke. Daisy, have you learned the 3-body technique yet? Not yet. Daisuke shook her head. Father told me to focus on practicing my jujitsu and wait until the school teaches other jutsu before I can practice those in my free time. In that case, I won't teach you the 3-body technique. 16 Knights smiled. I'll teach you a technique that will improve your chakra control. Whether it's practicing your clan's soft fist or learning the art of shadow diversion, you'll get twice the results with half the effort. Daisada's beautiful eyes widened and her expression was stunned. 16 Knights Kuin, you are going to teach me the art of shadow diversion? Exactly. 16 Knights nodded and said, from now on, my main body will rarely go to school, so you can always come here to find me, or practice the art of shadow divergence and sneak your shadow doppelganger to class just like I do, and your main body comes over to practice with me. At that, Daisuke was very intent. After learning that 16 Knights was a shadow divergent upper class, Daisuke had the idea of learning the art of shadow divergence, not for any other reason than not wanting to be left too far behind by 16 Knights, but just like she said, Hyuga Hinata just told her to focus on jujitsu and wouldn't teach her anything else at all, nor would she be allowed to learn anything else, not to mention the shadow split technique. Daisuke doesn't even know the three-body technique. Now that she had heard that 16 Knights wanted to teach her the art of shadow divergence, she was able to sneak over here every day to practice with 16 Knights, enjoying both friendship and the free time she craved. Naturally, Daisuke was overwhelmed. Seeing her expression, 16 Knights knew what she was thinking. Follow me and I'll show you how to improve your chakra control. 16 Knights smiled at Daisy, before coming under a large tree held by several people. He only saw him make an unseal with both hands and said to Daisy, gather chakra under your feet by making a seal, then overcome the fear in your heart, like I did. Under the gaze of Daisuke's beautiful eyes widening in surprise, 16 Knights raised his right foot and stepped on the tree trunk. The right foot had just stepped on the trunk of the tree when 16 Knights lifted his left foot and stepped on it again. Both of his feet were off the ground and his body was straight across in front of Daisuke's eyes. Then foot after foot, as if walking on level ground, 16 Knights walked from the bottom of the big tree to the top of it, turning to face Daisy below. 16 Knights' body, forming a right angle to the tree, laughed, climbing trees with your feet, that's the technique I taught you. Good, good. Looking at 16 Knights, who was free of gravity, Daisuke was stunned. Walking down from the tree, 16 Knights laughed. Climbing a tree with your feet is just the first stage. There is the more difficult treading water with your feet. As long as you learn these two techniques, no matter if it's the three-body technique or the shadow divergence technique or the instantaneous body technique, it won't be any difficulty for you. Can I really learn? Daisy was a little unsure. Don't underestimate yourself. You're a great lady of the Hyuga clan. 16 Knights patted Daisy's shoulder and encouraged. Go ahead and try. Don't be afraid to fall. I'll catch you. If you get too far behind me, I'm not going to wait for you. In the last sentence, 16 Knights spoke with a hint of joking, as if flirting. It was such a sentence, but it made Daisy firm up her heart and nodded vigorously. Aha! She had already let her father down, and definitely couldn't let 16 Knights down again, much less lose her only friend. Chapter 7 Changes in Daisy. Standing under a large tree, Daisuke made an unsealed seal with both hands, mobilizing the chakra in her body and gathering it on the soles of her feet as 16 Knights had said. With that, she lifted her right foot and stepped on the trunk. Then Hinata felt the soles of her feet, as if they were glued, sticking dead to the bark of the tree. Feeling this, Hinata was somewhat reassured before lifting her left foot and stepping on it again. Just like 16 Knights had just done, Daisuke's body straddled the air. Holding her breath, Daisy took the third step. Ah! In the next second, Daisuke's complexion changed and she exclaimed in shock. The feet, which had been glued to the bark, suddenly came off, and the whole thing was about to fall to the ground. Just then, two arms caught Daisy and held her upright. 16 Knights laughed softly. Don't be afraid, it's all been said. I'll catch you. 16 Knights-kun. I'm sorry, Daisy said with her head down, looking like she had let you down. Apologize to me for what? 16 Knights once again reached out and patted Daisuke's shoulder, encouragingly saying, it's normal to fail. It's already very impressive that you were able to suck in both feet on the first try. When I first practiced it, it took me more than a dozen tries before I succeeded. This is a lie. 16 Knights did it all at once, and took many steps upward. Whether it was Whirlpool Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, neither of them had chakra control inside their talent words, and both 16 Knights and Daisuke's chakra control were at the blue level. With this level of talent, not to mention climbing trees and treading water, even medical jutsu and perception jutsu, as well as sealing jutsu and boundary jutsu, were much easier to cultivate than those without the talent of chakra control. A soft fist that punches chakra inside the body is a form of chakra control. Hinata should be able to learn how to climb trees in no time as long as she has enough chakra and someone to guide her. Carry on, I'm sure you'll get to the top of the tree in no time. Aha! Encouraged, Hinata's confidence grew. She once again made a seal with both hands, gathering chakra on the soles of her feet before stepping on the trunk of the tree, her body soon straddling the air once more. Possibly because of the sense of security given by 16 Knights, Daisuke didn't hold her breath this time, but took the third step very naturally. The previous situation of taking the third step and the chakra of the other foot becoming uncontrollable and losing balance, causing the chakra of both feet to disappear, did not occur. Hinata did a good job of controlling the chakra in her feet, the soles of her shoes sticking dead center to the trunk of the tree. Step 4, Step 5, Step 6. It wasn't until the 8th step was completed and the 9th step was taken that Daisuke messed up his rhythm. The chakra in his feet lost balance once again, and his body crashed down. Miraculously, Daisy wasn't scared at all, nor did she cry out in shock. There was even a hint of anticipation in the back of my mind. Sure enough, instead of hitting the hard ground, the body fell inside a warm embrace, catching Daisuke with both hands. 16 Knights, keeping the princess hug position, looked down at Daisuke and praised her without mincing words. Amazing, Daisuke. To reach that height after only the second time, you're truly a genius. Hee hee. Instead of feeling shy, Daisy laughed happily. She'd gotten more compliments today than in previous years combined. Is this what it feels like to be recognized? Daisy, whose personality hadn't yet turned out to be as lacking in confidence and prone to giving up as the originals, was instantly more motivated and confident. Only seeing her beautiful eyes shining, she took the rare initiative to say, 16 Knights Kuin, put me down. I want to try again. Good. All of the changes in Daisuke were seen by 16 Knights. Seeing the girl become confident, 16 Knights was also feeling happy for her. The original of the great lady of the house actually became so cowardly and inferior, so it is obvious what kind of high-pressure life she grew up in. Since he came to this world and also chose to cut off Whirlpool Naruto and Otanashi Sheik, 16 Knights was going to change the girl. Even if it didn't turn out to be the bad big sister look of the limited Tsukuyami, it shouldn't be a complete waste of the Otsutsuki clan's genes like the original. Starting with a personality change first, 16 Knights was going to raise her to be what she wanted to be. Hinata's talent was great. After all, out of the 4 girls and the 12 little powers, she was the only one who came from a wealthy family and possessed the white eyes, one of the 3 major pupil arts. All she lacks is self-confidence. When she gets her confidence back, she will shine brightly. Climbing trees and treading water doesn't require much chakra. It's all about control. This control is either through hard work and hard practice, or it's all about talent. The original Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the former, and Haruno Sakura is the latter, and 16 Knights and Daisy, likewise, are the latter. Daisuke, who was able to take 7 or 8 steps the second time around, didn't regress the third time around, but instead progressed again, taking a dozen steps before dropping down again. 16 Knights still held her steady. By the 4th time, Daisy didn't fall anymore and she managed to climb to the top of the tree. 16 Knights Kuin, I did it. Standing at the top of the tree, instead of viewing her surroundings from a height, Daisuke was the first to share her joy with 16 Knights below. Awesome! You made it to the top of the tree on the 4th time. You're much better than me, Daisy. 16 Knights stuck out his thumbs and praised without mincing words. Hee hee. Daisuke, who had been complimented, smiled happily once again. Both were also receiving instruction, but 16 Knights gave her a completely different feeling than her father. At home undergoing her father's jujitsu instruction, Daisuke would only feel nervous and would not receive a single compliment, even if she completed the homework Hinata had set out to do. Sometimes she even gets criticized for not doing enough to make her cousin perfect. On the contrary, here at 16 Knights, she gets the compliments she's always wanted. The relaxation that was different from nervousness, the sense of joy that was different from apprehension, seemed to wash Daisy's mind and made her enjoy practicing. Coming down from the top of the tree as if she were walking on a flat surface, Daisada looked at 16 Knights with anticipation in her eyes and said, 16 Knights Kuin, is treading water the same as climbing a tree? Well, but it's harder. 16 Knights nodded and laughed. Climbing a tree only requires suctioning the trunk, while water is fluid, and if you want to suction the surface of the water, your control must be improved several times before you can do so. I'm not going to teach you now, but you can go home and try it with a bathtub or a tub, and when you have a little more chakra, I'll teach you the real art of treading water and shadow doppelganger. Aha! Daisy nodded repeatedly. Seeing how well-behaved Daisada was, 16 Knights finally exposed his true colors and laughed. Next, let me teach you physical dueling. By the way, let me learn the pointing hand of your Hyuga clan. Good. The simple Daisy, naturally, didn't know the true purpose of 16 Knights. Having already fought her cousin many times at home, she continued to nod her head obediently, not seeing anything wrong with practicing a physical duel that wasn't taught in school right now. Chapter 8 Level Gap, the usefulness of points. Throughout the summer vacation, 16 Knights had been practicing with Daisy. Every day he went to determine Ino Yamanaka's location first, then used his transformation technique to invite Daisy out, and the two of them went to the deserted drill ground and either practiced climbing trees or dueled in physical combat. Daisy, who has gained friendship and also found self-confidence, has changed amazingly over the course of the summer. It's not just the strength, it's that temperament. Hyuga Hinata was the first to notice the change in her eldest daughter. When he learns that Daisy is practicing treading water, he realizes that she's not going out to simply make friends and play. 16 Knights also realized that someone was secretly watching him and Daisy. Only instead of hiding it, 16 Knights was going to test the waters and see what Hyuga Hinata's attitude was. That day, 16 Knights found a reason to show Daisy how he treads water. Additionally, 16 Knights demonstrates the shadow divergence technique and low-level wind escape, as well as finishing off Daisuke in a physical duel. Then the next day, 16 Knights once again turns into Ino Yamanaka and goes to the Hyuga clan to invite Daisy out. The moment he saw Hinata come out, he knew Hinata's attitude. This powerful patriarch acquiesced to Daisy practicing with him. The identity of the 16 Knights was not a secret to these ninja clans at all. a civilian orphan from a ninja family. He has not even completed 3 semesters of his first year and has already mastered climbing trees and treading water, which are not even taught in ninja schools, and is also able to use the shadow divergence technique and low-level wind escape. With that kind of talent, and the amount of chakra, it was undoubtedly the civilian genius of this era. Daisuke would be more motivated to train with such a genius. This was evident in the change in character and temperament of Daisuke as she practiced hard at home treading water. Though Hyuga Hinata was a bit disappointed in his eldest daughter's performance. He hadn't discovered Hanabi's talent yet, and he wasn't giving up on Daisy and nurturing his second daughter at the moment. Seeing Daisuke change so much just by making a friend, Hyuga Hinata could only feel elated. As for the idea of sticking it to the man, Hyuga Hinata didn't have it. For one thing, the two are so young that it should just be pure friendship by now. Secondly, in his eyes, 16 Knights and Daisy are impossible. It is impossible to pass on the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. 16 Knights, just a tool person used to change Daisy. He would keep a watchful eye on the relationship between 16 Knights and Daisy, and when there was a change on one of the other sides, Hyuga Hinata would intervene and tell them the harsh reality of the situation. Unless 16 Knights is super excellent, like the 4th Naruto Namake's Mizukage, neither will have a future. For all that, neither 16 Knights nor Daisy knew. Seeing that Hinata wasn't stopping him from playing with Daisy, 16 Knights completely let go and taught Daisy the 3-body technique and chakra control techniques while trying to pop Daisy's red words with a physical duel. This summer vacation, both 16 Knights and Daisy were richly rewarded. Daisuke has mastered the art of climbing trees and treading water, and has also learned the 3-body technique. However, probably due to the lack of chakra amount, she has not yet learned the shadow divergence technique. Additionally, her pointing hand has been amazingly improved. Inside 16 Knights' talent phrase, there was such a phrase as medical genius. His mother in this life was a medical ninja, and the legacy also had scrolls of basic medical ninjutsu, which 16 Knights had long since mastered. In order to explode the red words of the white-eyed princess, 16 Knights, except for the first few days of letting off some steam and giving Daisuke a little bit of time to get used to it. After that, it was all about the real thing, beating Daisuke violently and mercilessly. After the fight, heal Daisy. Again, it's all sparring, and although Hinata Ninja is filled with hatred for Daisy, he wouldn't dare to hurt her at all with Hinata watching from the sidelines. 16 Knights, on the other hand, was really hitting, with no mercy. Who cares? Fight and then coax. Daisuke, who was constantly being beaten, naturally skyrocketed in practical combat experience, and her strikes became more and more decisive, relentlessly striking chakra into 16 Knights' body. After hitting and then healing, Daisuke, who was already used to it, would never again be as kind as the original, so kind that she wouldn't hurt her sister to the point of losing to Hanabi, who was 5 years younger than herself. It was such an obvious change that made Hyuga Hinata completely acquiesce to the rendezvous between 16 Knights and Daisy. And this summer, although 16 Knights didn't pop the red word Princess White Eyes, the boost was just as obvious. Through his physical duel with Daisuke, 16 Knights has stolen the pointing hand of the Hyuga clan. After testing Hinata, 16 Knights also asked Hinata to sneak out a copy of the human body's acupuncture point chart and the scroll of the pointing hand under the pretext of instruction. The acupoints of the human body, as well as the technique of pumping chakra into the body, 16 Knights had mastered them all. 16 Knights didn't care about Bagua Pum, but this technique of sealing the flow of his enemy's chakra by pointing it out was still interesting to him. It might be able to work wonders when fighting the enemy, although it didn't explode with red phrases. But this summer vacation, 16 Knights also exploded 2 phrases from Daisuke's body. One was the blue phrase chakra control, which 16 Knights also had. At that time, there was also a beeping sound in 16 Knights' head. Ding! You have gained the talent phrase, chakra control, blue, which overlaps with your own talent phrase, fusion or disintegration. 16 Knights chose to fuse. After the fusion, the chakra control didn't turn purple, it was still blue. However, in terms of chakra control, 16 Knights felt a significant improvement. At that moment, the 16 Knights finally understood how Haruno Sakura was able to surpass Daisuke, who had been practicing soft boxing since she was a child, and Shizune, who had been learning under Tsunade since she was a child. After only 3 years, it's the same as both being Abatsutsuki blood, but the Hyuga clan is nothing compared to that line on the moon. Although both were chakra control, there was a world of difference between blue and purple. Even if the 2 blue chakra controls were fused, they wouldn't reach the purple level. The purple chakra control, however, allowed Haruno Sakura to learn the high-level medical jutsu in only 3 years, as well as the chakra bursts of the Senjutsu clan, as well as the In Seal and Hyakuho no Jutsu, which were difficult to learn at the S-rank level. In addition to chakra control, 16 Knights also exploded with a purple phrase, which was none other than the blood religion limit, White Eyes. Unfortunately, The blood succession realm is the blood succession realm, and the princess of the white eyes is the princess of the white eyes. If 16 knights didn't have the blood relay limit, white eyes, then the phrase would just give him a pair of white eyes. Not even white eyes and the purity of Daisuke's white eyes. 16 knights chose to break down the phrase. By fusing the white eyes, the purity of 16 knights' white eyes would definitely be enhanced. But trying to awaken the transmigration eye is an impossible endeavor. It's the same as 2 chakra control, blue, fusions that won't reach the purple word. When the Otanashi clan fused the transmutation eyes, they sacrificed the white eyes of the entire branch, the final form of the giant transmuting eye, perhaps even fused with the white eye of the Sauka. With the purity of the Otanashi clan's bloodline, the purity of their white eyes was definitely higher than that of the Hyuga clan. 16 knights wanted to evolve the transmutation eyes by fusing the white eyes, and there was no telling how many words would need to be fused before it would be enough. Fusing the 2 phrases is just a waste. 16 knights isn't short on that purity. After breaking down the blood relay limit, white eyes, purple, 16 knights gained more than 1,000 points and the panel changed. Host, 16 knights. Talent entries, Otsutsuki bloodline, red. Super shadow qualification, gold. Bloodline limit, white eyes, purple. All attribute physique, purple. Medical genius, blue, plus. Chakra control, blue, plus. Points, 1791. After both medical genius and chakra control, a plus sign appears, signifying upgradable. That's where the points come in. Chapter 9, The Rejected 16 Knights. Points are something that can only be gained by breaking down words. This is something that 16 Knights knew when she was 3 years old. At the time, he had made a small group of friends and played ninja games with them in order to be reasonably present in the neighborhood of the Hyuga clan. Got upset by his peers and fought with some kids for being too popular. Among them were a couple of kids with white word ninja credentials. After popping these words, the system beep is followed by the same fusion or disintegration. After breaking down those words, 16 Knights gets 25 points, and each white word gets a random single-digit number of points after breaking it down. Now break down the purple words and get 4 figures of points all at once. Blue words, all upgradable. So, how many points do I need to upgrade my blue words? 16 Knights was very curious and couldn't help but tap the plus sign behind the chakra control. With that, his panel changed again. Host, 16 Knights. Talent entries, Otsutsuki bloodline, red. Super shadow qualification, gold. Bloodline limit, white eyes, purple. All attribute constitution, purple. Chakra control, purple. Medical genius, blue. Points, 793. The words for chakra control changed from blue to purple. And after medical genius, there is no more plus sign showing. Points were also reduced by 999. Word levels are divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Breaking down white words randomly earns single-digit points. Breaking down purple words earns 4-digit points. And upgrading blue words requires 3-digit pulls of points. Is this point random or fixed? 16 Knights murmured in his mind. If it's fixed as a polar number, does that mean that white upgrades to green are 9 points, green upgrades to blue are 99, blue upgrades to purple are 999, purple upgrades to gold are 9,999, gold upgrades to red are 99,999, and red upgrades to unknown new levels are 999,999 points? 16 Knights didn't know, and he didn't have any low-level words below blue right now, much less tons of points to test. Even if there were extra points, 16 Knights wouldn't use them to upgrade low-level words. Except for special phrases like white eyes and chakra control, 16 Knights wasn't going to upgrade any phrases below red. As soon as he awakens the transmutation eye, he'll have tons of descending strike-like moves, developed to the extreme. He even possessed the strength of the 6th path level. 1 pair of eyes is enough for 16 Knights to stay up until the final showdown of the Legend of the Blast. Instead of wasting points on junk phrases, they should be used to upgrade the Otanashi bloodline. As soon as the Otanashi bloodline is upgraded again, the purity will definitely be on the same level as the alien Otanashi clan. At that time, it might give rise to other colors of chakra eyes, or even abilities like wedge and shinjutsu. Of course, all of this was just speculation, and it was still early for 16 Knights as well. The time comes September 1st. Ninja school begins its 2nd semester. This semester, 16 Knights finally came over for classes, but only in the afternoon. In the 2nd semester, the mornings were still devoted to culture classes, while the afternoons were devoted to an additional physical arts duel in addition to physical education and hand sword throwing. Unfortunately for this body jutsu duel, it was randomly matched by Kaino Irika, and 16 Knights wasn't matched with Whirlpool Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, or Daisuke for that matter. Irika-sensei, can I apply to fight Sasuke? When he heard that it was a random match, 16 Knights even took the initiative to approach Umano Irika, wanting to fight Uchiha Sasuke. Kaino Irika hesitated a bit, but shook her head. The physical duel will not be treated special. It exists to remind you that the enemies you encounter may be evenly matched, or they may be weaker or even stronger than you. You must adapt to the battles of even strength, and of crushing and being crushed. You will improve in bitter battles, get a sense of fulfillment in victories, feel the bitterness in defeats, and then continue to grow. I know, Irika-sensei. Seeing that Kaino Irika didn't agree, 16 Nights didn't force it. He was going to wait until after school to make a date with Sasuke Uchiha. However, after school, Uchiha Sasuke's reply caused the corner of 16 Nights' mouth to twitch slightly. Sasuke, want to fight? Sorry, I'm not interested. I have to go home and practice. Sasuke Uchiha, who wasn't an Avenger yet, wasn't as high-strung as the original, but he didn't hesitate to turn down 16 Nights' date to fight, and trotted home with anticipation on his face. Right after the rebellion of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan had to relocate their clan lands from Center Street to the vicinity of the Nanga River because they were suspected of being behind the release of the Nine Tails. Sasuke Uchiha, who had not yet mastered the art of instantaneous transformation, would need to travel some distance to get home from the ninja school. He only wanted to go back to his brother and cultivate together now, and he didn't have any time to waste on 16 Nights. Before 16 Nights could provoke the Uchiha clan and provoke Sasuke Uchiha to fight him, his opponent had already run away without a trace. In response, 16 Nights was very helpless. He also didn't change his target to get a date with Whirlpool Naruto. Although the school year's big test that separates the chief students has yet to be taken, Whirlpool Naruto's first semester's overall grade is already at the bottom of his grade. After all, even the worst student knows how to pronounce the words chakra. Only Whirlpool Naruto, after graduation, can still pronounce the 3 words of chakra wrongly, so it can be seen that his cultural performance, just like the Nakanobu exam, either a blank paper or fill in the mess. His body is somewhat malnourished and he fails to achieve upper middle grades in sports. As an honors student, 16 Nights suddenly goes to challenge a hangman, easily attracting the attention of the Dark Sect, and even Sarutobi Hizuru and Shimura Tsuzu, who have been keeping an eye on Naruto. The former was fine. The latter would most likely suspect that 16 Nights knew something, or think that 16 Nights was a pawn sent by someone to get close to Naruto. Avoiding surprises, they will most likely take some sort of measures. At that time, 16 Nights would be in a very passive position. It's not what he wants. That's why 16 Nights only targets, for now, are Daisuke and Uchiha Sasuke. 16 Nights, who was rejected by Sasuke Uchiha, didn't stalk him. It's now September of Kiba 54, and there are still 3 months to go before this year is over. When next year comes, it will be the extermination of the great filial son. At that time, Uchiha Sasuke, who had become an Avenger, would definitely not refuse 16 Nights' appointment to fight again. So the next day, 16 Nights still came to class in his original body, but did not take the initiative to apply to fight Sasuke Uchiha, and did not make a date to fight after class. Matching Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Whirlpool is certainly a good thing, but the rest of the class isn't bad either. After all, in addition to the 2 shinobi saviors this term, there's also the new generation of Inuyasha Butterfly and Perception class. All other students, too, are guaranteed ninja qualifications, white. Every single one of them has words, and even if they just explode with white words, there are single-digit points to be gained from breaking them down. The 9 little powers, on the other hand, have blue and purple, even gold and red words. Popping any of them would be a huge gain. 16 Nights, who wasn't sure if the shadow divergence could pop the word, naturally couldn't miss the afternoon session. Chapter 10, The 16 Nights of Fulfillment. Soft on the outside, strong on the inside. Kiba December 21st, 54. Before I knew it, the second semester was over. This semester, the first graders, all of them, have had a very noticeable metamorphosis. The first semester was only cultural and physical education classes, and with no real-world experience yet, they were no different than if they hadn't started school yet. The second semester's edition of physical sparring is a way for them to grow through the pain and shed some of their tenderness. There is a little side effect though, and that is that it teaches some students that violence is the way to solve things. Fighting at the drop of a hat, or assaulting each other, or bullying classmates, happens all the time. More to the point, teachers and schools don't stop these. Apparently, in their eyes, cowardly guys don't deserve to be ninjas. Instead of graduating and going out on a mission and getting killed, he was bullied by his own people and chose to drop out and become a normal person. Therefore, in all grades and classes, there have been instances of poor students attempting to bully superior students, like Uchiha Weasel back in the day, like Ninja Hyuga, like Sasuke Uchiha. They all have one thing in common, that is, they are handsome, or a genius, with a high and cold personality, very popular with girls. They are so popular, but they don't like to join and create cliques, and they seem to disdain both boys and girls. This lone wolf look made a lot of boys look at each other and want to teach each other a hard lesson. Unfortunately, none of the bullies were accidentally defused or even thrashed. It didn't matter if he was beaten up violently, but it was a shameful thing to be unable to beat the other party with so many people. They would also be bullied by the other team's support group afterward, and were ostracized by the girls in their class and within their grade, even by anti-bullying in the upper grades, so much so, that they held even more of a grudge against these windsurfers, even those of the other party's same clan. For example, on this day, it was snowing heavily. Finally waited until the snow stopped. No longer need 16 knights to turn into Yamanaka Ino to come over and invite. Already have the privilege of going out freely. Deus Eida immediately trotted out of the clanland, ready to go to the old place to wait for 16 knights. Daisy's body was chubby and cute in a white yeti cover and a red scarf tied around her neck. For the better part of a year, Daisy's hair, deliberately grown long at 16 knights' suggestion, was now shoulder length. She tied her hair in a double ponytail with a hair elastic and was going to wait until she was waist high to change her hairstyle. The cute little face was full of baby fat, slightly red in the snowy day, so that people couldn't help but reach out and pinch it, avoiding detection. Instead of knocking on the door at 16 Knights' house, Daisuke went to the open field outside the ninja school and waited for 16 Knights' arrival, which had become their tacit agreement. Is that guy a member of Ninji's clan? White eyes? Surely there's no mistaking it. Go teach her a lesson. Just as Daisuke was waiting for 16 Knights, a few boyish voices suddenly came to her ears. By the time she turned her head to look, 3 boys who looked to be a year or two older than her were trotting around. On their faces, all of them were wearing impish smiles. That, you guys need something? Daisy asked as she opened her mouth. The voice was very soft, but if you looked closely, you could see that she wasn't bowing her head, just looking at the 3 boys suspiciously. What annoying eyes, just like that ninja guy. Looking at Daisy's eyes, one of the boys shouted as if remembering some bad memories. What are you looking at, you white-eyed monster? Do you realize you've offended me? Quickly kneel down and apologize to me. Daisy cocked her head, a little unsure. Still, upon hearing her cousin's name, she asked suspiciously, are you guys friends of Ninji's brother? Who's a friend of that ninja guy? Another boy immediately retorted loudly, we are his enemies. Quickly get down on your knees, yell out that you're sorry, and then apologize to us on behalf of that ninja guy, or we'll beat you up. The last of the boys reached over and tried to squeeze Hinata's shoulders, forcing Ninja Hyuga's clan to kneel and then humiliate them severely. Looking at the boy's outstretched palm, Hinata's eyes suddenly changed before her small, white-gloved hand reached out with her index and middle fingers, poking the boy in the chest at a much faster pace. Obviously through the gloves, but Daisy's fingers were like silver needles, penetrating the heavy winter clothing and causing the boy to let out a scream and sit down on the floor. Daisy poked the other 2 boys again in quick succession. They also let out a scream and sat down on the floor. It hurts. It hurts. Wow. They kept rubbing their chests, but the pain that traveled from the outside to the inside did not get the slightest relief. Looking at Daisuke in front of them, it was like they were seeing the reflection of Hyuga Ninji, just as powerful, just as condescending. Immediately afterward, they were scared to tears on the spot and fled. Instinctively countering, Daisy cocked her head once more. She hadn't even put chakra into her body, so why was she crying? With this kind of strength, are they really Ninji's brother's enemies? Slap. Just then, the sound of applause reached his ears. Looking in the direction the voice came from, a happy expression suddenly appeared on Daisuke's face. 16 Knights Kuin, you're here. Daisy, you looked so handsome just now. 16 Knights, who was also wearing a white yeti set, walked up and gave a thumbs up to Daisy, saying, when dealing with unsuspecting people, you should be so decisive in your actions, or else they'll only get worse, and even develop the bad habit of bullying others. Daisy nodded her head repeatedly. Very well behaved. Watching her in this state, 16 Knights' heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The original Daisy was bullied by her peers on more than one occasion. It was outrageous for a big lady from a powerful family to be bullied by a few commoner boys. What's even more outrageous is that by that time, Daisuke had long since begun to learn jujitsu. To be bullied into tears like that is undoubtedly a character issue. Now, on the other hand, Daisuke has turned the tables on the bully and cried, showing that 16 Knights makeover was a great success. Instead of being introverted and cowardly, her character became resolute and wouldn't give up easily during the constant beatings. The goodness is still there, but it doesn't sacrifice itself to take care of others. And the strikes are not only decisive, but the counterattacks have become instinctive. Unlike the delinquent big sister of the limited moon readings, the current Daisy is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. It was only half a year, and it had transformed Daisy into this. So of course 16 Knights was filled with a sense of accomplishment. But it was fortunate that the transformation was done so early. If they had waited until Hinata and Hinata Ninji had broken Daisy's heart, it wouldn't have been an easy task to change the girl. Hyuga Hinata must be very grateful to 16 Knights. The fact that Daisy has the privilege of going out freely is the best reward of all. Come on, let's go practice. Aha! Two kids in snowman suits head to a deserted drill ground. Chapter 11, The Real White-Eyed Princess. Slap. A snowy patch in the forest resounded with the sound of quick and continuous blows, only to see two short figures wearing snowman sets. Their feet surprisingly didn't disappear into the thick snow, but instead stepped smoothly on it, constantly attacking each other. The black-haired, white-eyed girl with white-gloved hands and blue chi flames wrapped around her fingers actually carried a cracking sound as she poked at the boy across from her. The black-haired, blue-eyed boy, on the other hand, seemed to anticipate the girl's attacks in advance, always hitting his opponent's wrist with the back of his hand before the girl's fingers were about to poke his yeti set and the chakra hit him through his clothes. And after removing the attack, he took advantage of the opportunity to either palm strike, or straight punch, or kick, sending the girl flying out and into the snow. Every time the girl was hit, a muffled grunt would come out of her mouth, and her small face even showed a hard and painful expression. Falling inside the snow, though, she quickly got up again and continued her attack towards the boy, even when she was beaten and covered in pain. Even when her internal injuries were so severe that blood flowed from the corners of her mouth, she didn't stop. The pair of children were none other than 16 Knights and Daisy. Well, that's the end of it. I don't know how long the fight lasted before 16 Knights spoke up to end the duel. Upon hearing this, Hinata then sat down into the snow, panting heavily, her face covered in sweat and blood staining the tattered yeti cover, revealing her normal clothes inside. Across the street, 16 Knights, his white yeti cover was also tattered and torn, and he was wearing the same normal clothes underneath. This yeti set, naturally, was not used for decoration, but to allow Deuseda to practice hitting a bull through a mountain, to improve her skill in striking chakra into a human body, as well as the power of her chakra. When she was able to drive chakra into 16 Knights and cause great damage even through the yeti set, it meant that her finger strength was amazing and her chakra control was very powerful. Therefore, every few times 16 Knights struck Daisuke, he would intentionally sell a break so that Daisuke would hit himself, otherwise taking a one-sided beating. While it would portray an image of invincibility, it might also knock Daisy's confidence out of her. If you want Daisy to become confident, you have to let her feel what it's like to be successful. Taking off his tattered yeti cover, 16 Knights walked over to Daisy and crouched down in front of her, treating her with the most basic of medical techniques. He didn't know if basic medical arts could cure a dark disease, and 16 Knights couldn't check Daisy's body for dark injuries right now, but he was sure that he had been known to Hinata for a long time for beating Daisy so violently. The other party still acquiesced to Daisuke's training with him, and 16 Knights was sure that he would use some other excuse to have Daisuke undergo a physical examination. The Hyuga clan must have excellent medical ninjas, and whether or not Daisy has a dark disease will definitely be known and cured. Even if Hinata didn't know about it, there was no harm in not having her body examined. A young body is not afraid of even the darkest diseases. 16 Knights will automatically acquire the yin-yang transportation as soon as he awakens the Eye of Transmigration, just like the Eye of Reincarnation. At that time, 16 Knights could likewise use the yin-yang transportation to help Deuseda condition her body. That was exactly why 16 Knights had no qualms about it. After treating Daisy, 16 Knights laughed. Let's go ice fishing later. We're having grilled fish today. Daisuke's eyes instantly lit up with beauty and she nodded. Aha! All of 16 Knights' knowledge of the Naruto world is through the TV anime. Haven't read or played any of the comics or games, and the few bits of intel are still known through short videos. He wondered if there was any information inside the manga about Daisuke being the king of big appetite. Inside the TV anime, however, there's the episode where Daisuke kills it in a ramen eating contest in seconds. It's also the episode that caused Daisuke's big appetite attribute to appear on various forums and be considered a spoiled talent by countless netizens. After all, in the secondary world, a big appetite is a very powerful talent, but this talent was just like those of the living professions, and it didn't appear in the words. 16 Knights didn't know if Daisy had such a talent. So one day, 16 Knights purposely took Daisuke to catch fish to grill, secretly observing Daisuke's meals. Then it turns out that Daisuke can eat very well indeed, with meals 2 or 3 times the size of his. This discovery made 16 Knights very happy. A larger meal means better digestion, more nutrients drawn in, and more physical and mental energy in the cells. This meant that the amount of chakra that Daisuke would have in the future would be far greater than that of her peers. The stronger Daisy is, the greater the chance of popping a red word. Knowing that she had the attribute of a big appetite, 16 Knights certainly wouldn't let her waste this talent. That's why after every practice, 16 Knights would take Daisuke to catch fish or go hunting so that she could eat her fill. Today is no exception. At first, Daisy would still be unable to let go in front of 16 Knights, trying to stay on the lady side of things. Gradually, however, she stopped restraining her meals when she realized that 16 Knights got so much food every time, apparently having discovered her secret and being afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat enough. At the same time, Daisuke was looking forward to practicing with 16 Knights even more, because the secret of her large meal size is not even known to her family. Except that Daisy didn't realize that the family was gradually moving away from sharing meals, and that there were a lot more meals every day. She thought that it was the reason for having a sister. 16 Knights didn't know this. Otherwise, he would have smiled in relief. In this life, Daisy's fate has definitely changed. With his help and Hinata's quiet concern, strength and character-wise, it definitely won't be the same as the original anymore. When the foundation was laid and combined with 16 Knights chakra, she might be able to awaken the transmutation eye in the future as well. At that time, Hinata would be the true white-eyed princess. Time passes slowly when reading. Time flies when you're on vacation. That's the consensus of all students. Winter vacation is over, and time is moving into the 55th year of Kiba's chapter. First grade begins their third semester and sixth grade celebrates their graduation season. After 2 semesters of refinement, the new students had completed their metamorphosis, and those who stayed in school already possessed chakra and had adapted to the intensity of the cultural and practical classes. So for the third semester, the ninja school formally taught them the 3 body techniques, as well as Kiba instantaneous and stealth, and survival drills were added to the practical classes. Survival drills that focus on honing the students' intelligence skills, as well as their use of triple and instantaneous body techniques, and stealth, among other things. The rest of the basics are very simple, except for the 3-body technique. When the original Maelstrom Naruto first debuted, he couldn't even use split jutsu well, but he could use instantaneous jutsu and stealth to tease some Chunin in green vests. All of this, however, was no difficulty for 16 Knights, seeing that inside the actual combat class, there was still only physical dueling. There was no bitterness white-knuckle combat yet, and there was no rule-free duel where anything could be used. 16 Knights still didn't use his main body to come to school, except for the afternoons when there were physical sparring matches. Chapter 12, Steady 16 Knights, finally matched with the Son of Destiny. As we come to March, the third semester comes to an end. Starting this month, the number of times 16 Knights proper came to class began to become more and more frequent, not only in the afternoon, but also in the morning cultural classes, which are all ontological. For one thing, March is not only graduation month for the 6th grade, but also a big test month for the other grades. This semester ends with an important big school year exam. The results of the major exams of the school year, as well as the results of the various quizzes and sample exams of the 3 semesters, will be included in the composite grade. The school then selects a student who will be the top student in the class for the entire year, known as the premier student, based on a combination of grades, to be able to stand out among several classes, dozens, or even hundreds of students, among which there were also quite a few sons and daughters of the ninja clans, and become the number 1 in a grade, was undoubtedly the most dazzling genius. If he was a son of the shinobi clan, then he was the best member of the new generation of the clan. If it was from a normal family, it would be a civilian genius who overpowered the children of the shinobi clan. These chief students are the toast of the ninja school. The title of chief student, 16 Knights naturally wouldn't give it up to anyone else. Their class is the most special new generation. The sons of the major shinobi clans are the heirs to the clan heads, powering them to be the premier student, with a gold standard far above the rest of the grade. By taking the title of chief student and proving his talent, 16 Knights goes to Daisuke with even less resistance. With 16 Knights' current strength, taking down the chief student wouldn't be any difficulty for him. Even if the main body didn't come, the shadow doppelganger could easily defeat the others. Still, 16 Knights came over in its original form, because he knew that the Konoha, now, had begun to grow darker. Kiba 55. The 9 little powers are 7 years old. Meanwhile, there was a big event that shocked the entire shinobi world that year. That is, after the fall of Senju, the Uchiha clan, which has become the number 1 powerhouse in Konoha, and even the number 1 ninja clan in the shinobi world, will be destroyed by a 13-year-old boy. And this young man is the son of the current clan leader, the older brother of Sasuke Uchiha Weasel. With this amazing battle record, Uchiha Weasel also became the youngest S-class rebel shinobi in the shinobi world. However, only a few people know that the Uchiha clan was not exterminated by Uchiha Weasel alone, and that there was not only the shadow of Kiba's top brass, but also the help of outsiders. 16 Knights was one of the few who knew this secret. At this time of the year, the number 1 licker in the shinobi world will be wandering into Konoha at any time with his shinobi, avoiding being discovered by this lickspittle or attracting this lickspittle's attention. 16 Knights was prepared to slow down his cultivation speed and wouldn't even take Daisuke to the deserted drill ground to cultivate until the Uchiha clan was extinguished. Fear not, fear not. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the clan, and without the white eyes of a caged bird, she is a priceless presence on the black market. After all, with only 1 white eye, AO became an elite upper shinobi of the Misty Hidden Village, and made it onto Konoha's Gold and Wanted list. Who knows if Uchiha Bandu, or the black and white Jedi hiding in the shadows, will suddenly set their sights on Daisuke's white eyes. 16 Knights, who had already caused a butterfly effect, wasn't going to gamble on the villain's kindness. March 20th. Students in grades 1 through 5 get a jump on their big school year exams before the graduation test in 6th grade. On this day, 16 Knights came to the ninja school early, but Daisy came to class before him. After matching the code words and realizing that 16 Knights was the main body, Daiseta instantly smiled lightly and softly said, 16 Knights Kuan, go for it. Well, cheer together. 16 Knights grinned and whispered encouragement. We'll try to take first and second place. Aha! Daisy nodded with longing as her mind fantasized about the image of 16 Knights and herself in first and second place on the grade bulletin board. In the old days, Daisuke didn't have any quest for a ranking, but right now, Daisuke didn't want to lose to anyone other than 16 Knights. She's also in contention for second place. It was a long time before it was time for the test to start. The morning test is a cultural course. Although trisomy has been taught this semester, the school does not have a trisomy test. After all, not even all of the 6th graders knew 3 bodies. Even some of the graduation tests are just a sampling of one of the 3 body arts. The chakra of a freshly graduated lower ninja who was able to make a C-ranked 5 elements transportation jutsu was enough to amaze the instructing upper ninja. It was evident that over 90% of the first-year students did not have the chakra to utilize the 3 body techniques. Therefore, Uchiha Weasel's cultural knowledge, obviously, is also only at the level of the 1st grade, but just by using a shadow doppelganger to attend classes, it was considered by its teacher that he had nothing to teach, and specially requested the 3rd Naruto to allow the other party to graduate early. In this world, culture is only secondary to strength. Whirlpool Naruto is the best example of this. The morning exam was not difficult for either 16 Knights or Daisy. For the afternoon exam, it was a hand-sword throw and a physical sparring match, with the addition of a survival drill. The first 2 are similarly unchallenging, and as long as the physical duel doesn't match up with 16 Knights, even if they meet Sasuke Uchiha, Daisuke will get a perfect score. When it comes to physical arts, Daisuke is already unbeatable in first year, decisive in her strikes. Her pointing hand is a child's nightmare, but if we match up with 16 Knights, then Daisuke will be hopelessly second. As for why it's not hopeless chief-born, it's simple because within these 3 semesters, Daisuke also had a match to 16 Knights, which naturally resulted in a defeat. Her overall score, already, was not as good as 16 Knights. Even if you were lucky enough to get perfect scores in all subjects in the big exam of the school year, you won't be able to get the title of chief student. Similarly, even if 16 Knights had been careless with her cultural exams, answered one question wrong, and accidentally lost to Haruno Sakura, the latter wouldn't have been able to become a chief student because her overall grades wouldn't have worked. Right now, inside the first year, the only 3 people who hadn't lost a real battle yet were 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke, as well as Oil Girl Shino. Of these, both Uchiha Sasuke and Oil Girl Shino did not do as well as 16 Knights on their cultural exams, combined, and likewise not as well as Daisuke. Even if they get perfect scores in the big exams of the school year, they will not get the chief student. All Daisuke has to do is get a perfect score in the actual fight, and he's solidly in second place, unless in other classes, someone has a better overall grade than Daisy, but obviously, that's not going to happen. Sword throwing in hand, 16 Knights easily earns a perfect score. When it came to the physical duel, 16 Knights was matched with an unexpected opponent. Next round of matchups, 16 Knights vs. Whirlpool Naruto, the 1st grade class. In a circle in the open space, Irika Kaino stood in the center of the circle, document board in hand, and shouted, "Eh?" Hearing his opponent's name, Whirlpool Naruto couldn't help but hold his head in his hands with a look of despair. How could my opponent be 16 Knights? This is finished. Culture classes and shuriken throws are both nightmarish for Maelstrom Naruto. The only thing he had a slight chance of winning was the physical duel. But now, that chance of winning is gone. After all, 16 Knights, but even Daisuke's kind of physical arts Demon King, is not a match for the existence. Unlike the despairing Maelstrom Naruto, 16 Knights was brightening up, finally matched with this man of destiny. Chapter 13, Crushing Naruto, Vortex Bloodline. Not bad. This is the first time 16 Knights has been matched with Whirlpool Naruto. Between the 2 of them, Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, there seemed to be karmic forces at work. In 10 physical sparring matches, almost about half of them, the 2 are matched up. 16 Knights can't match Whirling Dervish Naruto at all. Luckily, the Otanashi bloodline, red, was the same as the Sennin body, with an extremely large amount of chakra, or else 16 Knights wouldn't have known what to think of in order to explode Whirlpool Naruto's Sennin body. Now that he was finally matched with Whirlpool Naruto, 16 Knights was in a very excited mood. This means that he has been very lucky today. Since it's so lucky, is it possible to pop precious words? Holding down the excitement in his heart, 16 Knights got up and walked over to Kaino Irika's right-hand side, looking at spinning Naruto, who had walked across the room, gritting his teeth and not wanting to give up. 16 Knights raised his right hand, put up his index and middle fingers, and smiled. Naruto, please teach me more. At those words, Whirlpool Naruto froze slightly. What had been a tense mood suddenly became relaxed. Looking across at 16 Knights, even more warmth welled up in his heart. Not the same. This guy's eyes, they're not like the others. There is no distaste from those adults, no rejection from their peers, only the kindness of treating them all the same. Aside from Irika Kaino, who had recognized him last semester, 16 Knights was the second special person. Thinking about this, Maelstrom Naruto suddenly had the urge to cry, but he pressed down that emotion and nodded vigorously, grinning. Well, more please. After saying that, Whirlpool Naruto also raised his second finger in his index and middle finger. Inside the blue eyes that were the same color as 16 Knights, the eyes had become resolute. Irika Kaino, who had caught the scene in her eyes, could not help but smile in relief. With that, he took a few steps back and shouted, "The 7th round of duels, begin!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw 16 Knights and Whirlpool Naruto charging towards each other. Maelstrom Naruto's attack routine is very simple, one size fits all, and pressurized. After approaching, it was a punch to 16 Knights, although 16 Knights didn't have Sharingan eyes. In front of his insight ability, the moment Whirlpool Naruto raised his shoulders, he knew what his opponent was going to do next. Before Maelstrom Naruto's fist struck, 16 Knights had finished building up his strength, and with a left lift, the back of his hand impacted at Maelstrom Naruto's wrist, knocking his straight punch away, before striking out with a right fist. With a thud, the fist hit swirling Naruto squarely on the left side of his face, powerful enough to knock Maelstrom Naruto to the ground in one blow, his face red and already bruised. It hurts. Maelstrom Naruto kept huffing and puffing, but was not killed by a single punch from 16 Knights. He quickly got up and continued to attack towards 16 Knights. However, all punches and kicks were predicted in advance by 16 Knights, and were either blocked, dodged, or unloaded in return. Even Hinata's point-blank hands that were as fast as the wind, each strike carrying a chakra flame and a cracking sound. 16 Knights was able to deal with them with ease. Not only was this unorganized attack by Maelstrom Naruto not powerful at all, it was also broken. Punch after punch landed on Maelstrom Naruto's body, and the clothes of this son of heaven's destiny soon became dirty, and his face was covered with bruises, making him look a mess. On the contrary, 16 Knights was unharmed and even spotless. Even a 3-year-old child would be able to see the difference between the two. But on the contrary, Whirlpool Naruto, who had been beaten up unilaterally, did not choose to surrender. At first, he would still huff when he was beaten, but now he didn't say a word even when he was beaten. His expression was so focused, and his attacks were gradually no longer unstructured. He's growing, though he'll be back to his old self next time, but now he does get stronger in battle. So 16 Knights, who had caught another break, decided to end the fight. He was seen bending a knee, dodging a crouch to avoid Maelstrom Naruto's attack, and using his strength to sweep a sweeping kick that sent Maelstrom Naruto to the ground. Then without giving Maelstrom Naruto a chance to get up, he slammed his fist down, but it stopped in front of Maelstrom Naruto's face. Seeing this scene, Kaino Irika immediately announced loudly, "Whirlpool Naruto has lost his ability to fight, and the winner is 16 Knights." Snap! Almost at the moment when Kaino Irika's voice fell, one of the purple bubbles inside the bubbles around Maelstrom Naruto's body, which could only be seen by 16 Knights, suddenly burst. With that, a purple beam of light flew towards 16 Knights and seeped into his body. Immediately afterward, a small bubble, once again, appeared around Maelstrom Naruto's body. This newborn bubble, which is very small in size and not white to red in color, is a small transparent bubble. There are no words in it either. It's empty. 16 Knights had seen such an image more than once. He knew that the bubble was on cooldown. When the cooldown is over, this transparent bubble will change back to a purple one, and the words inside will reappear. Also, 16 Knights has a chance of popping this phrase again. Yes, words can be popped repeatedly. It's just that 16 Knights hasn't popped the same word on the same person yet. 16 Knights, who saw what that purple bubble was a phrase, was now in a very excited mood. However, he didn't immediately conjure up his personal panel. Instead he extended his palm to Whirlpool Naruto and smiled. "Naruto, you're very good. Let's fight next time." Maelstrom Naruto, who had given his all and was still being violently beaten up, had been filled with bitterness in his heart. But seeing 16 Knights looking at him with a sincere face, he didn't look down on him in the slightest. Maelstrom Naruto, who only felt resigned in the presence of Uchiha Sasuke, instantly released. He reached out and grabbed 16 Knights' palm and used his strength to get up, also grinning. 16 Knights, you really are very powerful, but next time, this lord won't lose again. Your progress is very obvious, and I'm looking forward to my next encounter with you. 16 Knights smiled and held out his index and middle fingers to Whirlpool Naruto. Whirlpool Naruto also stretched out his index and middle fingers and hooked them with 16 Knights. This is the seal of reconciliation, corresponding to the seal of opposition before the start of the fight, symbolizing that shinobi and ninja can be reconciled even if there is a great divide between them. It was through the seal of reconciliation that the original Maelstrom Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke ended the fated battle between Asura and Indra, who had been reincarnating for thousands of years. If the reincarnated bodies of Asura and Indra cannot be reconciled, then their chakras will keep reincarnating. 1,000 years of fated battles have caused Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, even without any conflict or the Haruno Sakura factor, to still not see eye to eye with each other. Whirlpool Naruto was able to naturally shake hands and make peace with 16 Knights, but couldn't do the seal of reconciliation with Uchiha Sasuke. None of this, however, had anything to do with 16 Knights. After finishing the seal of reconciliation with Whirlpool Naruto, 16 Knights went back inside the group and perfunctorily called out a curtain of light that only he could see while replying to the beeps that rang inside his head as the beam seeped into his body. Ding! You have gained the talent phrase, Maelstrom Bloodline, Purple, Fusion or Disintegration, Fusion. In the next second, a new talent phrase appeared in the phrase bar, Maelstrom Bloodline, Purple. Chapter 14, The Chiefborn. Although not bursting out of the immortal's body made 16 Knights feel some regret, but bursting out of the Vortex Bloodline has been very outrageous. This bloodline, just like the bloodlines of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and the Kagaya clan, belonged to the branch of the Otanashi clan. As descendants of the body of a Sannin, both the Vortex clan and the Senju clan possessed great vitality and a staggering amount of chakra. And besides being good at using sealing techniques, the Maelstrom clan also has 3 powerful unique abilities. The 3 abilities, respectively, are Kagura Mind's Eye, Vajra Blockade, and Physical Healing. Kagura's Mind's Eye, one of the strongest perception techniques in the shinobi world. Vajra Blockade, offensive and defensive, can also be used to create boundaries and cast sealing spells, making it difficult for even-tailed beasts to break free when bound. Physical Healing, which allows you to consume chakra to heal your own or others' injuries, with fairly strong results. None of these 3 abilities were top-notch support skills, but just as not everyone in the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan eyes, these 3 unique abilities, too, were not something that every member of the Maelstrom clan could awaken. Inside the original, Whirlpool Naruto didn't awaken a single ability until he was recognized by the 9 Lamas. After receiving the approval of the 9 Lamas, it felt to have the same type of good and evil perception as Maelstrom Mito. The rest of his abilities didn't awaken, either because the genuine immortal's body was too strong or the original author didn't want to give him the boot. However, it is undeniable that not only does Maelstrom Naruto have the Maelstrom bloodline, but as an Asura Chakra reincarnated body, the purity of this bloodline is still very high. And now that 16 Knights had exploded the Vortex bloodline from Maelstrom Naruto's body, if he was more lucky, he might be able to awaken one of the 3 unique abilities as well. If, like Xiang Phosphorus, he awakened the 3 unique abilities at the same time, then whether it was in terms of perception, sealing, or healing, he would be at the top of the shinobi world's existence. Even if none of the unique abilities were awakened, they would still have the strong life force inherited from the immortal's body. As usual, 16 Knights moodily put away the light screen and watched the duel on the field. The physical sparring match ended quickly as round after round was split into winners. Next up is the final exam, the added survival drill. Before starting the survival drill, though, Irika Kaino takes the students to the infirmary so that the doctor can treat them. Afterward, the students were taken to the props room so that 16 Knights and the others could go in and pick out their props. These props, all of which are necessary to use stealth. Unlike the lower ninjas' survival drills of grabbing bells, most of the survival drills at the ninja school were hide and seek, mainly testing the students' mastery of stealth and instantaneous jutsu, as well as triple jutsu. Those who perform well are given high or perfect scores. If they perform poorly, they are given a chance just like in the Nakanobu exams, after which they are taken out if they still have trouble seeing straight. This kind of exam was naturally no difficulty for 16 Knights, who had long ago mastered the 3-body technique. He made it through to the end of the time without a hitch and once again collected a perfect score in one subject. Although the grades would not be announced until the new semester in April, the title of chief student was already in the bag for 16 Knights. Daisy, I'll see you tomorrow at the usual place. Aha! After school, 16 Knights and Daisy parted at an intersection, making a pact as usual. Even though 16 Knights wouldn't take Daisuke to the deserted drill grounds again until the Uchiha clan was extinguished, he still hadn't stopped practicing with Daisuke. It's just that the cultivation site has changed from a deserted drill ground to a school playground. or the yard of 16 Knights' house. The rebellion of the Nine Tails did not destroy the home of the 16 Knights. The parents, who were both ninjas, had left 16 Knights a two-story detached house with a small yard inside their inheritance. Compared to the fact that all of Whirlpool Naruto's inheritance had been confiscated, and even the scarf left behind by Whirlpool Joexei and Na had been thrown to the utility room to eat dust, conditions like this for 16 Knights were simply too good to be true. Luckily, the parents in this life were normal shinobi, and the village didn't eat that badly. With 3 semesters a year, all the other holidays at ninja school, except for the summer, which is longer, are only very brief. In the blink of an eye, it will be April 1st. Ninja school, starting a new school year. The 6th year had graduated, and the shinobi who had been recognized by their instructor, Shinobu, had begun their missions. The shinobi who hadn't been recognized had either gone back to school to retake the course, or had been specially recruited by another department, or had retaken the course several times, and felt that they didn't have the credentials to become ninjas, and had dropped out to go back to being a normal person. In grades 1 through 5, the promotion was ushered in and the transfer of classrooms began. The vacant first grade also welcomes new students who have passed the entrance exam. On this day, the front of the bulletin board was filled with students, first graders, checking out their classrooms. In other grades, students are checking the results of their respective grades' big exams. 16 Knights Kuan, did you go to the bulletin board and read the results? Awesome, 16 Knights, you've become the top student in our grade. Worthy of being 16 Knights, even that Sasuke guy is no match for you. 16 Knights is the top student, Daisuke is second, and your pair of tablemates took the top 2. That's really strong. 16 Knights had just arrived in his new classroom when he was surrounded by his classmates, both male and female. The 16 Knights didn't feel impatient either, but stood still and talked to them for a long time with a smile on their faces. It is also known through their words that 16 Knights is the chief student, while the second place is not Uchiha Sasuke, but Daisuke. 16 Knights wasn't surprised by this. Daisuke's cultural class scores were already at the top of the rankings. In the first exam of the original Nakanoshu exam, she and Haruno Sakura were the only ones out of the 4 girls of the 12 little powers who didn't need to cheat. With his help, the first grade learned to climb trees and tread water. Personality is no longer introverted. Will not think of others when fighting. Out very decisive Daisy. This can still lose to Uchiha Sasuke words. That 16 Knights simply find a block of tofu hit dead. Sasuke Uchiha should be thankful that he didn't need Daisuke in the physical duel or he wouldn't have been able to even keep 3rd place. After all, Oil Girl Shino is no vegetarian. Chatting with her classmates until class was almost over. 16 Knights returned to her seat. Good morning, 16 Knights Kuan. Morning, Daisy. Daisuke still arrived before 16 Knights. The two greeted each other and then began to make small talk. 16 Knights Kuan, congratulations on becoming chief student. Daisy had apparently gone to the bulletin board to see the results as well. 16 Knights also laughed. Congratulations on taking 2nd place. Now your father will be even less likely to stop you from going out. Daisy nodded repeatedly, a happy smile on her face. Obviously, she also realized that her plan with 16 Knights had long been detected by her father. But instead of being grounded, Daisy was able to go out freely, indicating that she had her father's tacit approval for her time with 16 Knights. Thinking again of the image of her practicing treading water at home and being caught many times without being questioned, Daisy thought it would have something to do with her progress. Now that she herself had gotten the 2nd rank in her grade, 16 Knights, who had taught her, was even the top student. If father knew, he would have recognized 16 Knights even more. When she thought about it, Daisy couldn't stop feeling elated. Chapter 15, Super Hurricane Continuous Sphere, Uchiha Extinction. Academics in 2nd grade are not too different from 1st grade. Culture is still the same subjects, just more difficult. In the afternoon, there were no more sports for physical exercise, and the students who hadn't been dissuaded by now had apparently all extracted their chakra. And as long as they survived the 6 years as they were supposed to, they would either become shinobi recognized by the shinobi and focused on cultivation by the village, or newborns in other departments. The chances of wasting 6 years and turning back into a normal person are very slim. The next 5 years are about teaching them intelligence gathering, and the art of assassination. These classwork, which was no difficulty for 16 Knights, was even called boring. It was only after a few days of classes that he couldn't help but dismiss his original idea of sending his shadow doppelganger over for classes once again. As for himself, he stayed at home and practiced. Although he couldn't practice the 5 elements transportation technique at home, he could try to develop ninjutsu, despite the fact that to develop a jutsu, a strong base of nature change or form change was needed. 16 Knights, as a traveler, knew that there was a jutsu that did not need such a base, as long as the amount of chakra was sufficient. That jutsu was the attribute-less and seal-less jutsu that the fourth Naruto had gotten inspiration from the tailed beast Jade, and had eventually spent several years developing, with a learning difficulty of a rank Spiral Maru, as the signature jutsu that Maelstrom Naruto grew up with and developed various series of. Spiral Maru is also the only jutsu in the original series to announce the full stages of cultivation. That cultivation episode was so impressive. Anyone who enjoyed watching Naruto couldn't possibly forget this cultivation method, and the same was true for 16 Nights. However, 16 Nights cultivates the Spiral Maru, not to use it as a base card, but as stated above, to try and develop jutsu. Spiral Maru is an unsealed jutsu developed by the fourth Naruto and has a special significance in Konoha. Aside from the fourth Naruto, the only people who had mastered this jutsu were the teachers and disciples of the fourth Naruto. 16 Nights will definitely get into the eyes of the Konoha's higher-ups when they suddenly use this jutsu later on, without a reasonable explanation. It might lead to all sorts of suspicions. This is not what 16 Nights wants. Therefore, he wanted to develop another unmarked jutsu, Super Hurricane Linking Sphere, based on Spiral Maru. Super Hurricane Linking Ball, also known as Multi-Major Jade Blast Maru, is a jutsu used by Otanashi Azura against Otanashi Indra inside the TV anime. That jutsu move, similar to Maelstrom Naruto's confusing star Spiral Maru. The principle of this jutsu is to create a ball of energy that is second only to the Otama Spiral Maru, and then add 5 balls of energy to it that are as big as the Spiral Maru and can be rotated. This jutsu is just like the Spiral Shuriken in that it can be thrown or fired out. Once it blows up, it's 6 in a row. If the energy sphere is burst, the 5 energy spheres inside, on the other hand, will spread out to attack the enemy. And just like Whirlpool Naruto's pills that added various attributes, this jutsu could likewise be infused with the 5 attributes, or even a combination of the 5 attributes. Just like the third Naruto's 5 transportation, Dalian Bomb no Jutsu. At that time, the power would be as powerful as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. If there weren't the 2 phrases Otanashi Bloodline, red, and all attribute physique, purple, 16 Nights would never have dared to have such an idea, and would have been satisfied with learning the Spiral Maru. However, the unmarked talent from the Otonoki Bloodline, red, as well as the all-attribute physique, purple, and the chakra control that has been upgraded to the purple rank, give 16 Nights this capital to bring the original TV anime jutsu to life. With strong chakra control, it only took 16 Nights a week to master the spiral pill. Next, he could try to coalesce a small energy ball inside as long as he continued to inject chakra to make the spiral pill the size of a basketball and keep the energy ball from blowing up. However, at this stage, 16 Nights couldn't practice at home. Once the energy ball blew up, the consequences were unimaginable. So he began to wait patiently for the demise of the Uchiha clan. When the time came to May 15th, 16 Nights finally waited for the day to arrive. There were usually only 2 or 3 classes in the afternoon, and only a few weeks later, there was a survival drill to test the students' growth over that time. Even in this particular case, the school will be dismissed around 5 p.m., but on this day, the second grade class had a rare 4-period afternoon. The final survival drill, moreover, did not end until dusk fell. The clan land of the Uchiha clan, located in the neighborhood of the Nanga River, was no different from the suburbs. Without using instantaneous jutsu to hurry, by the time Uchiha Sasuke returned to the clan land, night had long since fallen. In the sky at this time, a full moon had also appeared. It was a little blood red against the evening sun. 16 Nights' shadow doppelganger glanced at the back of Sasuke Uchiha, who had stepped out of the school gates and just jogged back home. He knew that after today, the second columnist, who wasn't exactly high and mighty and didn't care about high grades, would be gone for good. At that time, a second pillar that exuded an icy aura, attached immense importance to achievements and family honor, and a little verbal stimulation could cause the other party's emotions to tumble, making it extremely easy to break through the defenses, would appear in front of 16 Nights. Although the latter was very miserable, 16 Nights was still very much looking forward to that moment. After all, he had waited a full year. The following day, a message hit Konoha and quickly spread outward, through the transmission of spies, to the entire shinobi world in no time. After the fall of the Thousand Hands, the Uchiha clan, which had become the first mansion of Kiba, and even the first ninja clan in the shinobi world, and whose blood succession restriction boundary had titles such as one-on-one invincibility and replica eye and illusionary eye, had actually perished. The murderer who exterminated this family was not the Hyuga clan, which was on par with it, nor the Konoha hierarchy and other shinobi villages, but the eldest son of the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Weasel, who was only 13 years old this year. The name Uchiha Weasel also quickly spread throughout the entire shinobi world in the next few days, becoming the youngest S-ranked renegade shinobi in the Konoha and even the shinobi world. 16 Nights had just left the house today when they saw the villagers discussing this matter. It's a big deal. the degree of sensation is no less than the Nine Tails Rebellion in Kiba 48. In just a few short years, Kiba has lost the fourth Naruto couple, as well as a bunch of powerful people, and the first powerful ninja clan. The current Kiba has undoubtedly entered its weakest period since the founding of the village. The strongest shinobi village that once had more than enough shadow class powerhouses to count on one hand, and that was able to win with 1 against 4, was now left with the aging third generation Naruto, a shadow class powerhouse. After the rebellion of the Nine Tails, Kiba attracts the covetousness and calculations of Cloud Hidden. Now with the loss of the number one powerful shinobi clan, it's only logical that they should be targeted by more foreign enemies. But for a change, Kiba was quiet for a few years after that. Apparently, the major shinobi villages had noticed something was wrong. Chapter 16, Sasuke's Challenge. No Rules Duel. The top brass of the major shinobi villages are no cuties. The Uchiha clan is a powerful ninja clan that has been passed down for thousands of years, and the sharpening wheel eye is the strongest blood relay limit in the ninja world after the loss of the wood transportation. Countless people aspire to obtain a 3-hook jade writing wheel eye. After all, the flagwood Kakashi is with a 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, known as the copy ninja and Kiba technician who replicates thousands of jutsu. And copying jutsu is only the ability of ninjutsu. The 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eye is an existence known as the Eye of Illusion. Outsiders, they can't utilize the true power of the Sharingan. The Uchiha who were able to utilize the true power of the 3-hook jade sharpening wheel eyes, none of them were unbeatable elite upper ninjas who were unbeatable in single combat. There were definitely as many as double digits of such strong people in the Uchiha clan. So many strong people, as well as other Uchiha who have awakened the single-hook jade shuriken and the 2-hook jade shuriken, as well as a large number of ordinary clansmen who have not awakened the shuriken, wanting to kill all of them in one night. Even if Uchiha Weasel possesses the legendary kaleidoscope shuriken, it is impossible to do it. Even if it can be done, it can't be done without any movement at all. But on the contrary, the Uchiha clan died out overnight, and Uchiha Weasel, who was the murderer, managed to escape from Konoha. The water is just too deep here. There was no doubt that there were definitely Kiba executives in this. To be able to wipe out the number one powerful ninja clan in one night, such strength and means, as well as the ruthlessness and coldness of not caring about the consequences, shocked the major ninja villages. For this incident, the major ninja villages only sent a group of spies to infiltrate Konoha to gather information, and ignored them after they failed. In the Third Shinobi World War, all the major shinobi villages had suffered heavy losses, and none of them had recovered yet. Even the Cloud Hidden village didn't fall on its sword this time. They are all maintaining the existing balance and preparing for the next shinobi war. For all that, 16 Knights didn't know, but could guess a little. Having read the original, he knew that the next few years would be uneventful. It's the best chance for development. Uchiha Sasuke, who was hit by the kaleidoscope writer's eye illusion, was in a coma for a week before he woke up. By the time he appeared in the classroom, his entire being had changed dramatically. The old Uchiha Sasuke, when faced with girls surrounding him, just had a headache on his face, but he would never say hurtful words, let alone hit anyone. This attitude, in turn, makes the girl worse. And now, the girls who were overjoyed to see Uchiha Sasuke's appearance didn't dare to gather around them in the slightest, because the Uchiha Sasuke at this time, his eyes and aura were just too intimidating, and his peers simply didn't dare to get close or meet their eyes. Only 16 Knights could see that the current Uchiha Sasuke was vulnerable and stubborn, bruised and battered. They need the warmth and healing of love the most. But again, character made him unwilling to receive mercy from anyone. The only one who could break into Uchiha Sasuke's heart and gain his approval now was Whirlpool Naruto, who had reincarnated for 1,000 years and whose destiny was similar to his in this life. In the afternoon after school, 16 Knights finally waited for the long-awaited picture. After the physical duel was over, the students formed small groups as usual, either continuing to stay at school, leaving school, or returning home alone without joining any groups. Sasuke Uchiha, formerly known as Sasuke Uchiha, was the last. Today, however, instead of returning home alone, Uchiha Sasuke approached 16 Knights and said the same thing as 16 Knights did back then. 16 Knights, want to fight? Upon hearing that, the 16 Knights, who purposely came to the ninja school in their original body today, and did not return home with Daisuke either, in order to keep watch over the rabbits, smiled darkly in their hearts. However, his surface was pretending to be stunned, looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who might not have recovered yet. With a hint of gloom in his eyes, he couldn't help but flirt out. Back then, you weren't interested in my invitations to fight, but now why are you interested again? Cut the crap, you're not afraid, are you? Instead of answering, Sasuke Uchiha said provocatively, in the past, he only wanted to cultivate with Uchiha Weasel, so naturally he didn't want to waste his time on others. Now that the family is extinguished, his reason for living is to kill the Uchiha and then revive the Uchiha clan. If he wanted to kill Uchiha Weasel, he had to get powerful. If you want to revive the Uchiha clan, the first thing you need to do is to be remembered as a strong and honorable clan that can't lose to others. That's why 16 Knights became Uchiha Sasuke's target. By defeating 16 Knights, he would prove that he was stronger than all his peers. 16 Knights naturally didn't know what Uchiha Sasuke was thinking. Seeing that the other party was using agitation to cover up arrogance, 16 Knights saw fit to smile and nodded. Yes, then let's fight. Very well then, let's go to the playground. Sasuke Uchiha said with a warlike look on his face. Don't bother with the playground. Let's go somewhere else. 16 Knights shook his head and smiled. I'll take you somewhere. After saying that, 16 Knights walked in the direction of the deserted drill ground. Sasuke Uchiha was close behind. The Uchiha clan has been extinguished for a week, and Uchiha Banda shouldn't be wandering around Konoha in the future. Except for the jubilee of Noara Rin, the anniversary of Noara Lin's death. The 16 Knights also deliberately go to the cemetery there to note down. In the future, this time every year, just do not go to the field. So a few days ago, 16 Knights resumed practicing in the wilderness. Soon enough, the two arrived at the drill ground where 16 Knights and Daisuke usually practiced. The ground and trees there were covered with marks of strikes and jutsu everywhere. Seeing these traces, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly, and his heart rippled quite a bit. If all these traces were left by 16 Knights, doesn't that mean that this guy also mastered the 5 elements transportation technique just like himself? I think he was an orphan, if I remember correctly. While he had his father to teach him, 16 Knights was alone and self-taught. It dawned on Sasuke Uchiha slightly, finally realizing how this guy was able to overpower himself. It's not luck, it's that the other person is working harder than they are. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke's wariness intensified. Fighting such an opponent is what makes you stronger. Defeating such an opponent is the only way to prove how strong you are. How do you want to fight? Looking across at Sasuke Uchiha, 16 Knights opened his mouth and asked, is it a physical duel, or a rule-free duel? By a no-rules duel, I mean nothing. 3 body techniques, stealth techniques, instantaneous techniques, props, and even the 5-element recluse technique that is not taught in ninja school, are all able to be used at will. No-rules matchups are also extremely dangerous matchups. Ninja school also has no-rules dueling, and that's a class that's only available in 6th grade. And when you have a no-rules duel, you have to have a medical ninja next to you in addition to the referee sensei. After all, it was easy for accidents to occur in a battle like this. A little inattention could even put a student's life in danger. If Kaino Irika was here and heard 16 Knights' words, he would definitely have a shocked look on his face and hasten to stop and reprimand. However, Uchiha Sasuke didn't hesitate. No Rules Duel, Chapter 17. Ha, gutsy. 16 Knights was not surprised by Uchiha Sasuke's choice. On the surface, though, he gave a thumbs up to Sasuke Uchiha. This choice, for 16 Knights, was also a good thing. Physical dueling, one could not utilize one's full strength at all, and even if one won, the explosive rate would be even smaller than in a no-rules duel. This was confirmed by 16 Knights. When Daisuke didn't use her pointing hand and pounded chakra into her body, 16 Knights beat her and pressured her to pop any words. The difference in strength between her and 16 Knights was simply too great. Although it was possible for a crushing battle to explode words, this extremely small probability was something that 16 Knights hadn't encountered all year. When Daisuke made her point-blank hand and went all out, 16 Knights had, in the course of the year, exploded 2 words, one purple and one blue, out of her in succession. These 2 phrases were none other than the bloodline limit, white eyes, purple, and chakra control, blue. It wasn't that 16 Knights looked down on Sasuke Uchiha, but being familiar with the plot and still incredibly talented, he started taking shortcuts at the age of 3. The hangers-on are 3 or 4 years ahead of the hangers-on. If not for the fact that Uchiha Sasuke had already mastered the art of fire transportation, Howling Fireball, he would be no threat to 16 Knights at all. The fire transportation, Howling Fireball Jutsu, on the other hand, is able to boost Uchiha Sasuke's burst rate. A no-rules duel is the best option. Let's get started then. 16 Knights took a few steps back, distancing himself from Uchiha Sasuke before raising his index and middle fingers. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke also made the seal of opposition. With that, the two rushed towards each other. Upon approaching, Uchiha Sasuke slammed his fist in. As 16 Knights sidestepped and dodged, he raised his foot and turned 180 degrees, kicking at Uchiha Sasuke's face with amazing flexibility. Sasuke Uchiha couldn't dodge in time, so he could only raise his other arm and block with his lower arm, his body being kicked back a few steps. By the time he stabilized his stance, he had already fallen into extreme passivity. 16 Knights rushed in and came in, arms left and right, blasting at Uchiha Sasuke's face and chest. The power was not strong, but the attack speed was so fast that it was difficult for Uchiha Sasuke to react. Having just blocked the first punch, The second caught the break and landed on his face. Taking the first punch, Sasuke Uchiha completely lost his rhythm and became a movable sandbag. The raised arm would also be utilized by 16 knights to tackle and pull, disturbing the balance of the body. On the contrary, 16 knights combos were at first unstructured, but gradually became rhythmic. It's like the Hinata clan's Bagua Pum, where the damage isn't great without getting the chakra into the body, but the opponent is defenseless during the combo. After I don't know how many strikes, 16 knights finally stopped attacking, made a 360-degree turn, and built up his strength to kick Sasuke Uchiha in the body, sending him flying. The power of the kick, even harder than the combo from earlier, made it difficult for Sasuke Uchiha to breathe. But looking at 16 knights, who was collecting his feet, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been trapped in the illusion space these days, constantly watching the images of the extermination of the clan over and over again, suddenly saw in 16 knights' body the reflection of the Uchiha weasel. The other party's words of not bothering to kill himself echoed inside his head. You're too weak now, so live ugly from now on. Do your best to live and let live. Sasuke Uchiha's expression suddenly became twisted. Uchiha weasel, I'm going to kill you. Naruto, Ho fireball jutsu. He took 16 knights as Uchiha weasel, then made a seal with both hands and spat out a wisp of fire from his mouth, which quickly grew into a large hot fireball and smashed towards 16 knights. Just in time. Wind transportation. Wind/no jutsu. The 16th knight was not surprised but pleased, then pretended to make a seal and exhaled a breath from his mouth, which suddenly turned from invisible to tangible, transforming into a side-shaped penetrating white wind blade that collided with the flying large fireball. In the next second, the huge fireball was sliced diagonally, and the wind blade, which had plummeted in power, continued to fly forward and landed on Uchiha Sasuke's body. Tear. With the sound of cloth tearing, blood erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's body. Sasuke Uchiha, who had landed on the ground, was instantly motionless. 16 knights was not alarmed, and walked over without slowing down. Anyone could die now, except for Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Maelstrom. The news that the demon statue of the Outer Path had come down from the moon psychic was bound to have been known to the Six Paths immortals. The opponent must have known that the second pair of reincarnation eyes had been born, avoiding the early resurrection of their mother before Indra and Azura had grown up. The Six Paths immortals would never let the reincarnated bodies of Indra and Azura of this generation die easily, and if he was killed by a C-rank wind slash with a plummeting power, Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't deserve to be the second male. When he came next to Uchiha Sasuke, the other man was really still breathing. The wind blade only tore through his clothes, leaving a scratch on his body, and no bones were seen. 16 knights crouched down and used basic medical jutsu to heal him. Slap. Just then, as if hallucinating, 16 knights heard a sound that was even more crisp than a balloon puncture. Follow the voice and look focused. Bubbles, visible only to 16 knights, floated around Sasuke Uchiha's body. 16 knights happened to see a bubble that had just burst, and a red beam of light flying toward him. Ha! Looking at the red beam of light that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes, 16 knights rarely showed a dazed expression. Red. Red? How many reds does Sasuke Uchiha have coming? Is red the highest known grade? Or is purple the way to go? But the beeping sound that swirled around in his head told 16 knights that he wasn't blinking. He hit the jackpot. Ding! You have gained the talent phrase, Immortal's Eye, Red. Fusion or disintegration? Fusion. 16 knights hurriedly shouted in her mind, while she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth in excitement. However, not knowing if there was anyone spying on this place from the shadows, 16 knights still resisted the urge, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly in a slightly comical manner. At this moment, the mood of the 16 knights could not be described in words at all. With Daisuke as an example, 16 knights had thought that it would take a long time to pop Uchiha Sasuke's red words. He was also ready to fight Uchiha Sasuke whenever he had time in the next 5 years. If the red words still didn't pop up during the ninja school, then 16 knights would slow down its growth and bring its strength to the same level as Sasuke Uchiha and Daisuke. As a result, I didn't expect 16 knights to pop Uchiha Sasuke Sennin's Eye Red in his first no-rules matchup. This extremely small probability was actually encountered by him. At this moment, 16 knights finally realized the feelings of those European kings. Chapter 18, The Second Otanashi Indra. The jackpot-winning 16 knights didn't rush to feel the changes brought about by the Immortal's Eye. He began by clearing his mind and focusing on healing Sasuke Uchiha. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, whose eye sockets were a bit dark and who must be having a hard time these days, 16 knights had some pity in his eyes. There was no shortage of orphans with miserable fates in the Naruto world, but there seemed to be only two that 16 knights could remember who had happy families first and then lost everything afterward. One is Nagato and the other is Sasuke Uchiha. But compared to Nagato, who had Yahiko and Minami, as well as Jiraiya, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been set up by the Uchiha Weasel, was undoubtedly more miserable. From beginning to end, either on the path of revenge, or knowing the truth. The idea of revolution had just arisen and was immediately suppressed by the only recognized companion. Afterwards, in order to atone for his sins, he continued to gather information about the Otsutsuki clan in the shinobi world, not returning home once in several years. If 16 Nights doesn't change Uchiha Sasuke's fate, then Uchiha Sasuke will be worse off than the original. After all, until the original graduated, Sasuke Uchiha was the school's most popular chief student, and now that the chief student was 16 Nights and the second seat was Daisy, he could only compete for third place. After graduation, he had to keep getting beat up and watch the hangdog, Whirlpool Naruto, overtake him by leaps and bounds. Should we give him a hand? 16 Nights said with a slight darkness in his heart, and at that moment, Sasuke Uchiha, who had fallen unconscious, awoke, looking at Uchiha Sasuke, whose eyes were covered in blood. 16 Nights' heart made a decision and spoke. Your current state is too poor. Go back and recuperate for a while. Wait until you have completely recovered before coming back to me. Instead of speaking, Sasuke Uchiha sat up and looked at his chest where the wound was healed, but there was still a small scar. Inside his mind, he couldn't help but recall the battle just now. Whether it was a physical duel or a ninjutsu, he was completely no match for 16 Nights. That streak of attacks, and the underhandedness that backs up that speed of attack, is not on the same level at all. And with this scar, and the green light seen when he opened his eyes, it looked like 16 Nights also mastered medical jutsu. Thinking about all this, Uchiha Sasuke felt a pang of frustration. I'm the one who lost. Sasuke Uchiha wasn't a sore loser. Just like how swirling Naruto felt, he didn't look down on 16 Nights. Although it was a no-rules duel, the sudden release of ninjutsu by himself just now was a dangerous thing to do. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke simply admitted his defeat. It was a fluke win for me, too. 16 Nights patted Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder and praised heartily. You're also quite powerful. I thought that within the class, I was the only one who mastered the 5 elements of recluse art. I didn't think that you would as well. It's worthy of being a genius of the Uchiha clan. After saying that, 16 Nights stood up and held out his hand to Uchiha Sasuke. I'm the one who took advantage today. Let's fight next time. Looking at 16 Nights, who did not have any pride at all, but instead praised himself, a warm current suddenly surged in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Recognized, he finally revealed the first smile of his waking life, reaching out to grab 16 Nights' palm and laughing. I won't lose next time. Pulling Uchiha Sasuke to his feet, 16 Nights held out his index and middle fingers to him and said, then you have to work hard at your training. Oh, I'm very strong. Wait and see. Sasuke Uchiha, full of fighting spirit, made the seal of reconciliation with 16 Nights. This image, too, was mapped on top of a transparent crystal ball. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hizuru, who was gulping down clouds with a pipe in his hand, couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile and said, the newborn leaves, they're starting to sprout. At this time, Sasuke Uchiha was at his most vulnerable stage. Sarutobi Hizuru, who avoided him from killing himself, promised Uchiha Weasel to take care of Uchiha Sasuke, and also so that Uchiha Weasel could work as a spy without fear, would not even leave Uchiha Sasuke alone. The dark sect, long ago, was out of sight, secretly watching Sasuke Uchiha. The news of the two leaving the ninja school for the deserted maneuvering grounds reached Sarutobi's ears at the first opportunity. Luckily, 16 Nights hadn't been talking to herself just now, and had kept her head down when she was dumbstruck, and hadn't been acting pompous and behaving strangely. Otherwise, what awaited him might be the mind-reading skills of the Yamanaka clan. Sarutobi Hizuru was no stranger to 16 Nights. This generation of newborns is very special. With the 9-tailed human pillars in the same class as the heirs of the major shinobi clans, 16 Nights, who was able to overwhelm them to become the chief student, had long since entered Sarutobi Hizuru's eyes. During this year of observation, he also found that 16 Nights had long mastered the shadow divergence technique and low-level wind escape, and had often practiced with the Hyuga clan's eldest lady, in a deserted drill ground. In every age, there are brilliant civilian geniuses, like Orochimaru, like Namikaze Suemon, like the unknown Yakashido. In fact, even Kakashi, the flagpole, is considered a civilian genius. After all, he doesn't have a bloodline limit. Compared to these civilian geniuses, 16 Nights was not special, and could not even be called number one, but that kind of talent is enough to focus on. As long as they are trained well, they will at least be all-around shinobi in the future. If he could master a forbidden art, he might even become an elite upper ninja with ace combat power. So, 16 Nights was on Sarutobi Hizuru's watch list early on. After parting ways with Sasuke Uchiha, 16 Nights returned home while summoning a screen of light that only he could see. At this point in the word column, behind the Otsutsuki bloodline, red, which was at the top of the list, there was no longer a golden ultra shadow qualification, but rather the eyes of the immortal, red. The appearance of this phrase has yet to bring about a noticeable change in 16 Nights, but 16 Nights was pretty sure that at that moment, there was an unknown change going on inside of him, the Eye of the Immortal. Unlike the true Eye of the Immortal, the Eye of Reincarnation, which is the exclusive phrase of Otanashi Indra, inherited from the Rokudo Senenzin chakra and spiritual energy, represents the ultimate in power. Moreover, this word, not Indra's chakra, meant that the extreme in power that 16 Nights had received was not a power that contained Indra's will, but a pure in power that had been separated from Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The reincarnated body still needs to be recognized or tap into this power step by step through growth and talent, but 16 Nights didn't need to, and he would be as strong as Otanashi Indra, who was rapidly becoming stronger. In the next few years, 16 Nights' spiritual energy, as well as his in transportation chakra, would skyrocket like crazy. The current me should be called the second Otanashi Indra. 16 Nights laughed inwardly. If he was able to see Otanashi Indra's gifted words, then 16 Nights was pretty sure that his words wouldn't have the Uchiha bloodline, but rather the high-grade Otanashi bloodline. It was this bloodline that granted him the physique of being able to have unlimited pupil power without the need to change his eyes. Thinking that he could also unleash the 5 elements transportation technique without the need to form seals, 16 Nights didn't need to guess to know that Otanashi Indra's Otanashi bloodline level must also be at the red level. As for above red, it should be a no-brainer. Otherwise, the reincarnated body of Indra chakra wouldn't need bipolar reversion in order to awaken the chakra eye, and could have gone straight from the writer's eye to the chakra eye just like Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The current 16 Nights is equal to the second Otanashi Indra. Only by raising the Otsutsuki bloodline to a higher level would he become the second Otsutsuki Hajime and Otsutsuki Hashimura. Chapter 19, 16 Nights and the Sister-in-Law. Kiba 57, July 23rd. Kiba, Hyuga clan land. Boom boom boom. A series of crisp yet heavy crashes resounded in the dojo of the patriarch's mansion. The image penetrates and there are 2 children, a boy and a girl, having a physical duel. That series of sounds was clearly coming from their hands, only to see Deuseda and Hinata Ninji. At this time, the temples are all veins rippling, hands into a residual shadow, fingertips entwined with blue gas flame, towards the other party's acupoints to attack. Each strike was unsuccessful, and before it touched the body, it was blocked by the opponent, or the opponent found a break and had to interrupt the attack and switch from offense to defense. The constant collision of chakra created a gust of roaring waves of air, but a pace like that tests the will. If you are not careful, you may be caught by the other side and lose the whole game. As expected, when dozens of rounds passed, a crisp poke ended the fight. Slap. Under the gaze of Hinata Ninji's wide-eyed and shocked expression, Hinata, with a serious expression, pointed her finger at his body and pounded chakra into his body without mercy. In a flash, the chakra in Hinata Ninji's hand disappeared. Immediately after that, a furious storm of attacks continued to fall on his body, with chakra seeping into his body with each strike, sealing the flow of chakra while also bringing intense pain to Hinata Ninji. However, Hinata Ninji gritted his teeth to keep from making a screaming noise. After the set of combos ended, Hinata put her hands away, the bruises on her temples calming down, and looked at Hinata Ninji, who was sitting down on the ground, and softly said, "Brother Ninji, thank you for the instruction." Seeing this scene, Hinata, who was not far away, couldn't help but have a pleased smile on her face, spinning around before Daisuke could look over. He once again tightened his face and looked at Hinata Ninji expressionlessly. "Ninji, go down and heal yourself." "Yes, Lord Patriarch." Hinata Ninji lowered his head to hide the resentment and hatred in his heart, got up and bowed slightly to Daisuke. "Thank you for your instruction, Oni-chan." When he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Hinata didn't notice the change in Hinata Ninji's mood. After completing the family monthly exam, she immediately came to Hyuga Hinata and said with anticipation, "Father-sama, I would like to take Flower Flame out to play. Is that okay?" "Well, go ahead." Hyuga Hinata nodded. "Thank you, father." Daisy flashed a light smile before trotting out of the dojo and taking Hanabi, who was 3 years old this year, with her out of the clan grounds to go play with 16 Nights. Exactly 3 years had passed since he had gone out to train with 16 Nights. How much Hinata had changed in those 3 years was evident from her defeat of Ninji Hyuga, and Hyuga Hinata's attitude. This wasn't the first time she had defeated Hinata Ninji. Since the beginning of the year, she has been victorious in every fight with Ninji Hyuga. From the latter half of the year onwards, it was a gradual crushing trend. The pointing hand, testing not only the white eyes, but also chakra control. As for chakra control, only 16 Nights can be superior to Daisuke within her age group right now. Even for Haruno Sakura, whose word level was purple, her current chakra control was inferior to that of Daisuke, who practiced pointing hands every day, defeating her cousin, who she had always been afraid of. caused Daisy to completely transform and become so confident. Both Hyuga Hinata and the clan elders of the clan family had unanimously decided that Hinata was the future successor of the clan family. For this reason, many of the clan elders were urging Hyuga Hinata to cage flame. However, Hyuga Hinata refuses on the pretext that his wife has passed away and he wants to give Hanabi a good childhood and wait until Hanabi is 12 to make a decision. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hinata no longer stops Daisy and 16 Knights from spending time together, even though she can see that the two are gradually developing a qualitative change in their relationship. Even allowed Daisuke to take Hanabi out to play with 16 Knights. No one knew what was on Hinata's little mind. He appears to be playing a very big game, wanting both daughters to stay out of the cage. Naturally, 16 Knights knew nothing about this. He had thought that both Hinata and Hanabi were able to go out because Hinata had excelled and laid claim to being the heir to the Hyuga clan. As for Daisuke stabilizing his position, which might lead to Hanabi being caged early, 16 Knights hadn't thought of that. Even if he knew, 16 Knights wouldn't care. A bird in a cage is just a spell seal. In terms of rank, it wasn't even as good as Orochimaru's Earth spell seal or Heaven spell seal. Even if the Hyuga clan didn't have a way to undo the caged bird, by the time the 16 Knights mastered the Yin-Yang transportation, they would be able to undo this spell as well. Sparks is only in the throes of a bout even if he's hit with the cage. After all, Blaster's legend ended and she hadn't even graduated from shinobi school yet. Whether or not the white eye is defective is pressed without consequence. Knock knock. Oni-chan, I've come to play with you. Open the door. Knocking on the door and childish shouts continued to reach 16 Knights' ears. Opening the door, a tall and short figure appeared in front of him. One of the shorter figures directly pounced over and hugged 16 Knights' waist, shouting, Oni-chan, let's go out and play. Hanabi, who is 3 years old this year, is wearing a tailor-made pink kimono, and at a young age, she has already made a habit of wearing kimonos. Short black hair just covering the ears with bangs parted in the middle. The baby fat face is so round and cute that you can't help but pinch it. And 16 Knights did. Pinching Flower Fire's little face, 16 Knights smiled. Good. What does Flower Fire want to play today? In 16 Knights' eyes, several bubbles of different colors floated around Flower Fire. The princess with the white eyes, gold. Bloodline, white eyes, purple. Otsutsuki Bloodline, blue. Upper Ninja Qualification, blue. Chakra Control, blue. Hanabi's panels were very luxurious compared to those of the commoners and ordinary shinobi children. The only thing inferior to Daisuke is the princess with golden ranked white eyes. The white eye that was taken by the Otanashi shonen in the theatrical version and evolved into the transmutation eye in just a few days. Hanabi's white eye purity, again, is extremely high, just one rank away from being on the same level as Daisy's word. The other words, on the other hand, are exactly the same as Daisy, a weakened version of Daisy. Like Daisuke, she also possessed the qualifications to change her fate against the odds. 16 Knights was naturally very fond of this lovely and amazingly promising sister-in-law. I want to eat sticky rice balls and ride high. Sparks padded up, trying to climb on top of 16 Knights. Okay, today Flower Fire has the last word. 16 Knights rubbed Blossom Fire's little head before crouching down and letting Blossom Fire sit across his shoulders. Grasping Blossom Fire's small hand in both of hers, 16 Knights stood up and instructed Daisy, who was watching them with a smile on her face. Daisy, close the door. Yes. After closing the door, 16 Knights took the Hinata sisters and headed to the bustling shopping street. Ever since the departure of Daisuke's mother, unbeknownst to her, 16 Knights and Daisuke's two-person trip gradually turned into a three-person trip. I vaguely remembered that Daisy crying so hard that day. After all, until Hanabi grows up, only 16 Knights and her mother give her the tenderness and love she wants. After her mother's absence, Daisy's dependence on 16 Knights had reached a higher level. It was after that day that feelings gradually began to change qualitatively. Avoiding Hanabi becoming a second version of herself, Daisy practiced harder and harder, wanting her sister to grow up happy. As soon as she had time, she brought her sister out to find 16 Knights, because in Daisy's eyes, 16 Knights was better at taking care of children than her father. Her father's aura was so intimidating, with that serious look on his face and the high-pressure education, that if it weren't for the love and care that her mother gave her, Daisuke would have collapsed long ago. Now that her mother was gone, Daisy couldn't let Hanabi follow in her footsteps. Looking at Hanabi, who was sitting on 16 Knights' shoulder with a smile on her face, Daisuke felt that she had made the right decision. Quite rightly. Chapter 20 Future SS-Ranked Ninjutsu. Just as 16 Knights and Daisuke accompanied Hanabi on her shopping trip, the Nangda River near the Uchiha clan, below a huge waterfall. If any of the Hyuga clan members were here and had opened their white eyes, they would have realized that a cave existed at the bottom of the waterfall. At this moment, inside the cave, there was a loud ringing sound coming out, but it was masked by the sound of the waterfall. If you touch the mountain wall around the waterfall, you can still feel the vibrations that appear from time to time. A blue light ripped through the darkness of the cave. Only a blue and white sphere, like a water-filled balloon, rapidly rose in size. With that, this basketball-sized ball of energy flew into the darkness. Boom! With the sound of explosions, air waves roared and gravel splattered. The dust and mist didn't rush out of the cave before it was dispersed by a gust of wind. When all was calm, another ball of energy appeared and once again flew into the deeper darkness, setting off a violent explosion. The cave, heck, it was made by such a ball of energy. Bombarded. The core is complete, and you can make blobs in it afterward. 16 Knight's shadow doppelganger appeared at the entrance of the cave where there was light, organizing the harvest of today's portion. The TV anime's original Super Hurricane Link Ball, which 16 Knights has mastered the basics of, which is to turn the Spiral Maru into a volume second only to that of the Otama Spiral Maru. It took 16 Knights and 2 years. 16 Knights finally understood why Whirlpool Naruto, who had been practicing for 3 years, needed the assistance of a shadow doppelganger to cast the Dyoku Spiral Maru. He who couldn't even do a one-handed Spiral Maru. Trying to turn a Spiral Maru into that size and still keep his balance and not let the chakra blow up was just about impossible. Even the 16 Knights had taken a full 2 years to raise their chakra control to this level. It wouldn't be much of a challenge if it was just a matter of gathering chakra together and turning it into something this huge. The hard part is getting that much chakra to come together and spin at super high speeds. It's hellishly difficult. After all, Spiral Maru 4-1 is already a top-tier form change, with an A rank in learning difficulty. Ojama Spiral Maru, definitely between A rank and S rank. It was no wonder that S-rank jutsu were known as arcane jutsu that were not 100% learnable even with the most effort and talent. It was already so difficult to even create a ball of energy that big. Trying to create 5 spheres inside was definitely no less difficult than Whirlpool Naruto perfecting the wind-escaped spiral shuriken. And then to go inside the 5 small balls and inject 5 attribute changes in nature at the same time. That difficulty made his brain hurt just thinking about it. If it succeeded, power aside, the difficulty of learning was definitely above S rank, or SS rank. This is something that even Otanashi Azura couldn't do, but it became the target of 16 Knights. His current potential was even more amazing than Otanashi Azura, who needed the power from Otanashi Hajime. Purple-ranked chakra control didn't work, so he would take the talent phrase chakra control and raise it to gold rank. As long as he succeeded in developing the Super Hurricane Linking Ball, then in the future, he would be able to do the same as Maelstrom Naruto, and be able to eat everything in one move. No matter what the enemy is, it can be solved with pills. Sitting cross-legged in front of the waterfall, 16 Knights Shadow Doppelganger continued to gather chakra with both hands to create basketball-sized balls of energy, this time without throwing them. It wasn't until it was cultivated to the point of having no chakra that the Shadow Doppelganger dissolved into a white mist and disappeared. Fatigue and experience, all fed back into the being. 16 Knights, who was holding a glutinous rice ball and feeding it to Flower Flame, also only raised its eyebrows lightly before resuming its original form. Even Daisuke, who had been peeking at him, hadn't noticed the change in 16 Knights. Since mastering the spiral pill and trying to develop the Super Hurricane Link Ball, 16 Knights had rarely insta-cultivated. It was all about letting the Shadow Doppelganger go to the cave to train, and the main body, even if it did train, only accompanied Daisuke at the deserted drill ground. He was pretty sure that he must have been spied on by Sarutobi Hinata with the crystal lookout technique. For the past 2 years, 16 Knights had fought Sasuke Uchiha every week or two. He couldn't believe that his unruly duel with Uchiha Sasuke hadn't caught Sarutobi's attention. After all, before Uchiha Weasel left Konoha, he was the one who reported to him first, and then went on to threaten Shimura Gonzo some more. If it wasn't for the fear of the White Eyes being discovered, 16 Knights couldn't even help but turn on the White Eyes and observe if there were any dark sectors watching around. Always letting the Shadow Doppelganger practice, 16 Knights had long ago controlled the amount of chakra in the Shadow Doppelganger, and the fatigue feedback was all at an acceptable stage. After Flower Flame had finished her sticky rice dumplings, 16 Knights accompanied her around again, taking her around instantly by riding Gao Gao, or climbing trees and treading water. Although Hanabi hadn't started cultivating yet, she who had seen Daisuke and Hyuga Ninja fight, and had also seen Daisuke and 16 Knights cultivate and fight. Still, just like the original, she had developed a desire to turn into a gentle and powerful being like her sister. Therefore, apart from being a bit of a glutton, Flower Flame did not enjoy playing with her peers, preferring to let 16 Knights take her flying and experiencing the thrill of a roller coaster. She's bound to get even stickier when she's old enough to extract chakra and starts practicing. Bye, Oni-chan. Bye. Playing with Spark until dusk. 16 Knights smiled before waving goodbye to her clingy sister-in-law. With that, instead of going home, he went to the market to buy some ingredients and instantly traveled to the Uchiha clan land that was empty and so large that Sasuke Uchiha was the only one there. There you are, Uchiha Sasuke, who was practicing there in the courtyard, looked at 16 knights, who was carrying 2 bags, with a face full of wariness. Eat first, we'll fight later, and take a break in the meantime, 16 knights said with a smile. Good. Sasuke Uchiha didn't refuse. After nightfall, the two were eating fondue there on the rim side. When it was late at night, 2 short figures, weaving inside the clanland, entered a forest like arrows. Bang bang bang, whoosh, the sounds of objects crashing, heavy objects hitting the ground, and thrown objects breaking through the air continued to resonate through the forest at night. Boom! Not long after, explosions rang out and there were red flames blooming out. Soon enough, though, those flames were quickly extinguished. Half an hour later, 2 short figures came out of the forest. Under the moonlight, 16 knights and Uchiha Sasuke were in stark contrast. 16 knights' clothes were neat as if they were spotless. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, was tattered and covered in burn marks. All of that exposed skin still has light scars. However, the tired teenager's eyes were shining with essence, and it was obvious that he had made a considerable gain. I won again. 16 knights looked at Sasuke Uchiha and smiled. As promised, I'm going to visit your family's jutsu library. Whatever, it's just those few things anyway, Uchiha Sasuke said without a care in the world. After the demise of the Uchiha clan, the bodies of the clan members were buried by the village. As a price, all scrolls are taken away. Even the family's inheritance was down to some low-level recluse scrolls. Uchiha Sasuke went to ask the 3rd generation Naruto, his family those high-level ninjutsu scrolls. The village has not moved. Should be taken away by the Uchiha Weasel. Sasuke Uchiha didn't care about the village taking away the family's scrolls. This was because the 3rd Naruto had promised him that when he became a ninja and had grown enough to take over the Uchiha clan, he could apply to the village to get back the land deed and the ninjutsu scrolls. Right now, he doesn't have the strength to keep those things. 16 knights knew that what Sarutobi said was true. Aside from secret arts like Izanagi and Izanami, there really wasn't anything worth coveting in the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu scrolls. Compared to a powerful Uchiha warrior, this stuff was not worth coveting at all. Just like the legacy left by 16 knights' parents. Still, the arsenal of jutsu at Uchiha Sasuke's house was useful to 16 knights. His attainment of form change was extremely high, though nature change was almost nil. Cultivating the 5 elements of the transportation technique are all able to enhance the change of nature. To perfect the super hurricane linking sphere, 16 knights would have to master the 5 nature changes and be strong enough to fuse them with the super hurricane linking sphere. The nature of the wind changes. The 16 knights can learn from the original Whirlpool Naruto. The other 4 nature changes. It can only be through the cultivation of ninjutsu, their own comprehension, or wait until after you graduate and ask your instructor, Shinobu, for advice. Of course, there was a shortcut to having the topmost nature changes without having to cultivate. That's awakening the chakra eye or the transmigration eye. Chapter 21 60 Years of Kiba. Deluxe panels. Time flies and the years go by. In the blink of an eye, childhood comes to an end. The end of March in the 60th year of Kiba. The most special class of freshmen is finally celebrating their graduation season. 16 Knights Kuin, get up, there's a graduation test today. 16 Knights took a rare nap today. Immersed in dreamland, he was pulled back to reality by a gentle female voice. The owner of that voice, who was right next to 16 Knights, didn't wake 16 Knights up, so it was evident that 16 Knights trusted her and didn't have the slightest sense of defense. Opening her eyes, the outline of the young girl gradually became clearer in her hazy vision. A small face that had already faded away from childishness and had grown beautiful and delicate was reflected in 16 Knights' eyes. The long black hair that had been deliberately kept long since 6 years ago was like silk that fell to her waist, and the skin that was exposed outside the white trench coat and black fishing net lining was as white as snow. Unlike the other Hyuga clan's white eyes, there was a layer of seemingly mauve color, making her beautiful eyes like precious jade, crystal clear. The corners of his lips, which were the color of a cherry, rose slightly with a light smile, and with his hands behind his back, he leaned down to look at the 16 Knights who had just woken up from their sleep. Locking eyes with Daisuke for a few seconds, 16 Knights was in a bit of a trance, as if that cute little face, full of baby fat, was still yesterday. Quickly, though, his gaze suddenly went downward, and a wicked grin appeared on his face as he said, Daisuke, are you growing up again? Yikes! Daisuke let out a gasp before realizing just how indecent she was. In this position, she hurriedly pulled the windbreaker's coat chain to the very top. Her small face flushed and turned around, her voice slightly trembling. 16 Night-kun, you quickly go to wash up. I brought you food. After saying that, the young girl scrambled out of the room. 16 Knights, who habitually teased Aomame a bit, got up and stretched, then went to the room's ensuite bathroom and began to wash up. While brushing his teeth, 16 Knights looked at himself in the mirror. 6 years had passed, and the child with black hair and blue eyes and a face full of baby fat back then had likewise faded away from childishness, and his features were as carved as if they were, with sharp angles and exquisite handsomeness. The short black hair that just covered her ears was slightly tousled from just waking up. Blue eyes, like deep oceans, sparkled in the light. However, in the next second, these blue eyes, which were the same color as Whirlpool Naruto's but a bit deeper than the other, suddenly had pupils that turned white like Daisuke's. Under the light, it was similarly glowing with a seemingly mauve color, yet the temples on either side of 16 Knights were not bruised. In the past, every time he opened his white eyes, 16 Knights' temples would be bruised, but since the beginning of the year, it has not been characterized as such. 16 Knights' eyes narrowed slightly, and then a curtain of light that only he could see, and that even mirrors couldn't map, appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Host, 16 Knights. Talent entries, Otsutsuki Bloodline, red. Eyes of the Immortal, red. Prince of White Eyes, red. Rokuto Qualification, red. Bloodline Limit, white eyes, gold. Chakra Control, gold. Maelstrom Bloodline, violet, plus. All Attribute Physique, violet, plus. Medical Genius, blue, plus. Points, 12,391. After 6 years of Shinobi School, 16 Knights panels have become even more luxurious. In addition to his initial Otsutsuki lineage, he added 3 new red words. They were the Eyes of the Immortal from Sasuke Uchiha, red. The Prince of the White Eyes, red, which had exploded from Dyson 2 years ago and was automatically renamed after the fusion. And lastly, the Rokuto Qualification, red, which had been sublimated by himself. While others only had ninja qualifications and didn't even have a single talent phrase, 16 Knights possessed 4 red phrases of the highest known rank. Even the son of Heaven's Destiny Swirl Naruto, who possessed Ajura Chakra, half of the 9 tails, and the Vortex Bloodline, was nowhere near as good as him. However, if you look closely at this panel, you'll realize that it's been almost 5 full years since 16 Knights fused the Eyes of the Immortals, red. However, inside his word bar, he still hadn't unlocked the Blood Succession Limit, Sharingan, purple, nor did he have the Uchiha Bloodline, purple. The reason, naturally, is because of the Blood Succession Limit, white eyes, gold. At the end of June in Kiba 58, 16 Knights receives a belated birthday present, finally bursting out of Daisy with the red word. After the fusion, the name of the word changed, and for almost 2 years afterward, the amount of chakra in 16 Knights' body was a change almost every month. He didn't know how amazing the amount of chakra in an immortal's body was, but 16 Knights was pretty sure that if Whirlpool Naruto didn't have half of the 9 tails and wasn't malnourished, the amount of chakra was definitely nowhere near as good as his own just by virtue of his immortal's body. The amount of chakra that was as vast as the ocean naturally included Yin Tuan chakra. If 16 Knights' Yin transportation chakra was converted to a numerical value, his Yin transportation chakra would have long since reached the level of awakening the Sharingan Eye, or even evolving into the kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye. However, he had not awakened his Sharingan Eyes. All of the Yinza chakra secreted from the brain had been sucked away by the white eyes, and there was no way to converge on the eyeballs and derive a new pupil technique. However, the white eyes, which absorbed these Yin transportation chakra, quietly changed their grade from purple to gold in the 59th year of Kiba. Ever since fusing the Prince of White Eyes, red, 16 Knights' white eyes farsightedness range, likewise, was a change every so often. The current him, the far vision range of his white eyes had reached a staggering 80 kilometers, and it was 360 degrees of all-around farsightedness and perspective, a range that was even more intimidating than the Swirl Clan's Kagura Mind's Eye. There was no doubt that 16 Knights' perception art had reached the strongest in this era. Almost a year had also passed since the white eyes were upgraded. Soon, after the 16th Knight gargled and spat out the foamy water, and dried his mouth with a handkerchief, he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch the corner of his right eye, looking at the white eye in the mirror with a hint of mauve color, and murmured, "I have a premonition that the first fetal movement will be arriving before too long." The current 16 Knights is undoubtedly configured far above the Otanashi Sherpa. At the age of 19, the other party's potential had long since been realized, and the Otsutsuki bloodline had been developed to a high level just like the Senin's body. It was this that allowed him to manage to awaken the ultimate pupil technique, Transmutation Eye, in just a few days. But right now, neither 16 Knights nor Otsutsuki Sherpa have yet to realize their potential. Even if they were allowed to transplant the white eyes of Daisuke or Hanabi, they wouldn't be able to do it in a few days to evolve into the transmutation eyes like they did in the theatrical version. But if the white eyes were transplanted at the same time, the speed of the 16 Knights' awakening of the transmutation eyes would definitely be far above that of the Otanashi Sherman. The Eye of the Immortal, red, is the bottom of 16 Knights. Having both the Immortal's eyes and the Prince of White Eyes at the same time, 16 Knights was equivalent to being on 2 accelerated hangs. At the age of 12, there is the possibility of awakening the ultimate pupil technique. This was even more outrageous than the Uchiha Weasel awakening the kaleidoscope sharing willy at the age of 11. Chapter 22 Graduation Examination. Didn't I tell you yesterday? It won't take long to take the test today, so you don't have to bring me food. 16 Knights closed his white eyes and came out from inside the room. A quick glance revealed that Daisuke was already seated at the dining table with several bento boxes in front of her. 16 Knights mouthed this, but nonchalantly sat down and ate the breakfast that Daisuke had so carefully prepared. I didn't want to do it, but I forgot to remind Flame yesterday. With her hands on the table, Daisy explained with a smile. Hanabi got up earlier than I did today and made you an exam bento on purpose. I see. Flame has a heart. 16 Knights drifted off slightly, and then inside a bento. He felt a better appetite when he saw the Noriana Jirai rice balls that were specially made with shredded radish for exam success. It hadn't been a few years of pain in the ass for my sister-in-law. You eat too. I can't eat this much by myself. 16 Knights gestured as she ate. No, I already ate at home. Daisy shook her head, then got up and walked over to the refrigerator. After opening the refrigerator, she took out a bottle of milk and poured a glass for both 16 Knights and herself. From waking up 16 Knights to now pouring the milk, Daisy looked so natural. Not rusty at all, as if this was her home. And it is, indeed. It had been years since 16 Knights and Daisy had been to their old rendezvous. Though 16 Knights hadn't been in the Hyuga clan once yet, both Daisy and Hanabi had come to think of his home as their second home. There is a key to the 16 Knights house on both Hinata and Hanabi. Whenever they were free, they would come over to 16 Knights house to play. The refrigerator was stocked with milk and ingredients, and it was Daisy and Hanabi who went to purchase them. Even the hygiene of the house was either handled by Daisy or the three of them teamed up. Both 16 Knights and Daisy had gotten used to being together like this. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, 16 Knights and Daisuke walked out of the house together in the direction of the ninja school. The combination of handsome men and women attracts tons of attention on the road. 6 years had passed, and in addition to becoming a handsome teenager, 16 Knights had grown to a height of 1.63 m. This height was naturally nothing when placed in the cloud-hidden village, which was filled with white and black people. But in Kiba, when the height of his peers, on average, was only about 5 feet 5, the 6'3" 16 Knights was a towering presence in his class and inside his grade. Like him, there was Daisy next to him. What height Daisy was in the original 16 Knights had long forgotten, but it's safe to say that the original Daisy, both in height and build, is not as good as the current Daisy, having the attribute of a king of appetizers, having grown up without any lack of nutrition, and still having a very impressive amount of exercise. Daisetta's height had already reached 1.5 m, which was 6 or 7 centimeters taller than any girl of the same age. A few more centimeters and she'd be as tall as the original Blaster. This height also led to a spike in conscience for Daisy, who was a small child at 12 in the original. Even in a loose white trench coat, it's hard to hide the size of the pride. If you pulled down the zipper to reveal a tight black fishnet lining and leaned over, that image would be pretty shocking. It was precisely this that sucked away 16 Knights' gaze the second he woke up. He also sighed in his mind more than once that this was the beauty of the secondary world. Only in the world of the secondary world could there exist extreme Lolitas with such a body at this age. Good morning, 16 Knights Kuan. Daisy. Good morning, Minako. Still so inseparable. Are you two really not a couple? Today is March 21st, and students in grades 1 through 5 completed their big school year exams yesterday. The graduation test for 6th graders is a day later than they are, so coming to school, the campus was quieter than usual for a long time. The figures seen were all 6th graders. At the entrance, there were also a number of parents already standing, who had taken their children to school on a rare occasion today and were waiting outside for the results. 6 years of hard work, and it's up to you today whether your child can escape mediocrity and become a ninja. Of course, the parents waiting at the entrance were all ordinary people or civilian ninjas. Those children of the ninja clan. None of their parents came over. They came over today as a formality. The ninja forehead protector has been in their pocket for a long time. Even if they couldn't pass the graduation test, they were able to utilize the privilege of joining a certain department as a special ninja by possessing the family's secret technique. On their way to the classroom, 16 Knights and Daisuke encountered a few of their classmates, both male and female, who greeted 16 Knights and Daisuke warmly. Those who were familiar with the relationship even flirted with 16 Knights and Daisy's relationship. In response, 16 Knights just smiled without saying anything. For her part, Daisuke bowed her head slightly, her cheeks flushing a bit. Also the school's man of the hour, 16 Knights, as the chief student, was far less popular and welcome than Sasuke Uchiha. The reason, naturally, was next to Daisy. The two, who have been deskmates since 1st grade, are inseparable every day. At first, some of the girls hadn't realized the relationship between the two, and often surrounded 16 Knights. However, every time they were invited, they were rejected by 16 Knights, and gradually stopped harassing 16 Knights after realizing that 16 Knights' attitude towards Daisy was different from the way she treated them. Of course, if Daisy was just a normal girl, those girls would have felt jealous and even tried to bully Daisy. However, not only is Daisy the eldest daughter of a powerful ninja clan, her grades are also a stable top 3 existence. With a handful of points, he became the archdemon of physical dueling. The students were not afraid of punches and kicks, but they were afraid of a certain acupuncture point being poked, and then a sharp pain or paralysis surging through their body. That felt worse than eating a fist. Most of the men and women in the class have had a taste of the pointing hand. Those girls, naturally, didn't dare to mess with Daisy, and with an Uchiha Sasuke in the class besides 16 Knights, they have a second choice. Gradually, the surroundings of 16 Knights became clear. With Daisuke as a shield, he didn't need to think of excuses to turn down his classmates' invitations every day, and from time to time, he had to take a little time out to deal with them. When I came to the classroom, a lot of students were there. Some of the students were talking to each other, not knowing what they were talking about. Some students were sitting in their seats, their little faces tense and their fists clenched, showing how nervous they were inside. Even Vortex Naruto, who had scribbled on top of Naruto rock only yesterday, causing the entire class to be sampled for a test on transformations, sat quietly in a rare moment today. 16 Knights and Daisy started biting their ears even after they sat down in their seats, looking at the chief student in the second seat, who were biting their ears and not taking the graduation test seriously in the slightest. One of the girls sitting next to Daisy had envy in her eyes. An honors student, that's what it's all about. Unlike her, she's been feeling nervous since yesterday and can't even sleep well at night. Chapter 23, Sasuke who was gripped by the light. Jingle bells. 16 Knights and Daisy had only been nibbling on their ears for a moment when the class bell rang. The entire classroom was, in an instant, silent. In normal times, this is a very rare image. The topic of the graduation test is diversion. The test room is at the end of the corridor on the right. Wait for the person whose name the teacher reads out. Not long after the bell had ended, the figure of Iraka Kaino appeared in front of the classroom door. He did not walk up to the podium, but left with a command at the door. Soon after, a Nakanobu, wearing a green vest, appeared in the doorway, holding a list of names, and began to call the roll. Minako, one name after another, every minute or two, came out of the mouth of the Nakanobu teacher. The students whose names were read out either looked nervous or confidently got up and walked out of the classroom and never came back. Daisy was one of them. 16 Knights. Daisy hadn't been gone for more than a few minutes when 16 Knights heard her name. Getting up and walking out of the classroom, 16 Knights went to the test room at the end of the corridor. Pushing the door in, the figures of Iraka Kaino and Mizuki, who was the head of the second class, instantly caught 16 Knights' eyes. They sat at a long table. Seeing 16 Knights enter, a gentle smile immediately appeared on Kaino Iraka's face as he said, 16 Knights, begin. Yes. 16 Knights nodded, made a quick seal with both hands, and gulped softly. Split technique. Boom. Two sounds like a balloon puncturing overlapped. Two clouds of white smoke appeared out of nowhere to the left and right of 16 Knights. When the white smoke dissipated, two phantom doppelgangers that looked exactly like 16 Knights, regardless of their appearance or height, or some small details on their dress and clothes, all of which were identical, appeared next to 16 Knights, eyeing the two phantom doppelgangers up and down. Kaino Iraka and Mizuki looked at each other before taking out one of the Shimenabu forehead protectors. Getting up and smiling, your doppelganger is perfect. Congratulations on passing the graduation test. From now on, you're a Shimenabu. Thank you Iraka-sensei, and Mizuki-sensei. 16 Knights stepped forward and took the Shimenori forehead protector handed to him by Iraka Kaino with both hands before bowing slightly to the two men. Iraka Kaino instructed, you don't have to go back to class for the rest of the day, and don't leave the school just yet. Go to our class playground and wait for the others to finish their graduation exams, and after that I'll take you all to get your profile pictures taken. Yes. 16 Knights nodded, then turned to leave the test room. Just stepping out of the school building, the first thing 16 Knights saw was Daisuke who was waiting for him outside. The two smiled at each other and headed in the direction of the playground. There in the playground, there were already about 10 students waiting for them. Yo, 16 Knights, Daisy, you guys are here too. The graduation test, it's true that it's not difficult for you guys. Shall we celebrate after the profile picture? Ed better not. I want to celebrate with my family. They're waiting for me outside right now. Fair enough, let's get together sometime later then. How many of our class will be able to pass the graduation test? You guys? There must be at least 20 of them. After all, we're a class. That Naruto guy is definitely screwed anyway. As soon as 16 Knights and Daisy came over, many students gathered around and chatted with 16 Knights. 16 Knights joined in with a smile. Just then, a figure walked over. 16 Knights, a fight later? It was none other than Sasuke Uchiha who opened his mouth to ask for a fight. Seeing Sasuke Uchiha, who was third in his grade and occasionally stole second in his grade, come over, the other students had the good sense to walk away. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was full of battle intent, 16 Knights smiled and shook his head. We won't fight for the time being. According to the information I've gathered, the lower ninjas will be grouped in groups of 3 to form a class, and then follow their respective instructing upper ninjas to cultivate together. Now that you and I know each other's strength, no matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. Why don't we just practice with the instructing upper ninja for a while, and then see how each other grows? At that, Uchiha Sasuke recalled the image of himself being constantly thrashed. Uchiha Sasuke's battle spirit instantly extinguished, nodded and said, "Fine, then let's fight again sometime later." "No problem." 16 Knights agreed with a smile. Over the past few years, the reason why the 16 Knights points, the reason why they upgraded their chakra control and still had more than 10,000 left, was all due to Uchiha Sasuke. For the first 2 years, 16 Knights fought Sasuke Uchiha almost every week, sometimes twice a week, aside from only popping the eyes of the immortal, red, once. Things like Shadow Rank Qualifications, purple, and the Uchiha Bloodline, purple, as well as the Otsutsuki Bloodline, blue. 16 Knights had popped several times. All of these talent phrases were broken down into points by 16 Knights. Over 10,000 points. All courtesy of Sasuke Uchiha. The rest of the points were provided by Daisy and other students. Daisy took up most of this, because within the entire class, the strength of 16 Knights was the only one. The strength of Uchiha Sasuke and Daisuke was the first, the second of the ninja clan's children, and the third of the others. From the third year onwards, with the exception of Uchiha Sasuke and Daisuke, it was difficult for either Yamanaka Ino, who was the son of a ninja clan, or any other classmate to burst into words. Even if an occasional phrase pops up, it's mostly a low-level phrase. Luckily, it wasn't the amount of chakra that measured strength, or else the only person in the class, or even the entire school, who could pop a high-level word would be Maelstrom Naruto. After a few years, 16 Knights had already gripped the wool over Sasuke Uchiha's eyes. Whether it was the words on his body or the ninjutsu scrolls at home, 16 Knights had gleaned more than once, and over the years, 16 Knights became friends with Sasuke Uchiha. It became their pact to fight every so often. After fighting with 16 Knights for so many years, Uchiha Sasuke's strength, naturally, far exceeded the original. The bubbles floating around him, one of which had long since changed. That was the Uchiha Bloodline, purple, which had become Bloodline Limit Sharingan, purple. In other words, Uchiha Sasuke has awakened the Sharingan Eye. To be precise, it was possible to freely open the Sharingan eyes. He truly awakened his Sharingan eyes on the night of the extermination. Sasuke Uchiha, who has awakened his Sharingan eyes, is very inflated. Apart from 16 Knights, the only one who could be put in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes was Daisuke, who was able to steal his second place, and who was no match for even himself in a physical arts duel. If it's a no-rules duel, Sasuke Uchiha, who has awakened his Sharingan eyes, his chakra has skyrocketed, and he's learned more jutsu through the 16 Knights, doesn't put Daisuke in his sights. 2 men and 1 woman. If 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke and Daisuke were divided into a class, they would definitely be the strongest squad within the lower ninja. No matter if it was the new generation Inuyasha Butterfly or the 3 siblings of the sand-hidden village's Aeros, they were no match for them. But obviously, that's not going to happen. Whether it was the predestined karma on Uchiha Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto, or their identities, they were destined to be divided into a squad. In the entire Konoha, there was no one better suited to be their guiding upper shinobi than Kakashi. The Flagwood. Chapter 24, 16 Knights and Father-in-Law's Silent Understanding. It's just like what 16 Knights said to Daisy. It doesn't take long to get a graduation test. Just chatting for a while, the other students who passed the graduation test came to the playground one after another. It wasn't long before Ira Kakaino came over as well. This meant that the familiar faces that weren't here were all existences that had failed the graduation test and had been disastrously eliminated. If you look closely, you'll see that the only familiar face that isn't here is swirling Naruto. Class, I've kept you waiting. Ira Kakaino held up a file board and smiled. Everyone put your forehead guards on. Now I'll take you to your file photos. Iraka-sensei, where is the forehead protector to be worn? One student raised his hand and asked. Anywhere on the upper body will do, Ira Kakaino said. So, students wore the forehead protector either on their foreheads, tied it around their arms, hung it around their necks, or used it as a hairband, etc. Daisy is one of those hanging by the neck. 16 Knights, on the other hand, is tied to the left arm. Once everyone was dressed, Ira Kakaino led them to the rooftop of the complex. The photographer was already there with a vertical camera, waiting for a long time. After lining up for their profile pictures, the students were instantly eager to leave the complex, either walking slowly or scrambling to the school entrance. At the entrance to the school, it was already full of parents. Some parents are comforting their eliminated children, while others are looking inside the school with anticipation. They all knew that the people who hadn't come out yet were all shimanobi who had passed the graduation test. The entrance to the school bustled with activity as the students appeared, but the hilarity hurt some fatherless orphans. They either watched the scene with envy or ran out of the school without even looking. Sasuke Uchiha is the former and the latter. With just an envious glance, he disappeared into a residual shadow. 16 Nights is not one of the former or the latter, because, Oni-chan, sis, here. A girl's voice, unusually loud, was heard at the school entrance. Only Hanabi, who was wearing a yellowish-brown kimono with a flame pattern on the skirt, was waving her small hand towards 16 Nights and Daisuke. Seeing this scene, the corners of 16 Nights' mouth rose slightly, and Daisuke also smiled lightly. Before he could reach the school entrance, 16 Nights bent his knees in a half-crouch and hugged Flowerfire, who was lunging towards him. Oni-chan, sis, I'm coming to get you. With her arms around 16 Nights' neck, Blossomfire was the first to notice the forehead protector on his arm and wondered, Oni-chan, is this the Shimanja forehead protector? Well, for you to play. 16 Nights nodded, taking off her forehead protector and handing it to Blossom before picking Blossom up and smiling with Daisy. Then the three of them left the school together. A few years have passed, and Flame, who is 7 years old this year, has likewise changed quite a bit. The original Blossomfire at this age, she still had short shoulder-length hair, but when she saw her sister grow her hair long, she deliberately grew her hair long as well. Her hair, now, is waist-high just like it was in the theatrical version, and the two strands of her bangs are in braids. When fighting and exercising, she is either long and black or tied into a single ponytail, and with those steely eyes and serious expression, she already has a bit of the heroic look from Boruto. I don't know if it was due to precociousness, but Hanabi's development was much faster than Daisuke's, and she, who would be able to grow up to 5'7" in the future, was already 5'3" now, only a little more than a head shorter than 16 Nights, and at this age, Daisy is still full of baby fat. Flame's small face, however, had lost a great deal of its baby fat and was already in the shape of a melon face. Imitating Daisuke, Hanabi hung her Shimanobi forehead protector around her neck and smiled at 16 Nights. Oni-chan, to celebrate you and your sister becoming Shimanobi, let's eat hot pot today. It's obviously Flame that you want to eat it yourself. Hinata reached out her slender jade-like index finger and gently tapped Hanabi's forehead door. Hee. Blossomfire spat out her tongue in embarrassment and said, who told Lord Father not to allow us to eat such things? But Blossomfire just wanted to eat hot pot today. 16 Nights was adored by this cute look of Flowerfire and instantly said, okay, then we'll eat hot pot today. Great. Blossomfire burst into a fit of glee, then got the better of me. Oni-chan, I want to ride tall too. No. Hinata instantly beamed and reprimanded. Hanabi, you're so tall now, you can't do this kind of thing anymore. I'm only 7 years old. What does it matter? Blossomfire made a face at Daisy, then pouted back at 16 Nights. Oni-chan, please, no problem. 16 Nights instantly freed a hand and made a Hercules pose, saying, don't say it's 7 years old. Even if Blossom Flame is as tall as Oni-chan, she can still ride high. Not bad for Oni-chan. Immediately making a look of adoration, Blossomfire then got down from 16 Nights' arms and straddled his shoulders from behind. Really? Looking at 16 Nights, who was walking ahead and being directed towards the market by Hanabi, Daisetta first sighed helplessly, then followed with a doting smile as well. Whoosh! The three had just left not long ago when a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air at their location. Upon closer inspection, it was a Hinata in a green vest with the same eyes as Daisuke and Hanabi. This person is Flowerfire's guard. Daisy usually had an escort when she went out. How could Hanabi not? It was just that for some reason, he didn't protect Flower Flame closely, but instead, he was silently guarding in the shadows. Except for Hanabi, who didn't know, both 16 Nights and Daisuke were aware of the existence of the guards. 6 years down the line, 16 Nights had not yet met with Hyuga Hinata, but there was a tacit understanding with his future father-in-law. The former is responsible for gently nurturing Daisuke and Hanabi, so that Daisuke and Hanabi, who have lost their mother, can grow up with his love and coddling, while the latter treats them harshly and makes them carry the honor of a powerful family. Having lived a high-pressure life at home, Daisy and Hanabi are naturally very dependent on 16 Nights. It was only in the presence of 16 Nights that Blossom Flame had the liveliness of her age, full of playfulness and mischief. In the presence of Hinata, she's just like the original, a very precocious young adult. The same goes for Daisy. After going to the market to buy ingredients for hot pot, and buying Hanabi's favorite sticky rice dumplings and bananas and milk, as well as Daisuke's favorite cinnamon rolls. 16 Nights took the two girls home to make hot pot. After eating and drinking, the three of them sat on a long couch again, digesting and chatting. Sitting next to 16 Nights, Hinata, who had finally stopped being reserved and leaned her head on his shoulder, suddenly spoke up. 16 Nights-kun, it seems that Naruto-kun is the only one in our class who hasn't graduated. Aha! 16 Nights, who was playing with Hanabi's bangs and braids, nodded. The first thing the two noticed as they walked to the entrance of the school was swirling Naruto sitting on a swing. Naruto-kun's chakra is so powerful, why doesn't he even know a single doppelganger technique? Hinata said, very puzzled. It's probably because his chakra control is very average. 16 Nights casually perfunctorily said, with his cultural scores so poor, and not much growth in his hand sword throwing, he's the first to be eliminated in every survival drill, and the only thing he shines in is his physical duel. So maybe flunking is a good thing. Aha! Recalling how swirling Naruto had behaved over the past 6 years, Hinata nodded approvingly, but neither she nor Blossom Flame, who was leaning against 16 Nights' arms and squinting as if she was about to fall asleep, noticed that the corner of 16 Nights' mouth was traced in a tiny curve as she made her perfunctory remarks. Chapter 25, Classification, Action. Father-in-law. Whirlpool Naruto sat on a swing, his lonely figure very pitiful, but 16 Nights didn't pity him at all, because only 16 Nights knew that this guy was about to open up. The arch-enemies, Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, have opposite fates just like the reincarnated chakra in their bodies, which represent the extremes of yin and yang. 6 years into shinobi school, Sasuke Uchiha was one of the flavor of the month. If it wasn't for 16 Nights, then he'd be the chief student. These years of the original story were also the time when Sasuke Uchiha was at his best, but after graduation, he began to suffer continuously. On the contrary, Maelstrom Naruto, who has always been a hangdog, has begun an open journey against the odds. In just a few short months, it went from hanging around to overtaking the chief student. Maelstrom Naruto looks pathetic now, but when it gets dark, he's going to officially open up and get one of the most suitable divine techniques for the Sannin body and the Nine-Tailed Rinnegan. Multiple Shadow Diversion Technique. This is a forbidden technique that even the 16 Nights are very keen on, and as the amount of chakra grows, the more they want to obtain it. In the original 4th Shinobi World War, Maelstrom Naruto's Shadow Doppelganger performs the art of multiple Shadow Doppelgangers, and with a single spiral pill in hand, he fends off Uchiha Zebra's Kazuna Tree Realm Descent. Even a lowest level 5 elements transportation technique, when executed by hundreds of Shadow Doppelgangers, would have a heavenly disaster-like effect. But if Whirlpool Naruto had mastered a Kazamatsuri Big Break during the Chunin Exams, then he wouldn't have needed to fart in order to defeat Inuzuka Tooth. A set of multiple shadow separation techniques plus Wind Escape Big Break combo techniques will be able to kill most of the candidates in seconds. Whirlpool Naruto would be cut down and suppressed, but not 16 Nights. If he were to obtain the multiple shadow diversion technique, his strength would definitely see a qualitative change. Thinking of this, the two fingers of 16 Nights that were rubbing Flame's hair gave a slight lurch. In his mind, a bold idea arose. Perhaps he could get this forbidden art tonight. If White Eyes hadn't been upgraded to the gold level, 16 Nights would never have dared to have such a thought. After all, he was the only one who knew that the multiple shadow diversion technique was actually prepared by Sarutobi Hinata specifically for Whirlpool Naruto. Opening the Book of Seals, the first forbidden technique was the multiple shadow diversion technique, and that one, which avoided Maelstrom Naruto from finding it and was specifically placed in the most conspicuous place, was also very problematic. If 16 Nights dared to set his eyes on the Book of Seals, or even appear in that forest at night, he would be targeted by Sarutobi Hizuru. Then waiting for him was the mind-reading skill of the Yamanaka clan. Only, 16 Nights didn't need to be close to Whirlpool Naruto at all, nor did he need to appear in that forest to have the ability to get the multiple shadow diversion technique. His white eyes were farsighted, but they reached a distance of 80 kilometers in a circle. The whole of Kiba was in his cage. As long as he was prepared, he could totally copy down the cultivation method of the multiple shadow diversion technique the moment Whirlpool Naruto opened the Book of Seals. Thinking of this, 16 Nights immediately made a decision. 16 Nights-kun, do you think we'll be put into a squad for the day after tomorrow's division? A good half hour had passed. Blossom Fire fell asleep in 16 Nights' arms, carrying Blossom Fire to the bed in her room. 16 Nights rejoined the couch. With that, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Daisy's fragrant shoulders. Daisy asked, leaning into 16 Nights' arms with expectant eyes. The odds are slim, but not impossible. 16 Nights played with Daisy's hair with 2 fingers and slowly said, classes are definitely divided based on the balance of strength, and you and I are perennially in the top 3 of our year, so the chances of being divided into a block are slim. But our inseparability over the past few years has not only been seen by our classmates, but teachers must have noticed it too. If it was up to the teacher to divide the classes, maybe they'd take into account our tacit understanding and put us in a squad. Making a prayer gesture with her hands, Hinata made a wish. I hope that 16 Knights Kuan and I will be assigned to a squad. 16 Knights couldn't help but hold back a bit, rubbing his fingers through his hair. He couldn't help but pinch Daisuke's chin and then her little face. He didn't strike Daisuke. The chances of the two sharing a piece were actually close to zero. The one who split the class was Sarutobi Hinata, while the original split was just Haruno Sakura, the lucky one who was liked by Whirlpool Naruto and squeaked into the circle of shinobi children. Of the remaining 8 minor powers, Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are on one team, the newborn Inuyasha Butterfly is on one team, while the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans, along with the Oil Woman clan, are on one team. This term, there would be no shinobi children on a team with civilians. Likewise, the team formed by these few sons of the ninja clan would surely be recognized by the instructing shinobi. The rest of the squads made up of civilian ninjas had an extremely high elimination rate. If we don't follow the traditional class division, 16 Knights, the chief student, can just squeeze out Haruno Sakura. But Sarutobi is obviously not likely to break with tradition. And since 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke are friends, what if the two isolate Whirlpool Naruto? 2 men and a woman are together. 2 men are at odds, and there's a woman on the sidelines to mediate or take sides. If 3 guys get into conflict, it's a dynamite barrel. Considering the new generation of hog and deer butterflies, it's impossible to split them up. The 7th class, too, is bound to be the same as the original because of its peculiarities. The only thing 16 Knights could squeeze in was the 8th class. If we really let 16 Knights squeeze in, then Sarutobi Hizuru would be offending the Oil Woman clan, or the Inuzuka clan. It wouldn't matter if Inuzuka Toa and Oil Girl Shino were just regular members. After all, 16 Knights was the chief student and proved his worth. But on the contrary, they were both the sons of the patriarch, the heirs of the shinobi clan. What if the heir to the shinobi clan is placed in an ordinary squad and taught by an ordinary instructor shinobi, in case he is in danger when he goes on a mission? Inuzuka clan and Oil Girl clan. The former is not only perception and combat ninja clan, but also give a large number of ninja to provide ninja dogs as psychic beasts. The latter is the ninja world's big name of the Bug Mecha clan. All kinds of bugs are scary. 16 Knights wasn't sure Sarutobi Hinata had the gumption, so it's extremely unlikely. However, 16 Knights didn't realize that it wasn't just Daisy who wanted to be in a squad with him, but even Hyuga Hinata wanted Daisy to be in a squad with him. The future father-in-law has quietly moved on. At dusk, Sarutobi Hinata placed a special book of seals on the desk in Naruto's office before heading home from work. He hadn't been home for long when a middle-aged man in a white robe with long hair and a pair of white eyes paid a personal visit. Meanwhile, Mizuki approached Whirlpool Naruto. Just as it was getting dark, a blonde teenager wearing an orange jacketsuit and dark green windshield goggles snuck into Naruto's office bright and early and stole the book of seals that was sitting on his desk. It didn't take long for a large number of figures in green vests to fly around the rooftops of Center Street. Chapter 26, Multiple Shadow Splitting Technique arrives. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air continuously resounded in the sky above Center Street. Looking at the silhouettes that swept past, both ninjas and civilians realized that something big was happening tonight. But when the alarms didn't go off, and the figures that flew by didn't organize their trip to the shelter, the villagers let go. Things are not their business and there is no danger. 16 Knights sat on a single couch on the balcony, sipping her juice while admiring the stars tonight. Some of the figures that flew over the roof of his house didn't catch his eye either. I don't know how long it took until Center Street was no longer filled with flying stumps, and after there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street. As if tired of looking at the 16 Knights, the party got up and went back to the house. Within moments, the lights in the living room went out. 16 Knights, who came out after taking a bath and wearing pajamas, had a faint smile on his handsome face. Multiple shadow diversion technique arrived. No one knew that inside a man-made cave somewhere in the land of waterfalls, there were several different looking figures, fused to the mountain walls with stealth, using their telephoto vision with a coverage of up to 80 kilometers, keeping an eye on Whirlpool Naruto in his orange jacket suit. From the moment he stepped out of the Naruto building, his every move was under the gaze of these eyes. The powerful farsightedness and perspective. Whether it was the 9 tails inside of Maelstrom Naruto or Sarutobi Hinata who had been watching Maelstrom Naruto with his crystal telescopic technique, did not have the slightest inkling of it. As Whirlpool Naruto opened the Book of Seals, the figures also opened the blank scrolls and split up to write down the practice of the multiple shadow diversion technique. These figures of people were the shadow doppelgangers of 16 Knights using the transformation technique. After copying down the cultivation method of the multiple shadow diversion technique and hiding it, the shadow diversion eliminated all traces and sense and disbanded in place. 16 Knights, who had received the feedback, didn't immediately go and bring back the cultivation scroll for the multiple shadow diversion technique. The cultivation method has been obtained. There is no hurry. Lying on the bed, 16 Nights was also curious about the day after tomorrow's class division. It's still the same sentence. He was pretty sure that his and Hinata's cultivation, as well as his sparring with Sasuke Uchiha, had been spied on by Sarutobi. Before graduating, he mastered the tree climbing and water treading that were not taught in the ninja school, as well as the low-level wind escape and fire escape, as well as the B-rank shadow doppelganger technique. Whether it is a physical arts duel or an unruly duel, he crushed the clan's eldest Miss Soga, as well as the orphan Uchiha who opened his sharpening wheel eyes. Such civilian geniuses are second only to them, even if they can't compare to Namikaze Suiman, who had already been accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya at the age of 12 and defeated the Cloud Ninja, or to Hagi Kakashi, who had already become an upper-class ninja and had developed the A-class Rado Chidori. After all, they both live in a time of war, while 16 Nights is a product of a time of peace, standing out from the rest in such a special class of newborns. Sarutobi Hizuru, even if he didn't want to offend the shinobi clans, wouldn't go so far as to put him in a group with the other ordinary students and arrange for an ordinary instructing upper shinobi to be his teacher. Would he? If that really happened, it would mean that Sarutobi wasn't willing to invest in him. The attention on him would plummet after that, and 16 Nights could sneak in some minor maneuvers. Thinking of this, 16 Nights didn't care about the results of the class division and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, 16 Nights woke up without seeing Daisuke or Hanabi come over, so they went ahead and retrieved the multiple shadow diversion technique. Considering Sarutobi Hinata's crystal lookout no jutsu, which was a god's perspective peak, 16 Nights simply laid down to look at the scroll. This way, even if they couldn't detect the crystal telescope technique, 16 Nights wouldn't be afraid of Sarutobi Hinata's prying eyes. Without being able to simplify the formations and chakra mobilization of multiple shadow split jutsu are different from shadow split jutsu. The former has fewer hand seals than the latter, but the amount of chakra mobilized is very impressive, and those who do not have a huge amount of chakra to use this technique are likely to injure themselves, or even endanger their lives, so those who do not have a huge amount of chakra must not practice this technique. They say that Kakashi Hagi is a unit of calculation. Yet the other party was able to perform multiple shadow diversion techniques when he was 5 or 6 years old. 16 Nights said in his heart, even though the Sharingan eyes consume chakra all the time and have been dragged down for more than a decade, the amount of chakra of Flagstaff Kakashi is still at the level of an elite upper ninja. After losing his Sharingan eye, it was even just a few years before the amount of chakra was restored to the point where he was able to cast an earthflow wall that circled Kiba and carved a dog's head on it. If he didn't have his Sharingan eyes dragging him down, the amount of chakra he has right now is definitely no less than that of the Draikazana Musha. Not counting those few Rinpoche, there are only a few people in this era who are capable of performing the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. 16 Nights. 4-1. At this moment, 16 Nights was incredibly glad that it was fortunate that he had not acted on impulse and used the newbie gift pack on Maelstrom Naruto at that time. Otherwise right now, he would just have the advantage of a huge amount of chakra. Even if he exploded Uchiha Sasuke's immortal eyes, he wouldn't be able to awaken his reincarnation eyes without a few years, or even a dozen years. On the contrary, now, Otsutsuki Bloodline, red, plus Fairy Eyes, red, plus Prince of the White Eyes, red, has felt the fetal period coming. In less than 5 minutes, 16 Nights put away the scroll. He had already learned the art of multiple shadow splitting. There was no need to try. With the amount of chakra he had now, he could create hundreds of shadow doppelgangers just by following the chakra runs on the top of the scroll. Avoiding Flower Fire accidentally seeing this scroll and then playfully attempting to cultivate it, 16 Nights did not hide the scroll, but instead destroyed it. The art of multiple shadow doppelgangers, he had already learned. He's perfectly capable of writing one out or hand-holding it if needed. By noon, seeing that neither Deuseda nor Hanabi had come over, 16 Nights, who felt that they might not come today, went out to buy some ninja props. After all, there was a real test before the mission. On the way, 16 Nights also sees Maelstrom Naruto, who is being pestered by Kiba Maru, as well as Special Upper Ninja Ebisu, who is sneaking up behind them. The dark green windshield on Maelstrom Naruto's forehead had turned into a Shimanawa forehead protector, and it was clear that he hadn't just had his profile picture made up for a long time. Maelstrom Naruto, who was looking down and talking to Kabamaru, didn't notice 16 Nights. 16 Nights didn't bother to greet him either, just looked at him and withdrew his gaze as he continued on his way to the ninjutsu store. When 16 Nights returned home, he found 2 extra pairs of shoes in the entryway, inside a certain room on the first floor that had been converted into a dojo. There was also a series of sounds that sounded like clapping, or something hitting, crisp with a sense of heaviness. Walking over to open the door, he saw Hinata and Hanabi, who had changed into white practice clothes. opened their white eyes, and had veins rippling on either side of their temples. Engaged in a sparring match, the two women's hands transformed into residual shadows. Their bodies were surrounded by blue air flames, and each collision of the residual shadows set off a not-so-small wave of air. If you look closely, you'll see that Daisuke isn't really moving. He's just feeding the move to Hanabi. If it had gotten real, Blossom Fire would have been all over the place by now. After all, in the eyes of 16 Knights and Daisuke, Hanabi, who currently only knew point-blank hands, was too easy to understand with her attack routine. And the underhandedness is so bad, it's broken. Thinking about this, 16 Knights felt that they could also find some time to teach Flame to climb trees and tread water in advance. After all, Hanabi was not weaker than Daisuke except for her white eye purity, which was slightly inferior to Daisuke's, and was fully capable of learning higher-level chakra control ahead of time, just like Daisuke back then. Oni-chan, watch the move dash. Just as 16 Knights was thinking this, Flower Fire's petulant voice suddenly pulled him back to his senses, only to see Flower Fire, who was wearing a practicing uniform, was already rushing towards him. The image of the sinewy, blue flames wrapped around his fingertips was intimidating among his peers. However, the corner of 16 Knight's mouth only lifted slightly, and without even putting down the bag he was carrying in his hand, he transformed into a residual shadow and appeared next to Flower Flame as if he had moved in an instant. The insteps of his shoeless feet were pressed against Blossom Fire's stomach. A powerful and soft force caused Hanabi's body to rise up in the air and fly towards Daisuke. Daisy reached out to catch her flying sister. Come on, get it together. 16 Knights threw the bag with the props into the corner and hooked a finger at the two women with a provocative face. The two Hyuga sisters looked at each other and suddenly nodded with small, serious faces before charging towards 16 Knights. Oni-chan, you're so cocky. You'll regret it. Blossom Fire shouted. Daisada didn't say anything. Her slender jade-like fingers, however, contained amazing finger power and chakra, as if they were arrows cutting through the air. Immediately afterward, a crash that was even louder than earlier immediately resounded on the first floor of the 16 Knights' house. From time to time, there were also sounds of pain and screams, and if it wasn't for the better soundproofing, it might have made passers-by think the wrong way. After half an hour or so, though, the sounds of fighting were replaced by the sounds of scuffling. Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hiss. Oni-chan, I hate you. I'm going to bite you to death. Didn't you say you'd make me regret it? Where did that aura go just now? Don't bite. Your injuries are healed. Your sister hasn't been treated yet. We're going to bite. Sis, you bite the other side, and we'll all bite and cry about Oni-chan together. Ha ha ha. Wait, the teeth marks will disappear by themselves. You guys stop licking. It tickles. Hee hee. Just lick it. We're going to get back at you, Oni-chan. Chapter 27, Famous Scenes. 16 Knights Kuin. It's time to get up. The classes will be split soon. The next day, 16 Knights still woke up to the sound of Daisy's call. Somehow, the self-disciplined man had developed a bedwetting disorder and enjoyed the daily wake-up call from the princess. Daisada was also used to waking up early every day and bringing food over to wake up 16 Knights, and both of them enjoyed it. I couldn't get up after you guys drained my chakra yesterday. Instead of getting up right away, 16 Knights held out her hands to Daisy and pouted. Daisy, you pull me up. Liar. It's obvious that the chakra we're sucking in isn't recovering as fast as yours. Daisuke pouted, but reached out and prepared to pull 16 Knights up. However, just as her small hand grasped the back of 16 Knights' hand, it was counterclasped by 16 Knights' wrist and pulled hard. Daisuke's body fell directly on top of 16 Knights, but her body, which was proud of her peers, easily defused the impact, leaving her unharmed on top of 16 Knights. Yikes! Though uninjured, the sudden attack caused Daisy to let out a gasp. 16 Knights felt the touch in front of her and switched places violently with Daisy, turning around and pinning her down, bracing her hands on either side of her head as she looked from top to bottom at the young girl who had turned into a steamy Heim. 10. 16 Knights June. After a few years, Daisuke, whose immunity was already very strong, at this moment, it was as if her value had cleared, her eyes averted and she simply locked eyes with 16 Knights. Seeing this long-lost cute look of Daisuke, 16 Knights had an inexplicable urge. However, thinking of the other party's age and the fact that their relationship hadn't completely broken through yet, 16 Knights pressed down on the impulse. Just as 16 Knights was about to get out of bed, his eyes inadvertently swept over the black fishing net lining. Then, as if recalling something, he finally couldn't help but voice his wish in his native tongue. Dyson, I want to hold a wave. Daisuke, who couldn't understand what 16 Knights was saying, couldn't help but tilt her head cutely. In the next second, her face suddenly became incredibly red, and her lavender white eyes turned into mosquito-shaped reincarnation eyes. The value of the emotions was rapidly soaring, on the verge of topping out and breaking through the limit. 16 Knights quickly got up and out of bed, jogging into the en suite bathroom. Hinata, on the other hand, panted heavily as if she had been holding her breath for a long time, while raising her hand to calm her pounding heartbeat, and the slight pain. By the time 16 knights came out of the separate bath, Daisy was no longer inside the room. Instead of immediately stepping out of the room, 16 knights opened his closet and took out the battle suit that had been customized at the beginning of the year and had never been worn. The combat outfit, a white robe of the same type as Otanashi Indra. The only difference was that 16 knights' robes didn't have a wide collar, and there were no black hooks around the neckline. After putting on the white robe and tying on the black belt, 16 knights took out the props he purchased yesterday. Those are 2 white wristbands that have the storage function. 16 knights put the shuriken and bittersweet inside and wore them right on the wrists of both hands. The cuffs of the white robe were very wide, and if the enemy didn't have the ability to see through, they wouldn't be able to see what 16 knights' palms were doing inside. Finishing dressing, 16 knights walked out of the room. Deisada, who had already opened her bento box and was sitting at the table waiting for 16 knights as usual, suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, and her heartbeat, which had only calmed down for a short time, suddenly sped up again. There's no way around it. It's just that the current 16 knights is so deadly. Black hair and blue eyes, handsome and upright, now wearing a white one-piece robe that added a touch of nobility. Just by looking at the appearance, anyone would think that 16 knights was a noble son of extraordinary birth, not a commoner's orphan who grew up without a father or mother and was never taught manners. At this moment, Daisy suddenly regretted coming out in her normal white trench coat and long pants. She should have had a kimono tailored specifically like her sister. In this way, she and 16 knights were even more compatible. Thinking about this, Daisuke made an instant decision to go home and ask her sister for some advice. Naturally, 16 knights was unaware of Daisuke's thoughts. After breakfast, the two walked out of the house and headed to ninja school. Yo, 16 knights, Daisy, good morning. That's so nice. Still so inseparable. Good luck with your split classes as well. On the way, 16 knights and Daisuke encountered a few classmates who were also traveling to school in a group. The two, who are always stuck together, are naturally inevitably teased. 16 knights was still smiling without saying anything, while Daisuke lowered her head shyly, remembering the ambiguous image from not too long ago. When I came to the classroom, most of the students were there. Originally, the entire class was the only one that hadn't graduated, but with Whirlpool Naruto passing the graduation test, the entire 6th grade class, all of them, passed the graduation test. Of course, as for how many squads would be able to get the approval of the instructing shinobi, that was unknown. Since they had already graduated, the students didn't sit in their seats, but instead sat and talked with the people they were closest to. 16 knights and Daisuke similarly took a random seat. Before the two could even begin to bite their ears, a figure in the limelight sat down next to 16 knights. Glancing at the figure, 16 knights smiled and greeted him. Morning, Sasuke. Morning. Sasuke Uchiha nodded in slight anticipation. When we split up the classes later, I hope to be in a squad with you guys, not counting Maelstrom Naruto, who resonated with him from time to time. There were only 2 people, 16 knights and Daisuke, in the entire grade that Sasuke Uchiha had in his sights. If he could be placed in a squad with them, he could challenge them often as a way to improve his strength. In response, 16 knights smiled and shook his head. I'd love to be in a squad with you and Daisy, but you should know that it's impossible for the top 3 of the grade to be in a group at the same time, or else when the Chunin exam comes around, the rest of the squads don't have to participate. Fair enough. Sasuke Uchiha was slightly regretful, feeling that 16 knights had a point. Just as he had his hands on his chin, he waited for the sorting to begin. A figure, at some point, had crouched in front of him, looking at the blonde fox face in front of him, and those eyes that were the same color as 16 knights, but narrowed into a thin slit. Uchiha Sasuke somehow had a feeling of displeasure, and a look of disgust could not help but appear on his expressionless face. 16 knights, who took in this scene in his eyes, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising as if he remembered something. Sure enough, this Naruto guy, he's just so rude. That's right, Sasuke-kun, clean him up. Looking at Whirlpool Naruto, who was provoking Uchiha Sasuke, the pile of girls not far away couldn't wait to come over and beat Whirlpool Naruto to the ground immediately. However, when they saw 16 knights and Daisuke next to Uchiha Sasuke, they didn't dare to go forward, as if they were shocked by the combination. Just then, the male student in front of Uchiha Sasuke, who seemed to be chatting away, suddenly elbowed his way back, not noticing that Whirlpool Naruto was crouching on the table behind him. Swirling Naruto, whose butt was elbowed in the face, leaned forward involuntarily and looked at the face that zoomed in his eyes, narrowing them, which suddenly widened like bells. Like him, there was Sasuke Uchiha. Mue. As the girls watched, dumbfounded and with their bodies turning petrified colors, the two of them, Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, pressed together in the famous scene The Kiss of the Century. Woohoo! At this moment, 16 Knights almost couldn't help but whistle, regretting very much that he hadn't gone out and bought a camera. With her hands covering her small mouth and her small face flushed, Hinata looked at Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Such a picture is too shocking. Vomit. After a few seconds, as if reacting to the situation, Maelstrom Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke hastily broke away and dry heaved sideways. Sasuke Uchiha dry heaved while killing himself. Hang on, I'm going to kill you. Yet there was no need for him to do so, as a dark shadow came to obscure it. The support group that witnessed the male god's first kiss being snatched from him, led by Haruno Sakura. The girls directly ignored the intimidation of 16 Knights and Hina, and as soon as they did, they pushed the male student in front of Uchiha Sasuke out of the way before yanking Maelstrom Naruto off the table and dragging him to the bottom of the podium in a flurry of violent beatings. Aha! Spare your life! In the dust and mist, the sound of Maelstrom Naruto screaming and begging for mercy rang out. Chapter 28 8th Class. Okay, all go back to your seats. Class will be starting soon. The kiss of the century was just an episode. Irika Kaino soon appeared at the door of the classroom to end the farce. The girls, who hadn't lost their temper from the violent beating, reluctantly returned to their seats. Whirlpool Naruto, who had been beaten to a pig's head, was sitting behind 16 Knights. Next to him was Haruno Sakura, who couldn't become Sasuke Uchiha's tablemate, so she grabbed the back seat. As Irika Kaino walked to the podium, the noisy classroom became quiet. Everyone looked at Irika Kaino with anticipation in their eyes, scanning the classroom and seeing that none of the students he had taught for 6 years had been eliminated. Irika Kaino couldn't help but have a relieved smile on his face. With that, he calmed his emotions and spoke with a smile. Congratulations on your successful graduation. From now on, you are a true ninja. After saying that, Irika Kaino raised the file board in his hand and continued. However, you guys are only trainees turned newcomers within the ninja now. Before you can be on your own, you need to form a group of 3, form a class, and practice under an experienced instructor shinobi. Classes will begin next. First class. Irika Kaino didn't say anything and just started reading the names. With each name that came out of his mouth, inside the classroom, there was a sigh of relief. These sighs are from girls. Although 16 Knights had been dominated by Daisuke, who was in the top 3 of her grade, many girls still had crushes on him and looked forward to being on the same squad as him. And now, they could not be in the same squad as Sasuke Uchiha, nor were they grouped with 16 Knights, which was just bad luck. The remaining girls, however, were nervous and excited. Each squad was 2 males and 1 female, and there were only 10 girls in the class, so for every one less, the more hope they had of being able to get into a group with 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke. Class 6. Soon it was the 6th class turn, and Irika Kaino read out the group's names: Minako, Geniki Sawano, and Inazuka Toa. Upon hearing this name, the 16 Knights' eyes suddenly flashed with essence, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The results are in. Sarutobi Hinata, within Inazuka Tooth and Oil Girl Shino, and 16 Knights. The chief student chose to give up Inazuka Tooth and invest in 16 Knights. Obviously, 16 Knights' achievement of overwhelming the major ninja clans and reigning as the chief student has allowed Sarutobi to see in him the potential to be able to become a mainstay and ace combatant. While the Inazuka clan certainly had an amazing network of people, it was difficult for them to emerge as strong as an elite upper ninja, as their combat power needed to be matched with a shinobi beast. Unlike the Oil Woman clan, which has all sorts of bizarre and lethal bugs, it's just like the Uchiha clan's 3-hooked shurikens, which are virtually invincible one-on-one. Within these 2 ninja clans, Sarutobi Hinata chose to abandon the Inazuka clan. It was only the Inazuka clan that wouldn't be displeased. After all, Kiba is not short of sensory ninja clans, not to mention the Hyuga clan with white eyes. The Oil Woman clan is also good at sense sensing, and there is also an endangered species of underbelly bugs that no member has right now, but can be completely restarted if the need arises, the micro-aroma bugs. This bug possesses a sense of smell 1,000 times more powerful than that of a shinobi dog. Just sniffing something with someone's scent, even if it's 100 miles apart, is outrageously accurate. There are also nano-level poisonous insects on the attack side, capable of producing elite upper ninjas that even shadow-class powerhouses are very wary of. Although the Inazuka clan had a relatively low status, it was ultimately one of the ninja clans. The 16th Knight hadn't thought that Sarutobi Hinata would be so bold as to choose to invest in him and offend the Inazuka clan. Unbeknownst to me, a great deal of credit goes to Hinata. When Hinata sacrificed himself for the sake of the village, Sarutobi Hizuru was already very sorry for the Hinata clan. Now Hyuga Hinata visited the door. Just want to let his daughter with the chief student the same squad. This small request, Sarutobi Hizuru of course could not refuse. He had already had the idea of investing in 16 Knights. He was just hesitant about how to arrange it. Hinata's arrival was merely to help him make a decision. Class 7. Sakura Haruno. Naruto Whirlpool. Yeah, by this time, Iruka Kaino had read the 7th class. Hearing that he was in a squad with Haruno Sakura, Whirlpool Naruto cheered, while Haruno Sakura had a look of despair on her face, only feeling that her future was gray. But the next name that Iruka Kaino read out instantly reversed the scene. Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah. Sakura Haruno rose and raised her hands in the air with a cheer. Then, like a victor, she turned back to Ino Yamanaka with a smug expression. Yamanaka Ino, and the other female classmates who saw this scene, burst into a fit of gnashing of teeth. Class 8, Hinata, Oil Girl Shino, and 16 Knights. Hearing that she was in the same squad as 16 Knights, Deuseda grabbed 16 Knights' arm in a rare moment and said in an excited tone, "Great, 16 Knights-kun, we're in the same squad. Well, it looks like we're in luck today." 16 Knights, who had already guessed the outcome, smiled and nodded. This split class did put him in a happy mood. 6 years down the line, 16 Knights had gotten used to having Daisy around. He didn't want to be separated from Daisy either. Class 10, Ino Yamanaka, Akimichi Tenji, and Nara Kagome. After reading the last name, Iruka Kaino put down the file board in his hand, took one last sweeping glance at the students who had accompanied him for 6 years, and instructed, "For those whose names are read, memorize the names of your group and teammates, and an instructing upperclassman will be coming over to look for you, so don't leave the classroom as you please during that time." After saying that, Iruka Kaino walked out of the classroom. No students said goodbye to him either, and now everyone was looking forward to the rest of their ninja careers. Unbeknownst to them, there is a difficult hurdle that awaits them ahead. 3rd class, come out. Iruka Kaino had just left no more than a few minutes ago. A middle-aged man wearing a green vest appeared right in front of the classroom, his face full of seriousness and full of majesty, making the classroom instantly become quiet. The 3rd class that was called out to, as if going back 6 years to when they first enrolled in school, got up with a nervous look and followed their instructor. Shinobu, out of the room. Class 5 come out. I'm your instructor Shinobi. 1st class out. Come out of the 9th class. One by one, Kamenabu appeared at the classroom door, taking 3 students at a time. In no time at all, the classroom had large empty seats. At that moment, an imperial sister who wasn't wearing a green vest, but rather normal clothes with a hot body and long black curly hair, appeared at the door of the classroom, a pair of red eyes, scanning the remaining students, their gaze finally landing on 16 Knights and Daisuke, before smiling. Come out of the 8th class. I'm your instructing upperclassman. When she finished, she turned to leave. One step ahead. Bye. 16 Knights said hello to Sasuke Uchiha and Whirlpool Naruto before walking out of the classroom with Daisy. As for Oil Girl Shino, the honor student with a very low presence, she was long gone. Chapter 29. Yuzuru led the 8th class out of the school building, and instead of heading to the playground, they left the school and went to a maneuvering ground in the wilderness. Drill grounds like this can be found everywhere in Kiba. Walking over to a tree stump, Yuzuru turned to look at the 316 Knights and smiled. Until any of you are promoted to Nakanobu squad leader, for a long time to come, it will be up to me to take you on missions. So, let's all introduce ourselves and get to know each other. I'll give you a demonstration. Yuzuru crossed her arms with one hand and laughed. My name is Yuzuru. My last name is Yuzuru, and you can call me Red Sensei. My specialty is illusionism. I specialize in all types of illusions, and I like a lot of things, like food-wise, wasabi octopus, and shochu and vodka. Dream-wise, it's to become a female ninja like Tsunade-sama. Your turn. Yuzuru's gaze swept over the faces of the 316 Knights, finally settling on 16 Knights. Seeing this, 16 Knights slowly spoke. My name is 16 Knights. I have no last name. My specialty is ninjutsu. I'm better at fire escape and wind escape, and I can do a little bit of medical ninjutsu and perception. I like to cultivate and fight with others. There are many things I hate, and my dream is to become a good ninja. Yuzuru nodded, having made a preliminary judgment on both the strength and character of 16 Knights. Then she looked to Daisy next to 16 Knights. My name is Hinata. My specialties are perception and clan softfist. I like to practice with 16 Knights Kuan and my sister. I also like red bean paste and cinnamon rolls. My hated food is shrimp and crab, and my dream is to become a good ninja, Hinata said softly. After listening to Daisada's self-introduction, Yuzuru once again sized up 16 Knights, her gaze moving back and forth between the two's faces until she made Daisada's small face blush slightly and couldn't help but lower her head before revealing a wink of a playful smile and nodding her head in a dazed manner. So that's how it is. Finally, Yuzuru's gaze came to rest on Shino, the oil girl who had wrapped herself up so tightly that her hood covered her hair, her forehead protector blocked her forehead, her sunglasses covered her eyes, and her collar wrapped around her chin and nose, leaving just that little bit of skin showing on her face. Oil Girl Shino said flatly, My name is Oil Girl Shino. My specialties are the same perception and family secret arts. I usually like to go to the forest to look for insects. My favorite food is vegetable salad and winter melon. I hate things with too strong of a flavor. And my dream is to find a new species of insect. Good. Now we all know a little bit about each other. Yuzuru smiled in satisfaction and said, but before I start the mission, I have to test your abilities. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Still in this place, I'm going to play a survival drill with you guys. By the way, the theme of this survival maneuver is looting. And your opponent is me. Yuzuru pointed at herself, then waved her hand and smiled. See you tomorrow. Remember not to be late. After the words fell, Yuzuru didn't give the 16 Knights trio a chance to react or ask questions before disappearing into a residual shadow. The 16 Knights looked at each other. 16 Knights, what do you think? Oil Girl Shino opened her mouth to ask, ready to test 16 Knights. Although he had been suppressed by the 16 Knights for many years, the Oil Girl Shino, apart from his cultural achievements, which were inferior to those of 16 Knights and Daisuke, he did not feel that he would be inferior to the two in any other aspect. There are no rules duels until the 6th grade, and they only happen once a month, as part of the monthly exam. Until graduation, Oil Girl Shino didn't match the 16 Knights guys. The other students, too, were not worthy of letting him use his family's secret technique. That's why no one knew that Oil Girl Shino had been hiding her strength. He had noticed the hints left by Yuzuru. If 16 Knights didn't realize it, it meant his mind wasn't spinning as fast as his own. Considering the relationship between Daisuke and 16 Knights, Oil Girl Shino will still give up the position of leader. But if 16 Knights' decision-making was incorrect, then don't blame him for not giving face to his exit rebuttal. 16 Knights naturally didn't know what Oil Girl Shino was thinking. Listening to Oil Girl Shino's words, he slowly stated his analysis. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. We can know the result now. With a few of us freshly graduated lower ninjas, we are no match for the upper ninjas. Even if tomorrow's survival drill is just a snatch and grab battle, we won't be able to snatch it at all if the upper ninjas aren't willing. After all, you guys can also notice that in the school's survival drills, those Nakanobu teachers actually show mercy, and as long as their performance isn't particularly ugly, they won't be eliminated. So for tomorrow's survival drill, if we perform to Ms. Red's satisfaction, she'll be equally merciful to us. So, how can I make her happy? 16 Knights leaned against the stump where Yuzuru had just stood and continued. Red Sensei just said that she is testing our abilities, not our strength. A ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence. And in her self-introduction just now, Red Sensei has already revealed to us that she specializes in all types of illusions. It's still morning, and it's perfectly possible to start the survival drill right away, but she's giving us a day to prepare, and pointing out the theme and venue of the survival drill, which is clearly giving us time to formulate a battle plan, as well as set up traps. As long as our tactics and team tacit understanding are qualified, Sunset Red should deliberately let the water out of the water, allowing us to successfully grab the pass props. Looking at the eloquent 16 Knights, Hinata's beautiful eyes sparkled, not hiding her admiration for 16 Knights. Oil Girl Shino still had her hands in her pockets on the surface, wrapped up tightly, and she couldn't see his expression change. In his heart, however, he had thoroughly recognized 16 Knights and sighed to himself. Although he also noticed the hints left by Yuzuru, Oil Girl Shino didn't think about it in as much detail as 16 Knights. Not bad for a chief student. It seemed that not only was he hiding his strength, but I'm afraid that no one in the class had ever seen the true strength of 16 Knights except for Daisuke, who had just said that she liked to train with 16 Knights. Thus, Oil Girl Shino once again inquired, then what are your tactics for 16 Knights? Unlike the earlier test, Oil Woman Shino was recognizing 16 Knights' position as leader this time and was ready to follow his arrangements. Trying to develop tactics presupposes that we know each other a little bit better. 16 Knights beckoned to Daisuke and Oil Girl Shino and said, come over here and pop the question about each other's best moves and the effects of those moves. At that, Hinata and Oil Girl Shino immediately walked over. With that, the three of them formed a circle and began to exchange whispers. Not far away, Yuzuru stood at the top of a large tree, looking at the exchanging trio, a pleased smile on her face, even more satisfied with these three students and subordinates of 16 Knights. The hint just now was indeed left by her on purpose. In order to do so, it was to test the observation skills of the 16 Knights and see how long it would take for them to react. As it turned out, I didn't expect the 16 Knights trio to be so good. She had only just left and immediately guessed that the survival drills and test times were to test their abilities and teamwork. That's excellent. With a combination like that, it's not like there's no hope of winning, and when the time comes, I'll make sure you guys pay the price for underestimating me. Yuzuru thought back to the image of the pre-split class bet, where neither Kakashi Hagi nor Asuma Saratobi, who had always ingratiated himself with her, had taken her into consideration. With that, her body twisted and disappeared like a mirage. Chapter 30 Revisiting Childhood. Empty wall poem. Well, that's our tactic. Half an hour later, 16 Knights looked at Daisy and Oil Girl Shino in front of her and smiled. I'm counting on you tomorrow. Daisy, Shino. Well, I'll be cheering. Daisy nodded vigorously. Don't worry. The Oil Maiden Shino likewise nodded slightly, but inside she was not as calm as she appeared to be, and instead, a wave rippled through her. Inside the body he had transformed into a nest of worms. Some of the worms were giving him feedback. 16 Knights' chakra was, well, amazing. The only person in his age group who could be compared to him was that guy, Whirlpool Naruto. No wonder he had so many jutsu and had developed his own powerful jutsu. This guy with no last name might not have all civilian ninjas in his ancestry. It is possible that in a certain era, there was also an unparalleled existence. Otherwise, it was impossible for his chakra amount to be so exaggerated. In that case, let's go back. Seeing that both Hinata and Oil Girl Shino agreed with his tactics and accepted his arrangement, 16 Knights couldn't help but nod in satisfaction before he was about to disband in place. 16 Knights, aren't we setting up traps? Oil Girl Shino asked as she came back to her senses. There's no need for that. 16 Knights shook his head and said, ordinary traps won't work on an upper ninja. Powerful traps, on the other hand, require the use of props that are lethal and expensive in value, and they don't necessarily work on upper ninjas, but may also injure their own people. If my analysis is correct, then this tactic will be enough to get us through the test. It dawned on Daisuke and Oil Girl Shino slightly that 16 Knights had a point. Since there's no need to set up a trap, I'll go back first. Leaving such a sentence, Oil Girl Shino turned around and left with her hands in her pockets. Yuzuru also had to go through the introductions before realizing that 16 Knights and Daisy had an unusual relationship. Oiler Shino, these classmates, were known in previous years. So, of course, Oil Girl Shino wouldn't go along with them to be a scene-stealing lightbulb. Despite his stuffy personality, he actually wanted to gossip a little inside. Still, in order to maintain the pushiness, personality, of the Oil Girl clan, Oil Girl Shino didn't do it. After watching the Oil Maiden Shino leave until his back was out of sight, 16 Knights then took Dyson's small hand and laughed. Dyson, it seems like we haven't had a picnic in a long time, so why don't we have grilled fish for lunch today? Aha! Remembering the picnic she had with 16 Knights a few years ago after finishing their training, Daisata's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Since finding out about their father's acquiescence, and the addition of Hanabi, 16 Knights and Daisy hadn't been to the deserted drill ground in a few years. The training was all in the courtyard of 16 Knights' house, or in the dojo on the first floor. Meals were either brought from Daisy's house or made on the spot at 16 Knights' house. The grilled fish and hunting barbecues and cozy images of spending time together as a child have become fond memories for Daisy. Now that these memories were being brought back by 16 Knights, she did want to relive what she had felt a few years ago. So, hand in hand, the two headed for the familiar creek. The job of catching the fish, 16 Knights and Daisuke left it to the shadow doppelganger. The two who were the main body were dueling with their feet on the flowing water, dueling with their physical skills on top of the creek. The chakra collision produced waves of air, splashing a large amount of ripples in water. The roaring sound also startled the beasts and birds in the forest on both sides of the creek, fleeing in panic. When all was calm again, white smoke rose up and the scent filled the air. Throughout the middle of the day, 16 Knights and Daisy spent time in the field, reliving their childhood. The next day, 8:30 a.m. 16 Knights and Daisuke arrived at the drill ground. Next to the stump, Oil Girl Shino was already standing there, seemingly waiting for a long time. Good morning, Shino. 16 Knights raised her hand to greet Oil Girl Shino. Morning. Oiler Shino nodded in response. The atmosphere was instantly quiet. 16 Knights, who had read the original, knew that Shino, the Oil Girl, actually hid a sulky side. However, 16 Knights still couldn't find a topic to talk to him. After all, Oil Girl Shino has such a low presence that she's never had any friends in her class, and her interests go to searching for insects, and she has absolutely nothing in common. So after saying hello, 16 Knights didn't know what to say, and knowing the hidden side of the Oil Maiden Shino, and not knowing if the other side had bugs capable of eavesdropping, 16 Knights didn't bite her ear with Daisuke, so he leaned against a stump, closed his eyes, and waited for the sunset red. Hinata likewise leaned next to 16 Knights with her hands in her pockets. Time passes by. As a whoosh, the sound of breaking air reached his ears. 16 Knights opened his eyes and Yuzuru was already standing in front of them. Mr. Red. The 16 Knights three immediately spoke politely. Good morning, I've kept you waiting. Yuzuru smiled and nodded, then took out 3 bells from her body and said, your next task is very simple, and that is to snatch these 3 bells from my body within an hour at all costs, even if it means killing me. Tying the bell around her waist, Yuzuru took out another small alarm clock from her body and set it to ring automatically in an hour. Placing the alarm clock on the stump, Yuzuru turned to look at the 16 knights. Now, it's official. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the 316 knights disappeared into thin air. The only sound to Yuzuru's ears was the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. Looking around the surrounding woods, Yuzuru looked confident with a smile on her lips. She didn't instantly go blow by blow. Instead, he intentionally walked to a clearing and waited for the 16 knights trio to take the initiative. It's not arrogance, it's a perception problem. Yuzuru had also gone to ninja school and knew what was taught at the school. Even if the 16 knights 3 were excellent, they only had a good foundation and mastered the low-level recluse techniques and family secret arts left behind by their family. The Hyuga clan and the Oil Woman clan, both of which were big-name ninja clans in the shinobi world. What their clans were good at, and their fighting styles, were not only understood by their own people, but even the outer village people had studied them thoroughly. Although he himself specialized in illusion, how was it that he was an all-around top shinobi who had mastered at least 2 variations of nature? Not to mention the 16 knights 3. Even if a few more shinobi squads teamed up, there was no way they could be her match. Yuzuru thinks so, but the next second, she was in a cold sweat. Bagua empty wall palm. Only the sound of a young girl's dainty drink was heard from far and near. Then the terrifying shockwave, like an invisible wall, crashed towards Yuzuru at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, it kicked up a huge dust cloud. Looking at the sweeping dust and fog, Yuzurihan pupils tightened. There was no time to condense chakra on both feet to perform an instantaneous jutsu, and could only subconsciously leap back. The shockwave flew past her, but the dust and fog overwhelmed her. Boom boom boom. The shockwave flew into the forest and blasted off several large trees held by several people in diameter, showing the strength of the power. The scene comes to the point of departure of the shockwave. Under a large tree, standing 2 identical-looking, back-to-back, hand-to-hand, white-eyed girls. It was none other than Hinata and her shadow doppelganger. Chapter 31 easily qualified. Nemesis of illusions. What a powerful combination technique. It seems like these top 3 are hiding their strength. Shino, the oil woman hiding in a tree, whispered to herself as she looked at the clearing and the dusty mist kicking up from the forest. At the same time, he also moved not slow to send out a large number of bugs, and with the cover of the dust and fog, he quietly flew to Yuzuru's side, wanting to take advantage of her inattention to seize the bell at her waist. Unfortunately, Daisy had already hit the hay. As the instructor of the perception class, Yuzuru's perception technique was equally outstanding. Taken aback by Daisuke's combo, she had released her senses once she was overwhelmed by the dust and fog. The position of the 16 knights trio, and the approach of the bugs, were all noticed by Yuzuru. There was a bang, and a sound like a balloon puncturing rang out from the dusty mist. When the dust and fog dissipated, the only thing on the ground was a piece of wood with bugs hovering over it. Substitution. The 8th class was not surprised to see this scene. Daiseta, whose temples were veins bursting, looked around, and inside the black and white perspective, the oil girl Shino, who was hiding in a certain tree, as well as Yuzuru, who had used white smoke to conceal herself and instantly sneaked into the forest, and the 16 knights, who had already instantly transformed into a static shadow and swept towards Yuzuru, were all exposed to her perspective and distant vision. Looking at the 16 knights that had appeared in front of Yubari and launched an attack towards Yubari, the corners of Daisuke's lips could not help but rise slightly as her white eyes seemed to see something. With that, she took out a piece of cloth and nodded in the direction of oil girl Shino, her figure disappearing. The buzzing sound of bugs followed suit. In another part of the woodland, the sound of clanking metal clashing resounded. The scene closes in on a pair of men and women, who are only a few centimeters apart in height, holding a handful of bitters in their backhand and engaging in a white-knuckle battle, aiming at Yuzuru's fatal part. The bitterness in 16 knights' hands attacked with either stabs, chops, or slashes. The speed of the attack, and the decisiveness of the strike, even Yuzuru could only passively defend. At first, Yuzuru, who was experienced in battle, didn't feel flustered, but very quickly, as if she had discovered something incredible, her pupils violently contracted and her complexion changed in shock. How can it be? She even exclaimed in shock, knowing what she was shocked about. The corner of 16 Knight's mouth turned up slightly. In the next second, he turned into a cloud of white smoke with a bang. At the same time, 3 shouts rang out from around the forest. Naruto How Long Fire Jutsu. Orange-red flame light, like the evening sun, enveloped sunset red. 3 fire dragons of about 4 meters, in a triangular direction, roared towards her. Yuzuru was also too late to instantly dodge, and the illusion technique was useless, so she could only quickly form seals with both hands and gulp. Water transportation, water formation wall. A waterfall of water spat out of his mouth, colliding with the flying fire dragon as Yuzuru's body turned. As explosions and zippy sounds rang out, a shocking white mist filled and spread. Ahem! The area of the fog was so amazing that it even spread to the clearing there. Yuzuru's figure burst out of the fog with a choking cough. Suddenly, Yuzuru froze in place as if she had realized something. It was the next second that the familiar voice reached his ears. Jingle bells, the pleasant sound of bells. From far and near, a gust of wind blew away the fog, and the figures of the 8th class came out of the forest. 16 Knights, who was standing in the center, lightly shook the bell in her hand while looking at Yuzuru with a smile, and spoke. Red Sensei, we're considered qualified, right? Awesome. Obviously I was already on guard against you guys, but you still ended up snatching the bell. Looking at the spotless 8th class, and then at her slightly disheveled self, Yuzuru was a little embarrassed, but inside she felt more joy. She spread a smile and praised without mincing words. Very strong. Great tactics. It was the teacher who lost. No. Ninja battle is a battle for intelligence. The 16th Knight shook his head and smiled. The reason why we obtained the bell so easily was all because you, Teacher Red, revealed your own specialization and still didn't know enough about our intelligence. If it was a life and death battle, we wouldn't have had such an easy time. All because we took advantage of the fact that you, Red Sensei, deliberately let the water out. Upon hearing that, Daisuke and Oil Girl Shino, who were intentionally a body position behind 16 Knights, both looked at 16 Knights with dismayed expressions, their hearts in different voices. 10. 16 Knight-kun, speak well, so it's still possible to talk like this? That said, is this ass kissing? Yuzuru was also slightly stunned, and then the smile on her face became even wider, looking at 16 Knights with a gaze filled with fondness. What a talker! Yuzuru, whose embarrassment was dissolved, immediately resumed her valiant gallantry, walked over and patted 16 Knights on the shoulder, then reached out and wrapped her hand around Daisuke's fragrant shoulders and laughed. Let's go! To celebrate the founding of the 8th class, Sensei treats you all to a big meal. Walking down the forest path leading to Center Street, Yuzuru looked at 16 Knights curiously and asked, 16 Knights, how did your shadow doppelganger break my illusion spell in the middle of a fight? Breaking illusions is taught in ninja school. Just disrupt the flow of chakra in your body. It's easy to say, but very hard to do, because it's simply not possible to disrupt chakra during a fight. After all, to disrupt the chakra in your body, you need to seriously mobilize the chakra in your body, which requires a seal. The reason Yuzuru was shocked just now wasn't that the person she was fighting with was just 16 Knights' shadow doppelganger, or that 16 Knights' main body and shadow doppelganger were ambushing her around. Rather, 16 Knights' shadow doppelganger had actually ignored her illusion. It's an exclusive secret. Oh, MS. Red. 16 Knights raised his index finger and held it against his mouth, laughing. A ninja's battle is a battle for information, and secrets make a man more attractive. As he said this, 16 Knights threw a wink at Daisy, causing the young girl to shyly lower her head. You're not a man yet, just a little kid. Yuzuru rolled her eyes and said, wait until you're 20 and can drink with your teacher before you say that. Granted. She didn't pursue it further. However, the evaluation of 16 Knights in his heart far exceeded that of the two ninja clan children, Deuseda and Oil Girl Shino. Huge amount of chakra, powerful fire escape jutsu, and precocious character, and this ninja literacy. At this moment, Yuzuru finally understood why the 16 Knights were able to force their way past the children of all the major ninja clans and reign as the chief Sengoku. 16 Knights laughed at Yuzuru's teasing. Of course he wouldn't tell Yuzuru that the reason he was able to ignore her illusions was not only because his Yin transportation chakra was very powerful, but also because he was able to cast jutsu without seals, while others needed to form seals in order to mobilize chakra. 16 Knights didn't need it at all. He is the nemesis of illusion. Chapter 32, First Fetal Movements. Since it's still early, after eating the large meal Yuzuru had treated them to, instead of dismissing them as they were, Class 8 headed to the Naruto building to officially begin their mission. The first mission of the 8th class was naturally a D-rank mission. At first, Hinata and Oil Girl Shino were interested in the mission, but they instantly lose interest when they see Yuzuru, taking them to a smelly gutter and asking them to figure out how to clean up the trash on the water. This task, for both Hinata and 16 Knights, who could tread water, was no difficulty at all. The same is true for Oil Girl Shino, climbing trees and treading water, which he learned in 3rd grade. Such skills that are not taught in ninja schools are basic stuff that the major ninja clans require their children to master. Even if 16 Knights didn't teach Daisuke to climb trees and tread water, when she had practiced her pointing hands to a certain extent, Hyuga Hinata would likewise teach her to climb trees and tread water. After all, this is one mind, two mind chakra control. By mastering this stage of chakra control, not only will the power of the pointing hand skyrocket, but learning the soft fist will also be much easier. Seeing the 316 Knights, all of whom had already mastered the chakra control that was not taught in ninja school, Yuzuru was slightly surprised. But thinking about the origins of Deuseda and Oil Girl Shino, as well as the strength of 16 Knights, and his relationship with Deuseda, Yuzuru felt dazed again. This kind of skill, for them, is indeed nothing. Quickly, Yuzuru agonized again. I had wanted to use this mission to take the opportunity to teach 16 knights and the others more advanced chakra control. Now that 16 knights and the others knew how to do it, what should he teach them next? 16 knights had no idea what Yuzuru was thinking, much less what was bothering her. Otherwise, it would have been full of goodwill towards Yuzuru, though addressed as a teacher. Instructing a shinobi is not teaching a teacher. Instructing the upper and lower ninjas. In addition to the teacher-student relationship, there is also the relationship between the superior and the subordinate. The job of instructing a shinobi is simply responsible for guiding a newly graduated shinobi on how to perform tasks and become a competent shinobi. If there is a favored subordinate, it is possible to deepen the teacher-student relationship and teach one's skills to the other. If they didn't like it, then when someone in the squad was promoted to Nakanobu squad leader, the instructing a shinobu would be a shirker, and wouldn't gather again unless the village arranged a high-level mission for them. That's why instructing a shinobi doesn't always involve teaching one's subordinates jutsu. The channels through which the lower ninja learn jutsu are also not only from instructing the upper ninja, but also by brushing up on quests to gain merit and then redeeming it from the village. Of course, the 5 elemental recluse techniques that the shinobi were able to redeem were relatively low-level contraptions that had long since proliferated in the shinobi world. Only advanced ninjas who have mastered form change and nature change can redeem higher-level jutsu. It was only the second day of their acquaintance, and Yuzuru was thinking of teaching 16 knights their skills. Such a dedicated teacher. Class 7 will definitely be in tears when they watch it. After all, they all had to utilize tools to clean up their trash. And Kakashi, who was lying in a tree reading a little yellow book, didn't even bother to teach them how to climb trees and tread water. After completing the first mission and receiving their honorariums to split, the 8th class was dismissed in front of the Naruto building. Daisy, let's have a nice meal today. Aha! With their first paycheck, 16 knights and Daisy go to the market to buy ingredients for a good time. However, when they returned to 16 knights' house with their bags, they were going to cook almost all of their meals and then go and get flower fire. Hiss! 16 knights, who had just changed his shoes in the entrance hall, suddenly frowned and drew in a cold breath. The bag in his hand, too, fell to the ground. 16 knights Kuin, what's wrong with you? Daisuke instantly looked worried. Daisuke, my blood succession limit, is going to awaken. 16 knights covered his eyes and leaned against the wall. His expression a little hard, but the corners of his mouth were grinning, his tone full of excitement. Upon hearing this, Daiseta, who came over to assist him, immediately opened her red lips wide and said in shock and joy, Really? 16 knights Kuin, you also have a blood relay limit boundary? Well, it's a secret only you know. 16 knights raised a hand on Daisy's shoulder and smiled. Daisy, help me up. I have something I need your help with. Yes. Immediately, Hinata nodded with a small, serious face, and the ingredients didn't care, assisting 16 knights up the stairs. Coming into the room and lying on the bed, 16 knights closed his eyes and said, Daisuke, go ahead and get a roll of bandages. Okay. Daisuke walked out of the room and fetched a medical kit, removing a roll of bandages from it and shoving it into 16 knights' hand. 16 knights tied a bandage around his eyes before adding, Open my bedside drawer and take an eye patch out of it for me. Yes. Nodding again, Daisuke pulled open a drawer and removed a black eye patch, slipping it into 16 knights' hand. After putting the eye patch on, 16 knights made a seal with both hands, and his amazing perception instantly enveloped the entire Kiba Center Street. After a few seconds, 16 knights lowered her hand and instructed with a serious face, Dyson, the matter of my awakening of the blood relay limit every other generation. Remember to never reveal it, not even to the current flower flame. I know. 16 knights Kuin. Daisuke nodded with a serious look on her face. She wouldn't say anything without 16 knights reminding her. After all, 16 knights Kuin was just a civilian without a family name and was now alone. If the fact that he had a blood religion limit was revealed, it would likely attract a lot of attention. If this blood religion realm is the blood religion realm of the Land of Fire, and the ninja clan is still around, then it's still possible to recognize your ancestors. But if it's a foreign blood religion limit boundary, it means that the 16 knights' ancestors moved to the Fire Country from somewhere else. And even if the Konoha was rooted in the Fire Country before it was established, and there's no problem with the background, the 16 knights won't be able to gain the village's trust, and their future basically comes to an end. There was no future for her in 16 knights either. So, this secret can't be revealed to anyone, including Flame, who is still small now. I have a feeling that it will take a few days for my blood succession limit to fully awaken. 16 knights continued to instruct. In the meantime, if there is a mission in the 8th class, you can go over there using your shadow doppelganger to become me. Remember, you have to come over and wear my clothes before you go over, or Shino will notice a break. and also have the shadow doppelganger tell them that this is my shadow doppelganger, and that I'm perfecting the jutsu I've developed during this time. Yes. In the meantime, you find an excuse not to let Blossom Fire come over to my place. 2. Good. I can't see for the next few days, so I'll trouble you to bring me food, but I'll probably use stealth to hide, so if you realize I'm not there, you can call out to me, and remember not to turn on the white eyes. I know. Daisy took it all down. Then I'll be troubling you for the next few days. Daisy. 16 Nights laughed. Daisy nodded repeatedly, her little face flushing a little with excitement. Ever since he was a child, it had always been 16 Nights that took care of him, and now it was finally his turn to take care of 16 Nights. Daisy was suddenly looking forward to the next few days, even want to go home and prepare a set of daily processes. Chapter 33, The Eye of Transmigration. I don't know if it's because the potential hasn't been fully realized yet, or if it's just not enough chakra. The first fetal movement of the 16 Nights didn't last for a few days, but for a full 2 weeks. For the past 2 weeks, he's been living like a blind man without light. Other people can't see it, and the mood must be very depressing and emotionally irritable. However, 16 Nights lived a very happy life, because Hinata is so good at taking care of people. Just like her character is Yamato Nadeshiko style, she's practically a good wife and mother. 3 meals a day, either brought from home or went to buy ingredients to cook for 16 Nights. He was also afraid that 16 Nights would get tired from lying on the bed, and often assisted 16 Nights to walk around the room and the living room, waiting for him to wash up with patience, and even rubbing 16 Nights back and washing his hair. If there was a mission in the 8th class, she would play 2 roles and go out to do the mission instead of 16 Nights. If she didn't have a mission, she would either leave a shadow doppelganger at home and her main body would come over. Either that or she sends a shadow body over to take care of 16 Nights and talk with 16 Nights, fearing that 16 Nights will feel lonely. 16 Nights just needs to be fed and clothed every day and be an invalid. And Daisy was enjoying herself. She had been taken care of by 16 Nights since she was a child, and it was the first time she had taken care of 16 Nights, and she was filled with motivation every day, so much so that even when she slept, she dreamed of images of how she took care of 16 Nights, and then received compliments from 16 Nights. It was fortunate that Hyuga Hinata didn't see such an image, or she would have felt her fists harden. Happy times, though, always go by fast. After half a month of being a blind man, with his brain secreting chakra every day and his eyeballs feeling like something was squirming inside, 16 Nights finally felt everything calm down. The first stage of the power of the Morantia was derived. On this day, Hinata drew the curtains and closed the door to her room, and while removing 16 Nights' bandages, she asked curiously, 16 Nights-kun, is your blood relay limit jutsu also a Hitomi jutsu? Aha! 16 Nights nodded. Could it be that you, 16 Nights-kun, have awakened the legendary chakra eyes, or the red eyes that can restrain the white eyes? Hinata became even more curious. Why didn't you say it was a blood dragon's eye? 16 Nights spat in his heart, while on the surface, he shook his head. I don't know. If it wasn't for the sudden secretion of chakra from my brain, I wouldn't have known that I had awakened the blood religion limit boundary in my alternate generation. Just take a look at it later and you'll know. Daisuke quickly removed the bandages before coming to 16 Nights and staring into its tightly closed eyes. When 16 Nights opened his eyelids, Daisy's eyes instantly widened in beauty, covering her lips and exclaiming, "What beautiful eyes!" Only in the dimly lit room, 16 Nights' eyes, like glowing night pearls, flashed with a blue-white light. The whites of the eyes were still there, but the pupil color had turned sky blue, and even the pupil had turned blue, emitting white streams of light, forming a white flower pattern around it. Aesthetically stunning. These eyes, which may have reappeared after thousands of years, may also have appeared on Earth for the first time. It did not belong to the 3 major pupil arts, nor was it the red eye that could restrain the white eye, nor was it the blood dragon's eye of the Bloodpool clan, but rather, it was on par with the legendary head of the 3 major pupil arts, with the power of destruction and creation, the Eye of Transmigration. What a powerful pupil power! Not at all at the same level. 16 Nights raised his hand and touched the corner of his right eye, his eyes looking at Daisy in front of him, but in reality, his gaze had already penetrated through the houses, streets, villages, forests, and cities, into an invisible net that enveloped the entire fire country. The blood succession limit, white eyes, gold, 80 kilometers of distant vision in a radius was amazing enough. However, in front of the far-sightedness of the transmutation eye, it was like the king of soldiers and a baby. In this world, on the other hand, the gap between the super shadow and shadow levels is not at all of the same order. Just by completing the first fetal movement, 16 Nights was able to see the entire land of fire. What about completing the second fetal movement, and the final evolution? At that time, what exaggerated level would his farsightedness reach? Retracting his gaze from the distant outlook, 16 Nights looked at the prone Daisuke in front of him. staring at the delicately shaped black headlights wrapped in a black fishing net lining without a drawstring, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Nice guy, actually comes with a green and healthy harmony system. Not bad. 16 Knights had just tried the Transmutation Eyes ability to see through. After the white eyes evolved into Transmutation Eyes, the images that 16 Knights saw were finally no longer in black and white colors. The distance vision is amazing, and the perspective can easily penetrate all objects and buildings. So, 16 Knights did something that any man with perspective would want to do. However, when 16 Knights looked through the human body, he didn't see the image he wanted to see, but instead saw colored bones, internal organs, meridians, and chakra. Junk stuff. 16 Knights commented this in his mind, but thinking that there was also a transmuting eye on top of the moon, 16 Knights' mood instantly became comfortable. Can't see good. Taking in the change in 16 Knights' expression, Daisuke asked curiously, 16 Knights-kun, are you figuring out the abilities of the blood relay limit? Aha. 16 Knights smiled and nodded, saying, my pupil art. I don't think it's the reincarnation eyes and red eyes you mentioned, but a brand new, and possibly long lost, pupil art. And what are its powers? Daisy said with interest. What it's capable of. Is this. Up. 16 Knights raised her hand to Daisy. In the next second, it was as if Daisuke's body had traveled from Earth to outer space, escaping gravity and levitating towards 16 Knights. Then the dramatic image appeared, possibly because it was the first time he used gravity. 16 Knights launched himself too hard and didn't notice the close proximity between him and Daisuke. Daisuke, who was already that much shorter than 16 Knights by 8 centimeters, surpassed 16 Knights, who was sitting on the chair, by a small amount after floating. The body that flew, the conscience that proudly looked down on its peers, just happened to crash into the open palm of 16 Knights. Yikes! Daisy cried out in shock, her neck and small face filling with blood and redness at a rate visible to the naked eye, her head rising with steam. Ahem! Blunder, blunder. 16 Knights subconsciously practiced his finger power for a moment, then hurriedly put Daisuke down, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. That's what I can do. Good thing it's not the first time to be a gripper, plus the immunity is not comparable to the original. Daisuke just bowed her head shyly for a moment, then looked up and asked, is this the wind escape? No, it's gravity. And then, repulsion. 16 Knights looked around, his eyes settling on a decorated vase. With that, his fingers spaced out. Snap. The sound of a vase breaking rang out. Instead of being hit by something, however, the vase suddenly flew into the wall and smashed itself into the bottle. Instead of falling to the ground, the pieces of the vase floated in the air and then flew inside the trash can on their own as if they possessed self-awareness. Good, good. Daisuke showed a dumbfounded look. 16 Knights, who switched back and forth between gravitational and repulsive forces, also had the corners of his mouth slightly upturned as he secretly said in his heart, finally, the ability to defend myself. The white eyes evolved into the Transmutation Eyes, the first fetal movement, giving 16 Knights 2 major foundations and 3 major abilities. The 2 main foundations, naturally, are sublimated farsightedness and perspective. The 3 main abilities, however, are gravity and repulsion, and wireless puppets. Instead of a wireless puppet, it was an alternative Rokudo no Jutsu. 16 Knights can use the Transmutation Eyes to gather chakra and input it inside the puppet's chakra core, giving the opponent life force, heart, and manipulating the puppet over long distances. These puppets, which could also mobilize the chakra in their bodies, released light bullets to attack. It's a pity that there's no yin-yang transportation yet, or else they could use it to create black rods and remotely supply chakra to the puppets. 16 Knights said in his heart, then summoned a curtain of light that only he could see. Host, 16 Knights. Talent entries, Bloodline Limit Reincarnation Eye, red. Otsutsuki Bloodline, red. Eyes of the Immortal, red. Prince of White Eyes, red. Rokudo Qualification, red. Chakra Control, gold. Maelstrom Bloodline, violet, plus. All Attribute Physique, violet, plus. Medical Genius, blue, plus. Points, 12,391. After White Eyes evolved into Transmutation Eyes, the Blood Religion limit, White Eyes in the word column, the suffix had changed to Transmutation Eyes, and the grade had changed from gold to red. And just by completing the first fetal movement, the ranking of the Transmuting Eye surpassed the Otsutsuki Bloodline at number 1. The ultimate pupil technique is, indeed, the existence above the color red. 16 Knights murmured in his heart. Chapter 34, 16 Knights Strength, First C-Rank Mission, possibly evolved from his own eyes. 16 Knights Transmutation Eyes, the first fetal awakening's ability, is not only different from Otanashi Sheik, the power is also very stable. Even if his body was heavily damaged, the power of the transmutation eye would not disappear. Only when his chakra and pupil power were depleted would his transmutation eyes degrade back to white eyes. After white eyes evolved into transmutation eyes, the eyes were still absorbing the chakra secreted by the brain, just like storing energy. Once the energy is full, it's time for the second fetal movement. Much like how it took White Eyes 2 years of sucking to evolve the transmutation eyes, 16 Knights had a premonition that it might take a while for his second fetus to arrive. However, awakening the transmutation eye right now, 16 Knights was already very satisfied. 12 is still early childhood, and childhood is just coming to an end. 15 years old before they enter their formative years. By that age, girls are completely outclassed by boys. Even if 16 Knights did nothing, by the time his body entered the formative years of his 15 years of age, he would be cashing in on his potential just as quickly as the Otanashi Sherpa on the moon. By the age of 19, it doesn't matter if you have no combat experience. As long as you have transplanted a pair of white eyes of extreme purity, you will be able to master the power of interdimensionality. Even Otanashi Shiren, who only had one red phrase, could do so, and 16 Knights, who had several red phrases, was even more so. Awakening the transmigration eye at the age of 12 was the best proof of enlightenment. 16 Knights, you're in your true form now? Safely through the first period of fetal movement, 16 Knights finally returned to the team. As soon as he returned, Oil Woman Shino immediately noticed the change in her bug and looked at 16 Knights with a gaze filled with shock. Bugs. In fear. It's only been half a month, and 16 Knights has gotten so much stronger? What kind of jutsu is he developing? Yeah, I've perfected my jutsu, so I'm back. 16 Knights smiled and nodded. What kind of jutsu are you practicing? Since Oil Girl Shino was wearing sunglasses and her collar was pulled up so high, Yuzuru didn't see the change in his expression, but was just curious as to what kind of ninjutsu 16 Knights was practicing this time. Secrets make men more attractive. 16 Knights was still holding up his index finger against the front of his mouth and selling a secret. If you have the chance, Mr. Red, you'll see it, and it's guaranteed to shock your jaws off. 16 Knights. Has anyone ever told you you're very underpowered? A large well sign popped up on Yuzuru's forehead door. 16 Knights turned her head to look at Daisy and asked, Daisy, do I deserve a beating? No. Daisy shook her head honestly. You too, are you really not a couple? Yuzuru let out the same tirade as her shinobi school classmates. 16 Knights laughed without saying anything, and Daisy blushed in both cheeks. After the interlude, the 8th squad continued its D-mission. Sometimes one per day, sometimes 2 or 3 per day, and sometimes a few days of vacation followed by a mission. Whether it's cleaning up garbage, helping villagers take care of their children and dealing with crops, etc. Class 8 has done a great job and has been well received by their principals. During this time, Yuzuru also wanted to teach her illusionist skills to the 8th class. However, it was rejected by Hinata and Oil Girl Shino, who only wanted to practice the family's secret arts. 16 Knights likewise refused. If the first fetal movement hadn't been completed yet, 16 Knights would be willing to take this favor. Though his panel is very posh and a few red words look bluff, in reality, the 16 Knights who hadn't yet awakened his transmutation eyes, all he had improved in the past few years was perception and healing, and the few red words hadn't brought him much of a battle power boost. Without the use of the super hurricane linking sphere and the Aoi that was being perfected, the only means of attack for 16 Knights was the low-level wind escape left behind by his father and a few fire escape ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan. With the multiple shadow doppelganger technique in these jutsu, 16 Knights was not afraid of any top ninja. As soon as he completes that Aoi move, he's an elite shinobi who can threaten the shadow. Just like Kakashi Hagi, 16 Knights' previous strength was against the upper shinobi. Now awakening the transmutation eye and possessing the two major abilities of gravity and repulsion, 16 Knights is now Tendo Pain who can't earthquake Heavenly Star, and is up against a shadow class powerhouse. He was no longer lacking in attack and defense, as well as secondary abilities. There's no need to take this favor from Yubari. So Yuzuru is just like the original, just being a guide and teaching the 8th class how to become a competent ninja. And so it came to May 1st. On this morning, the 8th class met in the same place as before. You guys did a great job last month, not a single bad assignment. Yuzuru had just arrived with good news for the 8th class. As a reward, I'll take you guys to pick up a more advanced quest today. At those words, Daisuke immediately looked pleased. If the sunglasses were removed, one would also see the oiler Shino's eyes light up slightly and the corners of her mouth turn up slightly under her collar. Is it a C-rank mission? 16 Knights asked knowingly. Aha. Yuzuru nodded and said, Shimanobu can generally only perform D-rank missions, and only senior Shimanobu, or Shimanobu with a mentor shinobi to lead them, are able to perform C-rank missions, because unlike D-rank missions that are only mopping up, most of the C-rank missions will leave the village and may encounter unknown enemies that possess life-threatening risks. As a matter of fact, you guys have only just graduated a little over a month ago, so you're not qualified for C-rank missions yet. But seeing as you guys have performed well for a while, I'll reward you. Let's go. To the Naruto building. Yuzuru brought the 8th class, full of anticipation, to the Naruto's office in the Naruto building. Want to pick up a C-rank assignment? Sarutobi Hinata was in a bit of a trance with his pipe in hand, gulping down clouds of smoke as he surveyed 16 knights and Daisuke, who were proudly tall for their age. Have those two little kids full of baby fat back then gotten so big? Thinking again of the image of 16 knights and Uchiha Sasuke fighting, and even though the latter had opened his sharpening wheel eyes, he was completely suppressed. Sarutobi nodded and said, "It's fine, even though your 8th class has only been in existence for a little over a month. Every mission has been favorably evaluated by the commissioner. Since the guiding shinobi all feel that you guys are qualified, let's arrange a C-class mission for you." After saying that, Sarutobi Hinata took out a large scroll from underneath the table. Opening the scroll, Sarutobi's fingers gently slid across the surface, quickly stopping. "Your senses are very good, and here's a task that would suit you well." Sarutobi Hinata exhaled his smoke and slowly said, "Recently a mining team came over to Konoha to do business. They were afraid of being robbed by mountain bandits and Naniwa ninja on their way back, so they entrusted us, the Konoha, with escorting them back to Kawanakuni. I'll leave this task to you guys. No problem?" Sarutobi looked at Yuzuru. "Yes." Yuzuru nodded respectfully. The 316 knights did not speak. Sarutobi Hinata wrapped his fingers around the chakra flame and pressed it against the scroll's face. There was a bang and a very small cloud of smoke dissipated. A scroll that could only be held in one hand appeared in Sarutobi's hand. Sarutobi threw the scroll at Yuzuru and said, "This is the client's information on it, so go deal with him." "Yes, Naruto-sama," Yuzuru said respectfully once again. Then he took the 8th class and left Naruto's office. From start to finish, Sarutobi Hinata didn't speak to the 8th class, and no one in the 8th class was as adventurous as Vortex Naruto. Walking out of the Naruto building, Yuzuru opened her scroll and then led the 8th class outside an inn. "You guys wait here for me, I'll deal with the client." Leaving such a remark, Yuzuru walked over to a carriage parked outside the inn, and exchanged words with the man in charge of guarding the carriage. Quickly, the man led Yuzuru into the inn. "If you look closely, you'll see that above that wagon, there's a flag with the word iron written on it. The destination is Kawanakuni, and it's safe to assume that the word iron has nothing to do with the land of iron. Mining team, I think it means iron or mine. It seems to be written in the book that Kawanakuni has a complex geography, with mountains and forests within its borders, and that its nationals seem to live in the mountains or at the foot of the mountains, and that the villages are also known as mountain villages." The 16 Knights trio analyzed it in their minds. Chapter 35, The Scared Yuzuru and Oil Girl Shino. It took several minutes before Yuzuru came out of the hotel. The client still has purchases to make in Kiba, so tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, you will meet at the village entrance, Yuzuru instructed. After you are dismissed later, you guys go back and prepare a change of clothes, as well as a tent and quilt for camping, and preferably a little bit of Hyrule pills. If things don't fit, then get a storage scroll. Your honorarium for this period of time is completely spendable. Yes, Class 8 nodded in response. Gather at 8 tomorrow morning. Remember not to be late, Yuzuru reminded once again, then instantly disappeared into thin air. 16 Knights and Daisy also parted ways with Oil Girl Shino. 16 Knights Kuin, you don't need to buy a storage scroll, I'll bring one over tomorrow, Daisy said softly. 16 Knights pinched Daisy's little face and teased, worthy of being a big lady of a powerful family. You're going to adopt me so soon? Package. Daisuke instantly turned her little face red and her voice became shaky. Just kidding. 16 Knights stroked Daisuke's head, then took her small hand and smiled. There's no need to bring a storage scroll over here. I'll just bring a backpack, and I'll keep watch to protect you if you need to camp in the wild. At those words, Daisuke's little face turned even redder, and subconsciously looked down, looking at the palm that was interlocked with her 5 fingers, and a happy smile suddenly spread on the corner of her lips. The heart is as sweet as honey. Although their relationship hadn't completely broken through yet, 16 Knights and Daisuke had long since been no different from a couple in terms of how they got along. If it wasn't for the fact that announcing the relationship might spread to the clan and cause some of the clan elders to get in the way, Daisuke would have taken the initiative and confessed to 16 Knights. Once she and 16 Knights both became upper shinobi, or elite upper shinobi who could become clan leaders and ace warriors, they would be able to come together for good. Even father and the clan elders couldn't stop them. That day, it definitely won't be long. Daisuke suddenly gripped 16 Knights' palm tightly and said in her heart. 16 Knights didn't know what Daisuke was thinking, or she would have smiled with relief once again. The character-altered Daisy is good enough. A Daisy with a purpose will become even better. With a little more guidance, the white-eyed princess will shine brightly. Next day, 7:50 a.m. 16 knights and Daisuke each carried a duffel bag to the entrance of the village. There, Shino, the oil woman who was also just carrying a duffel bag, had been waiting for a long time. Good morning. Morning, Shino, don't you bring a tent? Brought it, put it inside the storage scroll. Look for me if you need Hyrule pills. Thanks, but Daisy is ready for me. After saying hello as usual, 16 knights got into an awkward conversation with oil girl Shino. This time, however, the one who killed the chat was not the high and mighty oil girl Shino, but 16 knights herself. Oil girl Shino, who had inexplicably been stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, couldn't see any change on the surface, but her mood was very bad. But being the person he was, and not being able to do shady behavior, he could only choose to be silent. Seeing that the oil girl Shino had stopped talking again, 16 knights could only go aside with Daisy to by her ear, avoiding being overheard. 16 knights was all about finding normal topics and not teasing Daisy. I've kept you waiting. It didn't take long for Yuzuru's voice to pull the eyes of the 316 knights. A caravan of a dozen or so people was instantly reflected in their eyes. At the head of the group was none other than Yuzuru and a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes. At this moment, the middle-aged man was sizing up the 316 knights, a warm smile on his face, and his joy could be seen through the windows of his mind. And all three of the 16 knights noticed that the others' gaze lingered the longest on Daisy's, and yet it wasn't because of Daisy's body that boasted of her age, it was her eyes. 16 knights unleashed his senses and didn't feel malice in his body either. It looked like it wasn't fixated on Daisy's white eyes, but because there were white eyes in the escort team. The white eye of the Hyuga clan is the most famous perception eye in the shinobi world. 360 degrees of farsightedness and perspective, able to see through all low-level stealth techniques. Even if he was able to merge his body into the Earth's ground with the Earth transport, he could not escape the eyes of the Hyuga clan. With white eyes, the team will be able to spot danger in advance and escape in time. For the commission money of a C-ranked mission, one could hire a clan member of the Hyuga clan, which was simply earning hemp. It was no wonder the middle-aged man was so happy. 16 knights, who thought about this clearly, didn't care. Let me introduce you. This is our client. You can call him Mr. Nishimura. Yuzuru introduced the middle-aged man to the 16 knights. Mr. Nishimura, Class 8 politely greeted each other. Hello guys, you'll be in trouble next. Mr. Nishimura didn't put on any airs at all, but instead, he put himself in a very low position. Seeing that the client was so nice to deal with, Class 8, who had once encountered an odd client in a D-ranked mission that eventually took a little bit of effort to get a favorable review, was also relieved. Come on, it's ready to go. Yuzuru and Mr. Nishimura, after handing the certificate of leaving the village, which had been processed in advance, to the ninja guarding the gate, the 316 knights, for the first time, walked out of the village where they had lived for 12 years. At first, Hinata and oil girl Shino were very much looking forward to how it looked outside. When they passed through the first town, however, they were greatly disappointed. Although the Land of Fire had a number of bustling commercial towns like Short Book Street, there were more ordinary towns and villages, and they were naturally less well built than Konoha, which served as a military base. And nowadays, most of the aristocrats travel by manpower carrying sedan chairs, or by horse-drawn carriages. High-tech like trains are still many years away from coming out. In less than a day, Hinata and oil girl Shino had lost their expectations and were focused on the task. Ninjas move quickly, and if they traveled at full speed, in about 3 days, they would be able to get from Kiba in the Land of Fire, to the sand-hidden village in the Land of Wind. A little over a week to reach the most remote part of the shinobi world, but that's for ninjas. If there's a normal person in the group, it depends on the opponent's movement speed. The mining party of a dozen men in 2 wagons, with no goods on the return trip, was much faster than on foot. Even so, the party traveled and took 8 days to leave the Land of Fire. Daisy, what's the situation around here? Just after leaving the territory of the Fire Country and turning from a forest path to a mountain path, Yuzuru asked to Daisuke, who had his white eyes turned on and his temples bruised on both sides. There is no danger in a 20-kilometer radius. Nani? Daisuke clearly gave a safe answer, but it almost shocked Yuzuru and oil girl Shino's jaws. There was no way around it. They were all shocked by this statistic of Daisy. Chapter 36, Daisy's Growth? Ready-made puppets. As we all know, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can see things within a 1-kilometer radius. This range is not a limit, but is possible with the white eyes on, and can be improved later by developing the white eyes to increase the distance vision range. However, no matter how much it was developed, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan could see only a few kilometers to a dozen kilometers. This is the information compiled by the forces of the 3 shinobi world wars. If it was Hyuga Hinata saying this, Yuzuru wouldn't be surprised. As the head of a clan, it's not surprising to push the limits of intelligence. But how old is Daisy? Having just graduated over a month ago, Her white eyes were able to see things within a 20-kilometer radius. What kind of monster was this? She broke through the upper limit of the Hyuga clan, didn't she? Taking in the change in their expressions, 16 knights secretly smiled in her heart. Not to mention them, even Hyuga Hinata was shocked by Daisy's growth. 16 knights, who has the Otanashi bloodline, red. He and Daisy, who is a princess with white eyes, red, are a match made in heaven. By exploding Daisuke's word, 16 knights has transplanted Daisuke's eyes, and with the help of the accelerated hang of the eyes of the immortal, red, the first fetal movement has now been completed. The bloodline did not reach the red rank of Daisy. She only needed to absorb the chakra of 16 knights to be able to stimulate her potential and raise her upper limit. Since Konoha 58, Daisuke and Hanabi have been going against the grain, because that year, 16 knights awakened the unique ability of the Vortex Bloodline, physical healing. Every day after practicing, whether they were injured or not, 16 knights would let Hinata and Hanabi bite themselves a bit to absorb their chakra. The chakra that had been sucked out of them was not only restoring Daisuke and Hanabi's injuries, but also stimulating their potential. Hinata's white eyes had the highest purity, so her changes were the most obvious. At only 12 years of age, the range of farsightedness of the white eyes surpassed that of Hyuga Hinata. At this rate, by the time the legend of the blast began, Daisuke's blood relay limit, white eyes rank, might have been upgraded from purple to gold. What's wrong? Daisy tilted her head cutely, wondering why Yuzuru and Oil Girl Shino were so surprised. Yuzuru calmed down and instructed with a serious look on her face. Daisy, don't tell your farsighted range in the future or you'll get a lot of eyes on you. Without the white eyes of a caged bird, the great lady of the clan family who could see things in a radius of 20 kilometers, such a value and threat. Once the other ninja villages knew about it, Daisuke would definitely go into the black market and the assassination list of the major ninja villages. Yes, although she didn't know why Yuzuru said that, Daisuke nodded with a serious expression. The range is so reassuring. I'm counting on you for the rest of the journey. Yuzuru smiled and stroked Daisy's head. Oil Woman Shino also silently withdrew the bug she had sent out. The bug's odor perception was worthless in the face of this range of farsightedness and perspective. So for the rest of the journey, every once in a while, Daisuke would open her white eyes and observe the movements within a 20-kilometer radius. And so it went for 2 more days. In the past 2 days, the 8th squad eliminated 2 mountain bandit gangs and scared one away. The route is difficult to change due to the steepness of the hills. The mountain bandits and ronin who had a good understanding of the terrain would specialize in ambushing them where they had to pass through, either by taking the long way around to avoid them or by having to eliminate them. Mountain bandits and ronin usually don't come over to mess with a ninja-escorted caravan when they see one, but there are also unbelievers and unseen guys who choose to put up a fight. The 2 gangs of mountain bandits that were eliminated were the latter. For these fools, the 8th class naturally kills them without mercy. The 8th class, who had killed for the first time, was only slightly uncomfortable, then quickly recovered. The school was taught how to break illusions, and during that time the teacher also cast illusions on the class so that they had seen the gory images. Maybe there are still a lot of people who can't get used to it, but the 16 Knights 3, who were honor students, had long ago overcome this level of fear. On this day, after a few more miles out, Daisy opened her white eyes as she usually did, ready to observe the situation in a 20-kilometer radius. Just then, as if she had seen something unbelievable, her complexion changed in shock and she subconsciously said, "Everyone, stop quickly." Upon hearing this, the caravan, which could only lead their horses on foot due to the steepness of the mountain road, immediately stopped. Yuzuru was even more serious-faced as she said, "Daisuke, did you find something?" "Aha." Daiseta nodded her head in a hurry, her complexion even a little panicked and incredulous. "About 17 kilometers ahead, there are 2 mysterious people. Their chakra is very strong, more powerful than you, Mr. Red, many times." At the end of the day, Daisuke didn't even know how to describe it, and could only tell everyone how dangerous those 2 mysterious people were by belittling Yuzuru. Yuzuru didn't feel offended, but asked in a hurry, "What are the characteristics of those 2 people?" They were wearing one-piece trench coats and bucket hats. One guy looked like a scorpion, and another stood on a bird that was flying low, like they were looking for something. Daisy said. Yuzuru suddenly changed her expression and said to Mr. Nishimura and the others, "Turn around immediately and change routes. There are S-class rebel ninja ahead. Quick, turn around quickly." Mr. Nishimura immediately urged loudly, obviously also knowing what an S-ranked rebel ninja meant, so they're S-class rebel ninja. It dawned on Daisuke slightly. 16 Knights didn't say anything, only that a white flower pattern had been added to his blue pupils at some point. The eyes pierced through a large mountain and came to a place about 17 kilometers ahead. A tall and a short figure, one in the sky and one on the ground, suddenly appeared inside his perspective. These two people were none other than the S-class renegade ninja that Yuzuru had spoken of, as well as members of the Dawn organization Akasago Scorpion and Deidara. Why are these two guys here? What are they looking for? Looking at Deidara, who was riding on a big clay bird and was looking around for something, 16 Knights said in her heart. Then, his gaze fell on the body of the Akasago Scorpion, who was hiding in the Himuru Amber, and he suddenly had a flash of insight. To wirelessly manipulate a golem with a transmuting eye, the prerequisite was that one had to learn how to make a golem. If you want to make puppets, you need to buy materials, and you need money. Puppets, aren't they readily available now? So they turned around and changed routes, and after a few minutes of walking, 16 Knights broke away from the group on the grounds of going to the restroom. When it came back, it was just a shadow doppelganger with a huge amount of chakra. As for the main body, it was rushing towards the direction of Akasago Scorpion and Deidara at an extremely fast speed. As if noticing something, Hinata glanced at 16 Knights' shadow doppelganger without thinking. The shadow doppelganger, who had noticed her gaze, shook his head. Immediately, Daisuke returned to normal, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Seeing 16 Knights rushing in the direction of those two S-ranked rebel ninja, Daisuke didn't feel worried, because inside her wide-eyed perspective, 16 Knights was now instantaneously flying and swiping at times, and flying through heavy obstacles at other times. Daisuke, who had learned about gravity and repulsion, didn't think that the big clay bird would be able to withstand the repulsive force. As long as 16 Knights wanted to run, no one could stop them. Chapter 37, A New Move. 16 Knights Meeting Gift. Big Brother Scorpion, we've been searching for 3 days now, and we still haven't found the mountain village where the digging took place. Is your intelligence false? The artistic duo, at this point, didn't realize they were being watched. Deidara couldn't help but come down and sped after circling the sky a few times, still searching in vain. The information was provided by Jedi. It shouldn't be wrong. A Black Hole family has recently popped up in Kawanakuni, specializing in selling all kinds of minerals on the black market. Akasago no Scorpion's voice seemed a bit heavy and raspy. That family must have a huge source of minerals. As long as we find them, we won't have to look at Kakuto's face, and we won't have to go around on missions from now on. Well, then I'll keep you company for a few more days of searching, Deidara said helplessly. After saying that, Deidara took off into the sky with Akasago Scorpion, ready to change the area. Just as they were flying in the sky, a small area of shadow suddenly enveloped their figures, helping to shield them from the sunlight in the sky. Looking up, the two of them saw a figure with a dazzling golden light flashing behind it, so they couldn't see its face at all. Flying ninjas? Deidara exclaimed. Did the old man send someone to take me back? The most famous of the flying ninjutsu is the Awashin village's Tudo light and heavy rock jutsu. As if he had realized something, Akasago Scorpion hurriedly urged. He's not an Iwatobi. Deidara, land quickly. At the same time, his mouth opened wide in a rectangular shape and shot super-dense poisonous needles at the figure in the sky as if it were a catapult. The speed of the poisonous needles was so fast that before Deidara could react, they were already about to overwhelm the figure's person from the bottom up. But in the next second, these hundreds of poisonous needles were like hitting the top of a wall of air, and they all bounced back. Needle rain poured downward. Seeing this scene, Deidara hurriedly maneuvered the large white bird down, while waving her sleeve to fling out several small origami-sized white birds that stirred their wings and flew into the sky. Blast! Deidara made an unseal with her other hand and drank softly. Boom! Several overlapping explosions rang out, and dazzling flames, like fireworks, bloomed in the sky. Unfortunately, it's still daytime and the fireworks are a little less beautiful. The gust of wind blew away the smoke in the sky, and Deidara and Akasago Scorpion, who were out of the range of the shadows, finally got a good look at the person in the figure. It was a man about 1 meter 8 in height, wearing a black one-piece robe, with a pure white mask that was the same color as his hair and didn't even have eye holes on his face, exuding a mysterious aura. This person, naturally, was 16 Knights, who had used the transformation technique. Looking down at Deidara and Akasago Scorpion below, 16 Knights murmured, "Let's start with a meet and greet." When he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and turned his palm toward the sky. A wisp of chakra flame coalesced and appeared, then dissipated. Forget it, this jutsu isn't a full body yet. It's too undignified to use as a meet and greet gift. Try a new move. With the amount of chakra I have now, I should be able to do it. The 16th Knight made an unsealed seal with both hands, and blue chakra aura flames immediately surged out from his body. Invisible air currents rose upwards, blowing his long white hair continuously flying. This hand seal, 16 Knights maintained for more than half a minute, during which time the chakra aura never disappeared. Seeing this scene, Deidara, who had landed on a ramp, spoke. What's he doing? I think it's a spell casting. Be careful. No ninja who can fly on their own is a simple commodity. Akasago no Scorpion said in a deep voice while removing the scroll from his body and preparing to unleash his army of puppets. But quickly, his movements stopped. As for Deidara, who was looking up at the sky next to him, his mouth was wide open with a dumbfounded expression, only to see the 16 knights in the sky, waving their hands towards them, the greeting coming from far and near. Make friends if you can survive. When he finished, he flew away. It was now noon and the sun was high in the sky like a huge ball of fire. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the height of this fireball is decreasing as it approaches Deidara and Akasago Scorpion. What's that? The scene comes to where the 8th squad and the convoy, who are taking the long way around and climbing a high hill, both stop in unison. They all looked at the sky over the art duo with dumbfounded expressions. Some ordinary people with little guts were even paralyzed with fear. Streamers? No, that's a meteorite. Not bad. The huge fireball was clearly a meteorite that had fallen at high speed and produced flames from friction with the atmosphere, burning into a large fireball. Looking in the direction of the meteorite's descent, Yuzuru muttered, "Is it a coincidence? It must be a coincidence. After all, how could there be a spell to summon a meteorite in this world?" But she didn't notice that behind her, Daisuke was looking at the meteorite in the sky with adoring eyes. Deidara, run fast! The scene returned to the art duo's side, and Akasago no Scorpion shouted in a hurry. Good, cool, yet Deidara stood still, staring blankly at the meteorite in the sky, as if he could already see the magnificent image of the meteorite as it fell to the ground. Now that's art, idiot! Akasago Scorpion cursed angrily, and a huge iron tail stuck out from his back, binding Deidara as he leapt down the slope. At the same time, he also took out a scroll from his body and released the undercard stored inside. With a bang, the white mist dissipated. A human golem wearing a black one-piece robe with human skin, but with bones and internal organs that were added to the golem material, appeared next to Akasago no Scorpion. This human puppet was none other than the 3rd generation Wind Shadow. The chakra strings made a connection with the human golem, and the 3rd generation Wind Shadow opened his hands, and countless black iron sands immediately surged out from his sleeves, forming a huge 3-pronged cone in the air below. Akasago no Scorpion landed on top of the tricorder with Deidara, then maneuvered Mikado to shoot the tricorder towards the other mountain with his magneto and pulled Mikado over with a chakra line, flying around the mountain wall in preparation for flying behind the other mountain. But the meteorite was falling so fast that there was no time to spare. As a result, Akasago no Scorpion could only change his mind and have the 3rd generation Wind Shadow maneuver the tricorder to shoot diagonally down the mountain, blasting a man-made cave in the mountain. Akasago no Scorpion dropped into it with Deidara and the 3rd Kazekage, first maneuvering the sand and iron to form a solid wall to seal the hole. Then a large amount of sand and iron was created, wrapping them in layers to form a large black ball. Boom! Almost the moment the black ball was formed, a deafening explosion resounded through the mountain range. The explosion of the meteorite hitting the earth, amplified by the overlapping echoes of the valley, instantly penetrated the wall formed by the sand and iron, depriving Akasago Scorpion and Deidara, and indeed all the animals in the area, of their sense of hearing. The terrifyingly hot shockwave also killed a large number of creatures and plants, and instantly destroyed the mountain at the landing point, as the shockwave crazily hit the surrounding mountains and shattered their walls. 10 or 20 kilometers apart, the 8th squad and the convoy, which were located on the slope, could hear the explosions and see a huge mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Even with a mountain against them, they could feel the ground under their feet tremble slightly. They were standing on the ramp, which meant that it was the mountain that was swaying slightly. This shows how powerful that big fireball really was. Chapter 38, The Gift of a Good Friend. Since the meteorite was in a burning state, its size was nothing compared to Uchiha's Heaven's hindering shocking star, and when it landed it was only a little bit larger than the tailed beast Jade. The shrouded range of the mushroom cloud was also not as wide as the smashing of 2 Heaven's hindering shock stars. However, the high-temperature shockwave generated by the meteorite explosion is even more powerful than the killing power of the Heaven's hindering shocking star, and the power is not inferior to the tailed beast Jade of the energy body explosion. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, the mountain where Akasago Scorpion and Deidara had been before had been blasted away. The mountain where the hideout was, being much larger than the surrounding hills, was only blasted to pieces by a small amount. A huge crater appeared in the middle of the mountain range. All that was left in place were countless pieces of rubble, and pieces of lava that had been scorched by the heat, or left over from meteorites. Art, this is just art. The shaking had just stopped, and Deidara, who was protected by the layers of the mountain and the iron sphere and was not injured, had come out from inside the black sphere, creating a big clay bird that flew in the air and looked at the scene below. That face was so frenzied that he couldn't wait to blow himself up on the spot to compete with 16 knights. Idiot, come down quickly. Akasago Scorpion's reprimanding voice came from below. It's okay, it's amazing that they all survived unharmed. At that moment, Unfamiliar voices reached the two men's ears. The figure of 16 knights had appeared above Deidara again at some point. Hearing this voice, Deidara immediately looked up with a look of surprise and opened her mouth to ask in a nonsensical voice. Hey, do you also think that a moment of beauty is true art? Did you say explosion? Unlike those who couldn't understand and didn't care, 16 knights nodded and replied seriously. Explosions are indeed very beautiful, and they are powerfully beautiful, and the stronger they are, the more beautiful they are. Tailed beasts and Rinnegan are feared precisely because they are able to make tailed beast jade that explodes amazingly. Yes, Deidara exclaimed excitedly. Surely explosions are the art. Look, Brother Scorpion, my art is recognized. Idiot, that guy is the enemy. Akasago no Scorpion reprimanded again, while not forgetting to firm up his art. Also, eternal beauty is true art. No, it was a moment of beauty. It's timeless beauty. In a moment, the two were arguing in heaven and on earth. 16 knights didn't bother them either, but instead clasped his hands together and watched the scene with interest. Humph, not with you. In the end, it was Deidara, who was only 16 years old this year, who had no patience to end the argument. He first skimmed his head and grunted, then looked at 16 knights and said enthusiastically, "Little brother, you know so much about art, do you want to join our organization?" It was rare to find like-minded people, and Deidara was eager to bring 16 knights into the fold. "Oh, what organization are you?" 16 knights' smile played with flavor. "We are." Deidara was about to reply when he heard Akasago Scorpion's reprimanding voice come into his ears. "Shut up, Deidara, do you want to die?" At that, Deidara had to stop his next words as if he remembered something. Still, he said to 16 knights, "Little brother, if you join us, I'll tell you, forget about joining your organization, but being a friend is fine." 16 knights looked down at Akasago no Scorpion and spoke. "I've already given you the gift of meeting your friends just now. As a return gift, could you give me your puppetry, and the method of creating human puppets? Is that why you came to the door?" Akasago no Scorpion murmured, but in his heart he felt a hint of darkness. Looks like this guy knows a lot about art, but it's just a bit flowery, and I can't believe I gave Deidara's exploding art such a high rating when I clearly love his eternal art. Nice. Of course 16 knights didn't know what Akasago no Scorpion was thinking. He nodded, ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Little brother, what do you need Brother Scorpion's puppet arts for? Those things aren't even arts. Why don't you learn Bakudo from me?" Deidara said. As soon as Deidara's words left his mouth, Akasago Scorpion's voice rang out. "Yes, I'll give it to you." A question mark couldn't help but pop up on the forehead gate under 16 Knight's mask. "That easy? So serious?" Thought he wasn't happy and ready for a fight. Suddenly, as if remembering something, 16 Knights was slightly dazed in his heart. "I almost forgot that Akasago Scorpion's main body, too, became a human puppet. Thanks then." The 16 Knights were very happy to get what they wanted so easily. 16 Knights' original idea was to finish off Akasago no Scorpion and then confiscate his inheritance, or even turn him into a member of the wireless puppet army as well. But after taking a passing look at the words on Akasago Scorpion's body while admiring the explosion just now, 16 Knights dismissed the idea. Puppet Master, purple. Shadow level qualification, purple. Chakra control, purple. In a world where there is no hope for the super shadow level without rubbing shoulders with the Otsutsuki clan, and even if you can obtain power beyond the shadow level, you have to pay a price with your life. The purple word is the highest level word that any genius can have. The purple word, however, is the counterpart to the shadow class. The number of shadow class powerhouses in this era was simply too small. There are even fewer shadow class powerhouses like Akasago Scorpion with 3 purple words. Next to Deidara, there were only 2 purple phrases: Blood Succession Limit, Bakudo, purple, and Shadow Class Qualification, purple. No one is born a puppet master though. At best they're a genius, blue, like 16 Knights. Akasago no Scorpion apparently transformed himself into a human puppet, completing a reversal of fortune to make a puppet genius, blue, into a puppet master, purple. It would be a shame to kill such a talent. You should be like Sasuke Uchiha, wool gathering over and over again. By the time 16 Knights' transmutation eyes completed their final evolution, he would have to upgrade his Otanishi bloodline if he wanted to go further, requiring a massive amount of points. A purple word that breaks down is a random 4-digit number of points. Since they didn't die on the meet and greet just now, then 16 Knights didn't mind letting them off the hook. Though pushing them, Deidara's C4 Cavalry and C0 Self-Explosion can pose a threat to 16 Knights. None of them, however, had reached the Super Shadow level. Not being a Super Shadow class player, that still falls under the category of a ninja fight is a fight for information. As a traveler, 16 Knights knew their intelligence too well. On the contrary, the two knew nothing about 16 Knights. It was probably for this reason that Akasago no Scorpion had agreed so readily. Otherwise a passerby runs out and tries to get him to hand over puppetry and the method of making human puppets. And Akasago no Scorpion, if he's in a good mood, will reward him by turning him into a member of the puppet army. If you're in a bad mood, it's a poisoned needle, or a tail slap and a violent corpse in the wilderness. Something for you. Akasago Scorpion took out 3 scrolls, rolled them in his iron tail, and hurled them towards Deidara in the sky. As for why it wasn't thrown at 16 knights, naturally it was too high. Without waiting for Deidara to descend to catch it, he saw 16 knights open his palm. The invisible gravitational force immediately stops the flying scroll and then slowly floats up into the air. This is the Wanxian Tianin. Seeing this scene, both Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion's main body, their complexions changed as they looked at 16 knights in shock. The foolish Deidara, even more tentatively, spoke out. Chief? This idiot. Akasago Scorpion's heart was filled with helplessness. Sure enough, 16 knights said with interest. Wanxian Heavenly Gravity? Not a bad move name. Your leader, he also knows gravity? Crap. Deidara hastily covered her mouth and reached the achievement of kissing herself. Instead of flying to 16 knights, the scroll stopped in the air a dozen meters away. 16 knights flicked his finger and the scroll opened automatically. Seeing that there was no poisonous gas spewing out, 16 knights then used the farsightedness of his transmutation eyes and looked at it with confidence. After just a few scans, 16 knights nodded and sucked the scroll over. Then looking down at Deidara and Akasago Scorpion below, he waved goodbye. Thanks for the gift. See you around, my friend. After saying that, 16 knights flew away. Looking at his departing back, Akasago no Scorpion, who was originally prepared for the other party to flip out and then fight to the death, was relieved. Having seen his opponents flying in meteorites, Akasago no Scorpion was certain that this was the type that restrained him. If it weren't for Deidara, he would have run before the smoke cleared. Seeing his opponent make use of his chief's ability again, Akasago no Scorpion remembered the image of the poisonous needles bouncing away from him earlier, and felt an even greater sense of despair that he couldn't overcome. Luckily, the other party didn't have any killing intent. It's just this feeling of being waylaid and almost taken out that's so stifling. Chapter 39 Puppet Master. 16 Knights Excitement. It's worthy of being the ultimate pupil technique that can control the trajectory of a planet in its final form. Just the first tire movement, and it's able to pull down a meteorite from outer space with its gravity. Even if that jutsu isn't in its full form yet, I've got a strategic deterrent up my sleeve. After flying for some distance, 16 knights came down from the air, muttering something while instantaneously flying. The power of the transmutation eye was beyond 16 knights' imagination, and it's different from the rule-based powerhouse that has exclusive pupil techniques for the eye of reincarnation and controls life and death. The power of the transmutation eye is more in the area of destruction. Gravity and repulsion are so strong now. I'm really looking forward to the unlocking of the transmutation eye chakra mode. Since there was no suitable reason for the shadow doppelganger to leave for the time being, 16 Knights was not in a hurry to return to the group, and instead, once he returned to a certain range, he took out the scroll gifted by his good friend and looked at it. Just now, I simply scanned it a few times and put it away after confirming its authenticity. It was only now that 16 Knights read it in detail. The scroll he was looking at wasn't puppetry. That stuff was garbage to 16 Knights who could manipulate puppets wirelessly. 16 Knights looks at how human puppets are made, so that's how he kept the bloodline limit and ninjutsu. This guy is truly a genius. 16 Knights looked at him for a while, then couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No wonder his word is Puppet Master, Purple. This kind of chakra nucleus has already surpassed those who came before him. Even the puppet arts of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are nowhere near as good as his. After saying that, 16 Knights flipped through another scroll, which contained the method of creating a chakra core for a human golem. The chakra core, the most important core of the puppet. Manipulating a puppet with chakra strings alone is just playing a ragdoll puppet show. Powerful puppets with a large number of organs and hidden weapons installed inside, and even the ability to use the power of the 5 elements, which could not be opened with chakra strings. A chakra core must be installed in the puppet, and chakra must be fed into the puppet through chakra wires in order to use various abilities at will. How powerful a golem is depends entirely on what the person who made it put inside it. Akasago Scorpion, on the other hand, stepped out on a path of his own. Instead of using materials to create puppets, he injected them inside the human body and created puppets out of human corpses. The puppet's heart, the chakra nucleus, is then modified to allow the human puppet to perform the bloodline limitations in jutsu that it had in life. This is simply the new faction of puppets. As the founding father of Akasago Scorpion, he did meet the system's evaluation of him, Puppet Master, Purple. In 16 Knights' eyes, Akasago Scorpion's human golem suited him better than the Otanashi clan's golem on the moon. Wait. Suddenly, 16 Knights had a flash of light and said with an excited expression, "Perhaps I can upgrade the human puppet again." Akasago no Scorpion's human puppet is similar to Nagato's Pain's 6 paths. In the original 4th Shinobi World War, Uchiha Bando created the Rinnegan into 6 doppelgangers, all of whom could use the tailed beast's chakra and powers from their lives. This meant that the 6 doppelgangers, like the human puppets, could retain the abilities of the puppets during their lifetime. The only difference is that the human puppet needs chakra strings to control it, and the Pain 6 paths can't get too far away from the outer paths or they'll lose the signal. Both of these flaws, however, could be remedied by the transmutation eye. The wireless puppet of the transmutation eyes can be manipulated at will, as long as the puppet is still in the distance vision range and there is still chakra inside the chakra core. Even inside the space channel connecting the moon and the earth, the golem was still able to receive signals. Wouldn't such a puppet, if it was also capable of using bloodline limitations in ninjutsu, and could replenish its chakra across the air, be the same as an army of filthy earth transmutations without immortality, or a legionary army of pains? The more 16 Knights thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, right now, he hadn't unlocked the yin-yang transportation and couldn't fuse the 3. However, you can create a large number of puppets first, wait until you unlock the yin-yang transportation, and directly insert the yin-yang transportation black stick into it, and then you can upgrade it. In the evening, 16 Knights returned to the group without incident. With the exception of Daisuke, neither the 8th class nor the caravan had thought that the huge meteorite was, in fact, summoned by 16 Knights, purposely taking the long way around to avoid the art duo's 8th shift and convoy. It took an additional 3 days to reach their destination. During that time, they also avoided a mountain village with an equally powerful chakra than Yubari. The place where Mr. Nishimura and the others live is a mountain village in a remote location. Such mountain villages can be found everywhere in Kawanakuni. However, villages like this one, which discovered mineral sources and also knew how to dig and sell them, were very rare in Kawanaji. This makes Mr. Nishimura invaluable. Since the conditions in the mountain village were so poor, and the time of arrival was noon, Yuzuru refused Mr. Nishimura's hospitality, took out the quest scroll, asked the other party to sign it and give it a good review, and returned with the 8th class. Unlike the walk on the way in, the return trip of the 8th class was an instantaneous leap, with a single flying swipe being several meters, or even a dozen meters away. At this rate, it would only take 2 days at most to get back to Kiba. That's the difference between a ninja and a normal person. In a world of technological abstraction, ninjas are also jack-of-all-trades toolmen. The best use of a cowhorse. First C-class mission. Tell us how you feel. Instantaneously tired of coming down to walk, Yuzuru looked at the 16 Knights and asked. Very tired. 16 Knights said truthfully. At first there was a little freshness, after that it was physical and mental torture. Hinata and Oil Girl Shino nodded approvingly. That's how escort-type missions are. Not only are they boring and a waste of time, the pay is also pitifully small. Yuzuru laughed. But this mission of ours is rather special. The Kawanaji kingdom is already densely populated with mountains and forests. The terrain is treacherous, and we almost encountered an S-ranked renegade ninja and a mysterious powerhouse. There are very few C-ranked missions that can be as unlucky as ours. It's a good thing we have Daisy's white eyes, or else we'd be in deep this trip. At the end of her sentence, Yuzuru reached out and touched Daisuke's head. Daisy softly said, "It's what I should do. That's a good girl." Cheap for this 16 Knights guy. Yuzuru decided to help out Daisy. Unbeknownst to them, both Daisy and 16 Knights had their own plans. The two just laughed and ignored Yuzuru's assists. 2 days later in the afternoon, the 8th class finally returned to Kiba. This C-rank mission took them exactly half a month. For this half-month's hard work, each of them got a super high honorarium of 23,000 taels. This honorarium, within a C-rank mission, was indeed super high, since the village would deduct a portion. The instructing shinobi would take a portion, and the remaining honorarium would be divided into 3, and there would be 23,000 ryo. It meant that the honorarium for this C-ranked quest should be more than 100,000. The honorarium for a C-class mission was usually 30,000 to 100,000. It's a good time to be able to have 100,000 or so honorariums, and that's saying something. But if it was an option, the 8th class truly didn't want to carry out this C-class mission. Seemingly seeing their exhaustion, Yuzuru smiled. I'll give you all 3 days off. Go home and get some rest. Yes, Class 8 is dismissed in place. 16 Knights Kuin. See you tomorrow. Daisy, who was a bit mentally exhausted, also made a rare notion of going to 16 Knights' house. Having only bathed a few times in the wilderness, all she wanted to do now was to go home, soak, sleep, and then appear in front of 16 Knights in her best condition. 16 Knights, who couldn't help with physical healing either, could only use a special method to heal Daisy. Only 16 Knights suddenly looked down and kissed Daisy's forehead, waving and smiling. Go back and get a good night's sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, 16 Knights instantly disappeared into thin air. Hinata froze for a few seconds, then hastily looked around, and upon meeting the gaze of a smiling, playful female, her neck and cheeks instantly filled with blood and turned red from bottom to top, and her head escaped as steam rose from it. Chapter 40, Farewell, Piggy. And when 16 Nights got home, it wasn't the first thing he did to cook, or to take a shower. He went into the room and came out holding a locked box. Judging from the serious expression on 16 Nights' face, inside this box, it must contain something very valuable. The keys, as far as the chain was concerned, were hidden inside a hidden compartment in the living room. Open the box, but what is contained inside is not scrolls and weapons, but a red ceramic money storage pig. Farewell forever, Piggy. 16 Nights held the money storing pig out, his hands and voice trembling slightly with grief. When he finished, he skimmed his head, closed his eyes, and slammed the money storing pig hard into the ground. The money storage pig made of ceramic was instantly in pieces, revealing a floor of coins. 16 Nights crouched down, picking up coin by coin, bill by bill, the same way he'd been doing since he was a kid, shoving them into the money storage pig. All of this money was saved by 16 Nights from within the monthly pension, and the honorarium for carrying out D-rank missions during this time. As for the inheritance left by my parents, it was used up a long time ago. After all, he's not just feeding himself, he's feeding a big appetite. If it weren't for the village's monthly pension relief, which didn't stop until he became a shinobi, 16 Nights would have been chewing on tree bark and eating weeds. Using a bag to contain the coins, 16 Nights threw the 23,000 taels he had just gotten inside as well. With that, he carried the bag out the door to a store. With a bang, 16 Nights placed the bag heavily on the counter and pointed at one thing. Boss, this is 388,300 taels. I'm going to buy a film camera, and for the rest of the money, all of it will be exchanged for film and materials for developing photographs. Great, thanks for the patronage. The owner's enthusiastic voice immediately rang out. It wasn't long before 16 Nights came out from inside the store, holding a camera. It's not too late to finally buy it. 16 Nights played with the camera lovingly and smiled to herself. Although we can't record the images of my childhood with Daisuke, we can record the growth of flower fire. It's worth it. Being broke, I don't think I can eat what's in the fridge, so let's go hunting and grilling tonight. Oni-chan, wake up, the sun's on your ass. On the following day, 16 Nights, who suffered from bedwetting, still enjoyed the princess's wake-up call. This time, however, it wasn't the eldest princess who woke him up, but the youngest. Nose a little itchy, 16 Nights opened his eyes, and inside his hazy vision, a delicate and cute little face slowly became clear. All that could be seen was Hanabi, dressed in a yellowish-brown kimono, straddling 16 Nights' body, leaning down to hold her bangs in a braid and using her hair to clean 16 Nights' nose and face. Naughty, next time when you're asleep, Oni-chan will do the same thing to you. 16 Nights laughed and rubbed Flame's little cheeks. Hee, it's my sister who told me to come and wake up Oni-chan. If you want to blame Oni-chan, blame your sister. Blossom Fire immediately rubbed against 16 Nights' palm and began to shake it off. You can go out first. Oni-chan has to wash up. Good. After playing with Blossom Fire on the bed for a while, 16 Nights patted her little butt, signaling her to get off the bed. In her white stockings, Blossom Fire jumped right out of bed and ran out, so it was no wonder there was no sound at all. After briefly washing up, 16 Nights pulled open the desk drawer and took out the camera placed inside. Just stepping out of the room, the first thing 16 Nights saw was Daisuke, who was busy in the kitchen. At this time, instead of her usual white trench coat and black pants, Daisuke was wearing a white kimono with a purple and white petal pattern on the obi and cuffs and skirt. Long black hair was coiled behind her head into a bun, with an apron tied in front of her, and a pan in her hand. She was skillfully inverting the pan. Hanabi, on the other hand, was at the table with a rice ball wrapped in nori. Seeing this scene, 16 Nights couldn't help but hold his breath and walk with his camera on padded feet, searching for the most harmonious shooting angle with the light. With a click, a picture of sisters, back to back, one standing, one kneeling, both wearing kimonos and going about their own business, was instantly and permanently preserved. Hearing the shudder of the camera, Daisuke and Hanabi looked over. Camera. Looking at the camera in the hands of 16 Nights, Flowerfire immediately brightened her beautiful eyes, took off her gloves and ran over, looking surprised. Oni-chan, when did you buy this camera? Bought it yesterday. Oni-chan, let me see. Be careful. This is the one Oni-chan spent 300,000 ryo on, using up all her savings, and the honorarium she earned from the mission. 16 Nights warned as she handed the camera over. At that, Blossom Fire wiped her hands vigorously on top of her kimono, which was so valuable that she should have been able to buy several cameras. Before taking the camera, Oni-chan, how do you look at the picture? You have to wash it out before you can do that. After breakfast later, Oni-chan will show you how to develop the pictures. Yeah, Oni-chan, let's take a picture too. There's no rush. We'll take a picture together when your sister's done cooking. It'll make sense. Looking at 16 knights and Hanabi, who were playing around, Daisy had a happy smile on her lips. Once Hinata had made breakfast and 16 knights had finished wrapping the onigiri with Hanabi, the three of them sat down at the table with their nori onigiri and smiled brightly as they took their first group photo. 16 knights sat in the center, with the sisters on the left and right. The person in charge of taking pictures was 16 knights' shadow doppelganger, a selfie stick, which is not as good as a shadow splitter. After breakfast, all three of them stayed inside 16 knights' room, drew the full blackout curtains, and started developing the photos. So beautiful. Looking at the very intentional photos of the sisters, I can't think of an adjective to describe the blossom fire, but I can only marvel in this way. For her part, Hinata was staring at the picture of the three together, her beautiful eyes sparkling. At this moment, the young girl's thoughts were as regrettable as those of 16 knights. If only she had had a camera when she was a child, then she would have been able to record her and 16 knights as they grew up. But, it's not too late, so for the rest of the day, the 16 knights and Hinata sisters started taking pictures everywhere. First, in various places in the house, such as the living room, balcony, dojo, yard, then outside, to the familiar deserted maneuvering grounds, and some beautifully landscaped waterfall places, to take a picture of either a single, or a double and triple. When passing by a large tree, Deuseda also took the initiative for once in a rare moment, pulling on the cuff of the robe that 16 knights had purposely changed, and requesting with her small face flushed with red, 16 knights Kuan, can I use the transformation technique for a bit? At those words, 16 knights froze slightly, then following Daisuke's gaze to the large tree, 16 knights Fawn responded with a smile and nodded. Yeah, let's get together. Aha. Hinata nodded happily and waited until 16 knights had performed the shadow divergence technique. Then the two of them looked at each other and made a seal in unison. Transformation technique. The white smoke dissipated, and two children, dressed in ordinary clothes with baby fat faces, stood under a large tree, smiling at each other. The two of them then looked at 16 knights' shadow doppelganger and revealed a wide smile in unison. It clicked and the image was preserved forever. Chapter 41 The Concerns of the Akira Organization. Black Jedi's Speculation. Just as 16 knights and the sisters were recording a beautiful moment, inside a steel building in the rain-soaked rain-hidden village, a figure was communicating with a colorful sensei body. Scorpion, what can I do for you? Chief, have you ever been to Kawanaji? Or do you have any other doppelgangers besides the remaining 5 Pain? Why do you ask? Tendo Pain said with an expressionless face. Answer me. No. Okay, I believe you. Akasago no Scorpion nodded and said in a deep voice. Deidara and I met a guy in Kawanakuni who was able to summon a meteorite and make the same repulsive and gravitational forces that you do. At those words, Tendo Pain's expression finally changed a little. Who is he? I don't know. Akasago no Scorpion shook his head. That guy wears a black robe, has long white hair, wears a pure white mask, and the mask has no eye holes, and his senses are ridiculously strong. He suddenly approached us, first summoning a meteorite to shock us, and then threatening me to hand over the puppetry technique and the method of creating human puppets without the idea of killing us. So you suspect I did it? Tendo Pain said lightly. Don't rule it out. Akasago no Scorpion stared at Tendo Pain's chakra eyes and suddenly let out a low chuckle. This rule-like ability is something I've only seen on your body so far. If it's not you, then it means that there's another guy in this world who possesses eyes that are the same as yours, or on the same level as yours. It seems that this shinobi world is not as boring as one might think. After the words fell, Akasago no Scorpion's thought body slowly contracted and disappeared. Tendo Pain stood in place for a few seconds, and then the palm of his ring-wearing hand reached out from inside his cuff. In the next second, the word 0 on the body of the ring flashed with a faint light. A few minutes later, a creature shaped like a black trenchcoat for a hogweed, with its face and body split into black and white, emerged from the ground. Chief, any orders? Black Jedi's voice was hoarse. Have your doppelgangers investigate someone. Tendo Pain told Kuroyako Jedi all the information that Akasago Scorpion had just provided. Nani? Baijia exclaimed with a startled expression. Besides the chief, there are actually people in this world who know how to do the Shenluo Tianjang and Wanxiang Tianin? It can't be ruled out that it's a secret technique capable of mastering repulsion and gravity, but that's highly unlikely. Tendo Pain stated his analysis. He should not be wearing a pure white mask without eye holes to show off his senses, but rather he doesn't want people to see his eyes. He targeted Scorpion just to get his puppet art and the method of making human puppets. If his eyes under the mask are the same as mine, then it's most likely for the purpose of creating the Pain 6 paths. Go check this man out. If his eyes are truly reincarnation eyes, then he must be found and killed before he can seize control of the outer demon statue from me. Yes, the black and white Jedi nodded. then used the mayfly technique to sink into the ground and disappear. Half an hour later, the Black and White Jedi and the Uchiha Bandit started an exchange in Shin Megami Tensei space. A mysterious person who can use the divine law of heaven and the 10,000 elements' heavenly guidance? Uchiha Bandito stared at the Black Jedi, who represented Uchiha Zan's will, and asked, "Do you think it's possible that there are other secret techniques that can be used with gravity besides the chakra eyes?" "I think Nagato's analysis makes sense," Black Jedi said. "That is to say, there is a lucky person who gets the Rinnegan eyes and Rokudo no Jutsu that were born in a previous era and then inherited after the death of the possessor?" Uchiha Bandito instantly grasped Black Jedi's meaning, and his face under the mask was unreadable. The Black Jedi did not speak, but his mood was very heavy. He didn't really think that anyone other than Nagato had the chakra eyes. After all, for the birth of the second pair of reincarnation eyes, the Black Jedi had spent 1,000 years, explicitly and implicitly, compelling Otanashi Indra, and generations of Indra reincarnated bodies. He was also pretty sure that Otanashi Hagoromo hadn't passed down his chakra eyes. Once he passed down the reincarnation eye, it was impossible for no one to get the inheritance and use the power of the reincarnation eye in the past 1,000 years. As long as someone used the power of the reincarnation eyes, the Black Jedi wouldn't have to wait until the generation of Uchiha and Senjuma. But abilities like repulsion and gravity can't be manipulated with just any secret technique. The moon in the sky is made by gravity. White hair, a mask without eye holes, powerful enough to replace eye perception. The Black Jedi already had a guess in his mind. Unsurprisingly, that mysterious guy from the moon. Could it be that the eyes of that Hazamura guy also have this kind of power? Black Jedi said in his mind. He was born too late, descending just as his mother was sealed. The only shinobi with world peace are the Otanashi Hashimura who have struck out when they embarked on a journey of redemption, and the Otanashi Hashimura who have taken wives and concubines and developed their families. The Black Jedi, who feared them, didn't dare to get too close. All he knew was that after Otsutsuki Hajime was not a 10-tailed human pillar. Otsutsuki Hajimura moved to the moon with a portion of his clan. At first, the two lines of clansmen kept in touch. This also let Black Jedi know one thing, and that was that somewhere in the shinobi realm, there existed a spatial passage connecting the Earth and the Moon. This space passage was not made by Otsutsuki Hajime, but by Otsutsuki Hajimura. The opponent's white eyes can also evolve, but they are not reincarnation eyes. Aside from creating spatial passages, what abilities this unknown pupil technique possessed, Black Jedi likewise did not know. When he thought of that lineage on the moon, which was again preparing to establish a connection with Earth, and the appearance of a terrifying fellow who was able to use repulsion and gravity and summon meteorites, Black Jedi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn Hajime and Hajimura. It's been 1,000 years, you two ungrateful sons. Besides the reincarnated bodies of Azura and Indra, you actually have unknown backstops. Scorpion's human puppet, which allows the puppet to retain the bloodline limit and ninjutsu it had in life. If that guy also had the Eye of Reincarnation and was trying to create the Pain 6 paths, he would have gone hunting for some people with powerful bloodline limits. After mentally cursing his two older siblings, Kuroda said to Uchiha Bandu, "I'll have the White Jedi split keep an eye out for the shinobi's powerhouses, and as soon as I discover the other party's traces, I'll notify you and Nagato right away." "Good," Uchiha Bandito nodded. Other than that, there was nothing else they could do. After all, that mystery man was too cautious. That was exactly why they had to get rid of each other as soon as possible. Flight, repulsion and gravity, summoning meteorites, even without the chakra eyes, that mystery man is a major threat. Such a dangerous existence that couldn't be turned to one's own use had to be resolved ahead of time, or else it might become a major obstacle in the plan. Chapter 42, Gripper, Countering a Warrior. The 3 days flew by. In the blink of an eye, the vacation Yubari gave to the 8th class was over. During these 3 days, the 16 Knights and the Hinata sisters, almost strolling through the famous attractions of Kiba, all three prepare a photo album with tons of photos already in it. Looking at the smiles on the two women's faces, 16 Knights felt that he had really bought the right camera. After the vacation was over, 16 Knights began to work hard as a cowboy, full of motivation to work, looking at Yuzuru and oil girl Shino with a moment of amazement. Daisy remembered something instead and felt a little guilty. 16 Knights Kuan, my honorarium is yours. When Class 8 was dismissed, Daisuke handed 16 Knights the envelope with the bills in it. "No, I'm not hungry yet." 16 Knights pushed the envelope back, pinched Daisy's little face, and laughed. "When I can't afford to eat anything anymore, I'll come back to you, Missy, for a package." Aha! Daisy didn't duck her head shyly this time, because her attention wasn't on it. Seeing that 16 Knights refused, Daisuke didn't insist, but was prepared to use this honorarium, in its entirety, to buy ingredients. It was only now that Daisy realized that 16 Knights had actually wanted a camera all along. She just couldn't afford it. The reason for this is that she eats too much. Ever since bringing Flame along to find 16 Knights, the two of them rarely went out for picnics, and it was 16 Knights who went out to buy the ingredients. Daisy, who had lived a privileged life, hadn't been paying attention. It was only now that she reacted to the fact that 16 Knights' conditions were not comparable to their families at all. At the thought of this, Daisuke's eyes reddened slightly and her heart was filled with emotion. She decided that in the future, she would also work hard to earn money to share the pressure on 16 Knights. June. 16 Knights didn't know what Daisy was thinking and didn't notice the change in Daisy, because his eyes, at that moment, were drawn to a person. The other party was not a handsome man or woman, but an old man with pale, dark skin. A wooden box was placed next to him, and a bottle of wine was carried in his hand, but he did not bother to drink freely, taking a small sip at a time. He was sitting on a bench, as if he was waiting for someone, or maybe he couldn't afford a hotel. It was an instantly recognizable out-of-towner. There are many such outsiders who enter and leave Kiba every day. They could be natives of the Land of Fire or foreigners from other countries. 16 Knights didn't know how many such outsiders he had seen since he was a child. But none, like this old man, could draw his gaze to him. Seeing this old man, the memories that 16 Knights had dusted off in the depths of his brain, so vague that he couldn't even think of them, gradually became clearer. Although it was the first time he had met this old man, 16 Knights could say his name. Dasna, a bridge builder in the Land of Waves, the commissioner of the first C-rank mission of the 7th class. The important characters and famous scenes of the first chapter flashed through 16 Knights' mind as if they were slides. 16 Knights Kuan, what are you looking at? At that moment, Daisuke's voice pulled 16 Knights back to his senses. He smiled and shook his head. Didn't see anything. I was just geeking out and remembering something. What is it? There's still a month or so to go before the village holds the Chunin exam. Do you think we should take it? Sure. Daisuke nodded vigorously. Looking serious, I want to become an upper shinobi as soon as possible. Oh, why? 16 Knights was instantly caught up and looked at Daisy with a curious expression. He had just wanted to change the subject. As a result, I didn't expect that Daisuke, who hadn't been pursuing anything, actually had such a goal. Secret. Daisuke suddenly mimicked 16 Knights and held out her index finger against the front of her mouth. 16 Knights froze slightly. Hee. Watching 16 Knights freeze, Daisy laughed happily. Good for you, actually learning to molest. 16 Knights reacted by reaching up and rubbing Daisy's little face, making a vicious face. Believe it or not, I'll punish you for being a grip. What is a grip? Daisy's voice slurred as she was rubbed in her little face. Want to know? Ha, I'll tell you when I get home. 16 Knights had a wicked grin on his face and was about to drag Daisy home to the gym. Just then, a greeting came from far away. Yo, 16 Knights, Daisy, long time no see. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, a tall and 3 short figures were immediately reflected in the eyes of 16 Knights and Daisuke. Silver hair, dead fish eyes, blonde hair, fox face, cold little handsome man, Chonsam nymphomaniac girl, is exactly the 7th class. Looking at Whirlpool Naruto, who waved at them, 16 Knights also raised his hand in response and smiled. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, long time no see. 2 months have passed before graduation. Unbeknownst to me, for the 16 Knights guys, it had indeed been a long time. After all, ninja school was 3 semesters a year, and only the summer break was slightly longer. You two are dating? Sasuke Uchiha's first words as he approached caused Daisy's cheeks to flush with shame. Haruno Sakura looked at Daisy with envious eyes. They were all on the same team with the class favorite and the favorite person. When would their relationship with Sasuke be like that with Daisuke and 16 Knights? Instead of answering, 16 Knights asked, are you guys going on a quest? We're getting ready to go on a mission. Swirling Naruto pointed to Kakashi Hagi, who was walking while brightly reading a small yellow book on the street, and said, he's Kakashi-sensei, our guiding top shinobi, Kamen Rinpoche Kakashi. 16 Knights and Daisy immediately shouted politely, yo, y'all. Seeing them talking about themselves, Kakashi Hagi also put down the intimacy paradise in his hands and raised his hand to greet 16 Knights and Daisuke. Then surveying the two who had finished off Naruto and Haruno Sakura in height and build, Hagi Kakashi could tell even without pulling up his forehead protector that the amount of chakra they had was absolutely superior to that of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. So, he looked at 16 Knights and deliberately arched his fire and said, is this the chief student? Not bad, not to be compared to the geniuses and hangers-on in our class. Kakashi Hiki had expected Whirlpool Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha to show their displeasure, only to find that the two were unconcerned. Even Haruno Sakura and Daisuke felt that there was nothing wrong with what Hagi Kakashi said. Seeing this, Hagi Kakashi immediately gave 16 Knights an extremely high evaluation in his heart. Even Sasuke Uchiha, who has awakened his Sharingan eyes and evolved to the 2 hooks, and is able to use the Phoenix Fairy Fire Art and the Howling Dragon Fire Art with ease, takes it for granted that he will lose to him? It looks like there are dazzling civilian geniuses in this generation as well. Kakashi-sama overpraised. Naruto and Sasuke are both very good ninja. And Sakura is also an honor student who is always in the top 3 in cultural classes. I was just lucky enough to be a little bit ahead of them on top of my overall grades. 16 Knights first smiled modestly, then complimented. Kakashi-sama is known in the ninja world as a copy ninja, a Konoha technician who has copied thousands of jutsu, the personal disciple of the 4th generation Naruto, and the legendary cutoff of the Thunderbolt's Rado master. Sasuke and the others practicing with you. It won't be more than a few months before they will master a large number of ninjutsu, completely surpassing me. The pupils of Kakashi Hagi's dead eyes suddenly clenched, and he was sweating a bit. Sure enough, he immediately saw the 7th class looking at him with wide eyes, and felt finished in his heart. Kakashi-sensei, so you're that good. Whirlpool Naruto pointed at Kakashi Bannerwood and shouted, you're actually a disciple of the 4th Naruto, and you've mastered thousands of jutsu, and you won't teach us jutsu either? Kakashi-sensei, you've gone too far. Haruno Sakura echoed the accusation. Sasuke Uchiha didn't say anything, but his gaze towards Kakashi Bannerwood was filled with heat. At the same time, there is a hint of contempt. Kakashi Hagi knew that he wouldn't be able to touch the fish next. 16 Knights, who was the culprit, had slipped away with Daisy. Chapter 43, robbing the rich to help the poor, but the poor are themselves. Night, inside the bathroom, steam filled the air. 16 Knights lay in the bathtub, hands clasped to the back of his head, staring up at the foggy ceiling. If you look closely, you'll notice his blue eyes, becoming different than usual. The color was not as deep as usual, turning into a lighter sky blue, and the black pupils were assimilated into blue, with white light slowly flowing out from them, forming a white flower petal around them that seemed to move. Aesthetically stunning. If you look more closely, you'll see that 16 Knights is fuming. It was because his gaze, which was not above the ceiling at all, pierced through the house and looked down on the entire Konoha as if it was a god's perspective. In 16 Knights' perspective, at this point in time, Kiba, whether it was the city, the outskirts or the forest, was surrounded by a circular wall about 20 meters high. If the earth were to sink a little more, then if you looked from above, the entire Konoha would look like a pot, and the urban area and the forest inside would look like the dishes inside the pot. And on top of this pot, there was a transparent cover that covered all of Kiba. There are transparent walls not only on the ground, but even under the ground, regardless of whether it was someone inside or outside. As soon as they touched the transparent wall, their chakra and location would be immediately captured by the perception class. This is Kiba's perception boundary. Even Pain Rokudo had no choice but to reveal the location of one of his doppelgangers and force his way in. In this world, however, there was no such thing as a perfect jutsu, and the same was true of perception junctions. There was a gaping hole in the massive boundary, right at the entrance to the village. Non-emergency and special circumstances. Is there a boundary at the entrance of the village? Otherwise it will only add to the burden of the perception class. Even so, the knot disappears for a little while each day. This disappearance was timed to coincide with the shift change of the sensory ninja. The shift changes every 6 hours, which means it disappears 4 times a day? 16 Knights smiled to himself. At some point, he had gotten back into bed from the tub and it was late at night outside. After finding a break in the sensory boundary, 16 Knights' gaze left Kiba and kept switching viewpoints along the eastern part of the Land of Fire. Soon his eyes came to a field. There were a couple of tents set up there, and the people inside were already huffing and puffing. There was a fire in the clearing and a young boy was keeping watch. None other than Sasuke Uchiha. It's only been this far. More than enough time. 16 Knights took one last look at Dazna and smiled. So pitiful. Let me give you a hand. Nice. 16 Knights is ready to get involved inside the plot of the Land of Waves. Creating puppets and chakra cores both require materials, which you either have to find yourself or buy with money. After buying the camera, 16 Knights had become poor. If he only did D-rank quests, then he didn't know how long it would take him to save up enough money to buy materials to create puppets. 16 Knights was still agonizing over how to get money, whether to do normal quests and save up, or to go find a dark force to blackmail. Seeing Dazna today suddenly reminded him of someone and made a decision. Cardo, one of the world's leading tycoons, specializes in illegal activities. Just by looting him, 16 Knights wouldn't have to worry about money in the future even if he retired on the spot as a ninja. The puppet materials, moreover, were as much as one wanted. Thinking of this, the corners of 16 Knights' mouth couldn't help but rise, ready to rob the rich and give to the poor tomorrow. The following day at noon, 16 Knights took the honorarium saved from the quests he had been doing during this time and went to a ninjutsu store to buy 2 storage scrolls, then split off a shadow doppelganger with a huge amount of chakra, and his main body took advantage of the perception shift rotation to sneak out of the Konoha and head straight for the Land of Waves. The Land of Wave is a very small island nation. Since it's an island, It's naturally not on the ninja continent, but it's just a bridge away from the ninja continent. This small island is located in the waters at the eastern end of the Land of Fire. As soon as you come to the end, you can faintly see the silhouette of a small island as far as the eye can see. 16 knights, who could see anywhere in the Land of Fire from a distance, was now naturally able to see this small island as well. Having only just left Kiba, 16 knights had already found Kato. This is the terror of the transmuting eye. That giant transmuting eye on top of the moon could even spy on the entire shinobi world. With such far-sightedness and perspective, no matter what you do, you will be able to take an absolute intelligence advantage. Kiba is located in the center area of the Land of Fire, and it takes no day at all for a ninja instantaneously traveling at full speed to reach the end of any of these areas. In the original chapter where he recovers Sasuke Uchiha, a couple of small powerhouses from Whirlpool Naruto arrive at the forest at the northern end from the village in just under a day. It took 16 knights only 3 hours to overtake the 7th class, which was still on foot. Even the Ghost Man brothers are still waiting for them up ahead. At this rate, by the time they arrived in the Land of Wave by boat, 16 knights would have long since left. Before he could come to the eastern end, 16 knights took to the air, ready to enter the Land of Waves by flight. The scene comes into the air, and 16 knights has changed into the mysterious black-robed man from when he robbed Akasago Scorpion. Long white hair, flowing in the wind. The plain white mask without any patterns or eye holes made him look a bit oozy. The flying posture was even more filled with the aura of a strong man. Arriving in the air above the Land of Wave, 16 knights landed directly outside of Kato's residence, a luxurious villa, without the slightest bit of nonsense, then lifted his step and walked in. Kato, meanwhile, was talking to a man covered in bandages. Zabuza, are those 2 men of yours reliable or not? It's been over a week and they can't even handle an old man, can they? Kato's voice was filled with displeasure. That old man's luck was better. He had already hid in the Konoha by the time the Ghostman brothers found him, but with that poor look of his, he can't afford to hire a Konoha ninja to escort him back. When he can't stay in Konoha anymore, the time he comes out will be the time of his death. Momochi Zenbutsu said in a cold voice, if they fail, then I will personally take action. Humph, I hope so. Kato grunted coldly. Where in the world did an ordinary person get the courage to talk to a rebel shinobi at the level of ace combatant like that? Just then, a voice reached the ears of Kato and Momochi Zabuza, as well as White, who was standing in a corner somewhere, as if he had become one with the shadows. 16 knights raised his steps and walked in, looking at Momochi Zabuza, who was covered in bandages and sitting on a couch with a large sword beside him, and wondered, is your misty hidden village's brainwashing so successful? Even after defecting, are you still so observant of professional ethics? Before Momochi Zabuza could speak, a figure appeared in front of him, only to see White raise his hand to gather a few Chippendales, and said in a heavy tone, Lord Zabuza, be careful, this person is very strong. Momochi Zabuza stood up and picked up his decapitating machete, the corners of his mouth under the bandage grinning slightly with bloodthirsty lust as he said, I can see that it's a lawless guy who deserves to be cut. Chapter 44, Do you want to learn the power of God? What are you guys? Kato didn't have the slightest feeling of a big disaster. Instead, noticing the outburst that 16 knights had just made, he raised his hand and pointed at 16 knights, shouting, what are all the guys outside doing? Not even realizing that outsiders are coming in. What a bunch of losers. 16 knights touched the jaw of his mask and sighed. It seems that it's not the mist hidden village's problem, but those ninjas who have been domesticated by you guys and have lost their bloodlust. It's understandable why a renegade ninja who could be an ace combatant when placed in any of the 5 major ninja villages would not have the idea of killing the other party and appropriating his property when he sees a wealthy tycoon. But instead, he makes money by hiring them. At those words, Momochi Zabuza's brows frowned slightly, subconsciously glancing at Kato, suddenly feeling that what 16 knights had said made sense. What are you talking about? And 16 knights' words had awakened Kato, reminding him that he was just an ordinary man, and that the ones in front of him were ninjas who wielded transcendent powers, or rebel ninjas who were wanted by the great shinobi village. Thinking of this, Kato was instantly shocked and took a few steps back, then hurriedly shouted at Momochi Zabuza, Zabuza, I'll give you 10 million Ryo. Hurry up and kill this guy. Aren't you curious about how I got in here? 16 knights raised his hand to Kato and laughed softly. By virtue of this, in a flash, Kato's body floated up into the air and flew towards 16 knights. Kato, who had lost control of his body, was in a panic. Zabuza, help me. Whoosh. Momochi Zabuza pushed White out of the way as he built up his strength to turn and throw his decapitating machete. The huge-shaped decapitating dagger, like a wind demon shuriken, carried the sound of cutting through the air as it spun towards Kato. Yes, it wasn't 16 knights that the decapitating machete was aiming at, but Kato. To be precise, he wanted to kill Kato and 16 knights together. This guy is my cash cow. he can't be killed by you. 16 Knights smiled, then raised his other hand. In the next second, the high-speed rotating decapitating machete, as if the space around it was frozen, instantly came to a sudden halt and hovered in the air. Momochi Zabuza and White, who were still seeing this power for the first time, both had a startled change in their complexion and their pupils tightened. There was a guy who claimed to be a god because he wielded power that no one could resist. 16 Knights had one hand around Kato's neck, the other spreading out 5 fingers with a playful smile. So, do you guys want to learn the power of a god? Without waiting for Momochi Zabuza and White to react, I saw 16 Knights softly recite the name of a jutsu, Shinra Tensho. Boom! The invisible repulsive force, as if distorting space, took away Momochi Zabuza and White's colors, causing their bodies to turn into the black and white colors of the manga, and ultimately being drowned by the white light. A heavy explosion exploded in the center area of Waveland. A dense dust cloud rose up in the form of a mushroom cloud. Many of the residents were startled by the sound of the explosion, and when they saw the location of the mushroom cloud, which was Kato's residence, a strong look of joy came back to their faces. Some even folded their hands in a prayer gesture, hoping that something had happened to Kato, preferably that he had died in that explosion. Mushroom clouds come and go quickly. Before it could rise to its highest point, it was dispersed by a man-made gale. The villa had been reduced to rubble, and 16 Knights floated in the air, carrying Kato by the back of his collar. The transmuting eye under the mask just swept over the ruins and settled on one spot. With that, 16 Knights raised his hand and lightly waved it. The gravitational force instantly moved the rubble away, revealing Momochi Zabuza and Bai, who were lying under the rubble, their bodies already stained red with blood, with multiple broken bones, and their internal organs also bleeding badly. They were both unconscious, but had their last breath left. The art of shadow splitting. 16 Knights dropped to the ground, made a seal with one hand, and split into a shadow doppelganger. After having his shadow doppelganger go and treat Momochi Zabuza and White so that they don't die easily, 16 Knights patted the face of Kato, who had been stunned and was completely speechless, and asked, "Is all of your money kept inside the safe in the basement?" Pair. Kato came back to his senses, as if grasping the last straw to save his life, nodded his head repeatedly and said, "All my money is hidden inside the safe. I still have money elsewhere. There are still a lot of money. As long as you bypassed my life, all of my money will be given to you. Do not kill me. Please do not kill me." By the end of his speech, Kato had a snotty look on his face, scared out of his wits. It's no wonder he's acting like this. Ninjas are high up in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the daimyo, the nobles and the rich, ninjas are just very good tool people. After becoming rich, the Ronin ninja, and rebel ninja are all tools of Kato. They'll do anything for money. Hire those renegade ninja to do the job for you, and when they succeed, you accomplish your goal. They're dead, so that's a savings. Whether it was the wannabe ninja or the renegade ninja, no one had their eyes on their wealth. Both Kato and the nobles also subconsciously assumed that shinobi would not betray and would abide by the ethics of the profession. Even a money-loving rebel shinobi like Kakuto works part-time while hunting black market targets to make money, with no thoughts of robbing the house at all. As a result, I didn't expect that there would be an unreasonable and unprofessional lunatic like 16 Knights. It was normal for Kato to be scared out of his wits the first time he faced such a player. There are actually other treasure caches? 16 Knights frowned slightly before poking his finger at one of the acupuncture points on Kato's body, nudging him unconscious. Let's see how much there is first. Casually throwing Kato to the shadow fraction, 16 Knights raised his hands and released gravity as countless pieces of debris floated up into the air. Soon enough, a stairway connecting to the basement came into the eyes of 16 Knights. The location of the safe was something that 16 Knights had discovered a long time ago, or else he wouldn't have released the repulsive force with impunity. But since there was no light source inside the safe, 16 Knights had no idea how much was hidden inside. That's why he bailed Kato out. Coming down the stairs to the basement, 16 Knights stood in front of a 2-meter high and wide safe. It's an all-metal built safe with a combination lock. What the password was, 16 Knights didn't know and didn't bother waking up Kato to ask for the password. He was seen reaching out and pressing his hand against the door line. Then with a loud thud, the door and sides of the safe were instantly dented and crumbled. Controlling the repulsive force with a few consecutive blasts, 16 Knights removed the door of the safe. The contents of the safe were suddenly presented to 16 Knights. Without the cover of the safe's door, dazzling light was mapped out from inside, enveloping 16 Knights like a haze. 16 Knights stood in front of the safe with his arms crossed. If you take off his pure white mask, you'll see that 16 Knights' transmuting eyes have disappeared, and his eyes are only 2 large dollar symbols. Developed. Chapter 45, The Strongest Trio. Inside the 2-meter high and wide safe was filled with belongings. There were stacks of $10,000 bills in the largest denomination, neatly arranged gold bars, bags of bulging gems, and jewelry and land deeds placed inside random compartments. 16 Knights had never seen so much money in his 2 lives. Is this the gold content of a premier tycoon? 16 Knights sighed. If Kato didn't lie to me, this is still just one of his treasure caches. Just how rich is this guy? Whatever. It's all mine now. Hey. 16 Knights took out the storage scroll that had been prepared long ago, and loaded all the banknotes, gold bars, precious stones, jewelry, and land deeds inside the safe. Unfortunately, this safe is too big, and the storage scrolls aren't of the large and extra large variety to fit the whole thing in. It was a good thing that 16 Knights had already anticipated this and had specially bought 2 storage scrolls. After putting all the treasures away, 16 Knights returned to the ground from the basement, then formed a seal with one hand and split into a shadow doppelganger with a huge amount of chakra. 16 Knights turned to shadow divergence. I'll leave the follow-up to you. No problem? You're being redundant. Can't I trust me? The shadow doppelganger raised his hand and released gravity to roll Kato up and carry him away from the land of waves. Seeing the shadow doppelganger off, 16 Knights flew away from the land of waves along with another shadow doppelganger, taking Momochi Zabuza and White with them. After returning to the ninja continent from the land of wave, 16 Knights and shadow doppelganger, one each, took Momochi Zabuza and White and instantly traveled to the nearest black market. The 16 Knights, whose transmutation eyes were able to monitor the entire fire country, certainly knew the location of the black market. After all, aside from Konoha's dark sect and the root organization, it's only the black market people who would live underground. As for the black and white Jedi and the white Jedi split, 16 Knights' transmutation eyes had tried to find them, but could not find them at all. Unsurprisingly, it should be the effect of the Mayfly technique becoming one with the earth's grasses and trees. Although the black and white Jedi had little combat power, they had 3 major divine techniques: the Spore technique, the Masquerade technique, and the Mayfly technique. These 3 divine techniques could be called the ultimate versions of the 3-body technique and the instantaneous body technique, as well as the stealth technique. With these 3 divine techniques, even Otsutsuki Hajime and Otsutsuki Hashimura did not discover their third brother. In less than half a day, 16 Knights and Shadow Split arrived outside the nearest black market, which was a public restroom, leaving his shadow doppelganger outside to keep an eye on Momochi Zabuza and White. 16 Knights enters the black market alone. Welcome, guest, please follow me. 16 Knights had just entered the black market through a special channel when a middle-aged man in a black suit invited him inside a private room. Those who wore masks were surely existences who were unwilling to reveal their identities. Those who were unwilling to reveal their identities were either guys pretending to be gods and goddesses, or they were minor or major existences in the shinobi world. Look at his needs afterward to see which one it is. Then it's time to decide on an attitude. Of course, 16 Knights didn't know what the middle-aged man was thinking, and it was his first time in the black market. The transmutation I could only see from a distance and see through, and did not have the function of eavesdropping, and the black market did not have a notice posted, so the 16 Knights naturally did not know the rules here. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't say anything, he took him inside a private room and assumed that everyone was the same. I wonder what the guest needs. After inviting 16 Knights to the private room and treating him to a seat, and after doing enough surface work, the middle-aged man rubbed his palms together and said with a warm attitude, "Do you have a pen and paper? I want to buy some materials." 16 Knights asked. "Yao yao." The middle-aged man instantly brightened up, realizing that it might be a big order, and then hurriedly got up to fetch a pen and paper for 16 Knights. 16 Knights took a pen and wrote down all the materials that had been memorized and used to create human puppets and chakra cores on a piece of paper. Then to the middle-aged man, he said, "Can you get these materials?" "Wait a moment, guest, let me see." The middle-aged man picked up the paper and read it carefully before saying something that impressed 16 Knights. "This is the puppet material of the Sand Hidden Village. Although some of the materials are different, it is still possible to get hold of it. What's your price here?" 16 Knights asked. The middle-aged man held out 3 fingers and said, 30% of the market price. It means that the price of buying these materials from them is 30% higher than the market. "Yes, prepare 30 copies for me. How long do I need to wait?" 16 Knights nodded, and didn't ask what the market price was, or else the budding side would be exposed. 16 Knights didn't want to be slaughtered like a waterfish the next time he came over. The guest will just come over to pick up the goods 3 days later. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and smiled in an embarrassed manner. "But the guest needs to pay a little deposit first." "Not much, just 200,000 taels, 200,000 taels, the honorarium for a B-class mission." "Yes, I'll come over in 3 days." 16 Knights' palms reached out from his wide cuffs and placed 20 $10,000 denomination bills on the table before rising to leave. The middle-aged man also used the power of the black market to start getting these materials for 16 Knights. Then in less than a day, the news reached someone's mind through special means. "Found the mystery man." The white Jedi smirked. "It's just as you thought. Black Jedi. That person chose to buy the materials for making human puppets in the black market. The materials for the puppets can be found on their own, but it would take a long time, and the only places that can get them quickly at the moment are the sandy hidden village and the black market, so it's normal that he would choose the latter. The Black Jedi said in a deep voice, "Tell Lord Spot this news, and get rid of this threat as soon as possible." Soon enough, Uchiha Bandito and Black and White Jedi were on the rooftop of the steel building, communicating with Tendo Pain. "The mystery man has been found. Do you want to do it yourself? Are you still injured?" Tendo Pain tried. "Not yet. That's not an injury that time can recover from. After all, as you know, that man is an existence that calms chaos," Uchiha Bandito said. It was only Nagato who hadn't met Uchiha Zanzu. Otherwise this one sentence would have judged Uchiha Bandit to be a fake Uchiha Zanzu. After all, that Shinobi Shura's character wouldn't explain himself to a junior. Even without his eyes, he still had an arrogant face when facing the nine-tailed beasts. Seeing that Uchiha Bandito was still so mysterious and also refused to make a move, Tendo Pain said indifferently, "Then I will make a move, and you will assist in the shadows." "Yes, but I'm taking someone with me." "Uchiha? Not bad. His pupil technique is very good. It might be able to work wonders." "Yes, when do we move?" "Now." After a few brief exchanges, Pain Rokudo and Uchiha Bandit acted very decisively. 16 Knights didn't see such an image, or it would have been a slight smack in the face. The two bosses of the Dawn organization, one bright and one dark, joined forces, and aided by an undefeated great filial son. This is definitely the strongest trio in the ninja world. It's overkill to hit him with that lineup. Chapter 46. Go back a day. 16 Knights had just come out of the black market when he saw Momochi Zabuza and White, who had been tied up by their shadow doppelgangers, had both woken up from their comas. Impressive, waking up so quickly, worthy of being one of the Mist Ninja 7, Ghost Man Zabuza. 16 Knights complimented. "You didn't kill us. Do you want to hand me over to my misty hidden village? Or the black market?" Momochi Zabuza said in a weak tone. Without waiting for 16 Knights to speak, White's voice was eager. "Please don't hand over Lord Zabuza to the misty hidden village and the black market. I'm willing to make money for you and use it to pay back the bounty on Lord Zabuza. You ninjas have such strange minds." 16 Knights spat. "I've killed Kato. That guy's treasures must be all mine. Do I still lack your 3 melons and 2 dates?" After saying that, 16 Knights couldn't help but ask to Momochi Zabuza, "What's your bounty?" 17 million Ryo. Momochi Zabuza replied. 16 Knights instantly looked disgusted. They're both elite upper ninjas. How come you're more than twice as bad as Kiba's Saratobi Asma? Momochi Zabuza was speechless for a moment. Can this be compared? What is the status of the other party and what is your status? If it wasn't for the fact that he had the beheading greatsword, maybe the misty hidden village wouldn't even be willing to give up 17 million Ryo. I quite like you two idiots. And if you hadn't followed your work ethic, Kato's property wouldn't have been cheap for me. 16 Knights disarmed his shadow doppelganger and laughed. So do one thing for me and I'll let you guys go. As long as you can spare Lord Zabuza, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, White said immediately. Hearing his words, Momochi Zabuza's heart warmed up. Then he looked at 16 Knights and said, "What I'm best at is assassination. No need for you to kill anyone." 16 Knights pointed at White knowingly. "What's your name? Is there a bounty on you?" "My name is White. I am Lord Zabuza's tool, and I have no bounty on me." In order to prove that he wasn't lying, White also endured the crushing pain all over his body, removing his mask that wasn't destroyed by the repulsive force and the debris, revealing a perfect and delicate cheek. "Very well, I have a task for you." 16 Knights walked over to White and took out a scroll from his body, dropping it on the ground and said, "Make a trip to the Sand Hidden Village and buy back these materials for me, and I'll let you and Momochi Zabuza go." After saying that, 16 Knights rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms. Then, as if remembering something, she looked down at Bai and asked, "By the way, are you a man, or a woman?" "I'm male," White returned. "It's a shame about your face then." 16 Knights lowered his sleeve, pulled up the hem of his robe, and held his calf out in front of White's face, saying, "Take a bite. One bite and your injuries will be healed." Seeing this scene, Momochi Zabuza's eyes flashed as he said, "Physical healing? You're a surviving child of the Vortex clan? As expected of one of the murderers who annihilated the Vortex kingdom back then. Your misty hidden village knows quite a bit of information about the Vortex clan," 16 Knights said in a conspiratorial manner. Hearing the conversation between the two, White also realized what was going on and forcefully brought his head over to gently bite the calf of 16 Knights, fearing that the force would be too much and cause his opponent to get angry and finish him and Lord Zabuza off. A bite was taken, and White's eyes widened at once. It was like suddenly soaking into a hot spring in a freezing ice field, and the warmth that dispelled all negative energies surged through his body. Under the effect of this warmth, Bai's external and internal injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the bones that were blown away by the repulsive force and broken from the constant collision with the villa, as well as the internal bleeding internal organs, all of them were all connected and restored as if they were turning back the clock. This is how powerful the physical healing of the Vortex clan is. Tsunade, whose original body was broken in two, was able to regain her life with the help of physical healing. In just a few moments, all of White's injuries were restored. 16 Knights rubbed his calf on top of White's clothes, then said, "The materials to be bought are written above the scroll. Later I'll give you a budget of 30 million taels. Buy as much as you can. My lord, I will complete the task you have given me. Please heal Lord Zabuza as well." White made an earthbound seating gesture at 16 Knights and respectfully said, off. Do you think anyone is entitled to bite me? If you weren't needed to work for me, you wouldn't even deserve this treatment. 16 Knights didn't have the good sense to say, "This guy can't die. If you can come back earlier, there's still time to bring him for treatment. Remember, you only have 10 days. Beyond that, I'll default to you being dead." "White, don't mind me," Momochi Zabuza chimed in. Quickly, White took the money and scroll given by 16 Knights and instantly headed in the direction of the Land of Wind. 16 Knights also split into a shadow doppelganger once again, carrying Momochi Zabuza up and away from this place. "Won't you wait here for White to return?" Momochi Zabuza asked. "I don't think you told him where to rendezvous." "There's no need. As long as he appears in the Land of Fire, he can't escape my eyes." "So arrogant? Could it be that he has also awakened the Kagura eyes of the Vortex clan? Or does he have intelligence organizations all over the Land of Fire? That said, don't all the people of the Vortex clan have red hair? Why does he have white hair? Shapeshifter, or hybrid?" Momochi Zabuza said in his mind. Arriving at a cave more than 100 kilometers away from the black market, he threw Momochi Zabuza inside, leaving his shadow doppelganger in charge of guarding it, and 16 Knights watched over the entire Land of Fire with his transmuting eye as he began to wait for the results. 16 Knights wondered if the other would tell Nagato that he had robbed the Akasago scorpion, but considering his repulsion and gravity were discovered, 16 Knights felt that the chances of Akasago scorpion telling Nagato were high. If that was the case, then he, the vest, should have entered the eyes of Nagato, and even Uchiha Bandu and the Black Jedi. After all, rule-like forces like repulsion and gravity were not something that just anyone could have. Inside the original, there was also no secret technique that could manipulate these two abilities. This was one of the basic abilities of the Inquisitive Pupil technique. In addition to Tendo Pain, the shinobi world has popped up another person who is able to use repulsion and gravity, and also wearing a pure white mask with no eye holes. It is not known if Nagato and Uchiha Bandai will be disturbed, but the 16 Knights knows that the Black Jedi will definitely feel disturbed. After all, he had worked for 1,000 years to see the hope of saving his mother in this era. Now that an anomaly had suddenly appeared, he would definitely find the 16 Knights even if he dug up the ground. Considering the black and white Jedi's yin-yang transportation, spore art, and masquerade art, as well as the mayfly art, which was able to move at high speeds under the ground and cut off all sense, becoming one with the earth's grasses and trees. Even if Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hashimura couldn't discover them, the 16 Knights didn't think that their own transmutation eyes would be able to discover them either. The White Jedi's intelligence ability was number 1 in the shinobi realm, and the news that 16 Knights had purchased human puppet materials in the black market might be known to him. Avoiding being made, 16 Knights had to make a second move. That's why he left Hakuba and Momochi Zabuza alive. Chapter 47, This Vengeance is Marked. Ghost Man's Growth. There really is something wrong with it. It's a good thing I've seen Stick Yong. Oh no, it's Shin Yong. In my previous life, in less than 2 days, 16 Knights, who was monitoring the Land of Fire with his shadow doppelganger, realized something was wrong, because he saw a familiar figure. This figure he had glimpsed with his transmuting eye in the rainy kingdom next door during those days in the Kawanaji kingdom. It was none other than Minami, one of Jiraiya's disciples, the angel of the rain hidden village, and the white tiger of the Dawn organization. The opponent, riding a large, sharp-billed bird, had entered the Land of Fire and was flying in one direction. Since Nagato's health has been deteriorating, Minami has gradually rarely left the rain hidden village. After the Dawn organization people altogether, but also did not carry out a mission alone, has always stayed in the rain hidden village, to help the Long Door to deal with affairs, as well as to take care of the Long Door's body. Once the original storyline starts, wherever there is Minami, there is bound to be Nagato or Tendo Pain. Now that Minami appeared in the Land of Fire, he certainly wasn't coming over for a trip. 16 Knights had a premonition that the other party was most likely here for him. Half a day later, 16 Knights' suspicions were confirmed. 50 kilometers away from a small hillock northwest of the Black City, Minami leapt down from the back of the 8-inch bird. A large number of cracks surfaced on her body, and then a sheet of white paper detached from her body. coalescing two wings behind her back as if an angel had descended, and landed in the forest under the hill. The 8-inch bird also swooped down, and when it landed firmly, it turned into a huge cloud of white smoke. When the white smoke dissipated, a large tree coalesced from white paper presented itself. Then the large tree is automatically colored from the bottom up, and in a few blinks it seems to turn into a really big tree that blends in perfectly with the forest. Inside the perspective of the transmutation eye, Oshiki's body was covered in blue chakra, and a large number of tadpole-shaped runes emerged from inside this chakra, creating a boundary that isolated perception. Even if it was Kagura's mind's eye, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to capture this chakra, but it couldn't stop 16 Knights' transmutation eyes. In 16 Knights' eyes, there were 8 chakras inside the large tree, which were clearly Manami and Nagato, as well as Pain Rokudo, hidden inside the big bird's beak. So that's how it moves. I thought it was summoned by Minami's lip nails. 16 Knights, who had taken the whole process in, was slightly dazed. With that, 16 Knights couldn't help but spit out. The strongest person in the ninja world today has personally come out. This is too much to look down on me, isn't it? But then, 16 Knights fell silent, only to see a large tree tear open and Tendo Pain step out of it. The figure floated up in the air, and Tendo Pain came to a cliff. Not long after, the space next to him suddenly distorted and a fist-sized black hole appeared. 2 twisted figures flew out from inside the black hole. It was none other than Uchiha Bandu, and the great filial son, Uchiha Weasel, who had even met him a few times in front of the school when 16 Knights was in first grade. Looking at the combination standing in a row, staging world-famous paintings, 16 Knights couldn't help but give his most sincere greeting in his hometown's language. Top of your lungs, Super Shadow Gatekeeper Pain Rokudo, the Uchiha Weasel who has developed the Kaleidoscope Sharingan to the extreme, the Uchiha Weasel who has a superb number of cards, and the Uchiha Bandu who can unlimitedly use the divine power and is not afraid of being blind. Such a combination, even as the top of the 5 shadows of the Great Wildwood, it is a certainty to die if he is stared at. All 3 of them, they'd be able to stand up to the combined efforts of the 5 shadows. Even the 5 shadows would be no match for them if they dropped their defenses against each other. What a virtue to use this lineup against him. At that moment, the voice of the Shadow Fractal came from 16 Knights' ears, and it was still in Mandarin. Look, there's movement over at the black market as well. Upon hearing that, 16 Knights' gaze immediately switched to the black market, only to see that the middle-aged man in a suit had been penetrated by a branch. Then a white creature that took on the appearance of a middle-aged man. Mayfly technique. Sure enough, even the transmutation eyes can't detect it. 16 Knights' complexion suddenly became grave. He can't see any flaws in his disguise technique either. It's worthy of being the strongest transformation technique in the shinobi world. The Shadow Doppelganger said, if the transmutation I can't see through it even when it completes its second fecundity, or its final evolution, then it will be necessary for Kagura's mind's eye to have the ability to perceive good and evil. At those words, 16 Knights' face was deep in thought. Already in his mind, he was pondering what other abilities in the shinobi world could recognize the art of impersonation besides Kagura's mind's eye. Better yet, the Mayfly technique can be cracked as well. After all, the most scary thing about the black and white Jedi is not the art of pretending, nor is it the spiritual possession, but the Mayfly art that can ignore the boundary and can move at high speed and become one with the earth, grass and trees. That was a means that even a 6th path level powerhouse couldn't detect. The thought of being watched by such eyes in the shadows made 16 Knights cringe, but for a moment, 16 Knights couldn't think of a way to deal with it, so he pressed the idea for now. Transmutation eyes swept the white Jedi doppelganger inside the black market, and the strongest combination on the cliff. 16 Knights laughed softly. I was going to give you guys a meet and greet gift, but I think it's better not to waste my efforts, so I'll just let you guys stand here for a while as a punishment. And how is that not good news? The fact that it was so brightly guarded meant that the Black Jedi didn't know about the existence of the transmutation eyes, or didn't know what they were capable of. This is where 16 Knights comes in. How could 16 Knights bury this advantage? It's a good thing I prepared a backhand, or else I would have lost a lot this time. This revenge is noted down, and I'll return a big gift to you guys after a while. 16 Knights took one last look in the direction of the strongest combination before disengaging his shadow split and going back to the cave to take Momochi Zabuza. The time came 3 days after the appointment. At dusk, Uchiha Weasel looked at the sunset that was only in the northern hemisphere, and couldn't help but ask Uchiha Bando, who was also looking at the evening sun next to him, hasn't the target appeared yet? You'll have to ask Jedi about that, Uchiha Bandito said quietly. Upon hearing this, the black and white Jedi with half of their bodies hidden in the ground, of which the white Jedi said, the item has already been sent to the bilocation's hands, but that fellow hasn't appeared yet, and nothing has happened to the bilocation. Exposed? It's not impossible, Black Jedi said, his mood getting heavier. If that mysterious man, was really a descendant of Hazura. It meant that his white eyes were extremely pure, and it wouldn't be surprising for his far-sightedness range to exceed the upper limit of the Hyuga clan. But they all pulled away for 50 kilometers, and today they were hiding inside the boundaries in alien space even more often. And this was still exposed? This is even more outrageous than the Kagura mind's eye of the Maelstrom clan. You guys wait one more day while the skunk and I pull away. Tendo Pain left a faint comment and turned to leave. The Uchiha got up and followed close behind. Uchiha Bandito likewise hid inside the Shin Megami Tensei space. Only the black and white Jedi, utilizing the Mayfly technique and the white Jedi split, were monitoring the black market side while pulling in a wider scouting range to see if the man was hiding nearby. Then another day passed, and the strongest group, who still hadn't seen anyone come, left with mixed feelings. We couldn't even catch the guy this time, so it'll be harder next time. With this level of perception, one is at a passive position even before the battle begins. 6 days later, in a certain forest in the Land of Fire, very close to the border. My lord, this is what you wanted. It cost a total of 29,877,000 taels. White, who had just returned to the Land of Fire from the Land of Kawano, unloaded the 3 large scrolls behind him and spoke respectfully to 16 knights. Good job. You don't have to pay back the rest of the money. You're rewarded. 16 knights picked up the scroll with his gravity, then rushed off into the sky and left, looking at his far-away figure. Bai and Momochi Zabuza, who were worried that he would go back on his words and not keep his word, both breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Zabuza-sama, where are we going next? White asked as he assisted Momochi Zabuza, who had recovered a little and was barely able to stand up with his crutches. Go black, Momochi Zabuza said in a deep voice, his eyes glittering with essence, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Ghost Man-san, who was taught a lesson by 16 knights, grows up. Chapter 48, if you can't, you'll have to commit to shinobi. 16 Knights anxiety. 16 Knights doesn't realize that his actions have inspired Momochi Zabuza to find a different path to rebel shinobi. After getting the materials to make the human puppet and chakra cores, 16 Knights didn't immediately return to Konoha. During this time, every 3 days, he would create a shadow doppelganger with a huge amount of chakra and return to the village to shift with the one that was about to be automatically lifted. Aside from Daisaku and Hanabi, no one knows that the village's 16 Knights is just a shadow doppelganger. 16 Knights, who had already checked in with the Hyuga sisters, was in no hurry to return to the village, but instead switched identities and first met up with the shadow divergent who had collected and scraped the rest of Kato's hidden treasures to sort out the haul from this trip. As it turned out, there was no way to count Kato's property. The most valuable part of Kato's property was not the banknotes, nor the gold bars and jewelry, but the deeds. A land deed that could be hidden by Kato was naturally not a piece of junk. The deeds, all of which are houses or stores in busy locations in various countries. Just by selling a few land deeds, 16 Knights made several Sarutobi asmas. After getting completely rich, the first thing 16 Knights did was to find a villa that Kato had purchased in the Land of Fire according to the deed, and then in the city where the villa was located, he bought a clothing store, leaving a shadow doppelganger behind to learn the art from the tailors and designers inside. Instead of returning to Konoha, the main body left the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Kawano with 2 large, empty storage scrolls. Rumble. The sky over a certain mountain village was at that moment covered with dark clouds and muffled thunder rolled. Before long, a light rain fell from the sky. Even so, a mining cave outside the village still had naked villagers pulling carts of minerals out, and the sound of digging resounded from inside. And in a clearing not far from the mine, a large number of tombstones stood. There are now all still a few people in black raincoats, gathered around a coffin that has just gone into the pit, burying the person inside. Ah, why is it that even someone as good as you can die? It really hurts me. It really hurts me. The man who cries out for the leader is pompous in his movements and genuine in his feelings. Yet none of the people around them felt sadness, and there was only fear in their eyes for this man who was at the head of the group. In their eyes, this patriarch was simply a temperamental fellow. At the drop of a hat, you have to give someone a funeral. Leia, there is a very strong chakra that is approaching this way. Just as the man in charge was performing to his heart's content, inside the bulging mass of raincoats behind him, a childish voice suddenly rang out, its tone seeming a bit panicked. Be careful, that man he can fly. Upon hearing this, the Black Ho Thundertooth, who was still covering his face and crying in pain, immediately put down his palms and looked at the sky with a grave expression. In the curtain of rain, a black figure fell from the sky. Rado Thunderball. Without waiting for that figure of a person to land and speak, the Black Holeya drew out the peculiarly shaped twin swords, crossed them to the sky, and the chakra of the changing nature of Late One condensed at the tip to form a blue and white ball of light, which shot out violently. Looking at the flying thunderballs, the person in that figure merely extended his palm out of his sleeve, his 5 fingers spread out. Then the thunderball exploded as if it had crashed on top of a wall of air. and like fireworks blooming, countless arcs of electricity flashed and disappeared. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. It's you guys, Black Ho Thundertooth, and the possessor of Blood Succession Limit, Red Eyes. 16 Knights smiled. After letting the original go, let you pair of pirates be my human puppets. I'm in a hurry. Let's make it quick. Wanxiang Tianin. The invisible gravitational force, like an invisible giant hand, grabbed the Black Ho Thunderteeth on the ground. No seals, can't see anything. What the hell kind of jutsu is this? Black Ho Thunderteeth color changed in shock, but also action is not slow to cross the two swords again, and then into the Thunder Sword inside a large number of chakra, all converted into the nature of Late One change. Rado, Thunder Teeth. The twin swords transformed into thunderbolts, shooting a curved lightning bolt towards 16 Knights as if it were a laser streak. This move is the Black Ho Thundertooth's famous stance, just like Hagi Kakashi's Raikiri. Lightning, if it doesn't strike, then flies into the sky and merges with dark clouds before falling as a lightning strike. The moves are good, and the sword is good, but that's all I can compliment you on. 16 Knights' hands spread out, and a green cover formed by distorting the air due to the stored power emerged. Shenla Tianzheng. As 16 Knights' words fell, the hood was like a water-filled balloon that reached the limit of its ability to withstand the water and suddenly ruptured. The repulsive storm contained within it instantly blasted apart the rain curtain, drowning the Black Ho Thundertooth, which had lost its gravitational pull and was descending downwards, as well as the Black Ho family that was fleeing below. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded throughout the mountain village. Both the people working in the mine and the residents inside the village were able to hear the explosion. The closest mine even felt the entire cave shaking violently. Thankfully, the cave did not collapse. When the rain came back down, along with the gusts of wind that blew away the dust and fog, the graveyard had disappeared and was replaced by a huge crater. The Black Ho family are all dead. The Black Ho Thundertooth, which was in close contact with the earth and had endured the repulsive impact, had its tendons and bones broken and its internal organs severely hemorrhaged. However, before being blasted off the ground, Black Horea decisively threw away the twin swords in his hands and chose to protect Ranmaru behind him, so much so that the latter didn't die on the spot, but was only seriously injured just like him. When 16 Knights descended from the sky, Black Horea Teeth, his mouth still full of blood, said in a weak tone, "Please, please, spare Ranmaru. Those people you killed said the same thing to you, didn't they?" 16 Knights snorted. "How can you speak so childishly when you're an elite upper ninja level rebel ninja?" After saying that, 16 Knights raised his hand and used gravity to suck in the twin swords, but did not turn around and shoot them at Black Horea and Ranmaru. Instead, he smiled at Black Ho Thundertooth and said, "Help me with an experiment and utilize the last bit of value before death." With that, 16 Knights made a seal with one hand and detached a shadow doppelganger that possessed a small amount of chakra. Then the main body and the shadow doppelganger each held a thunder sword, inputting chakra into it and transforming it into a change in the nature of the Thunder Dodger. And it was as if they were holding lightning in their hands. The main body and shadow doppelganger hurled lightning from their hands, running the Black Horea and Ranmaru through their bodies. However, the image that 16 Knights wanted to see did not appear. Black Ho Thundertooth and Ranmaru, neither of which popped words. Shadow divergence and killing people don't boost the burst rate. Is there really no other mechanism that can boost the burst rate? 16 Knights said in his heart, chakra must not be a measure of strength, or else no one other than Rinpoche and Naruto would be able to provide me with words. Then how exactly is strength determined? If it's words, then there are only a few people in the shinobi world who can provide me with words since I was 3 years old. But the fact that those in the class popped up with words means that it wasn't judged based on words. Then is it based on jutsu, or performance? Looking at the corpses of Black Horea and Ranmaru, 16 Knights said softly, try this method once more, and if it doesn't work, we'll just have to be a little more violent and condescend to the shinobi. After all, I'm in this configuration, so how can I let someone with a worse configuration than me catch up with a decade of my efforts in just a few years? No one can understand the anxiety of the 16 Knights. Chapter 49, 16 Knights Birthday. The people who encroached on your village have already been killed by me. These minerals are my trophies. You have no problem with that, do you? No, no. Lord, make yourself at home. Do you need our help? No need for help. I'm in a hurry. Bye. After storing the corpses of the Black Ho family, as well as some of the minerals needed to make puppets, all inside 2 large storage scrolls, 16 Knights levitated, sometimes flying, sometimes instantaneously, leaving Kawanakuni at the fastest speed possible. The next morning, 16 Knights returned to the Land of Fire, then hoofed it to the tailor's store, and detached a shadow doppelganger with a huge amount of chakra, and just handed over the scrolls containing the minerals and corpses, both of which had been given to the shadow doppelganger. The main body, on the other hand, didn't take a moment's rest and went to some store to buy one thing before rushing back to Konoha at full speed with a companion gift for Daisuke and Hanabi. Finally in time for 6 p.m., 16 Knights returned to Kiba. Taking advantage of the shift, 16 Knights entered Kiba from somewhere else, then returned to Center Street from the field, and was soon home. I'm back, 16 Knights, who had entered the country, exclaimed while changing his shoes at the entrance hall. With that, he carried the gift box and walked towards the second floor. But the stairway had been fitted with a cloth curtain at some point. 16 Knights pulled back the cloth curtains and entered the dimness of the fully blackout curtains drawn. There were only 12 candles burning flames on the table in the living room, and underneath was a 5-layer cake. The cake was exquisite, with each tier featuring 3 little Q-shaped snowmen, none other than the 16 Knights and Hinata sisters. Happy birthday, Oni-chan! Happy birthday, 16 Knights-kun! Hinata and Hanabi had been waiting for 16 Knights there in the living room for a long time. As for the shadow divider, it had been mercilessly beaten up by the 2 women yesterday. Seeing 16 Knights come back, Hinata and Hanabi came over and sent birthday wishes to 16 Knights while pulling 16 Knights to the cake with one on the left and one on the right. Good. Today is exactly June 16th, 16 Knights' birthday. This was the reason why 16 Knights was in a hurry and rushed back. Every year at this time since the two became a trio, Daisuke and Hanabi have celebrated 16 Knights' birthday, especially after receiving the information that the shadow divider had been blown up by the 2 women. He knew that Hinata and Hanabi wanted to prepare a surprise for him. 16 Knights was naturally unwilling to live up to the expectations of the 2 women. Pressing 16 Knights down on the couch, Flowerfire sat on her knees next to the coffee table, resting her chin in her hands and smiling. Oni-chan, make a wish. Oni-chan's wish is very simple, and that is for Flowerflame to grow up fast and tall, and every day to be as colorful as a rainbow, as bright as a star, and as beautiful as her sister. 16 Knights made a prayer gesture with her hands and closed her eyes, but said her wish out loud. At the end of the day, however, he mentally added, I hope everything goes well and we are all freed from the limitations of our lifespans. After saying that, 16 Knights blew out all the candles. Oni-chan, love you Mue. Hearing 16 Knights' wish, Blossom Fire pounced straight over and gave 16 Knights a hard peck on the cheek. 16 Knights rubbed her hands over Blossom Flame's small face and laughed. Wishes have been made. Where's Oni-chan's birthday present? My sister and I had it ready for you a long time ago. Hanabi jumped off the couch and walked into the room with Daisy before the 2 of them came out clutching 3 delicately wrapped boxes. Oni-chan, open it up. Placing the gift box on the ground, Blossom Fire said to 16 Knights. Instead of pulling back the full blackout curtains, Daisy turned on the living room light. There are 3 gift boxes, 2 large and 1 small. 16 Knights pulled back the bow and removed the wrapping paper, opening the small box first. Inside was a red scarf. The moment 16 Knights picked up the scarf, it was as if he realized something, and he couldn't help but look at the 2 women and say, you guys knitted this? Not bad for Oni-chan, you guessed it in a second. Blossom Fire smiled and said, then guess who knitted this scarf? Oni-chan? You confessed yourself. 16 Knights flicked Blossom Fire's forehead door and laughed. Your sister definitely had a hand in this, and since your sister didn't knit it alone, it must have been the 2 of you together. Blossom Flame pouted at once. For her part, Daisuke watched the scene with a soft smile, unsurprised that 16 Knights was able to guess. It's almost fall and not long after that it will be winter, and I love this scarf. 16 Knights tied the scarf around his neck and then proceeded to open the box. This time both large boxes were unpacked at once and filled with clothes. One was a heavy Yeti set, and the other was a one-piece white robe of even more expensive material and a flame pattern. Oni-chan, so can you guess who gave you both of these clothes? Blossom Fire asked again. This one is from Daisy. 16 Knights picked up the snowman cover and smiled with Daisy. What about this one? Blossom Fire asked as she picked up her white robe. You sent it together. 16 Knights flicked Flame's forehead door once more and laughed. Have you forgotten the flame pattern on top of your kimono? It's your favorite symbol, and you recruited yourself again. Since the snowman cover was from Daisuke, this one was either from you or you 2 together. It's not funny. Are you a mind reader, Oni-chan? Blossom Flame suddenly sputtered. Obviously. I wanted to win against you once more this year. Oni-chan. Told you. You can't fool 16 Knights-kun. Daisy laughed. Well, don't be mad. 16 Knights picked up Blossom Flame and placed her to the side, picking up the gift box that had been placed on the floor and smiled. I have a companion gift for you as well. Right. Oni-chan, where have you been these days? Blossom Fire was successfully distracted and curiously said. Shadow Fraction said you went to do something big. What was it? You'll know later. I can't tell you now. 16 Knights didn't want to dirty his sister-in-law's simple heart yet. Oni-chan is so annoying. Blossom Fire made a face, then unwrapped the gift box that 16 Knights had shoved into her arms, and analyzed it like 16 Knights. flat square gift box, and it's so big, could it be clothes? Guessed right. Blossom Fire is awesome. 16 Nights, who won the numbness, immediately gives Flower Fire emotional value. Hee hee. Blossom Fire burst out laughing happily. After coaxing his sister-in-law into a good mood, 16 Nights pulled Daisuke to sit on the other side of himself again, tucked the gift box into her arms, and smiled into her ear. I like the gift. Let's go back and relive our childhood again this winter. Here's a gift for you. Open it quickly. Daisuke, who had wanted to wait for Hanabi to finish looking at it herself, saw 16 Nights' face of anticipation, and immediately looked forward to 16 Nights' accompanying gift as well. Quickly unwrapping the package, Daisy opened the gift box. Then, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. This is, the Hinata sisters made a sound in unison. Then they all turned their heads to 16 Nights and asked, Oni-chan/16 Nights-kun, what kind of clothes are these? It's called the sailor suit. 16 Nights was slightly excited. I made this myself. Go try to see if it fits. Good. The Hinata sisters, who were still full of doubts, heard that it was the clothes made by 16 Nights herself, and their beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Then they got up and walked into the room in unison. 16 Nights, on the other hand, opens his transmuting eye, not to spy, of course, but to look for Sarutobi Hinata's location. Seeing that the other party had already gotten off work and was having dinner with his grandson, Kibamaru, and had not used the crystal lookout technique to peek around, 16 Nights withdrew his gaze, but before closing his transmuting eye, 16 Nights also glanced at a certain direction outside the house. At the same time, Flower Fire's surprised voice suddenly resounded from inside the room, causing a small amount of cold sweat to break out on 16 Nights' forehead. It fits so well. Sister, why does Oni-chan know your size? Chapter 50, Growing Up Again? Reito Chakra stimulates the cells. A few minutes later, Hinata and Hanabi stepped out from inside the room. 16 Nights, who had already loaded the camera with film and was full of anticipation, brightened up and praised. It's nice. It's so nice. If the previous kimono-wearing Daisuke and Hanabi had the temperament of a great lady full of ancient style, then the current Daisuke and Hanabi were full of modern-style innocence and cuteness, making the 16th Nights feel as if they had returned to the urban campus life of their previous life. A white sailor collar shirt, a navy blue bow and pleated skirt, and black silk stockings. This was the set inside Daisy's gift box, 1 meter 5.5, with a body that boasted of her age, and could even make a large number of mature women envious and jealous of her. Wearing this outfit, she couldn't be seen as 12 years old at all, and was more like a childish high school student with big waves, causing the heartbeat of the 16 Nights to accelerate in a rare way. Now that's his fantasy image of a schoolgirl. The sister-in-law, next to her, is just as charming. The same shrunken white sailor collar shirt, dark blue bow and pleated skirt, and white silk stockings that were the opposite of Daisy's black silk, and waist-length hair tied in a double ponytail were cute as hell. Oni-chan, does it look good? Blossom Fire came to the front of the 16 Nights, bent over with her hands on her back, and blinked her beautiful eyes at the 16 Nights, smiling. Super nice, 16 Nights said with a thumbs up. He. I also think that Oni-chan's handmade dress is very pretty. Blossom Fire spun around in front of 16 Nights again, then said with slight regret, unfortunately, this dress is too thin, and the skirt is so short. It's not suitable for wearing out and fighting. It's fine, I can improve it later. After all, it's my first time making clothes. 16 Nights laughed. 16 Night-kun, doesn't this dress have a jacket? At that moment, Daisuke's voice reached his ears, as thin as a mosquito. The only thing that could be seen was that Hinata, who was standing next to Hanabi, was shielding her hands in front of her body, her cheeks flushed, her eyes averted, and her tone trembling. This is how Daisy looks when she's shy. Seeing this, 16 Nights couldn't help but wonder, Daisy, does this dress not fit? There's no reason for that. That size should be just right. Does it mean that Daisy has grown up again? No, the dress is just right. It's just too obvious, Daisy said weakly, then lowered her hands. In a flash, the white sailor collar shirt, displaying a tightness that was nothing less than a black fishing net shirt, brought out the full extent of Daisy's capital. Ahem, have the jacket, but there aren't enough materials or time, so I just didn't do it for a while, 16 Nights said with a light cough. Aha, Daisuke blushed and lowered her head. Let's not talk about that. Let's take a group photo. 16 Nights quickly changed the subject, then picked up the camera, looking excited. Quickly, a picture of the three of them standing in a row, with Hinata and Hanabi on one side, one arm holding 16 Nights' arm and the other hand giving a scissor hand, smiling brightly, was instantly captured in a screenshot. With that, 16 Nights retrieved the camera from the shadow doppelganger, punched the doppelganger apart, and began directing Daisuke and Hanabi to pose for a picture. There were pictures of Hinata and Hanabi plastered together. their little hands spelling out love hearts. There's the image of Hinata and Hanabi back to back, posing for pistol shots at 16 Nights. A few pictures later, at the request of Hinata and Hanabi, 16 Nights went to change into a Yeti set and a new white robe, and began taking pictures with the Hyuga sisters. The person who took the picture, however, was not 16 Nights' shadow doppelganger, but rather Daisuke and shadow doppelganger, who had been secretly learning photography skills during this time. After a long time, the three of them moved to the dining room and cut the cake there at the table. Various images were once again captured by the camera. There's a picture of three people clinking glasses with juice and smiling with their eyes curved into a crescent moon. There are images of the Hyuga sisters feeding 16 Nights with forks, and the latter feeding both of them. There's the image of 16 Nights getting her face painted by Hanabi with her little cream-covered hands, the latter with a smile of successful mischief and the former with one eye closed and a doting smile. There's the image of Daisuke holding a handkerchief and wiping cream off of 16 Nights. The atmosphere was very cozy at first and left many wonderful images. But gradually, there's the image of Hanabi, buttered up as a kitten, pretending to bite the palm of 16 Nights' hand with ferocity, with Hinata next to her gently giving her a brainbuster with her fist. There's the image of Daisy's little face being smashed with a piece of cake by mistake, a leathery smile, and her eyes going from gentle to stern in a heartbeat. Then there's a series of screenshots of the cake battle. In the end, it was a picture of 16 Nights winning big, sitting in a chair with her head tilted back and laughing, while Daisuke and Hanabi looked on with distressed faces at the image of their sailor uniforms, which they had just changed into not too long ago and were now dirty from the cake, with the messy dining room in the background. On this day, Hinata and Hanabi played until after 9 p.m. Showering at 16 Nights' house and changing back into their original clothes before heading home. Prestige is still not enough. 16 Nights stood at the balcony, waving goodbye to the Hinata sisters, looking at their departing backs, and one of the guards who stood outside, silently protecting the two girls, as well as supervising them to avoid Missy from staying out at night, said softly, "Don't worry, in a short while, no one will be able to stop us." Kiba 60, June 23rd. On the outskirts of the Nanga River, two soft shouts rang out at this moment. Naruto Haru Ryo no Jutsu, two huge fire dragons, one on the left and one on the right, collided together, turning into a splendid firework above the river. Underneath the fireworks, two teenagers with a significant height difference were engaged in an intense physical duel on the water. On the bank of the river, there was another white-eyed girl dressed in white with petal prints, holding a camera, looking for an angle to sneak a shot of the tall teenager's handsome face. Bang! Usually, Uchiha Sasuke, who opened his two-hooked jade riding wheel eyes and possessed powerful insight abilities, was able to hold out for dozens of rounds before falling into a disadvantage due to his declining stamina. But today, just a few rounds, Uchiha Sasuke glared at his hooked jade-turned-sharpening wheel eyes, and his handsome face was deformed by a punch from 16 Nights, and his entire body flew out backwards. The punch wasn't particularly powerful, and Sasuke Uchiha, whose resistance to blows had been improved, wasn't killed by a single punch. In a normal situation, he would have gotten up and continued his attack, but this time, Uchiha Sasuke sat on the surface of the water, staring wide-eyed at 16 Nights and asked, "Was that Rado just now?" Just now. 16 Nights' speed had suddenly skyrocketed to a level where the sharpening wheel eyes could see but the body couldn't react, leaving Uchiha Sasuke crushed and defenseless in the face of that straight punch. To be precise, it's the Rado nature change. 16 Nights lied without blinking. "I was perfecting a jutsu move I had developed, and I had Deusei to help me find a scroll on how to practice the Rado nature change, and I accidentally discovered that the chakra from the Rado nature change was able to stimulate the cells, causing the body's speed to skyrocket. In fact, this was a technique that 16 Nights' shadow doppelganger had easily figured out by making Black Ho Thundertooth a human puppet, observing Black Ho Thundertooth's use of the thunder blade with his transmuting eye, and then basing it on the human body diagram. After awakening the transmutation eye, 16 Nights had already mastered at least 6 nature changes. His arcana is being perfected. Compared to the Upanishads, the Rado chakra stimulating the cells was just a simpler technique. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke didn't know this, and his focus wasn't on the change in the nature of the Rado, but rather, he said with a stunned expression, "You even developed your own jutsu? Want to learn? You developed jutsu? Nice try. I'm talking about the technique of stimulating cells with Rado chakra." 16 Nights rolled his eyes and said, "If I didn't see that you've already learned how to climb trees and tread water, as well as the lightning attribute, I wouldn't even teach you such a dangerous technique. Want to learn? Teach me." Sasuke Uchiha got up and nodded his head, close to reaching out like a chimpanzee, having no idea what politeness was. He who had no predestined entanglement with 16 Nights had long been convinced by 16 Nights' strength in the past few years. Regardless of whether it's a one-hooked or a two-hooked, you can't beat the opponent yourself. The same or both amazing chakra. Whirlpool Naruto that hanging, and 16 Nights is not the same level at all. In Uchiha Sasuke's heart, 16 Nights was also the first friend he recognized. Chapter 51, 16 Nights Guess, You'll Succeed. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the graduates of Kiba's 60th class had all been shinobi for a season. In a few months' time, even a squad made up of civilians had gone from fledgling to qualified shinobi. The lower ninja squads with excellent potential and good performance, and even more so under the guidance of the instructing upper ninja, had already left Konoha on C-class missions, had fought enemies, seen blood, and completed their metamorphosis. As the time came to the end of June, the instructing shinobi, who knew that something big was going to happen lately, stopped receiving missions out of the village, and instead had their men continue to do miscellaneous tasks. The lower ninja squads that had been out on missions had also returned to the village one after another. The great event belonging to the shinobi is coming. Crypto. On this day, as usual, the 8th class helped the village clean up the garbage. At that moment, a high-pitched eagle's cry rang out in the sky, as if it had spread throughout Kiba. The shinobi who heard the eagle's call looked to the sky and glanced at the eagle that was hovering over the village, and their eyes flashed. Once you're done with your mission, you'll go to the Naruto building on your own to collect your honorarium. Then dismiss yourselves and meet at the usual place at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yuzuru left such a sentence and instantly disappeared. Like her, there were tons of shinobi. A trail of shadows swept by, converging towards the Naruto building. Did something big happen again? Oil Woman Shino looked at the eagle that kept making screeching noises and said flatly, no alarms were blown, so it looks like something big happened internally. It should be some important day arriving. 16 Nights laughed. Don't forget, the Chunin exams haven't been held yet this year. At those words, both Hinata and Oil Girl Shino's eyes under their sunglasses lit up slightly, looking at 16 Nights, who had a smile on her face, and Daisuke, who had a face full of anticipation. Shino, the oil woman, asked, if it's really the Nakanoshu exam that's coming up. 16 Nights, Daisuke, do you guys plan on taking it? I want to participate. Without waiting for 16 Nights to answer, Daisy spoke up. 16 Nights also laughed, if Daisy is in it, I'm in it, and we both have the strength to be in it, don't we? Aha! Shino the oil woman nodded coolly with her hands in her pockets. Since you're all planning to participate, naturally I can't be left out. Then let's fight side by side and show the other shinobi how powerful Class 8 is. The 316 Knights looked at each other and smiled with confidence. Like them, there were also senior shinobi who had already taken the Nakanobu exams, or even taken them many times and survived, and were just a little bit of luck away from being promoted to Nakanobu. June 27th, 9 a.m. Class 8 is already waiting for Sunset Red at the usual place. After a few minutes, Yuzuru instantly appeared in front of them, 3 documents in her hand, and smiled. Sorry I'm late. Red Sensei, is this the application for the Chunin exam? Deisada asked as she looked at the document in Yuzuru's hand and opened her mouth. Looks like you all know. Yuzuru raised the documents in her hands and smiled. Not bad. These 3 are all applications for the Nakanoshin exam. Naruto-sama summoned all of us to guide the top ninja yesterday and announced that the start time of this session of the Nakanobu exams is July 1st. Even though you've only just graduated a few months ago, your performance and strength qualify you to take the Chunin exam, so I've already signed you up. Of course, signing up doesn't mean you have to participate. If you're not confident enough in yourselves, you can choose not to take the Chunin exam and just throw away this application. If you're more confident in your strengths, sign this application and then take it to the complex and submit it by 3:30 p.m. On July 1st and arrive in time for the tryout room. Handing the 3 applications to 16 Knights, who was the leader by default. Yuzuru lied. Discuss and consider them over the next few days. Don't push yourselves or force your teammates. It's not necessary for all 3 to be able to participate in the Nakanoshin exams. After saying that, Yuzuru instantly disappeared into thin air. I'll see you on the 1st then. Shino, meet me here at 3 in the afternoon then. Good. 16 Knights handed a copy of the application to Oil Girl Shino and waved goodbye to him with Daisuke. Walking back, 16 Knights handed both applications to Daisuke and said, Sasuke asked me out, do you want to train with us for the next few days? Daisuke was a bit tempted, but still shook her head. No, I want to ask my father-sama to teach me jujitsu in the next few days, so I might not have time to come to you. 16 Knights-kun, don't worry, I'll help you become a Nakanin. 16 Knights stroked Daisuke's head and laughed. 16 Knights already had a guess as to why the young girl wanted to become a Chunin. This life's Daisy is many times better than the original. As the eldest young lady of the Zone family, she was supposed to be the first heir. Now that the first heir was so outstanding, the clan elders of the clan family must have already been pressuring their future father-in-law to give Flower Flame a caged bird. With Daisuke in such a hurry to get promoted to Nakanobu, He should want to become an upper ninja faster and then fight the pressure with his future father-in-law to keep Hanabi from hitting the bird in the cage. When he thought of this, a cold aura suddenly flashed in 16 Knight's eyes. If that was the case, then it would be necessary to pay a visit to the Hyuga clan when the Chunin exams were over. Unbeknownst to her, Daisuke was in such a hurry to advance just to be with him in name only. 16 Knights, are you guys planning on taking the Chunin exam? Sure, don't tell me you guys are scared? Humph, who's afraid? I'm bound to be one of those promoted to Nakinin this time. Not necessarily, in case you run into me in the middle of the day, you'll have to go home early. Cut. At night, the Uchiha's patriarch's mansion. In the courtyard, 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke, who had finished their cultivation, were grilling and chatting at the same time. Sparks danced in front of his eyes, brilliant colors mapping onto Sasuke Uchiha's face. Sasuke Uchiha, who was flipping the grilled fish, suddenly asked, 16 Knights, when your squad was formed, did you introduce yourselves and talk about your dreams? Yes. Why? So what's your dream? Sasuke Uchiha's eyes stared across the fire at 16 Knights, who was eating and grilling. 16 Knights spat out the fish spikes and laughed. My answer at the time was to become a good ninja. What about the real dream? I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you and mock me in return. I won't. Uchiha Sasuke said with a serious look on his face. 16 Knights stared at the burning fire and grinned. It's more of a goal than a dream. I want to be free from the limitations of my lifespan with Daisy and be together forever. At those words, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. This whimsical idea is actually a goal, not a fanciful unrealistic dream? Is that really possible? Without waiting for Sasuke Uchiha to continue, 16 Knights asked knowingly, what about you? What's your dream? I'm like you, it's more of a goal than a dream. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were covered in gloom as he said with a murderous aura, I'm going to kill that man and avenge my parents and my clan. Do whatever it takes for that? 16 Knights asked. Do whatever it takes, even if it means giving your life and giving your soul to the devil, Sasuke Uchiha said in a deep voice. After staring at the determined Uchiha Sasuke for a few seconds, 16 Knights suddenly laughed. Don't worry, you'll succeed, and you won't have to give your soul to the devil. After all, you are my biggest source of points. Chapter 52, 16 Knights and Great Uncle, Handsome Daisy. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, a large number of unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets of Kiba. There were plenty of these strange faces, usually, but they were ordinary people from outside. As for the unfamiliar faces that now appeared, they all wore forehead guards engraved with various designs, and were obviously all ninjas from different ninja villages. The villagers of Konoha were not alarmed by this, but instead felt very excited. The sudden arrival of so many ninjas from outside villages meant that this year's Chunin exam was coming up again, and it wouldn't be long before they were able to enjoy ninja duels again. Those store owners, in particular, have already started stocking up, ready to make a quick buck when the time comes. This is the Nakano Shu examination, which is one of the grandest events no matter which major ninja village it is placed in. July 1st, 3 p.m. Class 8 met at the usual place on time and took their applications to ninja school. On the way, oil woman Shino said with her hands in her pockets, Kiba is the organizer. Our situation is a bit passive. There should be quite a few people investigating our information during this time, and we know nothing about them. It doesn't matter. Intelligence is updated. The intelligence they investigated is outdated. 16 Knights laughed lightly. I'm sure you've all grown in this time. At those words, both Hinata and oil girl Shino smiled confidently. Soon enough, Class 8 arrived at the ninja school. Stepping onto the campus again after a few months, both 16 Knights and Daisy looked a bit dazed, walking along the familiar path. Their eyes seemed to travel through time and see a reflection of previous years. From baby-faced toddlers to kids who have faded a little, the 16 Knights and Daisy at that time also walked so shoulder to shoulder. Inseparable. Thinking of this, both 16 Knights and Daisuke subconsciously looked at each other, and after their gazes met, they both seemed to guess what the other was thinking, and they couldn't help but smile silently. Arriving at the familiar complex, Class 8 had just stepped onto the first set of steps when the oil girl Shino and Daisuke's complexion changed slightly. It's an illusion. Oil girl Shino made an unseal with both hands, disrupting the flow of chakra in her body. Like him, there was Daisy. To be precise, it's an illusionary boundary. 16 Knights laughed. It looks like the Chunin exam has begun. Ascending to the second floor, the trio saw a crowd piled on top of the porch, some of them in a trance, their faces confused. Some, on the other hand, as if realizing what was going on, were blocking the stairway to the third floor, but unfortunately, they were stopped by the two Nakanobu in charge of guarding the door. Hurry up and remove this illusionary boundary. We're going up to the third floor. Before Class 8 could reach the stairway, they heard a familiar voice. It's Sasuke-kun. While Deisada spoke the name of the person with the voice. Her gaze was directed to a bystander in the crowd, and she softly said, "And Ninja brother, he's here to take the Nakanoshu exams as well." As if hearing Daisuke's voice, Hinata Ninja, who was watching the 7th class perform, couldn't help but turn his head to look. Seeing that it was Daisuke, he immediately raised his steps and bowed expressionlessly. Daisuke-chan. The etiquette was spot on, but the tone was not the least bit respectful, and there was even a flash of hatred in his eyes as he bowed his head. "Brother Ninja, good luck on the exam," Hinata said softly. "Oni-chan as well." Ninja Hyuga quickly calmed down, straightened up and nodded. "I hope I can fight you during the Chunin exam." After saying that, Hinata Ninja looked at 16 knights next to Daisuke and spoke. "Your 16 knights? Any instructions?" The last chief student. 16 knights laughed. "You're strong." Hyuga Ninja looked 16 knights up and down for a moment, first giving an assessment like this, and then coldly said, "But you should be self-aware. There is no hope for you in Oni-chan. This is the difference in bloodline, and also your destiny." "Ninja brother, shut up." Without waiting for 16 knights to speak, a somewhat cold voice could be heard, only to see that Hinata's eyes were no longer soft, but instead looked sternly at Hinata Ninja, full of warning. The aura of the entire person, too, had changed drastically. "I'm sorry, Missy." Ninja Hyuga bowed and apologized, then turned to leave. Witnessing her cousin's departure, Hinata resumed her ladylike appearance and softly said to 16 knights, 16 knights Kuin, "Ninja brother, he didn't mean to do it, so please don't blame him." With one hand on Daisuke's head, 16 knights stroked Daisuke's head and complimented. "Daisuke, you looked very handsome just now. It's such a shame that I couldn't get the camera out in time just now." Indeed, the aura just now was full of oppression. Oil Girl Shino nodded approvingly. None of the top 3 in the grade are really easy. This time, the Chunin exam might be able to see the full strength of 16 knights in Daisuke, as well as Sasuke Uchiha. "No, you guys are flattered." Daisuke immediately blushed and bowed her head at the compliment, nodding her index fingers with both hands, with a great sense of contrast between the before and after. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was the dual personality, not Haruno Sakura. "Yo, 16 knights, Daisy, and whoever that is, you're here." At that moment, Whirlpool Naruto's voice reached his ears. Only the 7th class, whose interlude ended over there, was coming towards the 8th class. "My name is Oil Girl Shino." Seeing that Whirlpool Naruto didn't pronounce his name, Oil Girl Shino couldn't help but emphasize her presence. "Oh, Shino, hello." As usual, however, Oil Girl Shino's emphasis remained fruitless. Whirlpool Naruto just greeted him before his eyes focused on 16 knights and grinned. 16 knights, you guys sure came to take the Chunin exam as well. This time this master won't lose to you." "Oh." 16 knights also became interested and said, "Seeing how confident you look, did you learn jutsu from Kakashi-sama? If that's the case, then the butterfly effect is really big. The original averts an imbalance in the protagonist's strength, but it leads to Kakashi Hagi being blackballed. A copy ninja who had mastered thousands of jutsu was actually not even willing to teach his own teacher's son one of the lowest level C-ranked Kazunashi. That's even with Whirlpool Naruto having learned to climb trees, but it cannot be helped. Whirlpool Naruto has mastered the multiple shadow division art, that huge and incomparable amount of chakra. Even if he just learns a move of C-class wind transport, big breakthrough. His strength is the strongest handful of lower ninja inside the main character's inspirational story cannot continue. Hundreds and thousands of shadow doppelgangers, using the wind transportation, great breakthrough in unison. That power is definitely more outrageous than Uchiha Spot's howling fire extinguishing it. He. You and Sasuke wait and see. Whirlpool Naruto rubbed his nose in triumph. I'll drop your jaws in amazement when the time comes. Riddler, get out of Kiba. 16 knights spat out, but drew strange looks from Hinata and Oil Girl Shino, as well as Sasuke Uchiha. The look in their eyes was as if to say, how dare you talk about others. Chapter 53, 16 Knights' Little Brother. After chatting on the porch, classes 8 and 7 paired off and went up to the 3rd floor to submit their applications, receive their seat numbers, and prepare to head downstairs to the academic building. In the stairwell, Sasuke Uchiha turned to 16 Knights and asked, 16 Knights, have you noticed those guys in the last few days? Aha. 16 Knights nodded, knowing that Sasuke Uchiha was talking about the outer village ninjas who were secretly investigating them. As the chief student of the class, as well as the orphan of the Uchiha clan, both 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke were the focus of attention. It was also true that there were quite a few people wandering around outside the 16 Knights house these days. It's just that they didn't go overboard and 16 Knights just didn't care. Have you ever met a guy with a gourd on his back? Uchiha Sasuke continued to ask. No. He's strong? Is a strong foe. As if recalling something, the corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth turned up slightly as he said, this session of the Nakanobu examination is truly a collection of monsters. I can't wait to fight them. Then you might be getting your wish soon. 16 Knights couldn't help but laugh as if she had realized something. Just as he arrived in the lobby at the back door of the complex, a voice came from behind. "One moment, please." Upon hearing this voice, Haruno Sakura, who was in the 7th class, suddenly had a blank expression. "It's you again." Thick eyebrows. "What do you want?" Swirling Naruto shouted, pointing at Leroy on the 2nd floor balcony. Lirako leapt down from above and landed firmly, then put up a body art starting stance and looked at 16 Knights with a serious expression. "My name is Lirako. I want to challenge the number 1 among the newcomers in this session. Please fight me." 16 Knights. Challenge 16 Knights? The 7th class was slightly stunned. He seems to be Ninji Brother's teammate. Daisuke's willow brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes became stern again, as if she had misunderstood something. "The bugs told me that he smells faintly of blood," Oil Girl Shino said flatly. "His strength. It's not simple." 16 Knights was also slightly surprised, not realizing that instead of coming over to challenge Uchiha Sasuke, Lee Rock actually chose to challenge him. Thinking of the 8 gates of transportation, a divine skill that was on par with the Flying Thunder God's technique and the Filth Earth transmutation technique, 16 Knights came to be a little interested, glancing in a certain direction, though that interest immediately dissipated again. If it was an unrestricted all-out battle, 16 Knights would be eager to learn the power of the 8 gates of transported armor. But now, 16 Knights said to Sasuke Uchiha, "Sasuke, you're on." "Me?" Sasuke Uchiha was slightly stunned, then recalling the image of Leroy blocking a kick from himself and the gatekeeper ninja, he was instantly ignited with the will to fight, and nodded his head. "Alright, I'll meet him for a while." Seeing that it was Uchiha Sasuke who walked out, Leroy couldn't help but frown as he looked at 16 Knights and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Without waiting for 16 Knights to speak, Uchiha Sasuke made a eating gesture, thumbing to himself. "Beat me so you can challenge 16 Knights. If you can't even beat me, then there's no point in humiliating yourself." Lirako said in a slight daze. "I see. You're 16 Knights' little brother." "Who's his little brother?" Uchiha Sasuke growled loudly. Then his eyes turned into scarlet two-hooked jade shuriken eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Cut the crap and get started." These eyes, staring at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, Leroy froze slightly, and then also said with warlike intent, "So you're the last descendant of the Uchiha clan. Good. Then let me learn the Sharingan eyes of the Genius clan." After saying that, Leroy introduced himself with a serious look. "My name is Leroy. Please teach me more." "Cut the crap and make it quick." Uchiha Sasuke charged directly towards Leroy, while the 7th and 8th classes were leaning on the pillars of the hall, watching the battle. Looking at the figure that zoomed in his eyes, Leroy's body tensed. The moment Uchiha Sasuke threw a punch, Leroy's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. Instantaneous magic? No, it's not the same as instantaneous magic. Uchiha Sato, who had landed a punch, was slightly staggered. With that, he hastily released his perception. In the next second, as if sensing something, Uchiha Sasuke looked sideways to the side. While raising his right hand, his small arm managed to block the kicking calf. Then Uchiha Sasuke's expression twisted a bit, his eyes covered in shock. What a powerful force is this guy? It is this distraction of 2 seconds. Lirako has retracted the calf, the body with incredible flexibility, flip landing in front of Uchiha Sasuke, hands on the ground as if the street dance teenager. A Thomas full spin, a foot from the bottom to the top of the kick to Uchiha Sasuke's face. Uchiha Sasuke blocked with both hands, but was still sent flying into the air by this stored kick. After landing, his hands were already slightly numb. Looking at Lirako, who had re-stood up straight and assumed the starting stance, Sasuke Uchiha spoke. "What was just there was a high-speed movement, and such power. You are a body art ninja." "Good, I'm a body ninja." Leroy nodded honestly while quipping. "It is said that the Sharingan eyes are able to see through all ninjutsu, illusions, and body techniques, and they are indeed true to their name. But what I didn't expect even more was that you were able to see through my movements at the same time. Your body can actually barely handle my speed, worthy of being a clan of genius." "Barely? Ha!" The double-hooked jade shuriken eyes in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned in a circle and said with a disdainful smile, "I'd better give that back to you." After the words fell, Uchiha Sasuke's figure disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, Leroy's eyes widened. The sound of cracking air rang in his ears, and Leroy glanced sideways at the kicking calf, subconsciously raising his arm to block. With a thud, just as the calf and the lower arm collided together, a figure flipped and landed on the ground, braced his hands on the ground in a Thomas full spin, and kicked his foot towards Lilok's face from below, subconsciously blocking with both hands. Leaky Lee was kicked into the air by the kick and flew 2 meters before landing. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, who had re-straightened his body and mimicked the movements he had just made in his starting stance, Leroy's eyes twitched. You, the 7th class on the other side of the pillar, on the other hand, had been stunned. "Am I blind?" Whirlpool Naruto rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Stinky Sasuke, did he just make the same move as thick eyebrows? Good, good. As expected of Sasuke-kun, Haruno Sakura put her hands together and said with a florid face, "Is that the legendary Sharingan copy?" Oil Woman Shino also marveled with a look on her face. Just one glance, and the enemy's movements are copied. No wonder the Uchiha clan's Sharingan eyes are known as the one-on-one invincible blood religion limit. Only 16 knights in Daisuke watched the scene with unchanged faces and smiles. No one knew the strength of Uchiha Sasuke better than them. If he was still so trashy after being coached by 16 knights for so many years, 16 knights, as a teacher, would have cut himself long ago. Chapter 54 Mighty K's lyrics. Don't fight it anymore. If that's all you have, then I'm afraid you won't be able to challenge 16 knights. Looking at the shocked-looking Rako, Uchiha Sasuke looked as if he had raised his eyebrows, a smug expression on his face. Instead, Leroy slowly lowered his head, his forehead and eyes covered by shadows, and silently unwrapped the bandages from his hands, murmuring, "Mr. K, I'm sorry, but I may have to break this taboo, because," snapping his head up, Lilacs' eyes were resolute as he said, "I have to prove myself to this person in front of me." In a flash, the entire aura of Rako changed. Just as the two were about to start a new round, there was a bang and a cloud of white smoke appeared out of nowhere next to Leroy. When the white mist dissipated, a man wearing the same green tights as Leroy, only with an extra green vest than Leroy, appeared on the hall stomping on a red turtle, with a spicy pose, and laughed. "Really, you guys are so youthful. More, thicker eyebrows." At the sight of this person, Whirlpool Naruto and Haruno Sakura were instantly petrified and Uchiha Sasuke also instantly lost his battle spirit, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Even Hinata and Oil Girl Shino looked stunned, thinking that Leroy and Mithraea were a father and son. 16 Knights was the only one who looked intently at Mithraea. Around Mithraea's body, two bubbles floated, both purple in color. Master of Physical Arts, purple. Shadow Level Qualification, purple. Much like Leroy, who looks like a larger Leroy. Mithraea's word, again, is one level higher than Leroy's, and is double purple like Deidara. But 16 Knights knew very well that the normal Mighty Kai was not a Shadow Class powerhouse. However, the system's judgment of his qualifications was still a purple Shadow Class qualification, indicating that the level of strength that Mithraea had once achieved was included in the judgment. A Mighty Kai with 7 gates open is indeed the best of the Shadow Class. The 8 gates of transportation. It was just as he thought, a divine skill that could change his fate against the heavens. Are you the minions of Kakashi in red? What youth? Just as 16 Knights was contemplating, Mithraea had finished reprimanding Leroy and came to greet the 7th and 8th classes. Class 7 was still staring at Mithraea's eyebrows, the corners of his mouth and eyes twitching. 16 Knights, on the other hand, said politely, "Kai Superior Shinobu." Seeing this, Hinata and Oil Girl Shino followed suit and politely said, "Kai Super Shinobi, you guys know me too? Ha ha ha, that's true. After all, Kakashi and I are known as eternal rivals by the village." Mithraea stuck out her thumb and bared her teeth. "It's actually an elite shinobi like Kakashi-sensei? Cheat it. Finish. Can't see it at all." The 7th class was all shocked by Mithraea's statement, but looking at the other party's pompous movements and expressions, he couldn't help but question them. Although they hadn't seen Bannerwood Kakashi strike, they still knew of his battle record through 16 Knights' words. "You guys are being rude. What Mr. K said is true." Seeing the look in Class 7's eyes, Lilac immediately shouted out, "Kamenabu Kai is one of Kiba's ace combatants and a big name in the ninja world as a strong physical artist. He and Kamenabu Kakashi and Red Sensei were classmates and indeed rivals." 16 Knights opened his mouth to prove it for Mighty Kai, then pointed to the clock hanging on the wall and said, "Also, the exam time is almost here. If you don't leave you'll be late." Almost forgot about the exam thing. Mighty Kai, who had wanted to show his hand to prove himself, couldn't help but touch Rako's head and laughed. "Lee, originally, you should be given a punishment for breaking the taboo, but now the situation is special, so the punishment will wait until you finish the Chunin exam before continuing." "Yes, Mr. K." Leroy instantly stood at attention and shouted. Watching this odd pair of master and disciple, the 7th class had become numb. "Well, then, we'll be on our way." 16 Knights, on the other hand, walked out of the complex with a polite goodbye from the 8th class. The 7th class was close behind. On the way to the school building, Whirlpool Naruto came up to Uchiha Sasuke and said with a wicked grin on his face, "Sasuke, when did you become 16 Knights' little brother? Hangman, do you want to die?" Uchiha Sasuke, who had wanted to show off to 16 Knights how well he had used his Rato chakra stimulation cells, had a red well sign pop up on his forehead door, and his eyes were full of fury as he looked at Maelstrom Naruto. Whirlpool Naruto wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead he even raised his hand and pointed ahead. "Sasuke, you're on." Sasuke Uchiha instantly red-warmed and lunged over with his fists clenched to violently beat up Whirlpool Naruto. Maelstrom Naruto returned the favor. Then the arch-rivals put on a strange display, beating each other up while slowing down. Stop fighting, you guys. Sakura Kasuno looked worried as she urged the fight from the sidelines. The second personality in his mind, however, was cheering loudly for Sasuke Uchiha. Let's pick up the pace. Seeing the strange gazes cast by the surrounding candidates, Oil Girl Shino, whose presence was extremely low, made a rare suggestion. Aha! 16 Knights and Daisy agreed, silently quickening their pace. It's a shame to go with 3 idiots. In a short while, the 7th and 8th classes came outside the test room of the school building. Outside the door, on the porch, there were 3 figures sitting on a bench. Red Sensei, Kakashi Senpai. 16 Knights walked over with Hinata and Oil Girl Shino and greeted Yuzuru and Bannerwood Kakashi before glancing at Sarutobi Asuma, who was enduring a cigarette next to Yuzuru with a lifeless look on his face. I'm relieved to see you all here. Yuzuru smiled slightly before introducing Sarutobi Asuma next to him to the 8th class. This is the instructing shinobi of the 10th class. His name is Sarutobi Asuma. You can call him Asuma Shinobi or Asuma Sensei. Asuma a Shinobu, led by 16 Knights. Class 8 greeted Sarutobi Asuma. Hello guys. Sarutobi Asuma also laughed. I've heard about you guys from Ino and Kagome. First place among the newcomers in this class, and 2 of the perennial top 5 honors students. Red's got the luck of the draw. Asuma-sama is flattered. 16 Knights smiled modestly. On the other hand, Kakashi Hagi had confessed to the 7th class why they, the instructing top shinobi, were here. Oil Girl Shino, who had been listening from the sidelines, said flatly, that means if only 2 of us or 1 of us comes, we won't be able to take the Chunin exam? Nice. Yuzuru nodded and smiled. Remember what I told you guys when I introduced myself? Until one of you is promoted to Nakanin, I will be leading you on missions for a long time to come. Until one of you becomes a Nakanin, recognized by the instructing Ushinobi and the village, you will not be able to lead your teammates on a mission as a leader. If you don't have the recognition of your teammates and the drive to lead them through the mission, then you don't qualify to be a leader. The Nakanoshu exams have been going on since the moment you got your applications. At those words, Oil Girl Shino and Daisuke drifted off slightly. Looking at the unchanged 16 Knights, Yuzuru got up and personally opened the door for the 8th class and smiled. Go on in. Cheer up for the exams. I look forward to your good news. We won't let you down, Mr. Red. The corners of 16 Knights' mouth turned up slightly as he walked in with a confident Daisy and Oil Girl Shino. The 7th class, which had returned to its senses, remained close behind. Chapter 55, The Growth of a Sister-in-Law. First exam. Outdoors and indoors are 2 very different atmospheres. Obviously there were very few people outside, but the 7th and 8th classes felt very cozy, like a warm porch in winter, and the room was clearly crowded and noisy. However, Whirlpool Naruto and Haruno Sakura, who had stepped into the test room, felt a piercing chill come over them, seemingly noticed them in general. The test room suddenly much quieter, countless gazes like pinpoints projected, so that the Wave Country chapter did not meet Momochi Ributsu in white. The Oni brothers are also defeated by the Uchiha Sasuke Whirlpool Naruto and Haruno Sakura body tense. Eyes involuntarily showed a touch of fear. Hangman, are you shaking? At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice reached his ears. Looking at the scoffing Uchiha Sasuke, Maelstrom Naruto, for some reason, the fear in his heart instantly dissipated and shouted, this master isn't afraid of them. I'm just shaking with excitement. 16 Knights ignored the 7th class and instead turned to Daisuke and Oiler Shino. Go find your seats first. Aha. Hinata and Oil Girl Shino nodded, then looked for their seat numbers and lifted their feet. 16 Knights and Daisy's seat number, the 3rd row from the center, and the 2 just happened to be at the same table. It's not bad. 16 Knights' seat is where the original Maelstrom Naruto was. Whirlpool Naruto received his seat number, still next to Daisy's, and then 16 Knights switched seat numbers with him. It was a small request that Maelstrom Naruto naturally wouldn't refuse. Interestingly, 16 Knights received a seat number that was at the same table as Sasuke Uchiha. Now that the 2 have exchanged seat numbers, Uchiha Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto have become tablemates, and I wonder if Uchiha Sasuke will help Whirlpool Naruto cheat, and if the original morale-boosting scene will still be there? But the butterfly effect has already set in. There was no little gathering of the 9 little powers there at the podium, no appearance of Yakashido to pull favorites, and no little self-directed drama between Yakashido and Yano. While the exams hadn't started yet, 16 Knights and Daisuke nibbled on their ears, as they used to do at school. Of course, the 2 chatted about normal topics, considering they were surrounded by strangers. Flower Flame has already started learning Bagua 32 poems? So powerful? 16 Knights said with some surprise. Deus Ada nodded, a proud smile spreading across her face. Father and the clan elders have also said that Hanabi's talent for soft ken is even greater than mine, and that when I was her age, I was still practicing point-blank hands and my chakra wasn't as strong as hers. In response, 16 Knights smiled without saying anything. Hanabi's talent is certainly high, but it's still a far cry from Daisuke's. If 16 Knights had gotten the Maelstrom bloodline, purple, when Daisuke was 5 and awakened the physical healing, allowing Daisuke to suck on chakra for 2 years, she would have been absolutely more amazing than Hanabi by the time she was 7. Chakra is huge, but it's a hidden talent. Still, Flower Fire's growth was a surprise to 16 Knights. Looks like the Otanashi bloodline, red, plus physical healing has turned itself into a great tonic. At the age of 7, he began to learn Bagua 32 poems. So if he let Flower Fire continue to inhale to the Boruto biography, how far would it go against the odds? Evolve a transmutation eye? It feels unlikely, because 16 Knights gradually realized something crucial. With Hinata absorbing his chakra, White Eyes had already broken through the upper limit of the Hyuga clan, and it shouldn't be long until they were upgraded. This level of enhancement, put on top of a blue phrase, this phrase would have been upgraded to a purple phrase a long time ago. However, Hinata's Otsutsuki bloodline is still just blue words. This meant that 16 Knights chakra could not upgrade Daisuke's Otsutsuki bloodline. The transmutation eye, on the other hand, is based on the Otsutsuki bloodline, red, and even if the purity of the white eye is only of a golden grade, it can evolve into a transmutation eye all the same. If Hinata and Hanabi simply enhance their white eyes, it's highly unlikely that they'll awaken their transmutation eyes in the future. But what would be the change in their blood relay limit, white eyes, if they were upgraded to red words, like Otsutsuki Kagaya? Who can unleash intimidation and illusions? Or can you awaken special abilities like the pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan? 16 Knights didn't know it, but he was very much looking forward to the future of the two girls. Just as 16 Knights and Daisuke were chatting, the candidates had already arrived one after another. Boom boom boom. After an unknown amount of time, the overlapping sounds of several punctured balloons interrupted 16 Knights and Daisuke's ear biting. Over at the podium, several clouds of white smoke appeared out of nowhere. When the smoke dissipated, the examiner of the first exam, Marino Ibiki, shone with several invigilators. Quiet. Marino Ibiki just lightly bellowed, making the entire test room become pin-drop silent. Several of the lower ninjas who had previously looked fierce and specialized in scaring the candidates who had just come and held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. There's no way around it. It's just that Marino Ibiki's look, and the look in his eyes, are too intimidating, a face full of scars and eyes like a prison warden, as if what was in front of him was not a candidate, but a prisoner, who could come in for a set of severe torture at any time. Ibiki Marino, who has an amazing aura, doesn't need to take anyone to stand up for himself either. After briefly talking about the rules of the exam and the fact that the 10th question was only announced at the end of the exam, he announced the official start of the first exam. Sasuke, help, help. Seeing that the first exam was the nightmare of 6 years of shinobi school, Whirlpool Naruto's entire being turned white, and for the first time, he, who had never been convinced of Uchiha Sasuke, sent out a call for help. At those words, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth in triumph. However, when the papers were handed out, his expression froze. What the hell? Is this the kind of test that is taught in 6 years at ninja school? Could it be that he, the top student in culture, was actually a fake? Almost subconsciously, Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyes to look over at 16 Knights and Daisuke. Only the two were already moving their pens. At this moment, it was as if Uchiha Sasuke saw a huge chasm slowly appearing between him and the two. Not at all in the same league, but the good thing is, his seat was in the back row. Thus, the corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth once again turned upwards, and his black eyes had turned into scarlet two-hooked jade shuriken eyes. His eyes stayed on 16 Knights, not even looking at the scroll, but the pen in his hand was writing a single script on the blank scroll. If you look closely, you'll see that the handwriting in these fonts is nothing like the names on the papers. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was copying 16 Knights' movements, the other candidates who couldn't answer the questions began to show off their skills, either with the help of a secret technique, or with the help of a blood relay limit, or with the help of a ninjutsu, or even with an ugly peeking variety of cheating methods, all of which were seen by Marino Ibiki and a few invigilators. Neither of them spoke. It's just that when you see intolerable cheating, the invigilator writes the number -2 next to that person's seat number. The paper is only worth 10 points out of 10, and 2 points are deducted if you are caught cheating, rather than being eliminated on the spot. It's not until someone is docked 10 points that the entire squad, including their peers, is eliminated. 35 is eliminated, and 2 of this guy's teammates roll with it. In less than 5 minutes, there was the first elimination. The first person to be eliminated naturally felt disconcerted. However, after being taught a lesson by the invigilator and seeing the gap between them and Nakanobu, the psychological pressure on those who cheated was immediately multiplied. After all, They didn't know if their cheating would be detected by the Nakanobu who were more advanced than them. Once he was eliminated, then his teammates would be eliminated along with him. So how would he explain to his teammates? The only exceptions are secret arts and bloodline limit possessors. Soon enough, 40 minutes passed in the exam. The previously packed trial room had emptied out a large number of seats, and it was unknown how many squads had been eliminated from the competition. 16 knights and Daisuke had also answered all the questions long ago, and were chatting under the table using the coded hand signals taught at the ninja school. Looking at the invigilators who had noticed them, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. After another 5 minutes, Marino Ibiki looked at the time on his pocket watch and gulped. All of you, put down the pens in your hands. The 10th question will be announced next. Chapter 56 Ino's Request for Advice. Just like the original, Marino Ibiki gives the challenge or give up multiple choice question before announcing the 10th question. If you choose to challenge the 10th question, it doesn't matter if you answered the previous 9 questions correctly or not. Once you answer the 10th question incorrectly, you will be eliminated immediately and will not be able to take the Nakanobu exam for life. If you chose to give up, then you would be eliminated as well, but you would be able to take the next Chunin exam. Upon hearing this rule, the candidates who had managed to write full papers by cheating could not accept it, but under the aura of Marino Ibiki, they quickly quieted down and began to struggle. I give up. Quickly, a candidate raised his hand with his eyes closed and his teeth gritted. I give up too. Big deal next time. I'm not going to gamble with my future. Someone took the lead, and soon one after another, candidates raised their hands and made an excuse for themselves. As one person is eliminated, the whole team suffers. Each candidate who gives up leaves 3. In a short while, the test room, which was already empty of a large number of seats, was suddenly short of a third. 16 Knights, who was propping up his face with one hand and squeezing Daisuke's small hand under the table with the other, was curious about the expression on Whirlpool Naruto's face at the moment, and wondered what mood that guy was in right now. If 16 Knights had turned his head, or opened his transmutation eyes, he would have realized that Whirlpool Naruto was clasping his hands together with a relaxed and confident look on his face. If you look closely, you'll see that his test paper is filled with answers. Unlike the original White Scroll, Naruto, who became a tablemate with Sasuke Uchiha, didn't have to do anything at all. Just hold the pen and leave the rest to Sasuke Uchiha. With the Uchiha clan's skill in manipulating the art of the shuriken, Sasuke Uchiha directly used the wire to disguise himself as a puppeteer and manipulate Naruto Maelstrom into answering the questions. Naturally, Whirlpool Naruto didn't panic at all. Without Whirlpool Naruto's morale boost, the number of people eliminated from the first exam was naturally higher than the original. But that's about it. A lot of outside candidates, they've found loopholes. Just because they couldn't take the Nakanobu exam didn't mean they couldn't become Nakanobu. After all, they weren't ninjas of Kiba, and as long as they were good enough, the higher-ups in the village would, for sure, promote them in particular. Choosing to give up now would disappoint the village hierarchy, even though they could still travel to the great shinobi village to take the Nakanoshu exam next time. So, many candidates carried this wave of mental pressure from Marino Ibiki. Seeing that the time was about to run out, after seeing that no one chose to give up and would not choose to give up, Marino Ibiki, who was originally tight-fisted, suddenly revealed a smile and said, "Congratulations, all of you have passed the first exam." Voices of surprise and amazement resounded at once. The candidates who were ready to challenge the 10th question were dumbfounded. Then many candidates who couldn't accept it, issued a question. What do you mean by this? In response, Marino Ibiki begins to recount the trials of the first exam. It turns out that the first 9 questions are just a test of ninja knowledge and the ability to gather information, and the 10th question is for the cohesion of the whole team. Even so, a number of candidates were in a trance. Bang! Without waiting for them to return to their senses, the sound of bitterness breaking through the window drew their eyes over, only to see Makoto Kodo, shining in a pompous way that made Maelstrom Naruto feel very familiar, as if he was looking in a mirror. Many candidates were filled with black lines when they saw this scene. However, the next conversation between Makoto Kodo and Marino Ibiki caused all the candidates to change their faces slightly. Ibiki, what's gotten into you? How come there are so many people left? The shinobi are better this term. Che, it doesn't matter. I'll have them reduced by at least half for the next exam anyway. At the end of his words, Makoto Red Bean looked like a hunter and swept a glance across the room. Unlike the pompous entrance, the evil smile that was similar to Orochimaru's, and the aura of a special upper ninja, many of the candidates looked at it with awe, no longer daring to underestimate this woman. Just like Marino Ibiki, those who can become examiners are really not generalized. Everyone will meet outside of Kiba's 44th drill ground by 3 p.m. tomorrow, on time, and any late arrivals will be considered abstentions. After leaving such a sentence, Makoto Red Bean left the test room and announced the end of the first exam. Yo, long time no see. The 8th and 7th classes continued to leave the test room in pairs, but before they could enter the building, 16 knights and the others were there on the porch and heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw Nara Kagome with her hands clasped to the back of her head, walking over with Akimichi Tuji and Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke, long time no see. Yamanaka Ino enthusiastically tried to pounce on Uchiha Sasuke, but the latter ducked out of the way with a sidestep. Inuyasha, what are you trying to do to Sasuke? Haruno Sakura said angrily. Wide forehead, what do you care? Want to fight? Yamanaka Ino disliked back unwillingly, and then the two former BFFs, just like the previous fight between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Maelstrom, went straight forehead to forehead and were at each other's throats at all times. It's been a long time, Kagome, 2G. 16 knights and the others all ignored the two women and greeted Nara Kagome and Akimichi Tuji. 16 knights teased. I thought a guy who hates trouble like you wouldn't take the Chunin exam. It's true that I didn't want to take it, but I had no choice but to be forced to by Asuma-sensei, and my father. Nara Kagome spread her hands and said, and Ino wanted to take the Chunin exam as well, so I'm sure you all saw through the application that something was wrong. Aha. 16 knights nodded, and then the new version of the 9 little powers walked out of the school building in a group. On the way, Yamanaka Ino, who had already ended his fight with Haruno Sakura, had at some point come up next to Daisy, surveying the white kimono Daisy was wearing, and said with a smile, Daisy, your new outfit is very pretty. Oh, it suits your temperament very well. Thanks. Daisy smiled softly. That. Yamanaka Ino tugged at Daisuke's cuffs a little embarrassed, glanced over at the pile of boys, then leaned over to Daisuke's ear and asked in a whisper, Daisuke, how did you do that? Sakura Kasuno's ears twitched slightly, staying close to the two women without a trace. What? Daisy was a little unsure. That's the one. How did you do it? Yamanaka Ino first glanced at Daisy's conscience, which was of such a staggering size that it could not be covered by a loose kimono, and then glanced at his own capital, which he could not call an airfield but could not say that it was material either, and once again asked, Daisy, what are your usual meals? Daisy instantly small face red, do not know is thinking of what, slowly lowered his head, whispered, I do not know, I just eat more than others. Just eat a lot? Yamanaka Ino believed it, but when he looked at Akimichi Tuji, who was eating potato chips not far away, quietly watching Nara Kagome chatting with 16 knights and the others, just like oil girl Shino, he suddenly said with a frustrated face, it seems that this method won't work for me. Although the Yamanaka clan was the pig inside the Inu deer butterfly, Yamanaka Ino didn't want to actually turn into a pig. Not only that, but she really hates it when people call her a well-boar. Chapter 57, Small Group Meetings, just in case, haven't seen you in so long, want to get together? Have some barbecue, my treat. Walking out of the school, 16 knights extended invitations to the 7th and 10th classes. At those words, Akimichi Tuji and Whirlpool Naruto immediately lit up. That's fine, but it's better to be AA. Nara Kagome nodded, but made a request. After all, he was aware of how amazingly large Akito Butsuji's meals were. Even an elite shinobi like Asuma-sensei had been eaten more than once by Akimichi Butsuji on credit from his boss. Nara Kagome knew a little bit about 16 knights' family, orphan civilian children, all dependent on the village pension, except for their parents' inheritance. Even if he had been a shinobi for a few months already, he probably wouldn't make enough money for one grilled meal for Akimichi Tinji. It's okay, just let go of the food. I still have a lot of savings. 16 knights, who had become a super rich man in the shinobi world, revealed a smile that made Maelstrom Naruto and Akito Butsuji adore him to no end. Seeing this, Nara Kagome didn't say anything more and was prepared to wait until later to invite it back. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke spoke up in a fury. I want to go back to my training. Cultivate whenever you want. Just relax yourself today. 16 knights reached out and patted Sasuke Uchiha on the shoulder, but his eyes were filled with menace. All right, knowing what kind of beating he would get next time if he refused 16 knights, Sasuke Uchiha very arrogantly clasped his hands together with a begrudging look on his face. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, on the other hand, lit up and then began to fantasize about the image of themselves sitting next to Sasuke Uchiha during dinner. Then, as if they had guessed what the other was thinking, they couldn't help but glare at each other, their gazes converging into a single line as fire erupted. Arriving at Kiba's largest barbecue restaurant, the 9 little powerhouses put 3 tables together and began their first barbecue party. Whirlpool Naruto, who hasn't been eating anything good, competes with Akimichi Butsuji to see who can eat more grilled meat. On the other hand, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura were sitting next to Uchiha Sasuke, constantly courting him, only to draw a look of disgust from Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Kagome and oil girl Shino sat down together, sipping their juices while chatting with 16 knights about the candidates they had observed during the exams. 16 knights answered as she skillfully helped Daisy grill the meat and clip it to the top of Daisy's plate. Hinata silently buried her head in her food, looking very ladylike, but if you looked closely, you would see that her speed was no less than that of the wolfishly devouring Whirlpool Naruto and Akito Tuji. The amount of food is even more amazing than Whirlpool Naruto, and not in any way weaker than Akimichi Tuji. Gradually, Nara Kagome noticed this as well, and looked at Daisuke with wonder in her eyes. There's actually someone who doesn't eat as much as Tenji? This big lady of the mansion is actually so powerful. As the party came to an end, 16 knights took out a camera from somewhere and asked Shadow Fraction to take a group photo of them. If Saratobi Hinata had seen this scene, he would have exclaimed, "This is the future of Konoha." This meal ate 16 knights more than 100,000 taels. In the old days, 16 knights would have already been hemorrhaging money. After all, after 6 years, he'd only saved a little over $300,000. But right now, that's not even a drop in the bucket. And it was a meal that brought the classmates, who had been together for 6 years, much closer together. None of them used to be in the same circle, but now, they were vaguely forming a clique. Only 16 knights knew how much gold the group really contained. There are 2 saviors and Naruto alone, and the rest are either heirs to powerful families, future bearers of Konoha's hospitals and intelligence services, suppliers of higher Inmaru, etc. In the past, 16 knights just wanted to brush up on words and didn't have time to make friends. Now that the ninja qualification had reached the 6th path, considering that all of them would be living on in Kiba in the future, the 16 knights wouldn't mind expanding their connections. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, jingle bells. The sound of an alarm clock woke up Daisy, who was taking a nap. Rubbing her eyes, Daisy first glanced at 16 knights, who was still asleep next to her, before gently getting out of bed, tying her hair up in a bun, and heading to the bathroom for a wash. 16 knights Kuan, it's time to get up. After washing herself, Daisy finished squeezing toothpaste out of 16 knights again before going to wake him up. What time is it? 16 knights said in a daze. It's already 2 in the afternoon. There's still an hour left. Let me sleep a little more. Dea adiades. Hurry up and get up. Daisuke pulled back the covers and gently pushed against 16 knights' body to keep him from going back to sleep. Then give me a kiss or I won't get up. 16 knights started to make conditions. Daisuke pouted, her little face slightly flushed, but leaned over and kissed 16 knights on the forehead. Too light to feel. Mue. To kiss the face. Mue. And this side. 16 knights pointed to the other side of his face, having opened his eyes at some point with a wicked grin on his face. 16 knights Kuan, do you know who you look like right now? Just like Hanabi. Daisuke blankly glanced at 16 knights, but still with a small blush. She came up to the other side of his face and gave him a not-so-gentle peck, then pulled 16 knights to her feet. Hanabi was practically raised by us. What's so strange about having a similar personality to me? 16 knights laughed and rubbed Daisy's little face, also giving her a kiss on her little red warm face. Go brush your teeth. Your mouth stinks. Daisuke's little face reddened even more before she pushed 16 knights into the bathroom in mock disgust. 16 knights brushed her teeth while speaking in a slurred tone. Daisy, go open the desk drawer and get the red box inside for me. Good. Daisy, who was just about to go out and pour milk for 16 knights, nodded. Soon enough, Hinata came in with a box. She didn't put it down to go out either, but stood aside and waited for 16 knights to finish washing up. Quickly, 16 knights rinsed his mouth and washed his face. After taking the handkerchief handed to him by Daisuke and drying his face, 16 knights opened the box, which contained 2 lenses. Are these glasses? Daisy said with a surprised look. No, they're pupil lenses. 16 knights opens his transmutation eyes, then puts his pupil lenses on. The pupils, which were originally azure in color and had a white flowing pattern around them, suddenly returned to their original deep blue color. This is the same thing that 16 knights purchased in the city where the villa is located before returning to Konoha. Seeing 16 knights hiding the transmutation eyes, the clever Daiseta, at once, as if realizing something, said with a gloomy expression, 16 knights Kuan, is there any danger in this Nakanoshu exam? Daisuke, who had seen the power of repulsion and gravity, didn't think that anyone within the lower ninja would be a match for 16 knights. But now, 16 knights put on his pupil lenses, apparently ready to use repulsion and gravity but not wanting others to discover his pupil technique. What kind of enemy deserves such treatment from him? Daisy's mood was slightly heavy. It's just a precaution. It'll be easy if it goes well. If it doesn't, there might be a nasty fight. 16 knights looked at himself in the mirror with a meaningful smile. Chapter 58. She has the same power as me. 2:40 p.m. 16 knights and Hata first went to their usual place, meeting up with oil girl Shino, and then came outside of Konoha's 44th drill ground. Kiba's 44th drill ground, also known as the Forest of Death, is one of the few drill grounds in Kiba that will not be opened except under special circumstances, and is also one of Kiba's forbidden places. The invigilators had set up sheds and tents outside, and there was a sign for a meeting point. Although there were still 20 minutes before the start time of the exam, the 8th class was not the earliest candidates to come over. In the open space, a large number of candidates were already standing. There are at least a dozen groups of 3. In the 10 minutes that followed, more and more candidates arrived and the open space became crowded. Yo, 16 Knights, you guys are here so early. It's been a long time. 16 Knights Kuan, Daisy, long time no see. Minako, since the 8th class was standing on the periphery, the 7th and 10th classes, which had just arrived, saw them at a glance. In addition, there was another squad that came together as well, none other than the 6th squad that Inuzuka Toa was in. Have you guys heard? Out of the 10 squads in our first class, it seems that only 12 of us were recognized by the instructing shinobi, and everyone else was eliminated, Minako said, slightly surprised. Daisy said, so, did all the other students go back to school to retake their classes? 2 squads went back to school to retake the course, and the rest were special admitted to other departments. There are also a few students who, as if they were hit by something, chose to drop out. Minako sighed. Becoming a full-fledged shinobi doesn't seem like a good thing either. We went on a C-rank mission last month and were almost taken out by poisonous smoke made by the enemy. Luckily Akamaru saved me. Come on, you'll get stronger, was all Daisy could do to encourage. After all, the 8th class was a perception class, and her white eyes had been upgraded to the point where she was able to see things in a radius of more than 24 kilometers, and she might not be able to experience this feeling in her lifetime. I've heard that the Forest of Death is a forbidden place in Konoha, and this exam will most likely be a wilderness survival, so maybe there will be a competition between candidates. Sasuke Uchiha was as provocative as ever. If so, you should be careful not to be eliminated by me. 16 Knights frowned slightly and put a finger against his nose, leaning back slightly with his upper body. You've been drinking? No, I'm only 12. Sasuke Uchiha shook his head, almost unable to resist sniffing his own clothes to see if he really smelled of alcohol when he saw 16 Knights' disgusted face. But 16 Knights' next words made him instantly red warm. Oh, I thought you were talking in your sleep with a hangover. Put, ha ha ha. Inuzuka Toa and Whirlpool Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Humph, you'll see. Sasuke Uchiha clasped his hands together, once again showing his arrogant look. No one, including Uchiha Sasuke, had noticed that the current Uchiha Sasuke had changed quite a bit compared to the 5 years after shinobi school. It was like going back to first grade. Looking at the laughing and talking Xiaochangs, a large number of candidates instantly cast their gazes upon seeing the forehead protectors on them and their appearance. Some of the candidates from the smaller ninja villages had eyes filled with scorn. After all, within these 12 people, 8 of them were not to be messed with. Among them was the chief student who had the power to overpower the future heirs of the major ninja clans. There are also the heirs of the 3 main perceived ninja clans, the Hyuga, the Oil Girls, and the Inuzuka clan, as well as the orphans of the Uchiha clan, and the new generation of Inuyasha butterflies, either a civilian genius or a possessor of the blood religion limit and secret arts. When they grow up, Kiba might be the one to call the shots. By the looks of them, they seem to be on very good terms. When you meet them in the second exam, you have to run away to do so. A small portion of the candidates, as it were, secretly said in their hearts. There were also quite a few candidates that had their eyes on 16 Knights and the others, thinking that it would be a good thing to kill the heirs of those ninja clans on Kiba's home turf. Among them was a gaze filled with greed, staring at the haughty-faced Uchiha Sasuke, who almost couldn't help but spit out his long tongue. There was also a red-haired girl who was also sizing up a few of the girls in Daisuke, looking at the gorgeously dressed and noble Deus Eida, and the seemingly pampered Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Xiang Phosphorus' eyes were filled with envy. Is this the female shinobi of the great shinobi village? At that moment, as if sensing something, Xiang Phosphorus couldn't help but follow the feeling. Only the white-robed young man standing next to the kimono girl was looking at her with a smile on his face. Looking at that handsome face, and the gentle smile, Xiang Phosphorus, who was seeing such a handsome boy for the first time, her cheeks instantly became as red as her hair color, and her eyes averted as she skimmed her head, but she soon couldn't help but surreptitiously check out that teenager again. 16 Knights Kuan, are you looking at that female grass ninja? Daisuke asked as she caught the scene. Aha! 16 Knights nodded, admitting it readily, and said softly, she possesses the same ability as I do. At those words, Daisuke's complexion changed slightly, staring into the eyes of 16 Knights without speaking. Not this one. 16 Knights laughed. It's the one you and Blossom Fire always use. Daisuke drifted off slightly, then resumed sizing up Keed, who had been peeking at 16 Knights. Upon seeing the young girl meet her gaze, she immediately withdrew her gaze like a frightened rabbit and no longer dared to peek after. secretly guessing in her heart. Could she be a member of the 16th Night King's clan? Kusunin village. It seems like it's right next door to the Land of Fire. Could it be that 16 Knights Guan's ancestors came from that land? All candidates come over here and line up to sign the death consent form. The second exam will begin soon. The time soon came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since the little powerhouses were standing on the periphery of the group, there was no episode of the original swirling Naruto provoking Makoto Koto and then being educated by the latter, as well as the master and disciple reunion. All the candidates stood in several rows, lined up to sign the consent to die, and then led the way into the tent next to the shed to receive one of the Heaven and Earth scrolls and be led by the invigilator to the exclusive entrance. On the way, the invigilator also told them about the rules of the second exam. Just like what Sasuke Uchiha had said, the second exam was wilderness survival, and the exam had a total of 120 hours, or 5 days. Within 5 days, they had to gather all the Heaven and Earth scrolls and arrive at the central tower of the Death Forest. If you exceeded the time limit, or didn't gather all the Heaven and Earth scrolls, then you wouldn't be able to enter the Tower of the Center and would be directly eliminated. If you are curious to open the scroll, you will also be eliminated on the spot. After the rules were explained, the invigilator stood guard at the iron gate of the squad's exclusive entrance and waited for the announcement to be made. White eyes open. Hinata, on the other hand, made an unseal with both hands, her temples bruised on both sides. A few seconds later, she spoke up. Our entrance is number 8, and the squads at entrances number 7 and number 9 are all scrolls of the earth. It's fine, there are 24 squads in this exam, with a total of 12 scrolls of heaven. Even if we don't take the initiative, there will be prey that will come to us of their own accord. 16 knights looked at the scroll in his hand, which had the word earth written on it. Hinata looked grave as she said, the squad at entrance number 7. There is a person whose chakra is very powerful. Oh, who is he? 16 knights, who hadn't opened his transmutation eye, said with interest. I don't know, but he's wearing a Sand Shinobi forehead protector and carrying a gourd. Hinata stated the features of her opponent. This person, Sasuke seemed to have mentioned yesterday. Oil Girl Shino said flatly, someone who can be remembered by Sasuke should not be a simple commodity. Well, it's a powerful one. 16 knights smiled and nodded. Chapter 59, a genius whose 5 words are not the limit. The second exam of the Nakanobu selection officially begins. As the opening time of the examination arrived, Mikado's voice, Red Bean, was instantly transmitted through the radio into the ears of all the invigilators and examinees. The invigilators, who had long been standing in front of the entrance, immediately took out the key to open the iron gate and said to the candidates, go in. In a flash, the candidates who passed the first exam either swept in as a stump, or rushed in with their hands clenched in fists behind their backs in a ninja running stance, or entered on foot without slowing down or slowing down. The 8th class is the last. 16 Knights Kuan, are we going to take the initiative? Daisuke asked. There's no rush. Let's go find someone first. 16 Knights opened his transmutation eye and his gaze transformed into a god's perspective, first enveloping the entire death forest, then switching to each squad as if monitoring them. Very quickly, the position of Xiang Phosphorus and her 2 teammates was exposed to the eyes of 16 Knights. Follow me. 16 Knights instantly swept out. Hinata and Oil Girl Shino were close behind. 16 Knights Kuan, are you going to find that female grass ninja? Daisuke vaguely guessed what 16 Knights was going to do. Well, a talent like that can't be wasted. 16 Knights nodded and said, for this exam, 16 Knights was well prepared and even wore pupil lenses. He's going to change the fate of 2 people, one of which is Shannon. The trip to the black market made 16 Knights feel the inconvenience of being a lone wolf. If it wasn't for the resourcefulness of leaving Momochi Zabuza and White alive, 16 Knights wouldn't even have a single human puppet to this day. White is a good toolman, but unfortunately he's only loyal to Momiji Zabuza. For Momochi Zabuza, 16 Knights did not trust, so it would not recruit such a rebellious ninja. But since then, 16 Knights has had the idea of recruiting his men. Scent Phosphorus was one of his targets. With the family's demise, the early death of his parents, and the loss of his inheritance, he was still able to awaken all of the unique abilities of the Maelstrom clan at the age of 16. Incense Phosphorus's talent, even in the Whirlpool clan's 1,000-year history, was among the top of the list of existences. Even if it's not yet a reversal of fortune, the words of Shannon Phosphorus shine brighter than a lot of lesser powerhouses. Whirlpool Bloodline, purple. Chakra Control, purple. Medical Genius, blue. Upper Ninja Qualification, blue. Otsutsuki Bloodline, blue. Just as there was a gap between the red words, the bloodlines of Xiang Phosphorus and Whirlpool Naruto were both purple. But the purity of the red hairs definitely overrode the golden hairs. Even if in the body of this golden hair, there existed the chakra of the ancestors, and 16 Nights was pretty sure that 5 words were not the limit of Xiang Phosphorus. He unlocked the medical genius of Blue phrase the first time he learned medical ninjutsu back then. The Maelstrom clan comes with the gift of sealing techniques. As soon as Xiang Phosphorus starts learning sealing techniques, she'll definitely unlock the sealing genius, Blue, talent automatically, just like 16 Nights did. By then, Shannon will be a genius with 6 words in her body. How could 16 Nights let Orochimaru have such a talent? Of course Deuseda and Oil Girl Shino didn't know what 16 Nights was thinking. However, Oil Woman Shino heard something and couldn't help but hold up her sunglasses and reminded, 16 Nights, you're planning to recruit ninjas from other shinobi villages? That's illegal. So, Shino, are you going to sue? 16 Nights asked with a smile. Oil Girl Shino thought for a moment. I won't if you don't leave her in Kiba. After all this time together, Oil Girl Shino had come to view 16 Nights and Daisy as companions. 16 Nights also doesn't ignore himself like Maelstrom Naruto and the others, making the Oil Girl Shino feel good about him. In his heart, both 16 Nights and Daisy were his friends. He would never betray his friends, provided that 16 Nights doesn't do something to wrong the village. Imprisoning a ninja from another country in Konoha is already a very serious diplomatic incident. As the heir to the Oil Girl clan, Oil Girl Shino couldn't turn a blind eye. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. 16 Nights smiled and nodded. Seeing that 16 Nights had agreed so readily, Oil Girl Shino also took a stand and said, if there's anything you need help with, just ask. Just you and Daisuke help me take care of those 2 Kushinobi. The distance between the 8th class, which was instantly moving at full speed, and the squad that Kaoru was in, was rapidly closing, and at that moment, Xiang Phosphorus was being directed by her teammates to set up traps. Move fast. If we get caught, we'll leave you here. Ah, yes. What a useless thing. If it wasn't for your healing ability being somewhat useful, I really wouldn't want to bring you here as a liability. Sorry to Incense Phosphorus, who was threatened and reprimanded by her teammate, didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, she even set up traps while apologizing in a trembling tone, humble to the extreme. This is the status of the outsider. Although Xiang Phosphorus grew up in the Grass Ninja village, her mother was not from the village, and even if she was able to become a ninja, she was still an outsider who could not be trusted by the village. It was clear that both Shannon and her mother had powerful to the point of physical healing, yet the Kusunin village's use for the mother and daughter was only a medical kit. Anyone who was injured was able to come over and absorb their chakra to recover from their injuries, so much so that Scorpion's mother, who had clearly inherited the strong life force of the Whirlpool clan, passed away early, and Phosphorus is becoming a malnourished and also nearsighted girl. What's even more ridiculous is that the Kusunobu village is very good at studying the jutsu of other countries, but has no idea what red hair and physical healing really means. Bhagwat empty palm. Just as Xiang Phosphorus was setting up the trap, a girlish chortle suddenly came to her ears. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound from far away. Without waiting for Shannon to look up, a loud thud came from the direction of her companion. Turning his head to look, he saw that one of his companions standing under a large tree had been stuck to the trunk of the tree like a hanging picture. The area around his body was covered with cracks, and he was spitting out blood. Before the other companion could react, he was flooded by countless bugs that fell from the sky, and after letting out a miserable scream, he collapsed to the ground without another sound. St. Phosphorus sat paralyzed by this scene, and her small face, which didn't have much blood color already, became even paler. Just then, a gentle laugh came to her ears. Yo, hello again. Following the voice, she saw 2 men and a woman, already standing in front of her. Looking at 16 Nights standing in the center, Xiang Phosphorus' eyes widened for a moment under her glasses. It's you. Let me see your arm. Daisy crouched down and grabbed Shannon's arm, then pulled up her cuffs. In the next second, Daisuke's eyes suddenly became glazed over. Only the small arm of Xiang Phosphorus was covered with a differently shaped teeth marks. Of course, that wasn't why Daisy was angry. She and Hanabi had sucked 16 nights of chakra every day for 2 years, and not a single teeth mark had been left behind. Because the chakra they absorbed couldn't even compare to the speed at which 16 Nights recovered, but there were only 2 of Kefira's teammates, and the teeth marks on the arm, but to a few, were still only an arm. It means that her situation is the opposite of 16 Nights, where the speed of recovery is not as fast as the speed of the chakra being sucked out of her. Bhagwat empty palm. Deuseda stood up and once again blasted a shockwave through the air, killing the dying grass ninja directly on the spot. From start to finish, Daisuke didn't open her mouth to care about Xiang Phosphorus, but what she did made Keith's eyes, uncontrollably, mist up with tears. It had been years since her mother's death, and she was finally experiencing the feeling of being cared for again, and it was a feeling that the enemy had given her. Chapter 60 Oil Girl Shino Speculation. First underling. While Daisuke was mending, 16 Knights also crouched down, but didn't open her mouth to care for Xiang Phosphorus. Instead, he rolled up his sleeve and held his small arm out in front of Kefra's face and smiled. Take a bite so the teeth marks on your hand will disappear. At those words, tears have already slipped from the corner of the eye. Xiang Phosphorus, suddenly once again wide-eyed, eyes incredulous at the same time, but also with a trace of rich joy, looked at the 16 Knights. Trembling voice, could it be that you also? Aha! 16 Knights nodded and lied kindly. Although our hair colors are different, our ancestors should be clansmen. So, I saw at once that you were special, too. Great. St. Phosphorus suddenly bit her lower lip and choked out a sob to herself as she looked down. Her fragrant shoulders, then, trembled slightly. Teardrops, like rain, wet the lenses and dripped to the floor. She is finally no longer an orphan. She still has the clan. At this moment, Shannon wanted to let out a cry, but fearing that she would be hated by the clan, she could only sob in a small voice. 16 Knights didn't say anything, but smiled at Xiang Phosphorus, who was venting her emotions. Daisy stood silently by. Shino, the oil woman who doesn't want to disturb the clan's reunion, goes to the two corpses and rummages through their scrolls. At the same time, oil girl Shino's mind was guessing up. Red hair, special healing powers, clan. These key words, why do they feel a little familiar? As if I've heard my father say them before. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, oil girl Shino's footsteps slightly lurched. With that, he continued to walk towards the two corpses while holding up his sunglasses with. He seemed to know why 16 Knights possessed such a huge amount of chakra. It turned out that 16 Knights possessed the bloodline of the Maelstrom clan. It is written in the history books that the Senju clan and the Maelstrom clan are distant blood relatives. Prior to the establishment of Konoha, the Whirlpool clan still resided on the Ninja continent, with the same location in the Land of Fire. After the establishment of Konoha, the Maelstrom clan, however, did not join Konoha, but left the Ninja continent to establish the Vortex Tide Hidden Village on top of one of the islands. Kiba and the Eddy Tide Hidden Village, too, are forever allies. It looked like 16 Knights' ancestors were either members of the Maelstrom clan or had been united with someone from the Maelstrom clan during the Warring States period before Konoha was established. The bloodline was diluted from generation to generation. The family name and traits disappeared, and then it was awakened in the generation of 16 Knights every other generation. The more oil girl Shino thought about it, the more she felt that this was extremely likely. To be precise, it is the only explanation that makes sense. He seemed to understand why 16 Knights had recruited that young girl. Kagura mind's eye. 16 Knights should have awakened this unique ability of the Maelstrom clan. Shannon cried for several minutes before gradually stopping as if realizing something. Rub it. Daisy leaned over and handed over a handkerchief. Thanks, thanks. Shannon took the handkerchief and whispered her thanks. When she had dried her tears, 16 Knights once again brought her little arm over and smiled. Take a bite, so you'll recover from your injuries. No need. I'll just rest for a while. Xiang Phosphorus waved her head back and forth. She was more humble in the face of the clan member in front of her than she had been in front of her two companions. Much like the love that swirling Naruto, Haku and Kagaya Junmare had just received. The love of recognition, care and acceptance was the light that ripped through the darkness for these orphans with their miserable fates. Those who have seen the light can no longer bear the darkness. Just now dare not cry loudly so. Now dare not bite 16 Knights likewise how. St. Phosphorus was afraid that 16 Knights, a clan member, would hate her. 16 Knights naturally could see Xiang Phosphorus' fear and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry about biting, my chakra is strong. Hurry up and get your status back, or I'm afraid you'll die suddenly at any moment. Hurry up. Towards the end, 16 Knights' tone hardened a bit. Yes. Shocked, Xiang Phosphorus hurriedly cupped 16 Knights' small arm with both hands, then carefully glanced at 16 Knights, then glanced at Daiseta, who had a gentle smile next to 16 Knights and wasn't displeased, and said in a small voice, then, that's a sin. After saying that, Xiang Phosphorus opened her mouth and gently bit 16 Knights' small arm, not daring to push too hard at all. Push a little harder. It's okay. 16 Knights smiled and comforted. Looking at 16 Knights' encouraging eyes, Shannon blinked and slowly increased her strength a little. Immediately, Shannon's eyes widened for a moment. Originally, her body was extremely weak, just like when she was about to die of thirst in the desert. She suddenly drank a mouthful of ice-cold pure water, and like a hungry ghost eating a mountain of delicacies and returning to the fireplace from the outside in winter, a warm current surged within her body and attacked her entire body. The teeth marks on his arm disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The malnourished skin gradually gained a touch of redness. The pale face took on a bloody color. Even nearsighted eyes are seeing things more clearly. And is not in the same league at all. St. Phosphorus looked shocked. She had also treated herself with physical healing and absorbed her mother's chakra as a child, but neither her nor her mother's chakra was at all comparable to 16 Knights. To make an analogy, If she wanted to save a seriously injured person now, she might need to use up all her chakra, or even overdraw her life force. And 16 nights saved a seriously injured person, consuming maybe just a little more chakra than it did just now. What quality of chakra is this? 16 nights didn't know what Shannon was thinking, or she would have smiled slightly. This is the gold of the noble Otanashi plus physical cure. After replenishing Xiang phosphorus blood, 16 nights stood up, extended his palm, and smiled. My clan, do you want to follow me from now on? Can it be? Xiang phosphorus said with an agitated look. Sure. 16 nights smiled and nodded, saying, but in that case, you won't be able to be a ninja, and I'm not sure I'll be able to get you to join Kiba in the future. I do. Saint Phosphorus nodded excitedly and repeatedly. It didn't matter at all to Phosphorus if she could continue to be a ninja or not. Her dream wasn't to be a ninja either. She just wanted a family. When my mother was still alive, her home was in Kusunobiki village. After her mother died, she had no home. Now that she had found the clan, she had a new family. Very well then, leave after my shadow doppelganger. He will take you to a safe place. 16 nights made a seal with one hand and split into a shadow doppelganger. Then pulled Xiang Phosphorus up and patted her fragrant shoulder. I'll wait until I finish my exams. Xiang Phosphorus once again nodded her head repeatedly, not at all afraid that 16 nights would sell her out. After a few more days of getting along, the good feeling rises to a certain level. I'm afraid that if 16 nights sells Xiang Phosphorus will still help him count the money. The orphans of this world are so loyal. Chapter 61, The Perfect Second Master. Don't underestimate this great master. 16 nights Kuan. She's so pitiful. Looking at Xiang Phosphorus, who had left with her shadow doppelganger, Daisuke looked compassionate. She had thought she was timid and humble enough in the presence of 16 nights when she was small, but it's still a little bit worse than Xiang Phosphorus. The look in that young girl's eyes was heartbreaking to watch. There are poor people like that in every place. There are few who are even more pitiful than her. 16 nights stroked Daisuke's head and smiled. We can't help everyone. All we can do is protect the important people around us. Aha! Daisy nodded vigorously. She's no saintly mother either. It's just that Shannon triggers female sensibilities because she's a member of 16 Nights clan. Looking at the returning oil girl Shino, 16 Nights asked, what scrolls are they? It's the scroll of heaven. Oil girl Shino returned. That's just as well. We're the scrolls of the earth. 16 Nights took out the squad scrolls and tossed them to oil girl Shino. I'll leave these 2 scrolls in your care. Shino. Upon hearing this, oil woman Shino spoke up as if she had heard something. We've got our scrolls together. Aren't we going straight to the center tower? 16 Nights turned his head to look in a certain direction and said, there's no rush. There's still one more trouble left to solve. Daisuke's expression changed slightly. Remembering what 16 Nights had said in the bathroom and combining it with the information she had gathered with her white eyes, she couldn't help but ask, 16 Nights Kuan, you're going to deal with that sand ninja who carries a gourd? No, it's the guy who's stronger than him. 16 Nights shook his head and instructed Hinata and oil girl Shino, you guys go ahead and wait for me outside of the tower of the center. I'll meet up with you once I've taken care of that trouble. Yes. Knowing how powerful 16 Nights was, Daisy nodded her head obediently. Seeing that Deisada didn't even insist on going along, Shino, the oil girl, naturally nodded. I know. After separating from Deisada and oil girl Shino, 16 Nights instantly swept towards the direction of the 7th class. Not bad. The second person 16 Nights was ready to change his destiny was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. With the current configuration of 16 Nights, the only way to get a boost to the word burst rate was to defeat a shadow class powerhouse. Neither Momochi Zabuza nor Koroho Rhea nor Shiro and Ranmaru have ever popped a word, because 16 Nights was far too powerful than them. Defeating them has only a very small chance of popping low and high level words. 16 Nights tried killing enemies, and created shadow doppelgangers with very little chakra, and killed with them, and still no words popped out. This means that neither shadow splitting nor killing can boost the burst rate, and the number of shadow class powerhouses in this era is very limited. In this case, there were only 2 ways for 16 Nights to explode the words to break down into points. One is to look at the talent word system, and whether there are any other hidden mechanisms for boosting burst rate. The second is to brush up on super advanced words and use them to break them down into points. The words of a shadow class powerhouse, which topped out at purple, broke down to just 4 figures of points, and above the purple, there are gold and red words and even unknown levels. Breaking down the gold and red words, that's random 5 and 6 digit points. If you were to have a stroke of luck, decomposing a red phrase might just be a way to randomly gain more than 990,000 points, directly upgrading the red phrase to an unknown new level at a 1-to-1 ratio, until a new mechanism is found. Hinata and Sasuke Uchiha, along with Naruto Maelstrom, are 16 Nights targets. Of these 3, the one 16 Nights valued the most was Sasuke Uchiha. Because he has the best talent and is making the most progress. By pulling him up, 16 knights would have a higher burst rate. Therefore, 16 knights must change Uchiha Sasuke's fate and keep him in Konoha for easy access to brush up on his words whenever he wants. And Uchiha Sasuke's loyalty is nothing less than that of Shanin. After being beaten into submission by Whirlpool Naruto in the original, Uchiha Sasuke gave up all fame and money to be out there as a cowboy for Whirlpool Naruto, and nearly killed off his own daughter because he didn't make a trip home for years. Put in the pirate world, he's the perfect second-in-command like Lorinoa Solon. Such a talent, 16 knights naturally wouldn't let it go to Orochimaru. With a flash of white light in his eyes, 16 knights' speed increased a few more points, and at that moment, the 7th class was confronting a grass ninja. You got the scroll of heaven. You should really want the scroll of earth in my hand. Orochimaru, who had disguised himself as a Kusunobu with his fading face technique, shook the scroll of earth in his hand before tilting his head back and shoving the scroll into his mouth as Class 7 watched with wide eyes. Swallow. Swallowed it. He actually ate the scroll. Maelstrom Naruto said, dumbfounded. What is this guy's body construct? A secret technique? Or a bloodline limitation? Sasuke Uchiha calmly analyzed. As for Haruno Sakura, she had long since been scared to the point that her legs were trembling and she was hiding behind Sasuke Uchiha and Whirlpool Naruto. So, let's get started. Scroll scramble. Orochimaru, who swallowed the scroll of the earth, smiled playfully at Class 7. I'm going to give it everything I've got. Boom! An invisible wave of air roared out from Orochimaru's body. The 7th class was first disoriented for a moment, then they all sat down on the floor, their faces pale and breathing heavily. Vomit. Sasuke Uchiha, who was the strongest person in the squad, even vomited on the spot. Is it an illusion? No, that's a killing aura. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Orochimaru, his eyes as full of fear as when he faced Uchiha Weasel. Just the killing aura, letting us see our own deaths. What the hell is this guy? Nakanobu exam. Why would there be such an existence? Both equally boiling with murderous aura. That sand ninja with the gourd on his back, and this grass ninja in front of him, were not on the same level at all. No, I should say that is not a subgenre, but, darn it, don't think you can scare this lord like that. At that moment, Whirlpool Naruto's voice reached his ears. Sasuke Uchiha subconsciously turned his head to look. When he saw that not only did Maelstrom Naruto not vomit, he gritted his teeth and stood up, his hands making a sealing gesture. For some reason, the fear of Orochimaru in Uchiha Sasuke's heart instantly disappeared. He's not even afraid of this hanger-on. What is he afraid of? Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes became resolute all of a sudden, and his black pupils turned into scarlet double-hooked jade shuriken eyes. Don't underestimate this lord. This lord is the man who will become Naruto. And at that moment, Whirlpool Naruto shouted at Orochimaru. Multiple shadow split technique. Boom boom boom. A series of balloon-like sounds resounded through the forest. At the same time, each sound also brought up a cloud of white smoke. These fumes formed a white mist of a very impressive size. When a gust of wind blew away the mist, 300 swirling Naruto appeared in the forest. Sasuke, Sakura, you all hide back there. The shadow doppelganger lifted Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno up and then sent the two to the back hand-to-hand. The main body and the rest of the shadow doppelgangers, on the other hand, made seals with their hands and arrogantly shouted, watch this great master blow you away in one breath. See Whirlpool Naruto breath split out so many shadow doppelgangers, and this hand seal, originally with the cat and mouse like Orochimaru, suddenly color slightly changed. Such chakra, this little kid is not. Wind transportation, great breakthrough. 300 cries rang out in unison. Chapter 62, Swollen Naruto, Stomping Brother, Woohoo! The howling of the wind, as if a typhoon was passing through, spread across the small half of the death forest. Especially the candidates who were closer to the 7th class had only just turned their heads to look at the direction from which the sound of the wind had come, when the strong wind had already swept in. The candidate who was instantaneously flying and swept away was lifted out by the gust of wind and crashed into the skyscraping tree. Candidates who were walking on the ground, on the other hand, looked as if they had suddenly been pushed hard and fell straight to the ground. Click here. Rumble. The sound of gusting winds was faintly interspersed with the sound of objects breaking and collapsing. The image drew closer and closer, only to see that the air currents in a certain area had distorted as if it were a whirlpool of the sea. The sky-high trees that were in the middle of the vortex bent down, and eventually couldn't withstand it and broke apart, smashing heavily on the ground and setting off a sky full of dust and fog. Luckily, these gusts of wind were not sharp, plus the death forest was a primitive forest, and every large tree was a dozen or so people hugging a sky-high tree, which was tough as nails. Otherwise there would be more trees broken off, even to the point of turning the area into a trail. Even so, this scene is nothing less than, if not stronger than, the original 4th Shinobi World War. where Tiju led the wind transportation class to perform the wind transportation current chaos against the 10 tails. When the gusts of wind disappeared, the forest where the 7th class was located had also become a mess. Whirlpool Naruto's 300 shadow doppelgangers had all disappeared into thin air, blown away by the wind escape he had cast. This is the strength of the Dangler? Sasuke, Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, who had been passed behind by the shadow doppelganger and were using a large, sky-high tree as a cover, looked at the wrecked forest and their eyes trembled as they said, obviously, Uchiha Sasuke didn't expect Whirlpool Naruto's strength to be so powerful. It's a lie. Naruto is so powerful? Haruno Sakura was also covering her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Due to their mission in the Land of Waves, they didn't meet Momochi Zabuza, and Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno's impressions of Whirlpool Naruto were still at the stage of being toyed with by Kakashi Hagi and scared silly by the Ghostman brothers. The only thing that shines through is the huge amount of chakra and the fact that he has learned the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers from who knows where. As it turns out, I didn't realize that Maelstrom Naruto had the power to create a natural disaster. If he's a hangdog, then what's she, an honor student? It turns out that she is the weakest existence inside the team. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a loud laugh reached the ears of the two. Look in the direction the voice came from, only to see a big tree that had fallen to the ground. Whirlpool Naruto crossed his arms and laughed out loud with a face full of smugness. See how powerful this master is. This is the true strength of this master. No matter it is the 16th night, or Deus Eata and the stinky Sasuke, or that thick eyebrows, all will become the defeat of this master. Great combo technique. Almost killed you. Suddenly, a voice rang in swirling Naruto's ears, causing his laughter to come to an abrupt halt. Without waiting for Whirlpool Naruto to turn his head or instantly pull away, the two large snakes were like ropes that bound his body, exposing only his stomach. Then an unharmed figure slowly emerged from the ground, giving him a teasing smile. Damn it, hurry up and let me go. Whirlpool Naruto kept struggling, and his eyes unconsciously turned into red vertical pupils. Seeing those eyes, Orochimaru laughed. Sure enough, it's you little brat. What fruit is me? What are you talking about? Whirlpool Naruto shouted. If you have the guts to release this master and then fight again fair and square. Ha, Orochimaru laughed. If you hadn't used that combo earlier, I wouldn't have minded playing with you, but for now, you'd better be quiet. Once that was said, Orochimaru lifted up Whirlpool Naruto's shirt with one hand, and the 5 fingers of his other hand wrapped around blue chakra flames which formed the 5 fonts of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. Let go of Naruto. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice came from far away, and his figure appeared out of thin air next to Orochimaru with a kick. Unfortunately, he was still a little slow. 5 elements seal. Orochimaru's 5 fingers were like claws as he slammed his palm into Maelstrom Naruto's stomach while raising his other hand to block Uchiha Sasuke's incoming calf kick. Whirlpool Naruto was sent flying with a slap and Orochimaru was sent flying with a kick from Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, hair on fire jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha took advantage of the situation and quickly formed a seal with both hands, spitting out a wisp of fire growing into a fire dragon that roared towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who had already landed on the ground, gazed across the fire dragon at Uchiha Sasuke's twin hook shuriken eyes, his eyes filled with greed. At this moment, it was as if he was back in the day, peeking at the Uchiha's training. Such speed, and the fact that the double-hooked jade sharpening wheel eyes were opened at this age. Perhaps this teenager, no less than his older brother, a body like that, he had to have. So, Orochimaru quickly made a seal. Earth transportation, earth stream wall. With a loud boom, a thick and wide wall rose up and blocked the roaring fire dragon. Uchiha Sasuke, who had already used his Rato chakra to stimulate his cells to increase his speed, did not come around the back either, but instead took out his bitterness and quickly cut off the snake that had bound Maelstrom Naruto before pulling Maelstrom Naruto and swept off in the direction of the forest. Sasuke, where are you taking me? Already swollen, Whirlpool Naruto shouted. Hurry up and put me down. I'm going to make that snake-playing guy look good. Idiot, can't you see that? Uchiha Sasuke scolded in a low voice. Your level of wind escape can't even hurt him a bit. We're not on the same level as him. At those words, Maelstrom Naruto came to his senses. Yeah, oh, that's the only combo he knows right now. The opponent would only need to use the earth escape to drill the ground, and he would be able to easily dodge his attack. Where do you want to go? Uchiha Sasuke was so fast that if he had been running away alone, it might have taken Orochimaru a while to catch up. Too bad he has a liability on his side. Before they could leave the trail and enter the forest, Orochimaru's voice was heard in both of their ears. Turning his head, he nearly scared Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Maelstrom to death, only to see Orochimaru's body bend like a human snake. But with the speed of an arrow, he swept towards them. That horrible face, hideous smile. Even if he escaped this time, I'm afraid that it would leave a small shadow on Uchiha Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto. Multiple shadow split technique. Whirlpool Naruto hurriedly made seals, trying to create hundreds or thousands of shadow doppelgangers again. Unfortunately, his chakra was now extremely disorganized, and he could only create 24 shadow doppelgangers. As soon as these shadow doppelgangers came out, they quickly formed seals and prepared to perform wind escape, rate breakthrough once again. But in the next second, these shadow doppelgangers could only spit out a small stream of air, just like when Uchiha Sasuke first learned the art of howling fireball. How did this happen? Maelstrom Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes in disbelief. It's the sealing spell from earlier. Uchiha Sasuke was sweating coldly, becoming more and more certain that this guy was definitely not a shimanobi. Seeing that escape was not an option, Sasuke Uchiha directly tossed Naruto Maelstrom aside and turned towards Orochimaru, shouting, "Hang on, I'll stall you while you go outside and find help." No way. This lord won't be able to do something like abandoning his companion. Landing on the ground, Whirlpool Naruto got up and was about to rush over to fight alongside Uchiha Sasuke. Hurry up and go. Now is not the time to be capricious, Sasuke Uchiha shouted as he threw his ninjutsu towards Orochimaru. This guy isn't a shinobi. The commotion just now must have attracted the attention of the examiners. If you go and get help now, we'll all survive. Or you and I and Sakura, we'll all die. Since that's the case, it's all the more reason for this master to not leave you behind, Whirlpool Naruto said with steely eyes, then once again made a seal and droned. Shadow divergence technique. With a few bangs, several shadow doppelgangers appeared around Maelstrom Naruto, then dispersed and swept in the direction of the outside of the Forest of Death. As for the main body, it rushed towards Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to him, this righteousness of his has harmed Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha, who had already initially mastered the Rato Chakra stimulation cell, was a few points faster than Leroy, who was wearing a weight. Combined with the insight of the Sharingan eyes, even Orochimaru would need to use an Orochi Ryu ninjutsu, or an earthen evasion to catch his opponent. Now that Whirlpool Naruto had entered the scene, not only did it make it impossible for Uchiha Sasuke to let go, but he also had to be constantly mindful of this companion's well-being. Orochimaru noticed this as well, and changed his target from Uchiha Sasuke to Whirlpool Naruto. It only took a few rounds to get Uchiha Sasuke to fall into his own trap, and both Naruto and Whirlpool to have their feet trapped by the ground that had turned into a swamp, as well as being bound into dumplings by the Orochi. Just as Orochimaru made a seal with both hands, stretching his neck out and flying in, ready to plant the heaven spell seal on Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Bang! A figure appeared out of nowhere and punched Orochimaru squarely in the face, so powerful that it was as if his fist was going to sink inside his head. Orochimaru's head was like a baseball, and he was blown away by a direct punch, taking his body with him. The person who threw the punch was none other than the belatedly arriving stomping brother, 16 Knights. Chapter 63, Maruko Series, Gaia Energy Cannon. 16 Knights. Looking at the sudden appearance of the 16th Knight, Uchiha Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto both showed wild joy, as if they had found a savior. Uchiha Sasuke, in particular, actually felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. I didn't expect you guys to be so unlucky as to be targeted by this guy. 16 Knights plucked Naruto from inside the swamp with one hand and threw him back to the ground. Sasuke Uchiha instantly grasped the point and hurriedly asked, 16 Knights, do you know who this guy is? I didn't know that before. I just sensed his chakra. It's not something a shinobi can possess. 16 Knights looked at Orochimaru, whose head was restored to its original shape and whose body slowly stood up, and said, but now, his identity is clear at a glance. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, as well as one of Kiba's S-ranked renegade ninjas, Orochimaru. It's actually him. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrunk, his eyes looking at Orochimaru in disbelief. A great man from the history books. Why would he appear here? I don't know, but he's got his sights set on you guys with a clear goal in mind. Probably because there's something in your possession that he's thinking about. Is it for the Sharingan eye? Uchiha Sasuke understood a little and said with a grave expression, 16 Knights, what next? The implication is, I'm at your disposal next. Fight or run? Trying to escape from the hands of such a strong person is not a simple matter. The only thing we can do now is delay until help arrives. 16 Knights looked at Sasuke Uchiha and smiled. Still have the ability to fight? Of course. The corner of Sasuke Uchiha's mouth quirked. There's still this master. And this master can keep fighting too. Whirlpool Naruto emphasized his presence. 16 Knights grinned. In that case, let's learn the strength of the legendary ninja. Ha! And at that moment, Orochimaru was also sizing up the 16 Knights and complimented. I didn't realize that within this generation, aside from the last descendants of the Uchiha and that little brat, there are actually such outstanding teenagers. Kiba is worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. But right now, I don't have time to play house ninja games with you guys. After saying that, Orochimaru once again utilized Orokairu's instantaneous body and swept towards the 16 Knights trio. Just like what 16 Knights had said, He was in a hurry and had to plant the heaven spell seal on Uchiha Sasuke's body before the rescue team arrived. However, Orochimaru, who had only focused on Uchiha Sasuke, apparently didn't expect that a monster had actually appeared within this new generation. His figure had only just swept out, when the figure of 16 knights disappeared into thin air within the trio in front of him. As if moving in an instant, 16 knights appeared out of nowhere in front of Orochimaru's eyes, holding a handful of bitterness with wisps of electric arcs, stabbing towards Orochimaru's head. The sight made Orochimaru's pupils shrink slightly as he watched, a familiar way of moving, but with a speed that was even more impressive than Sasuke Uchiha's. At the same time, Orochimaru moves without slowing down and opens his mouth to spit out a sword blade that extends to strike off 16 knights' bitterness and attempts to run 16 knights through the neck. This type of response is unheard of, and if you don't know the information, you might get shanked. However, the sword blade had only just broken the bitterness when 16 knights' figure disappeared into thin air. Instead of reflecting in Orochimaru's eyes was the image of Sasuke Uchiha, who had leapt into the air, spitting out a wisp of fire from his mouth and quickly transforming into a giant fire dragon. Naruto Howling Fire Jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha, who has a far greater amount of chakra than the original, prefers and specializes in the use of the Howling Fireball Jutsu over the Howling Dragon Fire Jutsu, under the tutelage of 16 knights. Looking at the flying fire dragon, Orochimaru didn't duck or dodge, letting the fire dragon devour him. In the flames, Orochimaru's body turned into a puddle of liquid. It's an earth double. Uchiha Sasuke's complexion changed slightly in the air, and when he landed, his gaze was fixed straight on the ground, the hook jade in his eyes spinning crazily, fearing that Orochimaru would emerge from the ground again as he had done before. Whoosh! At that moment, a breaking sound came from the air. A huge python, shooting out violently from behind a large tree that had fallen to the ground, opened its bloody mouth and attempted to swallow Uchiha Sasuke into its stomach. Uchiha Sasuke smiled disdainfully, then his figure disappeared out of thin air and appeared underneath the python, kicking the python at its head and violently closing its open mouth. But in the next second, Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed in a shock, only to see the python's abdomen suddenly rupture, drilling out a figure and extending its palms as it came as a swarm of snakes. Subterranean Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. This surprise attack caught Sasuke Uchiha off guard. He had just made the Shadow Dance Leaf and had not yet retracted his move, so he could only watch as the group of snakes was about to bind him. Just then, the voice that filled him with a sense of security sounded once again. Kaido Win/No Jutsu. 16 knights and translucent understanding's wind blades appeared almost out of nowhere. The incredibly sharp wind blade not only instantly cut off the group of snakes, but also split the huge python in two. It's you again, you little brat. Seeing that 16 knights had once again prevented him from planting the spell seal, Orochimaru's mood instantly became unpleasant. Just as he was about to teach 16 knights a lesson, his expression changed slightly, only to see that 16 knights, who had just swung a wind blade, after retracting his palm inside his sleeve, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a sheet of flame, drowning Orochimaru, who had just burrowed out of the belly of the python, and who had not had time to perform a substitution jutsu or an earth escape. Aha! Orochimaru, engulfed in flames, let out a miserable cry. 16 knights took advantage of the situation and bounced in place several meters into the air. Sasuke, back off! 16 knights opened his mouth to remind, then raised his hands. A blue energy ball immediately appeared between his hands, like a balloon rapidly rising. Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly disappeared in an instant. By the time he appeared, he had come to the side of Whirlpool Naruto, who had been watching the entire performance of 16 knights and Uchiha Sasuke in a daze. Before he could pull Whirlpool Naruto behind a tree to hide, 16 knights' voice came to his ears. Gaia Energy Cannon. Turning his head, he saw 16 knights holding up a huge ball of energy spinning at super high speed. This energy ball was originally blue on the outside and white on the inside, but in the next second, the white color on the inside was replaced by orange and red, and then the entire energy ball turned into a large fireball. The volume was not much different from the Howling Fireball, but it contained energy that was many times more powerful than the Howling Fireball. With a shout, 16 knights threw this orange-red ball of energy towards the bottom. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through half of the dead forest. The special shinobi and upper shinobi who had already intervened in this examination, and even the shinobi forces that had also been sent out from the dark sections, saw that a huge fire tornado was raging over the forest in front of them, taller than the trees. What a terrifying fire escape! Is it a composite jutsu with a Kaiten enhancement? Even the all-powerful top shinobi who had mastered at least 2 changes in nature were shocked by this scene. First a wide-range wind escape, then this level of fire escape. Does that mean someone is fighting Orochimaru? Thinking of this possibility, some of the ninjas once again changed their expressions in shock. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there are monsters in this session of the Chunin exam? Chapter 64, End of the second examination. Is this the jutsu that 16 Knights himself developed? Uchiha Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto hid behind a fallen sky-high tree, looking at the gyroscopically spinning fire dragon scroll, their eyes covered with horror. Gollum! Whirlpool Naruto even swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a trembling voice, Good. I thought that I was already powerful enough with my multiple shadow diversion technique plus wind transportation, great breakthrough. As a result, he didn't realize that besides him, 16 Knights had actually mastered super wide-range jutsu as well, and there was no need to use the shadow doppelganger, or even to form seals. It's just not in the same league. Maelstrom Naruto's newly inflated heart was instantly knocked back into shape. Go! And at that moment, 16 Knights also appeared behind Uchiha Sasuke and Whirlpool Naruto, pulling the two of them and instantly leaving. The three hadn't been gone long before a figure emerged from the ground not far away, covered in burn marks, none other than Orochimaru. Vomit. Orochimaru made a vomiting sound and his mouth opened like a bucket as if it were ripped open. Then a slime-covered body came out from inside the mouth. Damn brat! How dare you spoil my good deed! Orochimaru, who had used the Orikairu substitute jutsu and spat out a new body, cursed in a raspy voice before grinning. But that kind of chakra, and the speed with which you can cast a jutsu, that's an amazing talent. Looking at the fire tornado that was beginning to rage towards the forest and would have set it on fire if no one had stopped it, Orochimaru added, What a familiar jutsu! I didn't realize that the jutsu that Mizukado and that idiot hadn't perfected had actually been done by a new generation. It looks like Kiba, the windmill that has been stopped for years, is about to turn again. Orochimaru glanced in the direction where the 16 Knights trio had left, and then looked in a certain direction, then smiled evilly and muttered to himself, What's mine won't escape after all. Sasuke-kun, your body will definitely be mine. After saying that, Orochimaru's body slowly sank into the ground and left the forest of death. Not long after, a large number of figures instantly appeared in this forest. There were dark men in cloaks and cat-faced masks. There were special shinobi and shinobi in green vests. Late, Makoto Kodo's expression was cloudy. Put out the fire quickly. The rest of the ninjas, on the other hand, teamed up to cast water escape to douse that fire tornado. On the other hand, after the 16 Knights 3 left, they first went to pick up Haruno Sakura, who was in hiding, and then instantly flew and swept for 2 or 3 more miles before stopping. Class 7 leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. That Orochimaru didn't come after us, did he? Sasuke Uchiha still looked at 16 Knights uneasily. Don't worry, it's not coming after us. The rescue team is already here. 16 Knights fed Class 7 a reassurance pill. At those words, the 7th class let out a sigh of relief. Haruno Sakura even sat paralyzed on the ground, horrified. Legendary ninja. Why are they targeting us? This is too much bad luck. Che, if that guy didn't know how to do dirt, my lord would have already defeated him. Whirlpool Naruto said with a stiff upper lip. Only Sasuke Uchiha looked grave. After all, he knew that the other party was probably here for himself. The thought of being targeted by such a great man made Uchiha Sasuke shudder. He got away with it this time because of 16 Knights. But what about next time? What about next time? Seemingly seeing the panic within Uchiha Sasuke's heart, 16 Knights patted his shoulder and comforted him with a smile. There's no need to be nervous. After all, it's the village that should be nervous. S-class rebel ninjas are the most dangerous characters in the shinobi realm, and even the great ninja villages don't dare to underestimate them. For such a great man to suddenly appear in Konoha, Naruto-sama will surely gather the strength of the entire village to find him out. During this period of time, the village's security will definitely be increased to the extreme. When the exams are over, you shouldn't go home. Live there on Center Street for now, and wait until the village settles the matter of Orochimaru before going back. At those words, Sasuke Uchiha felt a sudden surge of peace and nodded heavily. Well, I know. After recovering, 16 Knights in Class 7 headed in the direction of the Tower of the Center. On the way, Whirlpool Naruto came up to 16 Knights and wondered, 16 Knights, that fire dragon roll you just did, was that a jutsu your instructing upperclassmen taught you? No, that's a jutsu I developed myself. 16 Knights shook his head. Nani? I can't believe you developed your own jutsu. Awesome. Swirling Naruto and Haruno Sakura let out a gasp. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, as if he remembered something, his complexion changed slightly and said, Is this the ninjutsu you perfected? Isn't it Rado? Of course not. 16 Knights revealed a meaningful smile and said, The Gaia Energy Cannon. It's just a half-baked product that I developed in passing when I perfected the Upanishad. Nani? Class 7 exclaimed again. Sakura Haruno smacked her lips. That fire dragon roll? It's actually not a full body yet. Gollum. Whirlpool Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, swallowed hard, feeling that a huge chasm had once again appeared between themselves and 16 Knights. Even a half-finished product had such power. and they no longer dared to imagine just how powerful 16 Nights Upanishad would be once it was completed. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke's gaze towards 16 Nights was filled with heat. A jutsu that can be called an ojutsu is an S-rank jutsu. If he was able to learn the S-ranked Aoi ninjutsu, he might be able to kill that man. But what would it take to ask 16 Nights to teach him the Upanishadic ninjutsu? Even if he didn't teach him the Upanishads, that Gaia energy cannon just now was pretty good. After all, he also had the fire attribute. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke decided to wait until the exams were over and find a way to please 16 Nights. After locking onto Orochimaru's location with his transmuting eye and making sure that the other party had really given up on planting a spell seal on Sasuke Uchiha in the Forest of Death, 16 Nights parted ways with the 7th class and went to meet up with Daisuke and Oil Girl Shino to enter the Tower of the Center. The Uchiha Sasuke who has not been engraved with a spell seal, his strength inside the Forest of Death. The only opponents are the Akushi Doodle who is hiding his strength, and Eye Arrows and Lil Locke, as well as Hinata Ninji, a few people only. As for the other candidates, none of them were a match for Uchiha Sasuke. At this rate, it shouldn't take long for Class 7 to reach the center tower. And it is true, fearing that Orochimaru would come looking for them again, Class 7, without resting for almost a moment, went in search of the squad that possessed the Scroll of Heaven. After grabbing the other party's Scroll of Heaven, they even hoofed it to the center tower and reported the matter of Orochimaru's sights on them to the shadow doppelganger of Kaino Irika, who had appeared from inside the scroll. Konoha, which is officially confirmed to be Orochimaru's return to the village, is suddenly dark and the atmosphere is oppressive. Many ninjas persuaded Sarutobi Hinata to terminate the Chunin exam and search for Orochimaru with all their might. However, due to the fact that Kiba is now gathering a large number of outer village ninjas, and invitations have been sent out to the 4th generation Wind Shadow and the powerful, there is no way to terminate the Nakanoshu exams. Thus, Sarutobi could only send ninjas and shadowy ministries to search in the dark. In this way, the time came to 5 days later, when the second exam was officially over. Chapter 65, Uchiha Sasuke's opponent. July 7th, Kiba 60, 3 p.m. sharp. Candidates who had arrived at the Tower of the Center in advance and had been placed in dormitories to wait for the end of the examination received an early notification from the invigilator to come to the hall on the first floor. The 8th class, 4-1. In the hall at that moment, there stood 24 candidates, along with their instructing upperclassmen. Just like what Makoto Kodo said, the second exam cut the number of candidates who passed the first exam by at least half. 24 groups, 72 candidates, and in the end, only 8 groups, 24 people, passed the second exam. Of these, the ninjas of Kiba made up the vast majority. To be precise, all the other candidates were Konoha ninja, except for the 3 Eye Arrow siblings and the trio of TOS from the Sound Ninja village. The classes were the 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, Mithraya's 3rd class, and Yakushido and his 2 teammates, arriving at the center tower on the first day. You have done well. Yuzuru just came over and complimented the 16 Knights trio. Feminine tenderness, embodied. As a matter of fact, the 8th class, being the perception class, was already slow in not being the first to arrive at the Tower of the Center. So Class 8 wasn't the least bit proud, and both 16 Knights and Daisy just smiled. At that moment, as if 16 Knights had sensed something, it couldn't help but look in the direction of the 7th class, just in time to meet the gaze of Kakashi Hagi. 16 Knights smiled and nodded at Banner Kakashi, knowing why the other was looking at him. Apparently, Kakashi Hagi, in learning more about Orochimaru, has learned from Class 7 who that fire tornado was made for. The candidates hadn't even chatted with the instructing upper ninja for a while before Sarutobi Hinata and the team of examiners for the second exam appeared on the second floor. Then all of the instructing upper ninjas went to the second floor bleachers to listen quietly to the third Naruto's speech. After Sarutobi Hizuru had finished recounting the Nakanoshin examination, which was the epitome of the Allied War, and the fact that there would be a large number of dignitaries and spectators coming over to watch the official third examination, and that there was a need to once again screen a number of outstanding lower ninja from within the candidates who had passed the second examination to ensure that the competition would be full of spectacle. Tsukamitsu Kaseki appeared on the stage in the capacity of the chief examiner. Ahem, I am the examiner for the third exam of the Nakanobu selection. Tsukiakari Blast. Moonlight Blast coughed. Then while surveying the 24 candidates in front of him and checking the list on top of the file board, he slowly said, "It's only the qualifying stage now, and the rules are very simple. The loser is eliminated, and the winner advances to the official tournament. Wait for the screen on the wall. It will show the names of all 24 of you, and then all of you will be disrupted and randomly matched. Does anyone want to abstain before the exam starts? If not, I'll upload the list. I abstain." No sooner had Moonlight Blast's voice dropped than Yakushido raised his hand to abstain. This scene, other than drawing the attention of Sarutobi Hinata in the stands, and some of the examiners, the candidates didn't pay much attention to it. After all, unlike the original, none of the little powerhouses recognize Yakashido. Ahem, what's your name? Yakuza Doodle. Okay, you can leave now. Moonlight Blast crossed out Yakushido's name with his pen and asked once again, there are still 23 candidates left and there will be a spot in the rotation. Does anyone else want to abstain? Seeing that no one spoke, Tsukiokari Blast took out a walkie-talkie and said, then I declare that the preliminaries for the third exam of the Nakanobu selection officially begin. Spinning around, the screen flickered with snowflakes. Then the names of the candidates, one by one, surfaced, as if someone was behind a keyboard. After the names of the 23 candidates, all of them, were displayed on the screen suddenly changed, and two large VS letters, replacing the list, occupied the center of the screen, a name that keeps flashing on both sides of the VS. A few seconds later, the image was frozen. Toph Anvil vs. Tingji Aikido. Candidates whose names are displayed stay. Everyone else go to the second floor stands to watch the battle. Moonlight Blast said, Tingji, come on, don't lose to a shinobi from a small shinobi village, and if you win, let Asuma-sensei treat you to a barbecue. Upon hearing the word grilled meat, Akito Butsuji instantly opened his eyes and nodded with a serious expression. Coming next to Yuzuru, 16 knights slumped over the armrest, but instead of looking down at Akimichi Tingji and Tothenville, who were already fighting below, he surveyed the upper ninja of the Sonic Village next to Sakstirrup and Jin Mallet. While others couldn't see through the identity of this sound ninja, 16 knights could tell at a glance that the other party was Orochimaru. 16 knights didn't realize that Orochimaru had failed to even plant the spell and still ended up sneaking into the center tower to watch the qualifiers. If that's the case, then why wasn't the first match Uchiha Sasuke vs Akatsuki Armor? Could it be that he simply came over to watch the show, or did he have other plans? Seemingly sensing that 16 knights was sizing him up, Orochimaru's gaze was cast and he gave 16 knights a wicked smile. 16 knights smiled back and nodded politely, as if unaware of Orochimaru's identity. And at that moment, the battle below had already been divided into winners and losers. Though Tothenville doesn't reveal the information like the original, Akimichi Tingji still uses the meatball chariot right off the bat. Akimichi Butsuji, who had his head retracted inside his body and plugged his ears, had mistakenly avoided the end of being instantly secured. Still, he was far less experienced in combat than Tothenville, who had fought his way out of a small place. Just like the original, Tothenville, having dodged consecutive impacts from the meatball chariot, intentionally sells a break so that Akimichi Tingji's body gets stuck into the wall. Then through the moisture of the body, a sonic punch, and he seconds Akimichi Tingji. Akimichi Tingji is incapacitated, and the winner of the first round is Tothenville. Moonlight Blast immediately announced the result. Seeing this, both Narakagome and Yamanaka Ino covered their foreheads helplessly. Sarutobi Asuma, who had a cigarette in his mouth, laughed instead. It's good that he wasn't hurt. Dingy is still strong. He just happened to meet the type that restrained him. After saying that, Sarutobi Asuma instantly went down and took Akito Butsuji back to the stands, and not to the medical room. The screen flashed the name again and quickly settled. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Sakstirrup. I'm looking forward to your performance. Sark. Orochimaru smiled encouragingly at Sakstirrup. Yes. Sakstirrup nearly stood at attention with excitement, and hastily assured, my lord, I will not let you down. Over in the 7th class, Haruno Sakura reminded Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, that shinobi village guy. It seems like he's all about using sonic ninjutsu, so you need to be careful. Whirlpool Naruto also clasped his hands to the back of his head and puffed provocatively. Stinky Sasuke, don't lose before you meet this master. Sasuke Uchiha, who was just about to go down, suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned his head and smiled at Whirlpool Naruto. Naruto, I'd love to fight you too. For once, Uchiha Sasuke didn't call Whirlpool Naruto a hangman. Whirlpool Naruto looked startled. His eyes narrowed to slits slowly opening as he stared blankly at Uchiha Sasuke. Then an inexplicable emotion welled up inside him, making him shiver with excitement and goosebumps. Chapter 66, Missy's Radiance. Uchiha Sasuke, I will defeat you and prove my worth. Sasuke Uchiha had just come down when he heard Sakstirrup, across the room, say as much to him. Uchiha Sasuke was unsure, but seeing a guy from a small ninja village, actually being so arrogant, he immediately smiled disdainfully and said, dream talk is better to wait until you're dreaming. You'll see. Recalling the information Lord Orochimaru had given him, Sakstirrup smiled confidently. Ready? Let's begin then. Moonlight Blast took a few steps back and announced the start of the second round of the duel. Whoosh! Immediately, Uchiha Sasuke took out 3 rapiers from his ninjutsu bag and threw them towards Sakstirrup, testing this guy's strength first. Chopping airwave. facing the flying hand sword. Sakstirap neither dodged nor took out the hand sword to throw it to meet the attack. Instead, he opened his right hand, revealing the hollow in his palm, and his fingers made an unsealed seal, mobilizing the chakra to transform it into air pressure through a special device, and then spewing it out from inside the wind cave. These air pressures, like a kaze, instantly rebounded the flying shuriken, still roaring towards Uchiha Sasuke with unabated power. Looking at the sound wave attack that was different from Toph Anvil's, the contempt in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes disappeared, and his black pupils turned into scarlet double-hooked jade shuriken eyes, and then his body disappeared out of thin air. What speed! Many of the candidates in the stands exclaimed in shock. Some of the upper shinobi, on the other hand, had a twinkle in their eyes and could see that something was less than right. Yet Sakstirap was not surprised, but delighted, and shouted, "Waiting for you." After the words, Sakstirap crouched down and slapped the ground with both hands, chopping air polar wave. The chakra in his body, all transformed into sound waves, surged out from inside the wind cave, turning into invisible waves that distorted the air, instantly flooding the entire hall. Being in the middle of the field, even Moonlight Blast, who was a special upper ninja, felt a hard time, and couldn't help but instantly move to the second floor bleachers, while his body was tensed and ready to make a move to save the others. Uchiha Sasuke's figure, on the other hand, appeared out of thin air not far behind Sakstirap, with his hands covering his ears and a look of pain on his face. Catching Uchiha Sasuke's breath, Sakstirap immediately turned around and aimed his hands at Uchiha Sasuke, and the still gushing air pressure instantly blasted Uchiha Sasuke out of the air. Luckily, most of the power of this move was used on the floor, or else if Uchiha Sasuke ate this blow head-on, I'm afraid it would be very hard to bear. Even so, Sasuke Uchiha felt a churning in his body and his head spinning. In much the same way that Toph Anvil had killed a Kimichi Tingji in seconds, the sonic waves were passing through the body's moisture and were causing an internal attack on him. Looking at Sakstirap, who was wearing a smug grin, Sasuke Uchiha gathered chakra in his feet and sucked in the wall against the last of the air pressure. When the air pressure disappeared, Sasuke Uchiha made a seal with both hands. Shadow diversion technique. With two bangs, two shadow doppelgangers appeared on either side of Sasuke Uchiha. In the next second, the three Uchiha Sasuke disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, Sakstirap instantly looked flustered before going to repeat the same tactic he had just used, preparing to cast chopping air polar wave at the ground to create a sonic field to trap Sasuke Uchiha. But he had forgotten that a ninja fight was a fight for intelligence. Having just taken the intelligence advantage, he had completely lost the chance of winning when he failed to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Uchiha Sasuke in seconds. Chopping air polar wave. Sakstirap does his old trick and once again puts his hands towards the ground, releasing air pressure and sonic waves at full force. Invisible waves of distorted air flooded the hall once more. Uchiha Sasuke's two shadow doppelgangers that were moving at high speeds and were invisible to the naked eye were suddenly exposed, with their hands covering their ears and a look of pain on their faces. Then with two bangs, it dissolved into white smoke and dissipated into thin air. Seeing that there were only two Uchiha Sasuke, Sakstirap's expression changed in shock. At that moment, a chorus of voices rang out from overhead. Fire transportation, how fireball jutsu. The hot stream of air flooded down, and Sakstirap looked up as his eyes were instantly occupied by a huge ball of fire. It was too late to raise his hand to fend it off before the fireball flooded him. During that time, no one came to his aid, including Orochimaru, who had just encouraged him. As for the moonlight blast that was ready to strike, it was to save Sasuke Uchiha, since it wasn't the village ninja who was in danger. Of course he wouldn't make a move. Aha! The fireball blasted a small crater in the ground and burned Sakstirap screaming. Just as he was about to be burned to death, a stream of water squared off to douse the flames. Medical class, come here for a moment, please. Moonlight Blast, who saved Sakstirapasing Suetun, took out his walkie-talkie and said, quickly. Two medical ninjas, dressed in white uniforms, came over with a stretcher and carried Sakstirap down. Throughout, Orochimaru and Toph Anvil, as well as Jin Mallet, showed no emotion, as if they cared nothing for the life or death of their companions. This scene sent a chill down the spine of many candidates. As for the upper ninjas, they were cognizant of the Sound Ninja Village. It's a small ninja village where competition is fierce and the weak are the strongest. And at that moment, the name flashed on the top of the screen once again. Very quickly, the list of the third round of matchups was finalized. Hyuga Hinata vs. Jin Mallet. Daisy, go for it. Yuzuru cheered at Daisy. I'll buy you a big meal if you win. Instead of speaking, 16 Knights rolled up her sleeve, revealing a wristband-sized storage scroll, then made a seal to take out the camera stored inside and smiled at Daisy. Daisy, act handsome. I'm going to take a picture of it and show it to Hanabi. Aha! Daisy smiled and nodded before walking slowly towards the stairs. On the way, the little powerhouses were cheering Daisy on. Sasuke Uchiha, who was on his way up the stairs, also spoke up and warned, "Watch out for their weapons and devices. They use those to create sound waves." Aha! Daisy nodded again, but the smile on her face was one of confidence. Arriving at the hall, Jin Mallet, who had leapt down from the top of the bleachers, was already standing to the left of Moonlight Blast, waiting for a long time. Looking across the table at Daisy, Jin Mallet subconsciously felt inferior just like Kaoru. It was just that unlike the envy of Xiang Phosphorus, the eyes of Chin Hammer were filled with jealousy towards Daisuke. The same are both black long straight, but Daisata's hair is more bright than his own, also wearing a kimono with expensive fabrics that he may not be able to afford in his own life, as well as that body that is foul to the extreme even though it is clear that it is similar in age, as well as the missy temperament that gives people the feeling of not being able to afford to climb up to the next level just by standing there. Whether it was the exterior, or the interior, or even the origin, Chin Mallet was absolutely crushed, and was not at all at the same level, not in the same world, to be precise. It was this that drove the Jin Mallet's insides wild with jealousy. Why was he just an orphan? But the other party was a rich young lady who possessed the blood succession realm from her birth? Why was it that he had gone through a fight to grab this spot to take the Chunin exam, and yet the other party was standing here so easily? I'll cut her hair, slash her face, and make her inferior too. When he thought of this, a sardonic smile could not help but appear on the face of Chin Mallet. No one knows what the Jin Mallet is thinking, seeing her opponent display such an uncomfortable smile. However, Daisuke's eyes, gradually turned from soft to stern, with veins popping up on both temples. Chapter 67, My Wife is Handsome. Round 3, Start. As Moonlight Blast's voice fell, Jin Hammer was just about to take out the Chippendale with the bell tied to it from inside the jutsu bag, throw it at Daisuke, and perform a sonic illusion. Daisuke, who was 2 meters away from her, appeared in front of her in a flash of residual shadow as if she had moved in an instant. The speed was so fast that the body couldn't react. Slap. Fingers entwined with blue chakra flames, Hinata poked the Jin Hammer mercilessly. Amazing finger strength, allowing the fingers to sink into the body through the clothes. The chakra penetrated through the clothes and skin, striking inside the acupuncture points, blocking the flow of chakra through the meridians while also giving the Jin Hammer a drilling pain. However, before she could scream out in misery, Daisuke, who attacked as swiftly as the wind, had already poked her hands a dozen times in succession. Finally, Hinata slapped her palm on the body of the Jin Hammer. With a loud boom, a twisted stream of air erupted from the back of the Jin Mallet. When the shockwave dissipated, Chin Mallet had already lost his eyes and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, first bending his knees and kneeling down, and then his entire body collapsed on the ground. Thanks for the instruction. Hinata's tone was soft, but she looked down condescendingly at the Jin Hammer, and the veins that had flared up on her temples slowly disappeared. Click, click, click. Meanwhile, above the second-floor bleachers, the sound of a shutter being pressed kept ringing out. 16 Knights, who was disguised as a camera boy, had a smile on his face as the corners of his mouth curved up in an arc. If he hadn't been so young and his relationship hadn't been publicized yet, he would have wanted to scream at this point. My wife is just handsome. What just happened? What was with the instantaneous jutsu that Daisuke just did? It's so fast, and there's no stiffness at all. What a familiar way to move. Why does it look like I've seen it somewhere? The little powerhouses had looked dumbfounded, especially Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura, who were now in the same mood as the Jin Hammer, only feeling that they were not on the same level as Daisuke at all. On the other hand, on the side of Maitreya cabin, Hinata Ninji was with clenched fists and resigned eyes. Missy has gotten stronger again. Inside his mind, he was even replaying the images of the sparring sessions with Daisuke over the past few years, from the initial even match, to gradually being suppressed by Daisuke, and then finally being crushed. With that level of finger power and chakra, one didn't even need to finish a minimum set of 32 slaps to beat an enemy to the point of internal injuries and vomiting blood, or even collapsing to the ground. Even if Hinata Ninji had mastered Kaiten, he had no certainty of defeating Daisuke. While Tenten, who was next to him, was staring at Lee Rocco, whose eyes were twitching, he opened his mouth and asked, Little Lee, Ninji's clan, did they just use high-speed movement? It's high-speed movement, but it's not like mine. Leroy nodded and shook his head again. Maitreya laughed and explained, it's a change in nature. Ninji's clan, she mastered the Redo change in nature, just like Sasuke Uchiha before her, using Redo chakra to stimulate her cells to increase her speed. What a youth! I see. Lee Locke was slightly dazed, finally understanding why Uchiha Sasuke's speed was so amazing. It was clear that he could barely react at first, but the next second he exploded with amazing speed. I thought it was the ability of the Sharingan Eye, but it turned out to be a change in the nature of the Redo. Not bad. Hinata has also mastered the technique of stimulating cells with Redo chakra. The Hyuga clan is another line of clans left behind in the shinobi world by the Otsutsuki clan. Just because 1,000 years down the line, their bloodline has been diluted to blue words and their last name has become Hyuga, doesn't mean that the Hyuga clan can't use ninjutsu. The reason why the Hyuga clan only used the blood succession limit and soft fist was because the soft fist secret art was most suitable for their blood succession limit, offensive and defensive, both long range and melee, and was able to be cultivated up to the level of an elite upper ninja, which is why they didn't waste any time in cultivating the ninjutsu only. The 16 Knights wouldn't be as archaic as the Hyuga clan. He mastered the technique of stimulating the cells with Redo chakra, and the first thing he did was to pass it on to Daisy, who had the lightning attribute, so that she could convert her instantaneous jutsu into a physical type high-speed movement to increase the speed of her strikes. Apparently, 16 Knights was right. Daisuke, who had stimulated her cells with his Redo chakra, instantly had no stiffness, and her attack speed was just as fast as the wind, as if Leroy had removed his weight. This generation's clan family is truly outstanding. Saratobi took his pipe, exhaled a puff of smoke, and let out a light laugh. Then, his gaze shifted to 16 Knights, who was examining the film, and his smile suddenly became playful. It's amazing to raise the eldest daughter of the Zone family like this, but what will it take for you to get together with such a fine heiress? Over in Class 7, Kakashi Hagi turned to Sasuke Uchiha and asked, Sasuke, did you teach this to Daisy? No, it was 16 Knights that taught me and Daisy. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, not knowing if he was envious or what. Whirlpool Naruto couldn't help but spit out, you really are 16 Knights' little brother. This time, Uchiha Sasuke did not cast a murderous look at Whirlpool Naruto, because he's heartbroken. If he really became 16 Knights' little brother, would he be willing to teach the Upanishads to himself? Thinking again of 16 Knights' timely rescue and the sense of security it gave, Sasuke Uchiha thought that having a boss like that seemed like a good thing. The thoughts of the proud second youngest are unknown. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's reply, Hagi Kakashi couldn't help but glance in the direction of 16 Knights, and in his heart, he thought even more highly of the chief student. To be able to suppress a civilian genius of such a special session of the new generation was truly not simple. Huge amount of chakra, Redo chakra to stimulate the cells, and a powerful fire tornado and an unknown ayahuasca. At this moment, it was as if Hagi Kakashi sought his younger self. At the age of 12, not only did he become a shinobi, but he also developed Chidori. And the same chakra is amazing. Thinking about this, Kakashi Hagi couldn't help but be curious about 16 Knights' strength, and was even more excited for the next duel. Thinking along the same lines as Kakashi Hagi, there was also Orochimaru. So the battle between the Thoth trio was over, and Orochimaru didn't leave the stage, but continued to watch the next matchup. The fourth round of matchups begins quickly with Kensa Misumi versus Kankuro. Kensa Misumi, one of Yakushido's teammates, is actually one of Orochimaru's spies planted in Konoha, though ostensibly a Konoha shinobi. Moreover, this spy was very strange, as if he was afraid that others would not know about his relationship with Orochimaru, directly using the soft body modification developed by Orochimaru, with all parts of the body being able to stretch freely, and if it could be fused with the multiplication secret technique of the Akimichi clan, 16 Knights would be willing to call it the strongest divine technique above the 8 gates of the transported armor. In the middle of the battle, Ken Misumi was like a python and quickly bound Kankuro. As it turned out, he didn't expect that this Kankuro wasn't a real person at all, but his puppet crow became. By the time Ken Misumi realized it, it was already too late. Getting out from inside the bandages wrapped around the golem, Kankuro maneuvered the raven and quickly took care of Kensa Misumi for an easy win. Just like the sack stirruping to Uchiha Sasuke just now, the strength hasn't reached the super shadow level category yet, and ninja battles are battles of intelligence. If they don't know each other's intel, it's not only the power of the art that's being compared, but also the tactics and intelligence. Obviously, Ken Misumi is nowhere near as good as Kankuro in this regard. Chapter 68, 16 Knights Opponent. 4 rounds of sparring, almost all of which ended in seconds. It's only been less than 10 minutes and the qualifiers have come to the 5th round. This round of dueling finally became long, and so long that it even caused many people to stifle their yawns, because the list of matchups for this round is clearly Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. Much like Whirlpool Naruto's mastery of the Kazamatsuri, the Great Breakthrough, Haruno Sakura has grown considerably from the original, but that's about it. She learned an illusionist move from Kakashi Hagi, the D-rank learning difficulty of Nayagami no Jutsu, which causes her opponents to see the scene that triggers the most fear in their hearts. During the survival drill, Haruno Sakura was killed in seconds by this illusory move by Kakashi Hagi. Maybe Haruno Sakura would have won if her opponent was Minako. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yamanaka Ino, who specialized in the secret art of Ine transportation. The art of Nayutomi was easily broken by Yamanaka Ino. Similarly, Although Ino Yamanaka was the heir to the secret ninja clan and had already mastered the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan, however, the Yamanaka clan was positioned as a support, and the heart-turning technique did not have any offensive power. Despite the fact that she managed to shade Haruno Sakura and take over her body with her mind-turning technique, she was driven out by the second personality in Haruno Sakura's mind. An illusion was restrained, and a family secret technique was restrained. These former BFFs are like natural-born enemies who can only go head-to-head with the foundations taught in the School of Patience. 3 body arts, hand-sword throwing, bitter white blade fighting, physical dueling. The 2 girls have a very good foundation, absolutely superior students. But in the eyes of the shinobi, it was as boring as those kids playing ninja games. Even 16 Knights and the others felt that these 2 were too weak. The only one who resonated with Minako was Minako. So these honors students were just like herself. In the end, the 2 women were just like the original, fainting from exhaustion, and were united without an official match. By the time they woke up, the battle had reached the 9th round. The 6th round of the matchup is 10-10 versus T-Ju. This is a round of crushing battle. Attributes by the hand bow restrain TNT on. In front of the opponent's wind escape, pressure is simply no resistance. The 7th round matchup is Narakagamara versus Genichi Sawano. The latter is one of Inuzuka Toa's teammates, and like Haruno Sakura, comes from a ninja family, with his father being a regular Chunin with a family name. Genichi Sawano is also very good, having mastered a C-ranked water transportation water chaos wave. Although this is a basic jutsu of Shizutsu, it is used in many different ways, and if you have a large amount of chakra, the effect is no less than that of the B-ranked Shizutsu water formation wall. Unfortunately, he has so little combat experience that his IQ is nowhere near that of Narakagome. The result came the moment he cast Suetun, spitting out streams of water and making Narakagome disappear from his sight. Narakagamara first took out the bitterless and held it in his mouth. Then he cast the shadow mimicry technique to immobilize Sawano Genichi and remove the bitterless held in his mouth. And Sawano Genichi voluntarily conceded defeat. Genichi Sawano just lost, and in the 8th round of matchups, it's Minako versus Ninji Hyuga's turn. Seeing that her opponent was an existing Kiba powerhouse, or the previous chief student, Minako didn't even go down for a walkover, and simply raised her hand to concede defeat. The 9th round matchup is Whirlpool Naruto versus Inuzuka Tooth. Great, it's that idiot Tooth. I'm winning. Seeing his opponent's name, Maelstrom Naruto immediately raised his foot on the handrail and shouted with an excited expression. Inuzuka Toa, who was also beaming with joy, suddenly shouted with black lines all over his forehead. Idiot Naruto, I'm the one who said that. Arriving at the hall, Inuzuka Tooth looked at Maelstrom Naruto with a cocky face and said, Hangman, if you say a kind word to this master right now, this master will let you lose in a dignified manner, or you can simply admit defeat. In Inuzuka Toa's eyes, Whirlpool Naruto was no different than he was a few months ago. Facing the combination of himself and Akamaru, he was absolutely bound to lose. However, Whirlpool Naruto revealed the same arrogant smile and said, Watch this great master kill you in one move. Ha 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 ha, 1 move to beat me in seconds? Hangman, you haven't woken up yet. Inuzuka Toa couldn't help but laugh, then turned to Akamaru. Akamaru, let's teach this hangman a lesson. Woof, Akamaru barked in response. Round 9, start. Just as Moonlight Blast's voice fell, Whirlpool Naruto immediately made a non sequitur and gulped. Shadow Divergence Technique. A few days had passed, and the chakra of Whirlpool Naruto, who had been hit by the 5 elemental seals, was no longer as disorganized as it had been before. Although it wasn't yet possible to instantly split into hundreds of shadow doppelgangers, creating double-digit shadow doppelgangers was still easy. Boom boom boom. A crisp sound rang out, and a cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air. When the smoke dissipated, 24 Whirlpool Naruto had surrounded Inuzuka Toa and Akamaru. This is the Shadow Divergence Technique? How come there are so many of them? Inuzuka Toa was stunned. Just as shocked as he was, there were also the lower ninjas and even the upper ninjas on the second floor bleachers. Especially the more knowledgeable upper ninja instantly recognized that this was not a simple shadow divergence technique, but a multiple shadow divergence technique that was classified as a forbidden technique. The winds. Before Inuzuka Toa could recover from his shock, Maelstrom Naruto and his shadow doppelgangers were already forming seals with their hands. Seeing his hand seals, those upper ninjas once again changed their complexion slightly, having already seen what was coming next. By the time Inuzuka Toa reacted, Whirlpool Naruto and his shadow doppelganger had already shouted out the name of that jutsu. Great breakthrough! Woohoo! The sound of a howling gale rang out as the materialized air currents, like large hands that could be seen but not touched, grabbed Inuzuka Toa and Akamaru's bodies and threw them into the air. Then a palm appeared out of thin air, throwing one person and one beast around in the air as if they were entering the inside of a tornado. Even the candidates and upper ninjas in the second floor stands were affected, the former gripping the handrail tightly or hugging the railing, their eyes completely unable to open, and there were quite a few of the latter, reaching out to block their eyes. When the instructor of the 6th class, Shinobi, saw Inuzuka Toa and Akamaru spinning in the air at high speeds, about to hit the wall hard, he rushed over in an instant to catch them and terminate the duel. Round 9, and the winner is Whirlpool Naruto. Moonlight Blast, who had his feet sucked into the ground with a death grip and the same hands in front of his eyes, immediately announced the result. Ha 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 ha, stupid teeth, see how powerful this master is. Whirlpool Naruto crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly, succeeding in eliminating his junior partner, who had once crushed him, with a single move. Maelstrom Naruto's current mood was so unrestrained, inwardly expanding once again, he couldn't help but fantasize in his mind about punching the 16 knights, kicking Sasuke Uchiha, and thick eyebrows kneeling down and admitting defeat now. The expression on his face, which was tilting his head back and laughing, gradually became obscene, and drool even flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It wasn't until Moonlight Blast reminded him of this that he snapped back to his senses and took a 6-foot step back to the second floor bleachers. The screen flashed the name again. When the image settled, a number of people went mental. Only on top of the screen, it was clearly displayed 16 Knights vs. Rock Lee. Chapter 69, 16 Knights vs. Lee Lock. Great! Seeing that his opponent was 16 Knights, Rock Lee couldn't help but clench his fists and shout, looking excited. He had tried to challenge 16 Knights before, only to be stopped by Sasuke Uchiha. After seeing Uchiha Sasuke's strength and his attitude towards 16 Knights, Lee Rock was even more determined to challenge 16 Knights. Now it's finally as good as it's going to get. Lee, go bloom your youth. Maitreya patted Leaky Lee's shoulder and bared her teeth. Yes, Mr. K. Leroy stood at attention and responded, then also bared his teeth and lit up with a white light. Feeling the strange gazes cast around her, Tian couldn't help but cover her face. It was too embarrassing. Hyuga Ninji was expressionless and said lightly, Lee, your opponent is not simple. His chakra is very impressive and he is also the companion of Daisy-sama. Be careful. I know. Leroy nodded with a serious face. Then with his foot on the handrail, he leapt down and landed in a cartwheel. Seeing that he was matched to Lee Rock, 16 Knights was also slightly surprised. The later rounds of matchups were just like the original, and 16 Knights thought that Lil Rock would still be up against Irizumi, and that he might match up with Akatsuki Armor and Oil Girl Shino, or be the lucky one to have a blank turn. As a result, he didn't realize that he was actually facing off against Leaky Lee. Thinking of the 8 gates of transportation, a divine technique, 16 Knights was also interested. Just as 16 Knights was about to leap down, Daisuke's voice suddenly came to his ears. 16 Knights Kuin, give me the camera. Good. Taking the camera handed to her by 16 Knights, Daisy clenched her pink fists and said, ********, Dad, watch me perform. 16 Knights smiled confidently. Then as if he thought of something, he suddenly withdrew his foot from stepping on the handrail, moved to Daisuke's ear, and whispered, I won. Remember to give me a reward when you get back. After saying that, 16 Knights instantly disappeared and appeared on the hall. Looking over at Yuzuru with a playful smile, Daisuke's small face flushed before she raised her camera, shielding her face while looking for the best position for the light. 16 Knights, please teach me more. On the hall, Larok swung his starting stance at 16 Knights with a serious look and eyes full of wariness. Take off your load before we start fighting. 16 Knights opened his mouth and reminded, although this is just a battle between ninjas from the same village, I will not show mercy to my enemies when fighting. If you continue to be arrogant, then don't show your unwillingness when you're killed in seconds later. Amazing. Actually saw it at a glance. Lee Rocco looked at 16 Knights with a surprised expression, and his battle intent intensified. However, thinking about the agreement with Mr. Kai, he still had a hesitant face. Lee, take it off. At that moment, Maitreya's voice came into the ear, only to see Maitreya giving a thumbs up to Leroy and smiling. This is an opponent worthy of full power. I give you permission to take it off. Yes, Mr. K. Leroy instantly burst into tears, then sat down with an excited look on his face and began to remove the weights from his feet. Nani? That thick eyebrow is actually wearing a weight. Over in Class 7, Whirlpool Naruto and Haruno Sakura had been dumbfounded. Uchiha Sasuke said disdainfully, it's just a few pieces of iron. But in the next second, his pupils plummeted. Boom! 2 overlapping loud bangs exploded. Somewhere down the hall, a thick dusty fog lifted. When the dust and mist dissipated, the ground where the 2 pieces of iron were located was actually sunken, and a large number of cracks surfaced around it. Seeing this scene, all the candidates were dumbstruck. This guy, Sasuke Uchiha, gripped the railing of the handrail hard, his insides taking a huge hit. Wearing something that heavy, this guy was actually fast enough that he needed to use his Rado chakra to stimulate his cells. What was his true speed? To what extent? Even quite a few of the upper ninjas were in a state of shock. This guy, Kai, is too much of a mess. Several people, including Kakashi Hagi and Asuma Sarutobi, were speechless for a while as the corners of their eyes and mouths twitched slightly. Yuzuru, who didn't know the true strength of 16 Knights, said with a gloomy expression, 16 Knights has met its match this time. The oil woman Shino took her hands out from inside her pockets and gripped the handrail, her eyes under her sunglasses, staring at the unchanged 16 Knights with anticipation. Finally, I was able to see the true strength of the chief student who had been a fellow student for 6 years. This brat, could it be that he has mastered that stance as well? Looking at Leroy, who had removed his weight and was bouncing in place, Orochimaru, who had never left the ring, was also interested in the fight. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. After warming up, Leroy once again made a starting gesture at 16 Knights and said, 16 Knights, this is my strongest state, let's fight it out. 16 Knights smiled and raised his index and middle fingers. Let your horse come, please teach me more, please teach me more. Leroy's starting stance, too, became the seal of opposites. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hizuru, who was in the stands, couldn't help but smile in relief, as if feeling the aura of the two. Moonlight Blast's expression also became serious. Holding a file board in one hand and raising the other high in the air, he shouted, Round 10, 16 Knights vs. Lil Rock, officially begins. With a heavy swing of his arm, Moonlight Blizzard instantly made his way to the second floor bleachers, giving up the entire hall to 16 Knights and Leroy, afraid that he would hinder their play. Moonlight Blast was fast, however, Leroy was faster. Before Moonlight Blast could appear in the second floor stands, Lee Rock's figure disappeared out of sight, appearing out of thin air to the left of 16 Knights and attacking with a dropkick. Kiba Whirlwind. The speed was so fast that all the candidates, including my arrow, and even some of the special upstarts, didn't react. But 16 Knights is the real fast guy. Almost the moment Leroy appeared on his left side, 16 Knights turned his head and blew softly at the kicking foot. Woohoo! The wild wind whistled and twisted air currents, not only blocking the kick of Lee Rocco, but also blowing his body out. It was precisely the wind transportation great breakthrough that Maelstrom Naruto had performed earlier. One-handed sealing? What a fast spell casting speed. Some of the more knowledgeable upper ninjas' complexions changed slightly. In the eyes of the candidates and the upper ninja, 16 Knights stood motionless, his hands hidden in his wide cuffs. Then anticipating the position of Leelok in advance, he turned his head and spat out a stream of air that grew to become a large, invisible hand that grabbed Leelok and threw him against the wall. And at that moment, Moonlight Blast had only just appeared in the second floor bleachers. From the time the examiner left the room, to the time Leroy attacked, to the time Leroy was blown away, the entire process didn't take 3 seconds. It was this less than 3 seconds, but it allowed most of the candidates to see the gap between themselves and Lee Rocco and 16 Knights. Uchiha Sasuke returned to his senses and opened his Sharingan eyes at the first opportunity. Even Kakashi, the Flagwood, pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the 3-hooked jade shuriken in his left eye. Staring down at the 16 Knights and Lee Rock, he had a premonition that these two teenagers would present everyone with a spectacular battle. Chapter 70, Ninjutsu Genius vs. Physical Genius, Chidori Ryu and 8 Gates of Evasion. Sure is strong. Lee Rocco, who was lifted off by the gust of wind, sucked his feet against the wall and looked at the breezy-faced 16 Knights with a look of incomparable excitement. When the airflow weakened, he once again disappeared into thin air without appearing around 16 Knights. Instead, it transformed into a black residual shadow and spun around 16 Knights. The speed was so fast that the small remnants of the shadow actually set off a cloud of dust and mist, forming a white cyclone that surrounded 16 Knights. In the next second, Leroy appeared in front of 16 Knights and landed a punch. In response, 16 Knights made no move. The fist was about to hit 16 Knights when it suddenly stopped. Upon closer inspection, the fist, and Leroy, was actually just a stump image. The great cyclone of Kiba. The sound of a drink rang out, and a wind whirlwind appeared out of thin air to the right of 16 Knights, transforming into the figure of Lee Rocco. A 360-degree power-stored roundhouse kick struck towards 16 Knights. If it was the little powerhouses of this term, except for Oil Girl Shino, who could use a bug double. I'm afraid that if the others had received this kick, they would have already ended the battle. But it's still the same line. While Leaky Lee was fast, 16 Knights was faster than him. Still like the Kiba whirlwind from earlier, the roundhouse kick was blocked before it could reach 16 Knights. This time it wasn't a wind escape, but 16 Knights' small arm. With a thud, a wave of air erupted from where 16 Knights' small arm and Leroy's calf met, blocking head-on a kick capable of kicking away an unknown number of pounds of objects. 16 Knights' small arm was as unmoving as if it were steel. no one could see why, as the sleeve robes were in the way. As Leaky Lee watched with wide eyes, 16 knights went from block to tackle, reaching out and grabbing his ankles before turning around and using the force to drop him, trying to slam Leaky Lee on the ground hard. With his amazing arm strength, Leaky Lee braced his hands on the ground to block the blow, and at the same time, he made the effort to break free and land a front flip. Instead of riding the wave of victory, 16 Knights retracted his palms and continued to watch Leroy silently. From start to finish, 16 Knights didn't move half a step. The little powerhouses had looked on in awe. Can you even change the nature of your earth attack? The three hooks in Kakashi Hagi's eyes spun rapidly. One of the few means on the field to see that 16 Knights was blocking. In the eyes of the others, 16 Knights' physical skills were so amazing that even Lee Rock, who was wearing that kind of weight, was completely suppressed. But in the eyes of Banner Kakashi, 16 Knights was an unquestionable ninjutsu genius, teaching Uchiha Sasuke and Daisuke the changes in the nature of the Rado, as well as the fire dragon roll from the Forest of Death, as well as the changes in the nature of the wind escape from just now and now the changes in the nature of the earth escape. 16 Knights had already grasped 4 changes in the nature of the Rado. This little kid, it can't be full attributes, right? Kakashi Hagi said in his mind. Even if it's a full attribute, it's still something that needs to be mastered through diligent cultivation in order to master this level of change in nature. No wonder the Hyuga clan didn't stop the Son family's eldest young lady from dating him. It seems that they had discovered and invested in this diamond in the rough a long time ago. It's really outstanding. Such chakra, and such a talent for jutsu. It seems to be a genius who awakened his bloodline every other generation. So, is it Chikara, or Maelstrom? Orochimaru had a wicked grin on his face, and in his heart he was thinking the same thing as Kakashi Hagi, both suspecting that the 16 Knights were full attributes, and even speculating about where the 16 Knights came from in terms of their ancestry. Bang bang bang, the sounds of fighting continued to ring out, and without the slightest bit of discouragement from being continuously crushed, Lee Rocco looked excited as he continued to attack 16 Knights, getting stronger and stronger as he fought. 16 Knights also stopped using ninjutsu to fend off, instead releasing the perception of Kagura's mind's eye while using Rado Chakra to stimulate his cells to boost his speed, engaging in an intense physical duel with Leroy. In the middle of the hall, 2 residual shadows were colliding with each other like a gyroscope spinning at high speed. Each time they collided, they would reveal themselves, then change positions again and continue to collide. When the fists and feet clashed, it was unknown whether it was purely the force or the invisible waves of air generated by the chakra that would gush out from the place where the fists and feet intersected. Gradually, the two were getting faster and faster. Their positions were no longer confined to the ground, and from time to time they even leapt into the air, which was dazzling to watch. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were barely keeping up, but Maelstrom, Naruto and the others were literally in a daze. Not to mention them, even some of the special top shinobi who weren't good at perception were filled with astonishment. How could they not expect that there would actually be 2 such monsters within this term's lower ninja? The all-powerful top shinobi, as well as the elite top shinobi of the ace combatant, looked at 16 Knights, who clearly wasn't a physical art powerhouse, but whose speed wasn't the least bit weaker than that of Lee Locke's, and faintly exclaimed, "What a powerful change of nature, and what a strong control of chakra." Also both using Rado Chakra to boost their speed. Neither Uchiha Sasuke nor Daisuke could compare to 16 Knights. This inability to compare refers not to speed. Rather, after the speed spike, they either couldn't control their bodies perfectly, or they needed to adapt slowly before they could increase their speed and have an average range. On the contrary, 16 Knights, who used his Rado Chakra to stimulate his cells to increase his speed, immediately mastered this state perfectly, and was also able to instantly increase his speed to the extreme. This requires not only a powerful change in nature, but also amazing chakra control, and the latter is the key. With this level of chakra control at this age, it was no wonder that he had mastered 2/4 nature changes at a young age. It was as if those present had seen the image of Konoha adding another all-powerful upper-class shinobi in a few more years. But soon enough, the upper ninjas present all realized that they had still underestimated 16 Knights. I don't know how many rounds they exchanged, but 16 Knights and Lee Rocco, who had collided like a gyroscope with their residual shadows, finally came to a halt. At this moment, Lee Rocco, breathing a little roughly, his forehead sweating as he looked at the opposite side of 16 Knights. 16 Knights still had that breezy look and smiled. "Your physical skills are very impressive, but if this is the only level, then the fight will be over soon. Do you have any more powerful moves?" At those words, Leroy subconsciously glanced in Maithreya's direction. When he saw Mr. Kai, still baring his teeth, give him a thumbs up and a nod, Leroy's face instantly lit up with joy. "With that," he said to 16 Knights while unwrapping the bandages from his hands, "I have a more powerful move, but it's a taboo move that is forbidden to be used on a companion. The reason why I was punished by Kai-sensei for my fight with Sasuke last time was because I almost broke the taboo. But if the opponent is you, 16 Knights, I think you'll be able to withstand the power of the lotus. With his hands bandaged down to the ground, Lee Rock looked at 16 Knights with steely eyes and said in a deep voice, 16 Knights, I'm going to use this move next to prove to you that hard work can defeat genius. Upon hearing this, the candidates gathered their attention. Even the upper ninjas were looking at Leroy seriously. Kakashi Hagi, who knew Mighty Kai best, had an even bolder idea. That guy Kai, he wouldn't have imparted that forbidden technique to him as well, would he? In the next second, Hagi Kakashi's thoughts were confirmed, only to see that inside the view of the white eyes and Sharingan eyes, Leroy's brain, suddenly the chakra skyrocketed, and then surged along the meridians all over his body, as if some restriction had been lifted. Even the aura changed. Quite a few of the upper ninjas felt the oppressive feeling of being able to subjugate from below in Lee Rocco's body. 16 Knights similarly realized this, and his expression finally became completely serious. Without using the power of the transmutation eyes, 16 Knights was curious about how powerful the 8 gates of transportation, one of the 3 major divine techniques of the Kagemonogatari saga, was. Then 16 Knights saw the Leroy in his eyes. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him from a few meters away and punched him straight in the face. 16 Knights reacted quickly, trying to raise his hand to strike his wrist. However, in the next instant, Lee Rocco was up to his old tricks. His figure disappeared into thin air, and this time, without even leaving a residual shadow, he appeared behind 16 Knights. His fists transformed into claws, attempting to tackle and bind 16 Knights with bandages. Zigzag. At that moment, the sound of currents meeting rang out. Snake-like blue-white arcs of electricity appeared out of thin air, wrapping around 16 Knights' body. Before Lee Rocco's palm could touch 16 Knights, he was electrified and retracted his palm, hastily pulling away from 16 Knights. Is this the Rato Chakra mode of the Cloud-Hidden Village? No, it's just form change. What a powerful guy. Not only the change in nature, but even the change in form is so powerful. Such a talent for Rato. It's exactly like Kakashi-sama. Voices of all rang out from the second floor bleachers. The people who spoke were all those upper shinobi. These words were so harsh to Yuzuru. At the same time, she couldn't help but show a bitter smile, only to think that Naruto-sama had been assigned to the wrong class. With a talent like 16 Knights, he should have been the disciple of Bannerwood Kakashi. If 16 Knights had been a disciple of Bannerwood Kakashi, he might have learned a large number of 5 elemental recluse techniques by now, or even mastered the Chidori, or even the S-rank Upanishad Raikiri, which was a fusion of nature change and form change. As for the candidates, most of them don't even know much about changes in nature, let alone changes in form. Only Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. So there's this use for Rato Chakra. Unbeknownst to him, this move is his future development of Chidori Flow. Bang! 16 Knights, who was using Chidori Ryu, had his speed similarly increased, and with a flash of his body he arrived in front of Lee Rocco and struck with a fist. Lee Lock subconsciously blocked with both hands, and in the next second his eyeballs bulged out, his face showing pain, only to see him receive a kick in the stomach, being kicked out by 16 Knights, hitting the wall hard, smashing a small dent and spreading cracks. 16 Knights didn't capitalize on the victory, but instead, his entire body was covered in blue and white electric arcs as he laughed. Just boosting your speed by 20% isn't taboo. You should still be able to become stronger. Let me see your true bottom card. Like a hanging picture falling off the wall, Leroy, who had come down from the wall, kept his head down and did not speak. However, the pupil art possessors in the stands, as well as the ninjas who excelled in perception, looked as if they had seen something, and their pupils clenched and their complexions changed in shock. 8 gates of transportation. Third gate, Shungmen, open. Lee Rocco crossed his arms, and the airflow around him suddenly became twisted in rows. When he raised his head, his eyes were occupied by the whites of his eyes, and his pupils were not visible. His face turned red with blood, veins rose from his forehead, and white vapor emanated from his body. Along with a loud shout, green energy burst out. Top shelf testimonials. AAEA Euro. Chapter 71 Arashikage Judgment. Upanishad vs Upanishad. What's up with that bushy eyebrow? Good. Powerful chakra. What kind of jutsu is this? Looking at Lee Rocco, whose entire body was covered in green energy, surrounded by blue chakra aura flames, and whose air had become even more twisted and ascending, with his hair standing up and flowing, all the examinees showed shocked expressions on their faces. Hinata Ningji and Uchiha Sasuke, who had opened their white eyes and Sharingan eyes, even more so, their eyes trembled for a while, and their hearts were violently shocked. She wanted to hear from Chinbai's mouth, her mother, whom she had never met, what kind of person she was, and no one had ever been willing to, properly, tell her the story of Ling Xing. Yang Yu didn't dare to answer. The original Dao ancestor seemed to have a very big grudge against the Xian Tian sect's clan. There must be a very deep reason for this, but what exactly was it? Why would the original Dao ancestor oppose the Xian Tian sect to listen to the words of the Xianling Divine Hall? And what exactly was the Xianling Divine Hall asking the Xian Tian sect to be doing? Yan Yu did not even know. So, in fact, Riruashi and the others couldn't get much out of coming, because all the good stuff was consumed by Yuehua Jun on Ning Shower's Yuani. The two princesses glanced at each other, mischievously spat out their tongues, and ducked into the back hall in a flash. Berserk auras swept out, sparks flying in all directions as Tian Xian's control of the Supreme Dharma Phantom clashed with that Lohan's golden body. Losing ground, the crowd then laughed. Shuechur stopped making a scene, smiled sweetly, picked up another fruit on the plate, and impartially threw it right into the guest's arms. The dragon soldier panicked all of a sudden, because the dragon's soul was basically at full strength now, while the ghosts had only appeared in 3. How many people did the ghosts actually have? Completely unknown. 117th Brigade Command Staff did not close their eyes overnight. After the meeting was adjourned, the various officers dispersed. The day is about to dawn. The rest of the people studied some of the specific division of labor to meet the 4th Brigade of Maoki. Wang Chief of Staff began to notify the various departments with the phone to contact with the townspeople to cook and feed the horses and other matters. Many companies' cooking utensils have been thrown away. Linghu Ghost. Ha, Yi Feng, how did you know? Tang 13 was a bit stunned, not expecting Yi Feng to be able to guess his identity. Of course, according to the character of a big old man, he would think that it is a blessing to be able to eat, but his wife is a doctor, for the sake of the child's health, so he can only listen to his wife. Through the situation at this moment, Li Ming could also roughly guess what Ruan Zhou was doing right now. It was obvious that Ruan Zhou was performing a sacrifice, but in order to maintain the stability of the output spell, he actually went straight to an orange rank material card. The man acted like he didn't know he was blocking something in front of his eyes, shaking his head from side to side as if looking into the tripod twice before turning away. As the words fell, a giant screen suddenly appeared in front of Li Ming's eyes, and Li Ming immediately recognized the city in that giant screen. It was the city that he had crossed over to when he first came to this world, Star Bamboo City. She interlocked her fingers and understood again when she saw his thin lips move lightly as if he was going to say something, but in the end he didn't. Perhaps it was because she was back in her own world. Kagaya Shikiya, who was separated from the internet, was noticeably more lively and not as cautious as she was during the offline gathering. Humph, Director Zhao snorted out coldly, almost so much so that one could imagine his appearance at this moment through the speakers, definitely with his nostrils turned upwards and very angry. The road to the village is still dirt. Just 2 days ago it rained, and the potholes on the road are still waterlogged, so it is now muddy and difficult to walk. Niao Feng was able to get the most words here, also because he was a Dao protector himself. Shang Anning froze for a moment, circled around in front of Zhou Shixuan, forcing him to stop, raising his head to look at him carefully through the streetlight, somewhat skeptical of the authenticity of his words. Which father goes home and doesn't first look at the child he's never met? With a wave of his large hand, 8 ice blue supreme stars flew out of his hand, turning into 8 streams of light that scattered in all directions. Chapter 72, Reward. Active Daisy. Li, are you okay? Li, hurry up and wake up. The atmosphere in the hall was, well, quiet. The only sound was that of Mithraya's panic-filled voice. No wonder he reacted the way he did. At this moment, Leroy was as black as a roasted fish, with his clothes and skin, because of the side effects of the 8 gates of transportation, as well as the residual after effects of the Arashikage Upanishad. His body was still emitting wisps of steam. Consciousness has also long been lost. Either the cultivators of the 5 sect of the Holy Domain and even the Sanluo continent all knew that Shun Tianhe's defensive kung fu was the best in the world, but no one knew that his attack power was also terrifying. It was just that with this defensive tortoise armor, he seldom struck out. Summers rested her cheeks on the back of the couch, Pestle, and smiled as she watched what was happening in front of her. Even if she couldn't eat the snacks or drink the rich black tea blended with sweet milk, though he managed to catch it each time, the sword was getting stronger and the flames were getting thicker and thicker. And again, with the addition of this wind, the smoke stung and there was less and less air. In a muffled plopping sound, a large number of winged clansmen stained the sky with blood. Between the feathers flying, the corpses were falling to the ground one after another. Such an intensity of overlord color hegemony was not much worse than Roger, and was stronger than her, and the numerical advantage was already completely useless in front of such an overlord color hegemony. Seeing this, Zhang Ruochen couldn't help but laugh out loud, while raising the ingredients in his hand and giving Jiu a wink. He rose from the building, the looming enemy already approaching in the distance, the blackened fury thinning the mists around him. Lord Commander, the greedy aliens will pay the price in blood sooner or later. The light of my demon race will eventually shine throughout the entire world under your lordship's conquest. The attendant at the side said in a pandering manner. He will honor the orders of the world government, but only if that order is not against justice, and if it differs from his philosophy, he will reject it on the spot. Morong Chiu Li's pupils slightly dilated. Zhao Qingzhou's words shook her heart. The first time she heard someone else admit their own unbearable, but also one of the world's most top-notch existence personally admitted. Her aura was already cold, and at this moment, when she deliberately closed it again, it was as cold as ice, which made people look away, causing the granny to choke. Immortal and indestructible body. Hooray! He clenched his fist and waved it a few times, tigerish and full of power. Lu Dingzhong, that old fox, only thinking about the head of the title can be a long time. Seeing the Pingnan king has not yet entered the capital, the emperor has already begun to do. Only scared to hurry to draw a line with the Xia family, Wang family, which is anxious to shake some of the handle to the emperor is not light. Turning to the end of April, the breath of spring has long pervaded the entire capital. But the Shin family is getting closer to the time of the king of Pingnan into the capital, and gradually some of the clouds of worry. It was still Cui Yihang who stepped forward and put his legs in a coiled clasp before the cursing man was fixed in place. Although immortal, green grass contains a tribute-less grass aura. It is an immortal plant that can be harvested many times and grow for a long period of time. Zhou Qingkong didn't look at Yen Ma for a second. Instead he smiled gently. Only that blood-colored eyes made his smile especially scary as well. And as they got stronger and accomplished more missions, the benefits received by the Creekwood Township land would be even greater, which was a completely virtuous circle. And they don't do it for anything, they do it for the silver-plated hairpin. Again, all they want is the recipe. Michael is in his prime. Dragon walking into the conference room. Today's board of directors is not held by his will. The following shareholders unanimously requested this meeting. He is the chairman of the board of directors, is passive to agree, but can see the humiliation of the Prince of Fan scene. He is very happy to accept. Zhou Kuan took the microphone spirit tool in the hands of President Chen. This was a speaking spirit tool designed for the venue. It could transmit the voice throughout the venue without the use of spirit power, which was very hassle-free. Chapter 73, Sister-in-law's round, Father-in-law's satisfaction. After the art photo incident, Daisuke didn't appear in front of 16 knights for several days. In normal times, this is a very rare thing. It had been a gripper a few times, but it was still within Daisy's reach. She had 2 layers of protection, after all. But being seen naked and having her picture taken was clearly beyond Daisy's limits. A teenage girl's immunization values these days are probably all zeros and negatives. I'm afraid I won't even dare to show up at 10 until the value is restored. Song Xian was surprised by the sudden emergence of the army. Song Xian had brought but 100 or so men with him, and was instantly wiped out by the opposing group's combined siege. Song Xian himself was also killed in action. For his own strength growth over the past year, Simon is really very dissatisfied. No matter whether it is physical arts or sword skills, he is simply a layman. The only thing that can be taken out is the devil fruit ability that has gone up a level. At this time, the shouts and killings outside the city shook the sky. The Shu army launched an attack on Chang'an City, attacking like a tide. It seems that Zhuge Liang take the time to think that Lei Copper and other close to the city gates, and then launched a full-scale onslaught of Chang'an City as a way to attract Chengyu's attraction, so as to facilitate for Lei Copper and other people. After making an appointment to get together in a couple of days, Su Yan left, asked some people, and then went straight to Chao Junyao's classroom. Brother Feng Ruo, since I have memorized those 10 characters and can write my own name, how does Brother Feng Ruo write his name? Can you teach me? Hua Shangxue suddenly opened her mouth, still a little unsure that Feng Ruo would agree. Just after Sanbao finished speaking, Xia Meyer actually began to sob, as if she had suffered some great grievance. A few moments later, the black mist that filled the sky faded away as much as it could and disappeared back into the chasm, and the mountain peak returned to peace. Perhaps the heavens had heard God Maple's angry heart. Just as the red and gray colors were about to engulf Arcstar, the gray divine sense suddenly made a turn and lunged at the red divine sense, and both sides were suddenly writhing and tearing up again. Thinking of the years of loneliness of the boudoir as well as the occasional taunts of Hua Guifei, Empress Gue finally made up her mind. Even if the lawn beauty in front of her could not take over the favor of Hua Guifei, at least she could make her uncomfortable for a while. So many years of exclusive room, exclusive favor, if not their own birth of the crown prince and the eldest princess, early by her ride to the head. With a sigh of disappointment, Su Yan waved his hour hand towards her, and also waved his hand towards Liaoshu, slowly turning his head, his gaze looking into the distance. Quietly, Renly closed his eyes and listened sideways to the breathing of this building, the heartbeat of this light box, a sensation that was truly amazing, every detail zooming in little by little and beginning to slowly stretch out towards the boundaries. Ruona looked at the computer screen and realized that Xuanma had already found Hu Linin's current photo, and it was indeed the same as the person on that photo of Nan Hong, only much older. The reason why Shi Yao was able to change into Meng woman was not a normal disguise technique, but Yuan Tiangang had used this technique of change on her, and only by learning this technique of change could he help Shi Yao recover her original appearance. Harmony breeds wealth. The black dragon smiled extremely awkwardly. He was able to hear the meaning in Sword Dust's words. Within this spirit mound it was estimated that he wouldn't find himself in trouble, but after he went out it would be hard to guarantee it. However, the black dragon believed that he himself gave a high price. That Sword Dust thought that he wouldn't be so brain-dead. Su Shi grunted, and immediately spoke out some reasoning. The various banks in the Great Song dynasty have been supported and subsidized by the court, and many of the banks also have the shares of the court. Rushed to the botanical gardens. The day has been nearly dusk. Botanical gardens, lush flowers and trees. From time to time came the birds and insects cried. A group of people split the flowers and willows, crossing the bridge through the forest, has been walking to the botanical gardens at the southwest corner of a nursery. The doors of several cars behind them opened and several men in black suits walked down to the side of the man with the black umbrella. Chapter 74, Great Gift. Sister-in-law and Xiang Phosphorus, a few days ago, due to coincidence, got a copy of the Origin Monkey King wine. After refining and absorbing, naturally broke through to this field. However, this was the territory of the Beast God Alliance, and as the young master of the Beast God Alliance, he naturally did not wish to see his people die. Resting her head gently against Lightsong's, Hua Xianwei patted Lightsong's back again and again, holding her tightly in her arms as she couldn't even finish a sentence because of the pain she was crying. Shenhui and Xiao Zhang just went out of the door of the ward, and saw Li Changping and yesterday's chief surgeon accompanied by a middle-aged doctor in a white coat coming this way. The fifth floor of that ghost prison was both a place to keep felons and an excellent place to practice, so ordinary people were not qualified to go in. Mang Xian looked down at the clothes he was wearing, and a large Zio logo stood out on the right side of his chest. Dr. Gelman didn't interrupt, but quietly listened to what Ice Q had to say. The few remaining people weren't sure if it could understand, but they could only pin their hopes on this Dr. Cosmonaut. Ma Wanqing looked at Ma Pingchuan with a cool expression, and her clear eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the heart of this third brother who was desperately trying to hide refused to say. Facing the seductive-looking, excellent-bodied appearance Ruox, Ling Xiao surprisingly did not have any pity for her. Perhaps they had been stimulated by Yi Chen's mindless words just now, or they had wanted to be powerful so that they could share something for Yi Chen. In short, they were very cooperative. Even after the fact, Yang Jia felt that the soil here is quite good. There is a kind of spiritual rhyme. Fragrant, and after, even the ground is missing at least 3 feet of soil. Bandung Plaza is a mid-range shopping mall, and Reese dress-style clothing can be sold if she wants to, it's just that it's not so easy to win. Disciple of the Taishan sect, Star Peak Lin Zhe, late for pole stage, Lin Zhe politely gave his name. In Shin Bizai's 9-star war god again how cattle against saints is already considered very powerful, while wanting to defeat Earth Saints is simply a fool's errand. Even if Yu Wuya has now opened 6 gates, it is still not Xianbi's opponent. Ever since the northern border princess and the Xingcheng County Lord hosted a separate banquet for him, this name had spread like the wind within the camp. Hughes he has been quite obedient. Li Chang just opened his mouth, but was once again interrupted by Ma Shanglan. Song Xing certainly knew this, and there was never a shortage of directors acting to steal jobs in the entertainment industry, able to cultivate on their own. It was rumored that there had been an ink Qilin that had reached the level of a divine beast. What Yu Wuya couldn't figure out was that Yun Chao and Lin Ruoshi were definitely not arrogant people. There must be some reason why they went deeper into the magical beast mountain range to reach here, and now that they were besieged by 2 level 8 magical beasts, there was no possibility of them winning at all, and the ground is a multitude of smoke handles. Looking at these smoke scars, Shen Dust is how cannot say, there is no way. The fact is so, even if not fighting cannot be turned back, not to mention printing with movable type, which is also one of the 4 great inventions. The 4 great inventions from ancient times to the present day, can be imagined. In the end, how great it will be, how much of a reform will be brought to today's education, will completely reverse the monopoly of the rich and powerful valves to monopolize the scene, and to eliminate fundamentally the hidden dangers brought about by the rich and powerful valves. Xihua couldn't help but look suspicious. Who would take the initiative to find himself? Xihua first thought of Xiaoyu, but on second thought it was unlikely. The news that he had landed in Phoenix City of Doom should not be known by anyone yet according to the time projection. Attacks from the bushes on both sides of the road were launched at the same time, and the dense firepower instantly hit the steel plates of the compartments on both sides of the truck, snapping and splattering countless sparks. This piece of news shook the surrounding martial artists. Many of them could see the identities of Lin Ketong and Yun Shen, and some had even seen the duo at the Tenya County State Establishment ceremony. Beautiful, the kind of beauty that writes tenderness on its face. but the determination and stubbornness that floods between its beautiful brows and clear eyes makes people back off. Tian Zhangwo got off the car, with a person like nothing, did not seem to notice the empty pashate, but haphazardly and casually around for a while, and then looked for a bush to unzip his pants and let go of the water. No, go ahead. What other conditions? Purple Emperor hangs his head in shame. Originally he had the advantage, first didn't realize that the dead old man was more harmful than his own knight. Ginger is still old and hot. Thanks to them. Kai Yi pointed his finger towards the Purple Emperor. The Grand Imperial Prince hurriedly looked at the 4 Purple Emperors only to feel an icy gaze shoot into his heart. Long Jiuming also took out a piece of star sand. His own boss was very generous. When he took himself in, he didn't take away his collection. This piece of star sand. Should I give my own boss a show of loyalty? Even though he knew that he had defeated Li Jing, no one was sure that there would be any accidents until the final step. After finishing all this in one breath, only then did Xiao Lao reach out and bring that teapot over again. Then took a sip of tea. Tai Xin said, yes. He touched a fire discount from his bosom and blew it gently. It lit up a little bit of faint light, but this light was too faint. Yi Tian saw that they were still surrounded by those black mists. The black mists had a strong light absorption. The faint light of the fire discount was covered by the black mists as if it was a fire point. However, in this case, He Chang had not prepared a magic crystal stone and could only look at Bai Chang, but thinking to himself that his weapon had an extremely special use, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he stared at Bai Chang. Besides, these pills weren't his own, he was risking his own life to snatch them back, and the Xin Gui Immortal Mansion definitely wouldn't send him a few of them. The pills were too precious. Me, the man said expressionlessly, as if asking the question had caused his own intelligence to receive a great deal of frustration. Marcella only felt her consciousness leave her body, floating in midair looking down at her strange self, saying heartfelt things she would never dare to say on a normal day. Whether it's a stall owner or a do-not-love relative who is generous and unselfish in their offerings, knowing that Monia poses no threat, and since her mother was overly sad, she teared up and was depressed, so the wife of Mr. Chang Chiusang and the wife of Mr. Sito Bo, who were friends with her at that time, advised her to go out for a walk, and they accompanied her. Chapter 75, Jealous Daisy. Official match begins. Happy times are always very short. In the blink of an eye, the time came to August 5th of the 60th year of Kiba. The countdown to the official third exam is down to the last 2 days. 16 knights, who had brought flame out for half a month, finally brought a few large scrolls and said goodbye to the fondly remembered Xiang Phosphorus. Before leaving, however, 16 knights instructed Xiang Phosphorus, on the table in my study, there's one that hasn't been put away yet. Shu Shiro was in a hurry, pulling out a fire discount from the package. After lighting it, she threw it at the dragon pythons behind her. It slowed down their pursuit. The group was able to get away. Running in. By the way, Army, this time I'm here to find you to live together. My dad, he should have told me about it. So trouble, Lu Meng said looking at Army. Star bitterly insisted. He knew that Latte also needed to use a huge amount of physical strength to maintain the green dragon. Moreover, these 3 green dragons were powerful and extraordinary. It must have been a desperate effort by Latte. Star thought that Latte was already at the end of her strength after casting the 3 attacks. Phew, had a beautiful dream. The sky had already dawned. Yi Hei had a beautiful dream, dreaming that Li Mengyao and Han Shui were in bed with him. Ha ha ha, it was a pity that the beautiful dream couldn't come true. At these words, Mo Ming had a black line on his face, no longer paying attention to Fu Chongyun, immediately carrying Ling Yuan Air into the hall, gently put down on the sofa, moving his arms, feeling a little paralyzed. Yimhua just like this has been holding Wang Chouyan's delicate body towards the second floor room. Don't make wild guesses. Brother is not that kind of person who is worse than a beast, although she is very beautiful and seductive to the extreme. But Yimhua won't do that kind of thing because he doesn't want to die early yet, and there is no way that he will betray Li Mengyao either, because the ghost eyes this guy knows too much, betrayed a lot of big secrets in the organization. Therefore, he became the object of many organizations to hunt down. However, so far, none of the organizations have his whereabouts, probably because the ghost eye's occupation and appearance to help him hide his identity. Yimhua knew that this was the only point he couldn't hide and nodded without denying Li Mengyao's speculation. Anyway, he didn't have anything going on with Lang Xinu. It was enough to have a clear conscience. Yimhua blinked his eyes and looked blankly at Xia Yurong. Domineering ah. Stunned, it was the first time Yimhua had seen Xia Yurong's temperament as if she were a man. Xin Luo guessed correctly that the Guardian family was weak after experiencing the undead fleet to the point where they simply couldn't fight against other forces without the use of ecstasy. The size of Sanfu Jewelry and Golden Jade Group is not very different, because they are the same jadeite company, so the competition between the two companies in this area is particularly fierce. Seeing Lu Fei's appearance, there was no extra reaction. Jinger couldn't help but recklessly start her interrogation. The man's injuries looked real. However, it was not certain if the injuries were sustained in the explosion. Only a few glances up and down on the two men by the soldiers guarding the city, and they immediately revealed a look of hesitation. Next it's my turn to dress up. Inferno Emperor's armor, Tolia said, instantly changing into the fiery red Inferno Emperor's armor. Waves of scorching fire erupted all over his body as he raised his flame sword and swung it out. A flaming tornado with a terrifying aura then whistled and rushed over. No wonder it will be so angry. After all, empty body strength but cannot hit the enemy feeling is maddening, even if the Stone Sea Cow ghost is not human. But at this moment the mood is the same as all humans. Lindsay opened her mouth with red eyes and returned home in a state of disorientation, sitting on her bed and then fidgeting with her cell phone. A false royal status would only bring unnecessary ambitions to others within this family. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, the old Drake had a moment of fear and also refused the offer to become king. When he pushed the door in, Ning Yan had already changed out of her wedding dress and showered, and was sitting on the big red bed rubbing her hair. Chapter 76, Princess vs. Princess, the most handsome way to make an entrance. 2 stars. Shiranui Gunma had just swung his arm down when he saw Tiju open most of his 3-star fan, transforming his chakra into a change in the nature of the wind, forming a small tornado that roared towards Hinata. Unlike the tower of the center that toyed with Tenten, Tezuko said she hoped that Daisuke would give her all the pleasure she needed, but in reality she saw Daisuke as her archenemy. After all, unlike Kankuro, his younger brother, Teshiguru was the eldest daughter of Rosa, the eldest princess of the sand-hidden village. Just as that's a good idea. I can't believe I didn't think of that, said Zhang Nijling as he also took out his flying sword. The star of Heavenly Palace is corresponding to the star of the Emperor, Ziwei, which is the star of good fortune, and naturally it is of infinite splendor and breathtaking from above the dome of the sky. This time, it was indeed his fault. If it wasn't for Purple Confusion's timely arrival, I'm afraid that just now Yan Ling Kuei was going to turn into a dead soul under the Half-Lone Man. Lei Chen slightly drooped his eyes. The Abyssal Continent is more powerful than he imagined. At this time has long been the other continents as the term of the realm. This analogy has been a metaphor for the two continents have long been connected, and the Abyssal Continent has long been benefited from it. The outer realm is just the place where they obtain the treasures and wealth through. The feeling of this would really not be very warm. Instead, the oppressive feeling from the person in front giving death, cold bones shivering. Wang Shouhu did not say anything. He could not say it, and he did not want to say it. He did not want to hear this, but he did not know how to ask it. For the native cultivators, the appearance of the Son of Heaven unexpectedly signaled the strength of the dynasty once again, and it also meant that the favor of the Chi fortune. For the natives there was going to be another extraordinary figure appearing in the long river of time. Even after spending 500 points to learn various kung fu styles such as fighting arts and intercepting fistu, Pang Meichin still felt that she was a weak chicken in front of Zhang Yao. Everyone on the scene said nothing, lest they disturb Wu Zetian's reprieve. In a situation like the present, a reprieve was very necessary. Mu Tingchen felt that he had seen a lot of storms in his life, and even more so, he had experienced great ups and downs. Sultan, who was sitting on the bus, also let out a long breath. She didn't expect Ji-sun to be so blatant, although no one saw it, but when she reacted to Ji-sun holding her hand, she obviously felt her heart stop for a moment, and until now her heartbeat rate hasn't recovered. Under the strong request of Ouyang Lishi and Qin Ninger, Hua Xiang reluctantly agreed to let the two of them enter the flower mansion. Yi Feng just smiled faintly, not knowing what mischief was harbored under the pure and innocent exterior. Seeing that she wouldn't take it, the boss roared some more hideously, which made her take it obediently, and then left the place as if she had fled. Although Luoli hadn't explicitly said that he wouldn't make a melee weapon, he did push off all orders for melee weapons before, and this time, Ruoyun's weapon triggered the attention of the entire room as soon as it was unveiled. As she spoke, her slender figure emerged from the gusts of clouds and mist, gradually becoming clearer from far to near. Leaning even closer, Flower Scent could clearly smell the unique petal aroma of Qian Qian's body. Luoli wanted to take the stairs and Yen Bei called him back. At this time the enemies are alerted. Isn't the elevator blocked by the enemies who supported it long ago, or pressed directly to explode? Unlike the others' lightweight gear, Chopper not only wore thick armor but also carried a large black gear bag that held the needed machine gun ammo and some of the team's necessary medicines and projectiles. Su Qingxia glanced at Song Zhenghao, but did not speak. With a pale face, she lay straight back inside the bed. Song Zhenghao's face was always pale, and after letting Deer retreat, he removed his cloak and sat down by the table. Since you can't do it, don't discipline them. Sister, that's the example. Another blow, and March was completely speechless. Niafeng also inside did as he was told. From the restroom end of a basin out, Yu Yang picked up the cup of talismanic water, directly to Ouyang Ming poured down. After as more than 10 seconds, Oh, Yang Ming will suddenly open his eyes. Chapter 77, shocking the whole arena. The mystery of the fusion of the three nature changes. Fly. Fly up. That teenager, he can actually fly. Do ninjas even know flying jutsu? So, awesome. Those two little brothers, they don't seem to be very good at messing with each other. It looks like this match will be even more intense than the previous ones. Looking at 16 Knights, who was not surrounded by a wall of wind and was flying free of gravity with some unknown ability, the audience was just quiet for a few seconds. And then, just don't know what happened later. Chen Xiaoan let his own artists to participate in these programs or ceremonies, but he himself, it does not appear. This dude listened to the words of Gong Jingxi, specially come to pick up Dogwang. The purpose is, of course, to buy people's hearts. At present, only 2 of the 4 Vajra are left, leaving out the monk who does not ask questions. Dogwang has become an important chess piece, and Lu Jijie guessed the same. Killing Lu Jingxian really is a year ago to take Lu Jingxian a few classmates. He was tempted to ask, "What brings you here? Where have you been all these days? How many things are you hiding from me?" But he asked nothing, said nothing, because he suddenly realized that he couldn't say a word. At the moment, the back peak was pitch black, and the sky was even dotted with stars, all of which seemed to be winking mischievously at themselves. My heart snapped and I couldn't help the tears from falling. Leaving, that's such a hard thing to do. But you, if I was the one who had the seizure today, would you choose to leave? I know, you wouldn't. The heart of a prodigal son is always so bitter. Who can understand their pain? Yikes, you guys, if you dare to borrow it when the time comes, try using it. Heechul was a little embarrassed. This umbrella was what he used to save his life. It really was so disappointing to him. He used to really feel ashamed of Xiao Xiao. But now, what are you afraid of? It's not easy for us to win. Just score one more than them. Zaemon had a hateful look on his face. The 4 of them didn't dare to watch the fun any longer, spreading their arms and legs towards the slope, splashing mud and screaming. Vichio, Fu Yueqi also came to her senses. Seeing that Jiqiu Iye was injured, she hurriedly went over to help Jiqiu Iye up. She was still very distressed, since she wanted to change the object of her heart's desire to this person. She had to do it. Mr. Xiao had already lost his life in that accident, but Lu Ying's body was now weak to the extreme. If she knew the real situation, her life would probably be lost again immediately. We can only stabilize her for the time being, and wait for her body to stabilize a little bit later. Then make plans. The walls in the room. The bed was full of blood. Xinyu was half kneeling on the ground, her left hand covering her stomach. Her stomach and her hands were full of blood, her right hand supporting the ground, and her pajamas, which originally looked cute and a little bit childish, were bloody. Hey, Chu Yun, you wait for. Without waiting to finish, her lips were sealed by Chu Yun, and after flabbergasted for a moment, Xinyu closed her eyes. Chen Bo stood up violently, and the porcelain cup in his hand snapped to the ground, breaking into 8 pieces just like his heart. Facing Moronko's call, Lu Shiyan ignored it and walked forward while searching for blood. After hearing Wang Jin's shouted price, Wang Qi looked back at his son and thought to himself that his son is not intentionally raising the price so that the things can be sold at a higher price. When did his son become like this? By his friends to know still have to laugh at him, and immediately sent a message to Wang Jin. Thanks, Carlos. How are things going for you? Storari was concerned about Kamini, and Kamini knew it was genuine concern because it was clear to everyone that Trapani would never allow a 35-year-old to be the starting goalkeeper, let alone Storari. According to his estimation, as long as his body was quenched once or twice more like the last medicinal bath, he should not be weaker than the other party in terms of pure strength. Chapter 78, Human Puppet Takes Credit. Mechanism for increasing explosive rate. Kiba, which had just been peaceful and bustling, was in chaos as war suddenly descended on the entire center street. The villagers and ninjas, all caught off guard by the sudden attack on their allies, the Sand Ninja, and the Sound Ninja who had snuck in at some unknown time. While they met the attack, they quickly dispersed their staff and organized the villagers to head for the shelters according to Kiba's safety manual. The lack of manpower caused the Konoha side to be in a very sorry state, and it quickly fell into a bad situation. Ji Wu, how dare you! Although Ji Bing had his cultivation sealed and his hands and feet were still being helped by the vines, his mouth was still able to speak and he couldn't help but snarl out at his words. Next, Suja successively tested the power and duration of the Underworld Chopping Stacking Strike, Underworld Chopping Scissoring Strike, and Underworld Chopping Needle Strike, and the results all increased, which made Suja unable to help but laugh out loud. Find a way to make him wake up immediately. I have questions to ask him. Greenie came in and Beidu's first words were this. When Gu Xiaobei was sleeping in a daze, she suddenly felt that it was hard to breathe. Her mouth was blocked by something warm, and her body felt a little heavy. She woke up suddenly, and realized that it was Li Haonan who was half lying on top of her, and was greedily sucking on her lips and face. However, Wan Yuehua always said so grandiose on the surface, with many excuses, even if you want something, but also with borrowed, just borrowed, and then permanently do not return. Though when he thought about it, it was true that his strength wasn't as good as Lin Feng's, and with Lin Feng's status, even if he hung out with Lin Feng, it wouldn't be burying him. Moreover, his intention wasn't really to hang out with Lin Feng, but rather he wanted to follow Lin Feng to learn how to apply force techniques. He watched Gu Shinbei walk past him along with Sister Hong and Chen Jiaqiang, smelling the unique fragrance in the air that belonged to Gu Shinbei, and couldn't help but inhale deeply. The sane alien blood race also has a weakness. That is their heart. They are called the heart core. No matter how strong the blood race, as long as the heart core is broken, that is dead. Even the emperor-level blood race is no exception. If the other party was just a stranger, then the big deal would be that he would take all the responsibility and compensate the person. But now, Haitang was just looking at him with such a coquettish smile, making him still have a feeling that he was at his wit's end. My lord, I have another map of the Heavenly Palace here. Would you like it? The teenager hesitated for a moment, then said, after setting up camp, Zhang Ming personally took Guan Zhangzhao and Su Huang to the bottom of Hudian Pass early the next morning. The moment Lu Yu jumped from the top of the tower on the screen, the cafeteria was instantly filled with piercing screaming gods and whistles from the boys. Lin Yahan just watched as Lu Yu-chan brushed past her and then walked out the door of her house. Many speculated whether the following year, it would be Tottenham's turn to dominate Europe. When the mighty forces of capital tore this amazing team apart, the first round of the Champions League's 1/8 finals is over, and the match went much differently than the media predicted. Nua didn't hear Lu Mingfei's response and looked down in confusion, only to see Lu Mingfei with his head lowered, sitting dumbfounded on the ground for a moment. It wasn't that Celine didn't want to see them dead, it was just that right now, she really didn't have the extra power to save them. He came straight to the village chief's house, and before he knocked on the door, the village chief's words were already coming from inside the house. Medes grunted in exasperation and, following Lu Xiu's earlier button press, began another round of conquest. Yuan Hao, I want to ask you, such as, if I hadn't done so many wrong things, would you have fallen in love with me? Sheriff Minghui fantasized about getting Yuan Hao's last sweet words. They looked solemn and sat in silence, but not before dropping their gazes on Bai Qianyu. Slightly complicated. Chapter 79 Fear of being targeted by Lord Junzo. So he kills Lord Junzo first. Few people know that two underground bases of staggering size exist underneath Kiba's ground. One is located underneath the Naruto building, and the other is located near Naruto Rock, underneath the mountains and forests. Many entrances exist to these two bases, capable of moving underground and quickly appearing in various parts of Konoha. However, these entrances are sealed and also integrated with nature. Not the Roots organization and the Dark Side cannot find these entrances, but also break the, for the current Bai clan. The gloom in Bai Sihong's heart has been dispersed, but instead, he has more expectations for the future. While the multiple narrative style sounds high-end, the drawbacks are obvious, and the whole movie just looks like a mess if it's not managed well. Huang Qiyan and the two of them were quite surprised to hear this, not realizing that this old man was most likely Xiao Zimo's direct ancestor. No wonder he kept saying that Huang Qiyan was an outsider. Even if the disciples of the hidden music sect were bold, it was impossible for them to run to the north without any instructions. But when I think about the fact that the big man in front of me is capable of falling in love with a dangerous person, it seems to be a little less scary then. Under the warm greeting of Taoist Wang, there was a bite without a bite to eat. Looking at being fed by Taoist Wang, full of happiness, full of rhubarb, full of light. This was Wanner's room back then. She liked pink the most. Hua Qianron's hand involuntarily tightened, and the grip on Zhuzhu's hand hurt a little, but even so, he still had the limited option of using the few available spiritual powers in his body to take the lead in stabilizing the injury on Mercury's arm, which had been pierced by a thick needle hole. It was only after a few words were said that Rin took a long breath of relief, as if she had always unloaded a burden that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. Eyes snapped open, some fragmented memories surfaced, and there was a moment of horrified realization of the fact that I was afraid that my elegant and perfect image had been completely shattered into glassy crumbs after yesterday's night. 12 loud roars came out from the mouths of the 12 ancestral witches, and 12 pillars of baleful chi coalesced at the same time, obscuring the light of the great golden sun in the air, and 12 tall figures joined hands to strike a supreme punch, shattering the sword chi in the air. Lin Fei didn't notice at first, and it was only after playing for 4 or 5 turns that he noticed the vigilance of the others. The battle for 3 territories could have been won by concentrating all the forces on the capital, but there were still stubborn stragglers resisting in the 3 territories. Lu Hao looked amazed. Who would have thought that a manufacturing plant for a military division would be underground and right inside a military test area? which is quite exciting to think about. The most advanced weapons can be provided to the frontline troops, but all secret weapons have a limitation on their use. They need to be operated at the disposal of the scientific research institutions of the major countries, and the frontline troops only have the right to order but not the right to operate them directly. What do you think of that one? Tired of looking at the opposite sex scenery? Lin Fei pointed at a handsome man on the street and asked Li Manyu. A cold and merciless voice filled with killing intent and anger rang out between heaven and earth. Employing her earth origin as a Hotu ancestral witch, Hotu spread her voice throughout the entire floodplain. So it's Lord Ghostbuster. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Zhao Gaoyuan was a eunuch who flattered his way to the top and was reused by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Fang Hui only felt that all the feats and martial arts that he had practiced before had surfaced from his mind again, and all these insights and experiences had fused and merged around Fang Hui, giving Fang Hui, who was originally confused and had no way to start creating feats, a clue. It was this guy who caused himself to not dare to go back to resume his orders until now, and could only wander around and think of countermeasures, without thinking that he had actually appeared in front of him. Now both sides were fighting for this minute of time. If whoever could grasp it first, then victory would belong to whichever side. Of course this time the victory is not equal. The victory of the three sects is survival. The victory of the three sects is survival, while the victory of the devil sect is killing. Chapter 80, Using Illusions on the Noble Otsutsuki? Silly hi. Aha. It hurts. My head hurts. Being infiltrated by the invisible In transportation chakra, 16 knights didn't feel a thing, because these chakras were just like the jutsu that had been bounced and blasted apart by the divine heavenly warrior. Before they could penetrate into the body of the 16th knight, they were bounced and blasted apart by an invisible force of rules, leaving the casters with severe aftereffects. The miserable cries were the very thing that hid in the shadows and found a chance to strike a blow. The human race now had a high fighting spirit and full of vigor, and although the demon barbarians were numerous, they were surprisingly also vaguely overwhelmed. It was the first time they had seen such a thing in all the time they had been alchemists. All of them looked over intently. It's unlikely that a real fight will take place, but the idea of Drifting Cloud Peak taking the opportunity to weaken the Feather Immortal sect this time around is very certain. Now that the Feather Immortal sect is driving all of us non-Shihua disciples out to do all sorts of tasks, I don't know what their intentions are. His gilded office, with its array of metal jewelry, plus his collection of gold bars, all testify to his adoration of gold. The next moment the nine-headed giant snake body, even split from it, directly into two halves. From now on there is no more 9 heads in one body. This was followed by the creation of powerful robots, thus becoming the first robot race in the universe. Xiao Jifeng stood beside Cheng Mosher and wanted to assist, but was interrupted by Chang Mosher. Don't mind me, I tried my best, and with that, he closed his eyes and didn't move a muscle. Suddenly, there was a shrill sound of artillery shells coming from the sky above Yitian, as well as some large energy beams that came directly towards the surface of the Emperor Star. A mouthful of smoke was exhaled by Yuan Xiong, spreading along the windshield in all directions and slowly disappearing. All of them came back to their senses, and Shuahao ended the fight with lightning speed that took them by surprise. Both sides once again shot. This time the iron bone bloodclothes grabbed a little first, chopping the god sword spit between the sword flickers. Seems to attack non-attack, seems to defend non-defense, but is both offensive and defensive. The sword contains 5 points of force, the remaining force but there are 7 points, which is ready to play the tactics of the war of attrition. Of course, Han Li's eyes swept down, also noticed the following silver-robed monks, but it seems that there is no head above the Vajra silhouette this easy, although the arms do not move, but the body cannot help but squat a few points, while the face of the golden light also successive shaking has been a somewhat strained look. She wasn't sure how powerful the gods were, yet she saw confidence in Yun's eyes. He couldn't figure it out somehow either, but as his eyes flicked over Quan Yong, he seemed to understand something. Young Master Yun, I'm leaving as well. Ouyang Chan walked to Fang Yun with a big grin. Before this, Fang Yun had already passed the password of the Cloud Cauldron to Ouyang Chang. The two strands of Chiwu Chi lines were originally entangled in a fight, and when they were suddenly struck by the newly promoted power, they suddenly fell into passivity and began to be suppressed little by little, fusing with the arm bones. The ghostly aura remaining in the stairway was a bit thicker than in the open, and I whispered to Su Herong behind me before taking a step toward the upper floors. Okay, I'm still discussing the plan of action on my end. If you can step in, then there's no need for any plan. We'll just run right into it. When are you coming back? Have you recovered? Lu Jianjun said repeatedly as he was overjoyed at the news. Although today's him, decapitating an ordinary heavenly exalt was no different from killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog. He also knew that it was because of relying on the power of Wind Zeus, and moreover, there was still the Panga divine axe in his hand. Gori didn't want to chew her out at all anymore, and stood coldly with a grunt, looking at the blazing fire in front of him. Only as soon as he left the city, Wei Changfeng ordered the 30,000 strong army to spread out horizontally, constantly sending scouts forward to search as widely as possible. Chapter 81. Your pupil art, in front of these eyes, is not worth mentioning, the divine Ragnarok. Once again, he unleashed a storm of repulsive force, blasting away the 5 elemental recluse techniques that came from all directions. As if sensing something, 16 knights suddenly withdrew the gaze that was watching the Black Ho family that was fighting with the other squads and glanced at the shadowy land to the left. A figure wearing a black robe and a mask that covered the upper half of his face rushed out from inside, darting towards 16 knights at an extremely fast speed. Earth transportation, Yellow Spring Swamp. Looking at the people who went out from the conference room one after another, the moment the door closed, Su Linga exhaled heavily, her body collapsing into the seat. One of them was a young man, 8 feet tall, jade-like, with an extraordinary appearance and amazing demeanor. This was Mao's, who was known as the speechless ancestor of the Yunyang sect. Lu Yuan spoke with great affection, as if he really wanted to serve General Taylor. General Taylor tensed his face color sank to a rather ugly level, and she even left, just like that, without a sound. However, just as Huang Yin continued, a black figure, carrying the sound of breaking wind, swept in from the distance. The youth who was adept at using the power of freezing turned Li Tianwang into an ice sculpture, and the way he ran away with his legs scattered was perfectly reproduced. At this moment, Chen Jinlong was just like a courtier who had committed a capital offense, facing the king who could determine the life and death of a person with a single word. He could only keep begging for forgiveness. And this lean middle-aged man, it is John, black suitcase inside the load, is also that piece of enamel-colored double-ear dragon Zun Kaifeng porcelain vase. He probably already knew the identity of these people. They should be figures from the underworld. And looking at the clothes on these people, they did all have a special marking. It did look like a gang or an organization. Xian Shong grinned as his 2 fists clashed, and the powerful sound dazzled the people below. This power surged into Jiang Wei's body. The former is to feel. His limbs and bones, is gradually strengthened. Face, also covered with countless purple black lines, looks quite bizarre. Mo Shan roaming. Looking at Yenqing Yu that thin and weak body bones, but also the face can be taken out. Very perfunctory nod, waved his hand to let Yenqing Yu out. 9 and transformed into a set. The breath of these 9 spirit swords intertwined with each other, just as if they had become a natural whole. Ha, how many can you help? You're a ghost hunter, not a philanthropist. Feng Zhan's tone was somewhat disgusted and disdainful. Chen Bufan flew up, his figure violently transforming into a heavenly demonic blade that slashed down towards the 7 Extinction Mountain. I only saw that the kitchen had already been tidied up long ago, and the dishes and other things were arranged very neatly, which looked and made people feel very cozy. Then protecting your honor counts as protecting you. Summerhaven stared into Olay's eyes and said in one word, see for yourself. Beckman. It's going to blow your mind. The redhead smirked towards Beckman, a sly look appearing. But no matter what, the stone and the free Taoists and their hearts finally fell to the ground at this moment. The whole hall is supported by 4 coiled dragon jade columns. Above the engraved dragon carvings are still gilt. Both sides of the various decorations are also very gorgeous. Even the lighting with hundreds of years of deep-sea night pearl and other treasures. She didn't believe that the man behind Junko Yama ******, who had put so much effort and money into getting TTV, would easily withdraw. In her heart, she had the urge to kill Lung Ziroe, but Su Xia's eyes were hot and she just wanted to cry. Tightly gripping the strap of her handbag, she clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. Ding XXX used to be an assassin. Never had such intimate contact/touch with anyone. He rampaged, madly and roughly plundering Su Urshao's mouth, causing Su Urshao to feel pain in the root of his tongue/head despite his comfort. When she saw Chang Xin, Sheen Evening Night immediately pulled her around and brought her into the recording room, and seeing that no one was around, she immediately and mysteriously pulled Chang Xin to the corner of the room. Chapter 82. I can take what the village has, but I have what the village doesn't. When 16 Knights got serious, the members of the root organization were, instantly, defenseless. Facing the unresolved gravitational and repulsive forces, they could neither escape, and all of their ninjutsu and secret techniques would be mercilessly bounced off and blown apart. Even the illusions had no effect. Even if they chose to escape and their figures blended into the darkness, they would be caught up and killed by those human puppets that specialized in the changes in the nature of thunder escape. Soon, with the exception of Shimura Tuzo, who had become a vegetable, only under the deafening speakers of the bar, Bayan's little voice was about as loud as a mosquito's. Shut up, don't say it again. Don't you think that the Morning family doesn't dare to kill you? Empress Dowager Chen furiously commanded. The experience of this path, coupled with what you have seen and heard, has also given Xu Feng a certain understanding of the lower battlefields of the Shura mountain region. The jade disc slowly enlarged in front of her chest until it could block half of her body. and then a strong wind rushed out from the disc's mouth, roaring like a hungry maw as it swallowed those lotus flowers. Yang Alo didn't have any unhappy emotions when she heard that. After all, no matter what, Chen Yian was Ning Xianyan's father. Forget it, it doesn't do any harm anyway. Don't worry about it for the time being, we'll figure out a way to get it out when we go back, Chu Feng said mentally, but as she dreamed of more and more things, Yu Hanqing finally realized how unusual it was. Let's leave Zhanghai City aside for now. In terms of Changshan City and Longmen City alone, Longmen City's situation is a bit stronger than Changshan. Su Guowo pondered for a moment before saying slowly to Sun Dezheng, Lan Ruo, handing Exin over to father is the most appropriate method besides Wu Yan. Gu Pan said softly. However, this temperature only appeared for a split second before Yi Feng withdrew his hand. Slowly, he looked into that medicinal cauldron. The lone swordsman already does not know how to fight with the opposite pink mutant zombies. Lunchtime 3 machine ghosts whole 10 as many zombies also ghosts. Several dishes were immediately presented to them, namely steamed hairy crab, roasted pig's trotters with soy sauce, chopped pepper fish head, roasted matsutake mushrooms, and Szechuan kimchi. They didn't know what was going on, but they had a vague idea that something strange was going to happen afterward. Get up, go back and resume your orders. Say that I have found the godman and invite the immortal to come over for a visit, Lu Che said, because the other person's Zhang Ping was here, which was equivalent to the number 1 ranked person on his side. He wanted to see the Overlord Stegosaurus Cannonball Worm, which was the agreement he had made with the Overlord Stegosaurus Cannonball Worm when he left. At this time, Li Yuxuan suddenly opened the outer window, which used to be completely unopenable and was not allowed in the company, because it could easily cause an accident. Staudent, who was the leader of the German paratroopers, was discussing the next course of action with Admiral Weigand, who was the commander of the French forces, and already the commander of the 5th Norwegian Division. Sun Lo, into the event, the swordsman realized that it seemed that his body was completely healed, which put the swordsman's mind at ease. A day later, General Garibaldi in a submarine finally reached the Benghazi front in the Libyan theater in North Africa. Because of his own obsession turned into a vengeful evil spirit, his sister, Lai Jing, willing to fall with him, Zhang Xin in order to save Lai Jing turned into a demon in one fell swoop to refine millions of people into the Sage's Stone, suffered an attack from beyond the heavens, and his demise is imminent. The more like the more some fear. However, the king of Fu is not good to mess with, they say is a state governor, but now it seems to be clamped between the cracks in the wall panting a big fat pig, which side to make a little bit of strength cannot stand themselves. However, this word cannot not say, it is really difficult to die for themselves. I closed my mouth, but in my heart I laughed. The language that irritated Sandetsi just now was really worth the excitement. Speaking about these things in front of the eunuchs was really exciting. Boss, you can rest assured that I'm doing my job. Only 7 people were lightly injured. Not a single brother hung up. He. Wang Yu said smugly. Chapter 83, The Divine Luo Heavenly Legend. 10,000 Elephant Heavenly Guidance. Divine Luo Heavenly March. Just as 16 Knights' main body, and the puppet army controlled by the Shadow Doppelganger, were frantically harvesting the corpses of the Root Organization and the 3 parties of ninjas on the street. The Shadow Doppelganger, who used a transformation technique to become Tendo Pain and acted alone, also sneaked into the Naruto building with the help of Red Eye's ability to create images. As the most important place in Konoha, even if there was a war outside, the Naruto building would still have to have a large number of dark sections stationed there. Not only that, but it's like monitors and sensory boundaries. He has a big task ahead of him in this game, as he is the offensive equivalent of a free agent at the front and must come back to block the opposing back on defense, because when he set foot on the Supreme Ancient Path, Xiao Fan had already angered many junior Supreme Beings, and with his strength at that time, but he was not yet qualified to fight hard against the real top junior Supreme Beings and the forces behind them. And then after arriving next to a half-collapsed building, and after observing it from left to right, he brought the 2 into it, and then lifted a plank in a pile of straw, revealing a ladder leading down to the basement with a musty smell, and led the 2 down. The martial artists in all the tribes and ancient cities on this continent were all captive believers of this dear god, not only on the dear god continent, but also on the countless continents that existed in the entire divine desolate domain. No, I'm not just talking about magic crystal equipment, rather, it's a large amount of alchemy machinery, plus at least 10 million magic crystals, said High Alchemy Mage Confucius. The reason for Jalen's reluctance was that she had thought about not wasting her physical energy casually, but it was still wasted. Of the 6 great emperors, there were 3 great emperors of the human race, one of the Tao race, one of the human demon race, and one of the Thousand Mechanism race, leaving a great pain in the human race alliance that was difficult to quell. It was as if the starbursts, in an instant, burned and exploded, transforming into a blazing sun, filling all directions and illuminating everything. Accompanied by that strong and extreme light, was an incomparable breath, a breath that Feng Qingshan was not unfamiliar with, because it belonged to the emperor's breath. A few people cleared out a clean place to sit and rest, and Meng Lanya found some drier grass to lay on. Do not look at the framing of this craft ordinary people rarely use. In the industry, its status is not low at all. Framing a painting, the price is not cheap. The purple-clothed teenager's mind moved slightly, and a flash of insight and realization showed under his eyes as he smiled and did not continue the topic. Zhao Tianming said, "In fact, now all kinds of porcelain in life is not uncommon, whether as ornaments or works of art. Just a lot of times people do not pay attention to, may not know its academic name." The one who led them on the tour was the young man who had received Zhou Lao before, called Gao Jingxing, who could speak well and knew the various collections of the museum like the back of his hand. The middle region of the Starcom continent has a continuous coastline, and most of the countries near the coastline have some close trade with the rest of the coasts, exchanging items unique to the two or even more regions, to capture profits and enhance their wealth and power. When he thought about it, Emperor Hengshi had given him a lot of privileges in order to keep him. For example, he could freely come and go within the palace, and he didn't have to make a big salute even when he met the Emperor and Empress Dowager. At the first opportunity, Shui used his heaven's eye to check the attributes of the mounts that Gan Ning and Huang Zhong had chosen for his subterranean guards. The first thing that caught Lin Wei's eye was a rolling black cloud in the sky, which was closely connected, rolling and raging, like a surging tide in the sky. What they came to talk to Gao Ziyu about was all the equity transfers and sales that had taken place in the past 2 days. 1 day to be exact. There was no need to mention the value of a 4th-grade divine weapon. It was the strongest divine weapon treasure that could be used by an unusual 7th-grade or lower powerhouse. And Han had a good memory, almost unforgettable. She firmly remembered all the points of knowledge that the general manager of N's jewelry group had sent over to her and knew them by heart. Chapter 84, My Home. Biggest winner. No one knows that both the Root Organization and the Naruto building have been invaded by a powerful enemy. Not many people even realized that there was a 4th party force that was silently cleaning up the battlefield for them and packing up the bodies of their companions. The Kiba ninja at this time were all silently dividing their labor. One part escorted the villagers to the shelter, and one part, rather than meeting the attack, delayed it, trying to save their own lives, waiting for the return of their companions who had escorted the villagers. And then, as for the rest, now that Marayu Rina had gone to class, then Yang Song had no excuse to ask. In the distance, a one-horned Kueyu gradually revealed the figure. Tall, was faint shin color, one-legged in stand. The drum sound is from its mouth. See, their own attack was blocked by the sound of the shao. The eyes of the green aura of a flash. Towards the Han Shangzi will be pouncing over. The demon race has always been honored by the strongest. Seeing this Qinghe dragon prince's great power, not one or two of the demons who shivered in their hearts were looking at each other. Their eyes flickered, and they all obviously had the intention of retreating. Xue Mengyan and the Minotaur, and even the same ogre demon dragon, Fat Dun, were all frightened by this horrifying scene. It seemed that the transformation stage magical beasts were not invincible in this terrifying dark abyss, and there were many, many more terrifying creatures that could kill them at any time. Brothers do not speak. Go to Zhang Zihao. That one person after receiving $2,000 before a bit of a smile look. Lei just held up the hands of the 20 big red fish smiled. This is the big brother's first part-time job to earn money. The first one. I second Austrian. Hard won $2,000. My sweat in exchange for the money. Said also kissed the money in the hand. The Nile floods every year. And every year or two the land has to be resurveyed and reallocated for cultivation by men. The rice seeds sown last year yielded a good harvest. And more can be planted this year. At this time, Brooke's expression was incomparably lewd and obscene slutty. If Ling Na saw his appearance at this time, she would definitely no longer think that this Brooke was a gentlemanly person. For Jinyuan Daxian, the reason why Yang Tsong knew Jinyuan Daxian was because he was on top of the Jade Emperor's Peach Festival. It was like a comet hitting the earth. The blue light and the silver light collided together, and the world lost its color, and only the two lights, silver and blue, became the only color in the eyes of the crowd. As the energy cyclone within Yang Yifeng's Dantian became bigger and bigger, the devoured energy became more and more majestic, and the madly rotating ball of energy, which gradually held up the entire Dantian, became more and more condensed and more pure under the pressure of the Dantian barriers. Haiwa practically carried her on his shoulder as he moved toward the front of the Kong. Haiwa was so hot that his heart seemed to have ricocheted to his throat. Could it be that this is what the Buddhists call overcoming one's own heart demons? Is the demon of the heart the other self? Looked at the rogue cow face helpless look. Qin Meng can heart sneer. Big brothers means indeed thunder, but fortunately is big brother Qin Wushwang. If it will Qin Feng's means to install up. I'm afraid that the county city KTVs to all change blood. Louis knelt down and said, Lord Pao, don't worry, I won't leave until I am cleared. When Louis said this, he glanced at Hua Lang. the meaning of which was self-evident. The only person who could return his innocence was Hua Lang. For Qin Feng's mouth, Wei Tao Rou has long been accustomed to. If the average person, so say a military region commander, I'm afraid that will not live until tomorrow. But Qin Feng is this posture. An admiral's son is often for the old to fight with Qin Feng. After a half-circle along the crumbling fence in the outer area, he finally found an area where the monsters were slightly sparse, and the dress took the lead, stepping through the opening in the crumbling fence first. I was about to say a couple more sarcastic words, but I was given a hard glare by Big Sister Maru, so I had to snappily swallow my words back into my stomach. How do you want me to explain to that chick Hu Jie? Qin Feng pulled a horse face and said bitterly. Chapter 85, Lord Rizo's Memorial Service, selecting a site for a new home. With the defeat of the Sound Ninja and the escape of the Sand Ninja, Kiba was victorious. However, they who fought within the village, even if they won, they didn't take advantage of the situation, but instead, they also suffered a lot of casualties and damaged many buildings. The biggest loss, though, was the death of their supreme leader, the third Naruto, in battle. So even after winning, Kiba's morale is at its lowest. The whole village was enveloped in an atmosphere of depression and sadness, although the other party had never treated herself well. But how to say that she was also one of the big stars of this company? Her usual attitude was just a bit cold. It was not so direct to be so mean to her. Yui closed her eyes, her nose rising and falling lightly, resting on her husband's chest with a smile at the corner of her mouth. No one opened their mouths to break this calm and pure serenity. Everything was in the silence. More than half of them were from their parents, while the rest were from friends they used to be close to, people they used to like, people who used to like them, and people who were now secretly crushing on them without saying so. The moment the handsome, godlike man opened his mouth with such cold and unfeeling words, Wan Susu's expression was clearly stunned. She choked the teenager for a moment with such indifference, hesitated, and was about to speak when the sound of footsteps came in from a distance. But if it went too far, Yu wouldn't mind letting them experience what it meant to say that a strong man should not be lightly insulted. Golden Sword King looked at the empty blood-colored bed for a while out of mind. For the body of those yearning for a long time power in the real get instead of losing enthusiasm. He is now the only thing in his chest cannot forget. Only 2 words, military power. The body that was dyed red by the blood of the auger dragon softly shrunk into a ball. And under the white and tender skin, there seemed to be a red vein in the 21 meridians that surged into the heart in the direction of the blood flow, and then into the skin, into the flesh, into the bones, and into the marrow. Li Ruo excitedly grabbed Yi Qingqing's shoulder. Great, my father said. As long as I find one who is willing to enroll with me, he will allow me to go. Li Ruo already don't know how to describe his mood. Looking at Yi Qingqing's face, just hate to kiss up to the good. The New Year's Day is followed by the Shang Yuan festival, where, according to the rules of Daoliang, girls are allowed to go out on the streets and enjoy the lanterns on this day. That medicine has hormones, can only relieve, cannot be eradicated, not allowed to eat in the future. Xiao Anming will do Ruo's pajama buttons on, and her body over to check the back. Not surprisingly, really is also covered with red rash. These young people, in fact, were warriors who had already received basic combat training, and they already had preliminary combat power. For this part of the young people, the supercomputing center assessed their combat power based on their performance in the game, and those young people who were qualified in combat power were directly assigned to a long-range ultra-control mech. Lan Yuchen directly turned away from his body, not wanting to see Lang Dianchen's appearance. He was afraid that after seeing it, he would have an impulse to embrace him, and Ruorin would be fine, and Mu Shimo would be fine. Do you guys want to laugh at me with this cheap scam so that you can inherit my aunt's bill? Only after saying this did Uchiha Bandito leisurely sit down with an expression that said, I'm done with the old man's science, so it's time for you to applaud. Finally, let me ask you all a question. What do you say? Should I leave my job? I don't even know how I got home today. Until the person in his arms breathing became calm and rhythmic. Mo Jingyuan movements gently pull out his arm, and then tiptoe to the outer room to change clothes with a mask to cover the face. Mo Jingyuan, again body athletic, went to the dungeon. Their master, Yi Feng, in addition to handing over the 2 of them martial arts, also handed over a lot of experience to them, one of which is very responsive to the current situation. That is, the 4 words door to door. Chapter 86 Wanted Tendo Pain, Clueless Nagato. The shinobi world was a very small place for a ninja who could reach any part of the continent in a week with a full-speed instantaneous body, especially since this continent, the vast majority of its area, was divided among the 4 major countries. It seemed even smaller. Therefore, once something happened in the 4 major countries and their shinobi villages, it would quickly spread to all corners of the shinobi world in a very short period of time. Such was the demise of the Uchiha clan back then, and the current Konoha collapse plan and the 2. 1 yuan ate while giving Injin clip food. Clip mostly meat dishes, and some vegetables, nutritionally balanced. So she clicked on Beep Live and started browsing through her updates. And there were actually over 10,000 comments under the last one she sent out on her rice steaming trick. Not only were fans looking forward to it, the industry was looking forward to it. Even countless big-name singers were looking forward to it. All of them wanted to be the first to hear Wang Xian's new song and see if it was as invincible as they had imagined. Anyway, One still has some good feelings for both of them, and it must be true that they both have genuine feelings in their eyes. Su Qing also panicked, but he was still preoccupied. He didn't believe that Zheng Hua really wasn't even afraid of Mayu. That's a top 5 figure on the Cloud City Tycoon list, and he dared to speak in such a tone of voice. Did he mean that he was an official? In case something happened again at the BNB and he was wronged. Li Sheng felt that his father would take a knife and fly from Pengcheng to cut himself. After Captain Zhang made a very solemn military salute, the school officers followed suit. The school officers recognized Ma Huanwu's rank as a private and a modified rifle on his back, and guessed the identity of Ma Huanwu's second gunner, but also likely to be the legendary Ma Huanwu. After waking up and realizing that Su Jianwei was not there, he immediately looked for Su Jianwei all over the house. The numbers on both sides were equal, but they still got their asses kicked. Now the brothers were each bruised and swollen. Zhang Yang kept thinking about the way to break the situation. His mind was running at an unprecedented speed at the moment. Seeing the people who were driven to scatter in all directions and stretched out their necks to look at the more and more people gathered, Duan Yura was a little uneasy. Hearing this, Ouyang Koan cannot help but sneer in his heart. This trick, can really use the vicious, got the cheap but also sell good. However, why? His heart is a little bit of hatred is not there? On the contrary, out of nowhere born a kind of excitement. The more she is like this, the more he wants to conquer her. Chang Xuanxuan didn't know what to say and could only grin bitterly. Luo Xing actually wanted to say more to Chang Xuanxuan, but Zhou Yanqing had spoken, so she was too embarrassed to intervene in the middle of the two. In the end, she hesitantly went out. It's just that today, coincidentally, when they were discussing King Shuo, Princess Shuo was even here. Isn't this the tip of the spear? Opening her mouth nonchalantly, Yu Qing now did not want to leave any face for Shang Maqian at all. This is nothing. The most tragic thing is that Knight Xianling arranged for him to be in the middle of the two teams, controlling the horses along the way, and Xiao Hongyuan's mouth never closed. Inside the door, Shang Maqian's face was grim as he stared deathly at the door. He could even think of Yu Qing's expression as he spoke. Don't look for him, he's gone far away. Song Chi Chang's low voice rang by my head, sounding with a bit of pathos. She took the money that Li Qishan handed to her and gave it back to him. Then with the red cloud on her face that hadn't faded, she went into the supermarket. Both of them chatted about something or the other. When Jinshan said, Xin Chang was responsible for NN returning a few sentences, so much so that there was no cold scene. As soon as the dish was served, LV Bing Bing couldn't wait to take a taste, and under this taste, she couldn't help but directly let out an exclamation of surprise, with an incomparably evocative look in her eyes. Big Brother Jiang is joking. There are still a few rooms here. If Big Brother Jiang doesn't mind, he can stay for a few days first. Lu Yuqing was also a smart person. Naturally, he also thought about their situation today. Lu Yuqing could not help but to provide rooms. Chapter 87 Uchiha Weasel. What are you trying to do to my little brother? Yo, you two are so close, you can't be dating. Sakura and Daisy would be so sad to see that. Just as 16 Knights and Uchiha Sasuke were shopping around for ingredients and cooking utensils, they were on their way to the next store when an underhanded flirtatious voice suddenly came to their ears. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Uchiha Sasuke was suddenly filled with black lines. 16 Knights then raised his hand in response. Good morning, Shinobu Kakashi. Rapunzel sighed with relief. She knew in her heart that the Empress Dowager was not doting on Nishang in this way. It was entirely for the Emperor's sake. In this way, it was also able to solidify their relationship as classmates. After all, they hadn't been together for a particularly long time now, and there were some things that it would be better not to do on their own, due to the injuries on his body are quite serious, so that now at this time Luo Qianye is also not able to get out of bed at all, let alone get out of bed to eat. Then for Luo Qianye, he is only able to let the Luo family subordinates to bring over the meal, then he himself in bed to eat. I'm sorry, this is the Magic City, not the Imperial City. There are plenty of rooms in my house. There's no need for us to squeeze into the same room. Xiao Xiao shook her head slightly and said, but whatever the reason, as long as Shirin is in Sun's favor that's good enough for him. The most crucial thing was that it more accurately labeled the location of the South Abyssal Sea, as well as quite a few dark realms in the lurid white South Interstellar. That was something that was definitely not on the Jiguang star map. There's no rush. Let's watch for a while first. Watching Gu Pingxin and Gu Pingjie fight, Xiao Qianqi is dumbfounded. Does sister mean that we are still too young now? Sumin thought about it and felt that there was some truth in what Xiao Xiao said. However, she was still a bit unconvinced when it came to their strength. Xiao Zhao's heart moved. Only, still need to wait for a period of time to be able to. Not in a hurry, since the other party came out to work. Then, there will always be opportunities for cooperation. Ran candlelight. A figure sitting at the table. Her complicated palace dress covered with a layer of golden veil. Her left hand is holding the right hand sleeve robe. The cuffs of the outline of the golden silk line with the action of the writing now points of light. Since we've already looked at it, this mission is very important to the Heavenly Palace. And of course it's also because we want to work on your abilities that we are giving this mission to you, Jade Emperor said. And this Gushui realm late stage cutting mountain spade armor turned its upper jaw, which was originally pointing at Su Tianhong, to point at Dong Yu Dao. Han Shangyue dyed her cheeks red with a petulant cry of anger, and Bai Qiao's smile instantly froze, her footsteps stopping, hard enough to yank Han Shangyue into a stagger. The entire room was silent. 99% of the trainees looked at Ling Chen, and some of the peak masters did the same. Aya, sighed Princess, let's go to the dining room, Chen Ji said while holding Lu Qi Luo's hand. Lu Qi Luo couldn't resist, so she could only get up and go with her. However, these 100 points were not so easy to obtain, but he was rewarded 10 or 8 every day when he broke through to the limits of his body and sweated profusely. If He Tian hadn't been the first to make the discovery and had an accurate location, it would certainly have been impossible to discover the existence of the other party. Mom, don't be mad. Winston faced the wall and twiddled his thumbs. Of course he didn't know what a kook was. Yi Ning's expression was cold, not having thought that on the matter of the Yi family's extermination. The king of Jiangnan, the head of this enthroned Duke of State, was also involved. Su Bai nodded, understanding even more why Locke was so eager to know the effects of the Pact Master's elf harvesting. Said here Zhao Guangwa sneaked a glance at Tong Miao's figure and said lewdly, there are some things you still don't understand. Tonight to my house I'll tell you about it. After saying this, Zhao Guangwa used his hand to touch Tong Miao's face. Chapter 88, My little brother arrives. It smells so good. What a horrible explosion. After the shocking explosion disappears, Sarutobi Asma and Yuzuru return to the battlefield. Standing on the top of a tree, their eyes twitched as they looked at the large depression before them that would take some time to fill even if the river flowed in. Sarutobi Asma suddenly looked at Yuzuru and asked, Red, is it true that your student didn't merge out of the Arashikage blood relay limit, or the dust relay elimination? 16 Nights isn't a liar. The sound of a loud boom was still there. Yang Wanyan's body had changed, and his sea of qi was actually revealed, visible to everyone. Months ago, the mansion in the back of the mountain was finally finished, and except for a few of Steward One who stayed behind to wrap things up, the rest of the people had already gone back individually. Over at the new house, Qin Wu's and Wan's mother-in-law were busy with Wu Xingji. Qin Sanmei and the two of them had made lunch for the housebuilders. Mu Yuni followed Lin Chang to the front hall of the Lin mansion. At this moment, Mrs. Lin Yangwan and Grandma Zhang had already returned. The two of them were sitting on the main seat of the hall discussing about the courtyard. This is impossible. Xiao Ruira's eyes widened as she looked unbelievably at Mu Yuni who had actually cut her stinging whip with a broken sword. How was this possible? Everywhere, dusty merchants in long-wrapped robes and white turbans moved through, talking and laughing. After the grief, full of devastation, Wei Jiwang's face disheveled. Long ago, no longer before the Wei family's second young master style. Not waiting for the picture she wanted to see, Waterbinger was just about to turn around and leave when the person was once again called by Li Sandao. But Tong Xuanxi has a point. After all, coming over today is in the dark. If it's too eye-catching, it will instead spoil things. When he walked out of the drugstore, Lok Tian took a black sunglasses and put it on, hiding his beautiful face. Shen Wanhui bit her lip, then said, alright then, I'll just buy one piece. At the same time, she looked at the two pieces of clothing not far away, with a look of difficulty in choosing between them. Shen Wanhui nodded, then got off the bike in a well-behaved manner, wearing a wedding dress. She didn't know how many times she had been looked at by people passing by while sitting on the locomotive. At this moment, thinking about what had just happened, Shen Wanhui's face reddened. Han Li's face was grim as he looked at Yi Yun. He could no longer stand it. He had to trample Yi Yun down, ruthlessly. He could even hear the countless Taiyi immortal sect's inner disciples seemingly shaming themselves, all praising Yi Yun. Are we going to get out of here? Hide out at the shelter? But Rongrong is still sick. Xin Shui looked worriedly around the house. Although Wan Yu was simple-minded, she also felt that the atmosphere seemed to be a bit off, and looking both ways, she actually didn't dare to say anything again. Although Lan Qin couldn't move, she was still aware of Tang Xi's arrival, and her eyes, which were already devoid of light, finally threw out some light, and her pretty face, too, blushed a little. And since then, Lin Yan had never seen her again, and the word was that she had dropped out of school. Know what happens when you do that? Allowing her to pin herself to the bed. It seemed that he had simply been wrong, and shouldn't have expected a drunk to have any sense left in her. Lei Zhenzi followed into the room. Seeing her crying so hard, he sighed softly and walked over to her side and gently stroked her hair, and with a twist of her body, Yin Yan dove into Lei Zhenzi's embrace and hugged him tightly, her body trembling slightly. Next, Song Jingfeng volunteered to grab the barrier, and 2 hours later, Song Jingfeng was teleported back to the stone platform. Myoten was similar in size to the dark figure, but there were several people of similar height to the dark figure, and she couldn't be sure if it was Myoten or not. After she was thrown on the bed, the courtiers retired in turn, and she looked around her, trying to find a piece of clothing to cover herself. With their ruthlessness, once they take action against themselves, they will definitely not spare their family members, and in the end, it will definitely be a family of 3 who will go to the Yellow Springs. Chapter 89, Kizuna Blood Succession Limit Boundary. Meatball Chariot. Fire Transportation, How Fireball Jutsu. Water Transportation, Water Chaos Wave. Ninjutsu Teeth Tongue. At mid-morning, a spectacle appeared on Kiba's Center Street. Surprisingly, someone had performed the 5 elements transportation technique on the street in public, which was something that was strictly prohibited. No patrolling ninjas came over to chastise or pursue them, though, as this was a demolition job that had been reported in advance. In order to, the first thing that came to Gu Zhihang's mind was, letting Su Qing cook, but when he thought that Su Qing would blow up the kitchen by cooking, he immediately had to stop that idea. No, in the past, when the mission was in progress, Jiang Dai would still say a few fake love words, but now she directly didn't want to say anything. Maybe, don't you want to die? I would love to go to the Yellow Springs with you, Li Xiufeng said with a smile and finished realizing that he would have such thoughts. Don't be in a hurry. It's not that I don't believe you, only that you can make sure that you don't leak the news. What about the others? Mu Chen had a bashful face. The GEs beside them listened carefully to the words of the second steward. They had long guessed that there was someone behind this, and now they might be able to catch that person out through this second steward. That said, since the last time he practiced the star map once, Muinen's entire hearing vision and also the sixth sense are much stronger. Practicing still has a lot of benefits. Muinen decided to practice a little bit more at night. With a chop, the bald man dodged the black man's fist and backhanded a thunderbolt palm towards the black man's heart. Ruan Jiaxian went through the rest of the clothes, and she rattled off the origins of the clothes in the bag as if they were her own. Saying so, Dean Chong went to a side cabinet, opened one and took out an emblematic seal from it. That shone as if it was polished. This time to cope with down. Choose a day he will find the dean to discuss this matter, and he is not unaware of the official disciples of the various families. This child is poor for so long. It is not easy. Luri had always been confident. No matter what problems she encountered, she had different emotions, but rarely so much so. She was so mesmerized by Zhang Jiayu's knitted brows and smile that she almost forgot that she was in the Empress Dowager's Coney Hall. Without much hesitation, after Morome Yenner finished the sentence, she struck off another flame-flying blade, striking towards Ni Shuangqiu. Zhang Jin Tranquility blamed herself a little. It would have been better if she hadn't come out. Every time, she was the one who wanted to see Master Ancestor and left when she said she would, never thinking about safety, instantly moving a distance of 50 feet. That Situ Blood Rain's face resurfaced with a sinister to the extreme look, but the sludge on his face and the withered leaves staining his body had already made the Situ Blood Rain's aura at this moment lose most of its momentum at once. Once in office, the first is to eliminate the mountain bandits, rectify the management of the city, and then support Yan'an County, to help Yan'an County to solve the riots of the mountain bandits. And recently the Mongols attacked. There has been no time to check this side of the border county account. Zhou Zishuan hurriedly turned around, while drying the picked vegetables to the side, and looked at the source of the concealed weapon warily. Before, when they were in South Wind County, big maids like Green Jean and Green Chi had separate houses. This special courtyard does not see the details of the specifications as inferior to the Huaihua General's mansion, but in terms of area it is even larger than the Huaihua General's mansion. Thinking of your younger sibling so much? Tang Yi joked, but as he laughed, his face suddenly froze and he couldn't help but let out a light sigh. You say you turned yourself in? What have you done? The voice asked, shivering. In an instant, the dozens of teenagers who were already moved, how could they withstand this temptation? Becoming even more frantic, raising their blades and charging straight up, looking at the dark cloudy sky with oozing thunder emanating from time to time. Tatsuno was incomparably certain that this was the demon god ruins. You're worried that Ning Hao won't recover, or that he won't want sisterly when he does, right? Lu Yao asked. Chapter 90, Old Yuppies Match. Tsunade returns to the village. Ding! You have gained the talent phrase, Bloodline Limit, Kizuna, Purple, Fusion or Disintegration, Fusion. Although the system's voice was emotionless, at this moment in 16 Knight's ears, it was like heavenly music. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly fused this word that came from across the border. In the next second, A new phrase was added to 16 Nights phrase barred blood religion limit, Kazuna, purple. Logging. John anxiously called Park but he wouldn't answer his phone. When he called more, he turned off his phone, causing John to stomp his feet here. Park came to a city with him. If something goes wrong, it's all his responsibility. The more John thought about it, the more scared he became, and he paced anxiously in the living room. Yen Yu once again lost her voice, and swore in her heart that she would never return without catching a few fish. I don't know whether those fish guessed Yen Yu's mind. In front of and behind Yen Yu's body, there are the fish that constantly jumped up, but not in front of Yen Yu's face. Said you should avoid alcohol. Lin Zisu was a bit helpless, but he knew that this was her way of relieving the pain in her heart right now. Dad, did you go to see Wushuang? Does she know? I'll call her right away. Mo Blooming Yang said with incomparable excitement. This always calm young general manager of Mo Clan couldn't be calm even at this moment. I don't mean that. I just don't want my friends to know or worry. Mo Wushuang guffawed beautifully, especially with pearly eyes. It was really charming. Xin Lang, where are you taking her? Going downstairs and passing through the main hall. Xin Lang heard his father calling him. His voice was stern. He seemed to be angry. However, he was also angry. Who should he go angry at? And, before the arrival of his master, Sakuragi still had to make sure that the Orochi formation wouldn't be wiped out by Qin Tian, so it was no wonder that the current Sakuragi would seem so crazy to the two. Big brother is big brother. What's there to worship? By the way, is this sister-in-law? Xian Yi just came out. Looks like he was really suffocated. He talks especially a lot. As long as he heard Mo Wushuang's name or saw all of her, he would be in a bad mood, and he would be pulled into the thoughts of Mo Wushuang, and would not be able to pull himself out. Xin Lang looked laid back at all times. They had known each other for some years. When Xin Lang was still studying in the US, Chen Kai had seen his methods, but this time, Xin Lang frowned slightly. Su Jiano hurriedly picked up Liuli and opened her mouth. She knew very well that people who are addicted to drugs don't know what kind of crazy actions they will do. Self-mutilation is possible. Instead of that, it would be better to let him be quiet for a while like this. Quite a few people heard the voice and their hearts went cold. They all felt that it was definitely the end of the line for them to be so rude in front of an immortal monarch. Everyone even spit out the strength or not. Know that today to break the formation will fail again. Soon 4 people inevitably a little downcast, casually find a place to sit down to start to stay. Of the two, the only person who stayed in the royal residence all year round was Lan Xia, so Yu Hanqin's words needless to say were asked of Lan Xia. Lei Min had no choice but to shut his mouth. He also knew that wanting to make Lei Yuan change his mind was not that easy. After all, what was at stake was a great war between the human races. No matter who it was, they couldn't easily let go of their mouths, unless you had the absolute strength to crush all your opponents. As soon as the morning court today, the courtiers began to discuss. As long as In Chang'an will not be absent from any of the morning court, Feng Yumo today even did not participate. Even Lu Che is not clear about the reason, but in the way of face, he still lied that Feng Yumo has other important matters to deal with, has reported to him. Su Yishang, who was still grieving, froze for a few seconds in the face of the dollar that Lai Yisher handed over before realizing what Lai Yisher meant. Chapter 91, Romantic Moment. Nakanishi, August 25th. Early this morning, Hinata and Hanabi arrived at Sasuke Uchiha's house. 16 Nights Kuin. Sasuke Kuin, today is the succession ceremony for Godaigo. I brought your clothes for you. Let's see if they fit. Instead of wearing kimonos today, both Hinata and Hanabi wore long pants underneath and a white shirt with the word fire embroidered in red on the back, since the dress just fit, causing Daisy's tired chest to. Hearing this, GMO is also very despondent. He really do not understand what exactly he was that day to provoke this big sister. How that violent temper suddenly came up. The 1-meter-sized ball of light drove a white lightning bolt behind it and flew out at great speed. And the demons were still chasing after Jima and Su Qinxiao at great speed. Yi Bingning? Lin Ming? How did you all come here? And, Lin Ming, shouldn't you be locked up in the dungeon? Tao Rui asked in surprise. Xia-san secretly nodded his head and understood that while the concentration realm condensed the void's prana, the soul refining realm was refining one's own soul. Well, other people torture, are asking the purpose, background, plans and so on. Wang Peng is good. Do not care at all. Just care about these. How deep a hatred did one have with the god of heaven? It seemed that one's every reincarnation was for the purpose of rushing up to the heavens to take revenge on the god of heaven, only to be exterminated by the god of heaven every time. What are you trying to do? Wang Peng asked with some shock and anger. Could it be that the great grinder was glassy-eyed and was planning to rebel after being threatened by himself? Hearing these two brothers talking about their marriage in front of each other, Sister Xian's face reddened into a blush, and she sat there shyly, not daring to raise her head to look at anyone. Hei San lowered his head, pondering quietly. Luffy didn't disturb him, Now every decision he made now would directly determine what kind of direction he was heading towards. This can be said to be a choice. What are you babbling about? They called me out on purpose? Lin Xin couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Great beauty Lin. You didn't bring your brain with you when you were necrotic, did you? Do you think she had the need to lie to you? Old Seven's words woke Lin Xin up. Indeed, Shui Wei had no need to lie to her at all. Qi Yuanming, as the current head of the Qi family, immediately echoed the sentiment and asked his brother's family to hurry up and hide the still boiling porridge water. She remembered that the midday meal might not have been very appetizing, and now this revulsion hit her repeatedly like a wave until her face became as pale as paper. Fengshen looked at Chu Yang with disdain, feeling that he was actually competing with a little cutie. Competing with him, in turn, pulled him down. Rojia opened the door while saying to the Empress, I don't know. Lu Zhong and the slave girl are not together. When Lu Zhong left, the slave girl also don't know. However, Your Highness, don't be anxious. Lu Zhong is an old man in the palace. The heart has a sense of propriety. Naturally, will not do things recklessly. Qin Yu, in particular, stared into the fierce eyes of those sorcerers, further making him realize that something was wrong. Some years ago, when Li's parents built their house, they embedded the mother stone below in concrete and built a connecting porch. In addition, you and King Jin are already engaged to be married. So if the rumor spreads that you were watery and backstabbing before the wedding, then not only will you be hurt, but also possibly the current saint. Asshole, there are outlaws committing murder. Magistrate Zhongzheng immediately droned out, raising his hand to make a crashing fist move. Sure enough, Wenin finished absorbing the last trace of aura from the stone. She noticed that the larva's life force started to weaken, and the liquid encasing the larva started to become cloudy and even absorbed by the outer layer of stone cultivation, becoming less and less. This and the county government offices are naturally involved in the collusion, but in the road, has been not strange. Originally, Su Duan wanted to use a direct and overriding means to suppress this news and not let things continue to develop and cause cyber violence to his sister-in-law. Chapter 92, I've awakened the Kizuna. Perhaps, a ball of anger was pressed inside him, or perhaps, from the very beginning of his entry into the national security, he knew that this was destined to be the end of the present day. In order to stabilize the emotions of all parties, out of all kinds of chaos he had to be kicked out after all. What an unforgiving fellow. I'll take your 2 fingers. Leoning said that. His figure came behind Rabik in a flash, and with a click, he broke his 2 fingers outward. This was just to be able to be with Ling Jing as a matter of course. Either way, she had tried to do her best, but it was all about to go down the drain. It's me, Qin Yin, I understand. I know everything. Why do you always look at me like that? Why do I also always feel inexplicable heartache looking at you? Tears flowed from Shin Yujing's eyes. But it's because of this that the result has inexplicably caused a bunch of trouble and problems. Let Guan Yuchen go out so headless. If something happens again, it will really be out of control. All the situation will fall directly into hell. No one can change. He was a vassal of the Sima family, and it was the Sima family that had asked him to do so he didn't dare disobey the order. Zhao Fushin is not the kind of people above the bully, but these people are Prime Minister Qin who arranged to come. Do not come to a downward spiral after these people more not put themselves in the eyes. The second youngest member of the Guan family had even found himself a landlord. The Guan family is not without a house in Ji City. Guan Shenjia obviously still has villas. As for running to people as homes, and incidentally also gave himself a landlord. This relationship to have no ghosts, beating no one to believe. Zhun Pei and the others, all of them gulped down a mouthful of saliva and looked dumbfounded at someone who had laid a black hand on the lion scorpion and slammed it to death. If only Willow Spirit was real alas, forget it, whatever, it's good to be happy anyway. After saying a few words to himself, he continued to walk towards the city. The second game of BO3 started in earnest, and this time, March still adopted the tactic of drawing a line against all changes, and set up a position to wait for Sung Sane's people to come and attack. Lu Yun left Pan Lishan's office and went straight over to the day of the 2014 supernova explosion. But strangely enough, after hearing this, Mu Haotsong didn't choose to behead him on the spot. Instead, he loosened his wrist and retracted the knife from his neck. Ancestral memory should have been incomplete. Only fragments, but everything in front of him is a complete piece of mind magic realm, just like a completely revived ancestral memory. Or that this is his original memory. That incomparably magnificent, brilliant image. Even after seeing too many wonders, Lu Yun was unconsciously shocked by it. What? The year-end bonus was cut in half, and at once there was a dead silence below, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, having it is better than not having it at all. In any case, one's brain is the power of 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school and 4 years of college, interspersed with a series of advanced ideas such as ideology and virtue, Maoism and Ma Yuan. The people who surged up to see that they couldn't rush and couldn't help but hesitate, running to both sides of the drawbridge and then slowing down. But Blood Wolf King Bloodwave was his brother. How could he not go himself and let Sun Li and the Monkey King risk their lives? This group was also the emergence of two cultivators with strong combat power. However, Fu Yu did not even run into them, but lost the opportunity to verify. But in this instant, Ming Fan suddenly realized that it was her. It was that the voice seemed a bit familiar. Hubby, that guy said you're not good looking. You must beat his face off. As soon as Hathaway heard Muller say that Hao Run was unattractive, she felt a great hatred in her heart. Her own husband wasn't ugly either. Why do all these people have this kind of idea? Ultimately a sentence. The strength is still low. If the power of the Heavenly Star sect is strong, naturally, you can gradually participate in the high-level things. Prying a message should not be much difficulty. When they entered, Du Bing and the other four had already seen the unconscious Gui Ling and gathered in the front room to mutter, "There are even better ones." With a playful voice, two strong winds had attacked the back of Lei Gong's neck and back waist. After saying that, Zhao San raised the knife fiercely down stab. A vicious wind toward Xiao Di chest attack, only to hear when a sound. Zhao San feels like stabbing in a large ice cube. Not only the knife cannot stab in half, but also by a strange cold rebound force frozen body numb, the body is completely unable to move. And the more to the back, this martial soul awakening ability in the battle embodied the role of the greater. It is said that the silver martial artist, if you want to promote to the gold martial artist, one of the necessary conditions is to let the martial soul awaken to a certain degree can be. So the silver martial artist for their own martial soul awakening are extremely valued. The whole process Dai Yingying couldn't see the man's face. She especially wanted to know who the man in this dream was. This man who made her heart pound and carved in her heart. If there was such a man in reality, that was the man she Dai Yingying was willing to marry. And all the other countries that have nuclear bombs basically have this counterattack system. So once we activate the nuclear counterattack system, the other countries that have nuclear bombs will also activate it. And when tens of thousands of nuclear bombs explode in unison, it will be the end of the world. Chapter 93, once again the active Daisy, the humble licking dog. After becoming an Akanabu, 16 knights could finally enter and exit Konoha with honor. After a brief get-together with Hanabi in Class 8 to celebrate his and Daisuke's promotion to Nakanin, 16 knights took Daisuke to pick up Kid the next morning. Along the way, just like 16 knights and his sister-in-law's tour, the two of them took pictures and wandered along the way, slowly making their way to Sakura Street. It was still the first time that Daisy, who had left the village alone with 16 knights, was as happy as a. It was quite embarrassing to say the least. When Yuto finished speaking the words, Ula across the table then nodded her head repeatedly. The sole emperors who accompanied and protected Shui Luochuan Shui Haizan were dead and unconscious. So with regards to the two men's accomplishments, the Snowy Knight Emperor wasn't concerned at the moment. Sishin Songrong fell into deep thought. The county minister did not dare to disturb, and said so many words, but also has long been dry mouth, sat aside and sipped tea. But the eyes have been looking at Shin Songrong, for fear that Shin Songrong suddenly asked questions. In that case, tonight's dinner would be hearty enough, and it would be a bit extravagant to take any other contraptions. Therefore, you now naturally is the need to properly recuperate some. This process is naturally all extremely long. If I can have some time to recuperate words, then I myself naturally is not accumulate so much internal injuries. You now look at me, this is what has become the appearance of it? I heard Ren Lang say that sister is still angry with him. 1,000 wrongs are all Frost's fault alone. Please sister, do not withdraw from Ren Lang's marriage, and be together in harmony. Frost is willing to withdraw, Frost said in a pretentious manner, and after saying that, she wiped her tears with her handkerchief. If Sita Fengya is a master of infiltration, then Long Yudi is definitely a connoisseur of infiltration. Whether it's climbing or some other difficult maneuvers can be easily accomplished, coupled with the fact that the people inside the factory are not at all defenseless. Long Yudi easily entered the interior of the factory building. Saying this, Shin Songrong pointed at a point on the map, exactly where this group of Sioux army was previously stationed. After experiencing Nalan's one-man suppression of the East Sea ancient martial powerhouse clan earlier, everyone present had recognized the supreme authority of the Devil sect. Just when Chen Feng was a bit torn, he suddenly saw Du Wei blinking at himself. He was stunned at that time. Then he and Du Wei exchanged a glance and realized that she rushed at him and used hand gestures to continuously compare 301 three numbers. Master Ji and Su Jianchuan do not think that they have not seen a good thing. A string of beads is just a string of beads, cannot get it even if. And at this point there are 4 candidates from the math department alone. 4 from one department, which is too high a ratio based on previous records. Although it was true that she was in a much better state during this period of time, she still thought about Mr. Sun when it was late at night. If the Butterfly King is single by merit, Wei Changqin is just too able to brag about her. Looking at her with her own beauty filter, Any shortcomings are non-existent in his eyes. That press conference of Sumo's some time ago was already a cause for widespread concern. Indeed, as Wang Yi had said, she had no face, only a bloody mouth with her oral cavity facing the crowd, as if her mouth could not only eat, but also possessed the power of sight to see them. What did Qin Dong do to Xianya? Without listening to Qin Jian continue to reminisce about that year, Lu Qingze directly asked. Zhao Wuliang was indeed called number one inside the Jin City Gathering Ground, but he was still far inferior to the true leader of the Gathering Ground. Although Blood Buddha's strength was incredibly powerful, it wasn't like Pang Ban's that one couldn't help but feel a sense of despair upon hearing the name. Shopkeeper Chen wanted to talk to his own son but once he thought about his status, he gave up. It can't do as much as Dream Eclipse to completely control dreams or even absorb and manipulate the dreams of others though. Chapter 94, 1 month, 1 punch to wake up Haratora helpers. Time rushed by, and a month passed in a flash. In this month, the 8th class had carried out 3 missions, 2 C-class and 1 A-class. To be precise, it was 3 C-ranked missions, one of which was C-ranked and changed to an A-ranked mission halfway through. Once there is a mission where you have to fight a ninja, no matter if that ninja is an Aniwa ninja or not, the strength might not even be as good as a student of a ninja school, and it also belongs to the category of B-ranked missions, rich and powerful and noble. Chu Xian's nature was not evil, and when he saw the other party soften like this, he felt refreshed, so he waved his hand, indicating that he forgave the other party. Only then did Chief Bodyguard Qian stand up with a sense of relief. Luo Xiaoyun nodded respectfully towards the old man, then stood on the right side of the gate of Huichun Hall, closed his eyes and waited quietly. Xiang Fei swept his gaze and slightly condensed. Compared to the last time, the souls in Tower 2 this time seemed to be not quite the same again. How can it be her? Li Xiaohui was shocked, busy opening the door, into the eyes of the very playful Su Nuo, but at this time she was as cold as ice. Her eyes were like sharp swords stabbing Li Xiaohui directly. Li Xiaohui looked at Lu Yuan's expectations of their own face hesitation, do not know whether to be happy or sad, their own nature loose, only think of guarding their own acres and thirds of land, the most afraid of the struggle to stand in line and so on. Li Butua was far behind the Dragon Pool crowd, and after following for 2 blocks, he saw the Dragon Pool crowd enter a restaurant, seemingly to meet with someone. Lin Yuze waved a large knife appeared in Lin Yuze's hand. Lin Yuze looked at this large knife in his hand that exuded killing intent and placed it in front of Li Temple. At that moment, Angel Pour rushed over, and after a few minutes of fighting, the Tatai soldiers saw that the attack was fruitless. All of them flew inside the airship, and they retreated. About 10 minutes later, the landline in his office suddenly rang, breaking his thoughts. Du Mingwei saw the cell phone screen of Cohen. The heart is still a little apprehensive, in case because of this, he really got on the news, then he really became An Ruoyan's mysterious boyfriend. But just pick up a phone. The other party definitely does not know who he is. According to the test, the reason is that the level of the body of origin is too high, and there is a conflict between the reversal characteristics of water and fire resulting in the inability to take effect. As soon as I just entered the door, you stepped on my legs with your bare feet, making me have nowhere to run away. I can't move well, and I can't fight. What's the matter? This is the meaning of bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes? Yu Zishur teased. And in this interface there is no way to save and recuperate. Can only return to the holy world back to the family to have a chance to save and heal. With a clarion call, the fire engulfed the village, obliterating with it the last vestige of its existence in this world. Since it was a fight to the death, Zheng Chong didn't leave anything behind, and a few killer moves came out one after another. The black silhouette but suddenly laughed maniacally, causing the silence of the alleyway full of more than a share of the noise. Some of the homes of the dog keepers constantly barking and black silhouette's maniacal laughter mixed together. The night's clarity instantly stirred up. Ling Zhuotian nodded. In his heart, he knew very well how terrifying the energy in his brain was. At the same time, Ling Zhuotian also knew that along with the increase in spiritual power, the brain's computational ability was still improving, but the human brain would always be occupied. Zheng Chang's eyes flashed with essence, but he also considered that after all, it was not good to be aggressive in other people's territory. So he first gave a cold snort, and then withdrew his spiritual pressure. Since such a thing could accelerate that particle to just below the speed of light, could one's own mental power molecules, lightning molecules, and internal power molecules? The heavenly Tao hadn't appeared for tens of millions of years, so how did it suddenly appear now? And because of whom did it appear? Could it be Yi Chen? Yao Qi thought in her heart, and besides Zhong Qi, there was someone else who passed by the 8th class stone platform and similarly headed to the 9th class stone platform. Chapter 95, Kizuna Exposed. Gambling with Dogs. Coming. The 5 members of the Sonic Ninja had just swept out of the forest, and had not yet arrived at the Uchiha clan land when they saw a figure flying in the air in front of them. The flying ninja, It's that 16 knights who defeated Sanfal Irizumi in the Nakanoshu exams. Be careful. That guy knows an Arashiki Upanishad. It's a long-range strike and very powerful. Looking at the 16 knights in the sky, the 4 members of the Sound Ninja instantly recognized each other and hastily reminded them. Yeah, if I had known it was you I wouldn't have apologized. Why would I be polite to my own family? Han Lianyi said with deliberate arrogance. Jun Jianxiu but smiled without saying anything, only gently patting Jun Xinyan's shoulder. The other party had asked such words, then it meant that this banquet, for Honorable Yen, did not have the slightest feeling. What Shi Shuchen had to do was to bury a seed in Annan City and wait for the right time for the seed to break out. Mao Lian also knew that once she appeared in front of Chen Ruer, it would be impossible for her to conceal herself from her. Lu Zhejiang was easy to deal with, but Chen Ruer, before her own magic power was fully restored, she couldn't fight her yet. White Tiger, take 3 steps forward. There seemed to be a faint yellow mark underneath the White Tiger's body. Helen Yeo wanted to see it, only for that yellow mark to suddenly disappear. Only then did Helen Yeo let the White Tiger move away a bit, and as soon as the White Tiger moved away, Helen Yeo saw the yellow mark again at the place where the White Tiger was standing again. Hasn't the Jun family been secretly researching medicines in this area all these years? Don't you always carry medicine bottles with you? It is evident that this pain can be curbed. Bai Yiyun said. Shin Xian left the hospital. He didn't go back. Thought about it, took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Zhao's number and asked him to drive over. Xin Yang pinched the hilt of the knife with his right hand and clutched the plastic sheath with his left hand, and gently pulled it towards the white clouds in the distant sky. We're talking business now, don't mess up. Heilin Yao glared at Long Xiaoyan. Her mind was active. Long Xiaoyan did not allow her to smile at others. Usually she did not listen to Long Xiaoyan's words, but today, she would be an adult and listen for once. She would never smile at Long Xiaoyan today. This is something I just learned the truth about. At first I also thought that the 4 of them were just busy practicing their skills hard for the collegiate league didn't come to class at Chuan University. Who knew that they had already transferred? The president said with a bitter face. Although there is a proposal, but wait for this thing can be fully implemented to open need time. Some of the army, after all, stayed at the front all day. Want to race pigs cannot be at the front line to race pigs, right? If the opponent sees this, what's wrong with it? Before the words of the flower face, only to see a stream of smoke from the Moyun hole straight up. See the seam out, straight to the sky. The bull demon king cannot help but be surprised to see the situation. Then, the matter of the 9 Wangfei. Chang Ruifan gently put down the tea. His eyes suddenly sharpened. The air fell. Stagnant bundle. No one can escape. That was a difficult question for Al. He couldn't tell Matthew that he came from 1,000 years later, from a place called hell. Even though this was a time when the existence of gods was proven with science, the words really didn't sound credible. It would only make Matthew more suspicious of himself and cause a lot of inconvenience. Sister, just say yes. I want to drink willow leaf green too? Lu Ruohua tilted her head and made a face. However, among all these spells, there was no such profound technique as the dream firmament sealing technique, so I thought that although Curly was intelligent, she was still much inferior to that Lolita. Fixed his eyes, only to see that Calder was now carrying himself on his left shoulder and Chiba on his right shoulder, moving at a rapid pace, and the place where he just froze, at this time has been a mouthful of golden dragon's breath flooded, where the dragon's breath reaches, all things corpses and bones. Lan Pingtian let out a long sigh and turned towards his room. Only when he passed by Lan Yueming's room, he paused slightly, a very strange look appearing on his face. Chapter 96, The Excited Hugeichi, the life-winning father-in-law. In the end, it is a question of whether to protect or not to protect Su Yutian. If you protect, you will inevitably be implicated. If you don't, you'll be chilling the hearts of your men, so it's really a dilemma. Although Tang Huan didn't have the same mindset as Steve Jobs to grab the graphical user interface and not let go of it, he was also advancing step by step and methodically, gradually adding graphical operation elements to his own software. Just looking at this scene, who could have imagined what an ugly world lies beneath that thick cloud cover? Wang Ziyan told Li Xingchen that she would also be staying in Zhanghai City for a while, asking him to keep his cell phone on, and would invite him to enjoy the food at any time. Leon had no opinion, and J. Hall was in the way of the public and in full view of the public, so it was not a good idea to make an issue. So naturally, he accepted. Afterwards, the side of the ancient castle immediately took out protective gear and western swords for the two to choose from. Therefore, even if he was ashamed of dustless behavior of swaying from side to side, one blade had to hesitate for a moment. Nolan was lying on his back in the starport with nothing to do to check his engine block, and immediately got ready with gusto when he heard the command to go out on a mission. Howren led Vivian and his Arcs on the ship, and in a blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the orbit of Jupiter. Precisely because he had an appointment with Dongfan Lan. After putting down the phone, Extinction temporarily decided to suspend his trip to Xinghua Island, but despite this, the work matters still needed to continue to be explained clearly. Huang Yi, on the other hand, utilized his data-fying dragon wings at the last moment and instantly moved to the far side, avoiding the heavenly demon slash that was filled with killing opportunities. At this point, this lively Sunset Red Homecoming tour and its various ancillary projects have finally come to a successful conclusion. Simply set up what he needed to do in the near future. But the more he went to think about it, Lin Zhao's two-sword brows were also wrinkled together. The period was not as simple as he had imagined. However, in addition to Zhang Xiaojie's planning, day-to-day investment behavior, Chen Xiaohua and others also showed first-class investors' vision. A few more days passed, and by the time Sonia Yu made a special note of this discovery one day, they had dug to the bottom. Kim Unshin feels that she needs to advise her dad not to be taken as a negative example for this, as the school is in a tight spot lately. If Choi Sun-won gets deported, she won't be able to spend time with her dad. Li Shoujin did not have the slightest compassion. He needed the city's soldiers and civilians to help him defend the city. He knew that the people of the city had long hated himself to the bone, but the people are their own source of soldiers and meat shields, and even their own food. The opportunity to attack that had come so easily was aborted because of his own miscalculation, and it also caused the great king's swallow to be smacked by the stormy salamander's tail. Ding Hui, Ding Li and Ding Ling nodded their heads in unison to show their support for Dina's decision, while their eyes shot out profound hatred. Longing thought that these records should be Wu Jiu from Fa Ming request. Thus can be seen that the too close relationship, at least back to the situation before the fallout. As a result, Wu Jiu is not getting enough sleep. Humph, you think I'm the feckless one who only cares about his own pleasure? Star-colored Stone coldly snorted in disdain. What goes around comes around. This world needs to come to a big shift, and it starts today. Han Yi replied. Sure, Kai didn't dare to hesitate. A cloud of black mist rose up and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye, and when it reappeared, Sure Ha was already wrapped in Sure Kai's arms. That feeling of grounded security, like an airplane that has encountered a plane crash and finally landed safely. Only, there was no more child who could get her favor in the first place. As Ma did. This house is for me to live in. I'll just look at what's coordinated. Whatever color I like, my wife will like. I just think light purple is better. Change light purple. Xiang Wei looked at Tan Kai and said without blinking. There were countless experts on the scene, and the devil-eroding heavenly sound was an indiscriminate soundwave invasion. But it was clearly visible that in targeting the nine-bearded Dragon King Sen, the other saints were not subjected to much offense. Instead, the distance was getting closer and closer. The sword light was getting denser and denser, and the 8 leaves in the periphery were getting more and more withered and yellow, and could die at any time. Nicole was horrified out of her mind at the sight of Andrew, who looked like a devil in disguise, lunging viciously at him. His decision was to test them once, and if they were truly in love, then he would fulfill them, and would help her to convince everyone. Big talk. A mere chi refining martial artist dares to speak out here. Ying Chuan's gaze was cold, but it was through Wu Han that he swept towards the 3 blood corpses behind him, which he sensed were the ones that posed a threat. The people in the carriage didn't speak or answer. The night was, well, quiet. Only, a slight rattling in the carriage could be heard. Along with the destruction of Jin Shua and the 3 ancestors of the Jin family, the hearts of those Jin family elders, deacons, core, and children were in complete despair. When the old man of the Wang family saw clearly who all the people kneeling on the ground were, he sighed silently and closed his eyes. The moment the words fell, Tang Yuan raised her head violently. The hopefulness in those eyes seemed to be expecting something. As Qian Rinxue took the lesson, an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly arose, like a new child being born, a sense of connection from the blood. This lack of control added to the panic in the young man's mind, his heart beating wildly as fear gripped him completely. Those people have been a little out of shape, obviously retired from the second line for many years. The man at the head of the pale face seems to have stayed up all night without sleep. Those students who were initially prepared to come kicking and screaming, but at this point, they were all listening with great interest and concentration. And occasionally, in between the weekend lectures, there were those who took the initiative to give applause and support. The good as iron cover is engraved with a human figure bound by a torture post, struggling in agony. Grass. Xu Puyu subconsciously soared an expletive and raised his hand to touch his face. Just thinking about it for a moment, and you saw through it. Mou raised her eyes to look at this youth beside her who overly understood herself, her expression helpless. Chapter 97, Pillar Cells, Reactions from All Sides. Boy, get ready for a different life. When 16 Knights came out of the Naruto building, he couldn't help but be taken aback by the image in front of him. The only thing that could be seen was the crowded outside of the Naruto building. Seeing the 316 Knights come out, the crowd burst into a commotion. Look, that little handsome guy with the black hair, that's 16 Knights, so tall. I heard he's only 12 years old. the same age as that kid in my house, or a ninja school. Luffy, who had been joyful just a moment ago, turned bitter in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he had the complete feeling of being tricked. Consort Yen. Whether or not this king's beloved consort understands music or not seems to be none of your business? Mu Yang suddenly spoke out. Luma thought for a moment. Ma'am, I'll wait for you over there. If there's anything you can call out to me. Luma pointed to a spot a dozen paces away. Interpretation Day for the first time appeared uncertain feeling. The world is so powerful existence, then whether to wait for it to appear. But a little hurt brain. Mu Nanting clenched her teeth in shame and almost hummed in her throat. The feeling of the fragile place of her body being touched by Lu Yan was really subtle, although Lu Yan's right hand couldn't be used with force. But it wasn't a matter of using /force/. The gentle touching instead made Mu Nanting quite enjoyable. For this transfer of defense, Situ Zhang and Zhou Lei, the heart vaguely felt something. Perhaps the holy capital is about to happen, a big event. And this big event is also destined to happen. But just admire the crowd of disciples found wrong. Criminal law elders in Jin beautiful snicker after a big change in color. The body of the body rapidly backward. Just when the crowd does not understand. The original was fixed in mid-air, nails suddenly break. A change 3. From 3 different directions to attack the backward Yuzhenlong. Pei Xian's slightly anxious voice made Yen Tianyo's body uncontrollably fixed. He froze and looked at Pei Xian, his eyes full of doubt. Mu Xiao glanced at the bloody severed hand that had fallen not far from him and muttered to himself. Before the middle-aged searcher could finish his questioning words, the arrogant Anna instantly interrupted the middle-aged searcher with her hands behind her back and her head held high. At those words, Xiao Mo secretly despised in his heart, although he did not intend to be able to pull out the truth from his mouth. But as soon as he came up, this drama Xian was blowing a lot of smoke for the state of you, which could really make Xiao Mo could not help but be a little upset. Seeing the silhouettes of the crowd disappear into the mouth of the Death Valley of the Kunlun ruins, I breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time worried about my own fate. After consecutively capturing 2 forces, the army under Andingwa had already expanded to 1,900 people. Just not enough time to be converted into soldiers in the barracks. Otherwise the fighting strength would have risen quite a bit. But the 1,000 young strong men that were previously pulled from Salt Town had already seen blood at this point, and had already left the stage of being new recruits. Seeing such a scene, Lando, who was sitting at the end, couldn't help but bring a cozy smile on his face, as one person looked at the scenery that kept flowing by outside the car. The wind was still swirling amongst the wind weavers, vaguely emitting a 7-colored glow, and after Lin Fun Tian's group left, they had a momentary pause, and were looking towards that departing group. Well, Takaru, when I move forward to meet the enemy later, you immediately retreat. Frowning tightly, Haji Xiangsuk, after he forcefully suppressed the internal injury bruises that surged up in his body, he immediately commanded in a stern voice. After all, there's no guarantee that the tunnel won't have a huff and puff and switch positions immediately during the drilling process. There's not much in the temple, it's covered in dust. That statue standing in the center of the temple must be that ancestor of the Feng family. This kind of acupuncture hair, called 6-needle therapy, is generally used to drive away fatigue, tranquilize the mind and refreshment with. If long-term treatment, the person's sleep will also become better. Not a week, because of long-term fatigue caused by the root of the trouble will also be completely pulled out. Chapter 98, Black Jedi's Complaint. 16 Nights Bounty. The Land of Rain. The Rain Hidden Village. Kizuna Ninja. The mysterious man with the second pair of chakra eyes. Tendo Pain looked at the photos and information handed over by Manami and said expressionlessly, "It looks like if you want to become a true god, you have to pass the test arranged by fate. No one, no matter who it is, can stop me from realizing peace." Unlike Tendo Pain's side of the middle, on the side of Uchiha Bandito and Kurobai Jedi, the mood was heavy. The metrologist sat in her chair, feeling uncomfortable. As a humanoid designed for combat, she had never worn anything like a gown before. Now in a gown, it was just uncomfortable anyway. The world is developed, especially in such an era of unprecedentedly rapid information, which has brought endless benefits to the nations of the world. The two chatted for a while before the food came up. The steak had just been brought up. The chef opened the lid with the help of the waiter, and with a little more fire, a flame rose from the steak. Whether it was the Jin and Zhao families, who were also part of the 3 great families, bowing down, or the city lord's mansion's avoidance, it was all because of Lu Fei Yang. In fact, the heart is particularly surging. Just physical expression is not very out. Can only use the nod to tell Qinji, "I am really very happy." It's still not a problem if it's just escorting you out safely. But, I don't think you can convince that guy, Empyrean said. He had fought with the evil eye tyrant sovereign before, and the relationship between the two sides wasn't very good. Ever since the great white shark approached, Pippi had been hiding behind him and shivering, showing considerable uneasiness. And the leatherback turtle clearly had an instinctive fear in the face of this bully of the sea. Just be content. She's not your whoever anyway. Zhang Hao glared at Lu Sanfan. Something was wrong with the bastard's tone. It seems like it's from the side of Mingdu. That kind of weapon that has not experienced war can also be transformed into an intelligent deep sea? There was a hint of surprise in Lejima's tone. Weren't you in a bad mood before? Yuan even came to me and asked me how to coax you. Xiao Jiang Yuan of course didn't say that, but in Li Longye's opinion, it was no different. You don't have to be polite. Just call me Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded his head and responded, then walked into the store with a few salesmen, and although Linda had some martial arts background, but it was just a flowery fist, although it was said that in terms of actual combat she would not necessarily lose to those men, but it was naturally insufficient when comparing strength alone. Zhang Han face ugly, bitter smile, do not know what to say, this can be really bad it is better to say it directly. So, Zhang Han said his concerns in a roundabout way. Of course Zhou Jian would not fight Richard hard. He did an inverted flip to avoid Richard's claws and his body floated lightly into the distance. Until I die in battle. Shadow Feather, Awei said very blandly, while Zhou Jian's eyelids jumped. The news wasn't a surprise, and Deng Ruoxue smiled bitterly and arched his hand as he made his way back to his car. A year ago, when he met this Ishigaki Hirohiko in Shaoxing Prefecture, he was a spirited young man, but now when he saw him again, he saw that he had a head full of gray hair, and was as thin as a dry wood, and his back was somewhat stooped. Moreover, because he gave up the position of general manager to help Zhang Kuan retain the position of chairman, Zhang Kuan's heart will certainly be grateful to Zhang Wei, and in the future may not be unable to arrange a higher position for Zhang Wei. I took a look. Although I didn't recognize the second word, I recognized at once that the first word was the same as the one engraved on the mouth of the last gourd. It was the same word. If there really existed 9 such gourd mouths around this cenote, then would this 9 gourd mouths all be engraved with 2 words related to witches? And Princess Xinzhen had never cultivated. She didn't like it, and she was able to reach her current level of psychic ability solely by signing thousands of summoned beasts. Chapter 99, Orochimaru's Analysis. 16 Knights True Side. The Sonic 4 and Junmalu have indeed become your stepping stones. Looking at the 16 knights that appeared in front of him, Orochimaru didn't feel alarmed, but let out a hoarse laugh, and on his bandaged face, the pair of yellow vertical pupils were full of hot and greedy colors, and said, I guess that you are the next generation of awakening the blood lineage of the Vortex or the thousand-handed descendants, but I just didn't expect you to be even more outstanding than I imagined. And not only do you have a ninjutsu talent not losing out to the second generation of Naruto, but also awakening the Uchiha 3 people but do not care to watch the beautiful scenery outside the window. This is the first time really want to enter the core of the alien human, and still in the capacity of a spy detective palace. Although the 3 people supplemented a few days of the language of the alien planet, but the exchange cannot be as smooth as with the Earth's human. 3 people's heart is really no bottom. She really wants to give birth to this baby because it's the child of her and the man of her dreams, but she won't destroy Chu Haoxuan's family life, and if Yi Li minded, she would leave the city and live somewhere else. In order not to worry, after dawn, she got up and put on a little light makeup to hide the dark circles under her eyes brought on by her insomnia, and forced a smile on her face to go downstairs. Mo Qianmo was bent over, next to Xiaoying very close. In the eyes of outsiders the two of them were close, but Xiaoying herself knew that this one was still a bit distant from herself, so that she couldn't find fault with him. Big sister, what's wrong with the second marriage? The second marriage I'm also the Han family explicitly married Besides, a total of only 10 tables. Do not make it beautiful? AI Jasmine looked at Han Shangqing and said with a dissatisfied face, towering like a cloud conical roof, stood a tall lighthouse, next to the radar receiver. Yu Haoyang took out the binoculars from the backpack to watch the city boiler, only to see people coming and going in the street, bustling with activity. The pulse is disordered, and the internal force is raging. If you don't practice properly, the voice of the Supreme Goodness paused and did not continue. People are cool and dazzling similar to the lawless kind, but in favor of Feng Huaxi, lazy to take. What? Other people pick up the airplane. Is there other partners to negotiate? Chu Haoxuan heard immediately darkened his face. He had an ominous premonition. Must be again Genoa group behind the ghost. In addition to the Genoa group who dares to choose group against? Hua Weilu once again fixed her eyes towards that hairpin and looked carefully. And indeed the shape of Forget-Me-Not was vaguely visible. She is not convinced. Why her side is always some ugly old man. And Zhongli side with His Highness the King of Qin, Gu Tingrui, and this man in red. All are beautiful men. This man in red with Zhongli so close to the relationship is certainly not the same. Is it because the crown prince ordered it, or, I didn't expect that even the palace forbidden army has been bribed. It's just that, senior brother, there's no need to make things difficult for him and the others, so follow me to see my father. Seeing this, Chen Zifeng let out a faintly inaudible sigh and walked directly towards the palace. Zhuangtang was busy nodding and said, Ming, understands. After saying the words, Zhuangtang grayed out of the conference room, not daring to stay for a moment. That's right, that. However, he may want to nourish Cebu with his own Buddha nature, but he doesn't have enough mana, so he can only send it to the mountains to gather and nourish the spirits in an orderly manner. Wang Manyu tapped his forehead with his finger and returned. Although the Han family is now weak, but with years of operation, the huge network of relations in Hong Kong City, it is only a matter of time to rise again. Fong Hong knelt down, and the people who followed him all knelt down as well, but everyone was in a daze, especially whichever country face was sweating profusely. Qin Lang had learned his lesson this time and did not rush out, but waited for the flames in front of him to empty out before going out. Good timing. Ha ha, Tang Feng laughed indulgently, his body suddenly moving swiftly. For a split second, it was as if the crowd only saw a series of residual shadows. Chapter 100, Sasuke Beast Super Revolution. Super Black History. Inside the brightly lit lab, Sasuke Uchiha lay on the operating table, his eyes wary of Orochimaru and Yakashido, who stood to his left and right. Seeing this, 16 knights couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to be nervous, I'll be watching from the side all the time. You can't trust them, but you still can't trust me? Humph, I was afraid you'd sell me out. Uchiha Sasuke curled his mouth and snorted coldly. He. 16 knights Kuan and Sasuke Kuan are so affectionate. As he was sighing, suddenly, the general stationed at Juligu village walked in with great strides. This general's name was Qiu Xing, a close confidant of the Xing Kingdom's monarch, as well as a rather capable person who had just come here not more than a few days ago and had taken over Bailey Su's military power. Not only that, his ability in leading troops wasn't weak either. But Chen Yan was also clear that a vast majority of the entire world was under the control of the rock group. Yi Wanru nodded. Thanks to Chen Zhao's blessing recently, the popularity of the live broadcast room has risen greatly. The signing fee has risen a lot. It is also possible that General Manager Yang has seen Chen Zhao change the platform to a big fire, making the company panic. A lot of netizens have upgraded their contracts, and all of them have stayed, because she scratched her head in front of them in a sexy halter dress on New Year's Eve. They were so angry that they cut off her living expenses and never spent another New Year's Eve with her. Right, it's to divide and attack and break them one by one, Duan Muqiu said loudly. The Water Moon 3 sect is weaker. Moreover, there are only 2 Mahayana stage powerhouses, so it can be broken first by a night attack. Duan Muqiu said this, letting the people in the hall see a glimmer of hope. Taking out the village building drawings, Xiao Mo only slightly surveyed them before putting them back into the package. Sweeping a glance at those who still did not have the strength to move, Xiao Mo turned around and wanted to leave. He decided to go to the company tomorrow and immediately talk to Yuanzhou about this matter and help him set up a special business matchmaking account. Fine, have a seat. Don't be nervous, I just came over to find out what's going on. This isn't an interrogation. Ming Yi Luo told Meng Yunfei to relax. Outside, the sky grew white until the sun rose over the horizon, sending out the first golden rays of light, and the sound of hot exercise was heard outside. Chen Fan breathed like spitting fire, looked up at the sun in the sky, the shadows on the ground. Chen Fan was more and more convinced that there was something odd about this place, because the sun, which had been hanging right at the top, really hadn't moved at all. Even though it had been so long ago, she still couldn't quite put that incident behind her. She felt like she was dirty, that she didn't deserve him. He was so good, so perfect, she couldn't be a stain on him. I don't know where to go. Forget it, let's go back to the Haotian domain. I'm going to tear those old men as well as the middle-aged all to pieces, Ziling Tian coldly said. Everyone looked to where the sword awnings were emitted, only to see that on the city wall, there stood a man holding a huge pitch-black sword and wearing a black thunder glittering armor, standing with scarlet eyes and a mouth with long ghostly teeth, puffy breasts, long legs, 2 points of red and black forest, perfect body, milky white skin, looks as smooth as satin, and I don't know how it feels in the hand. Don't worry about it, even if it's not for my own sake, for the sake of old brother Feng Dust and sister Inger, I wouldn't dare to joke about it. Leng Tung pretended to smile in a relaxed manner, but in reality, even in his own heart, he was just as uneasy about that unknown mission. This music is simple and beautiful. The mood is like a deep mountain valley, filled with an ancient and distant flavor. Gambling, this line of work, in Tennessee has a long history, a rely on eyesight, and rely on the hand, the key in a gambling word. True Element sect has a total of Taishang Dynasty, Flying Cloud Empire, Blue Moon Dynasty. There are also countless national offerings, and the True Element sect will give these dynasties a number of outer disciples every year. The True Origin sect will give some outer disciple places to these dynasties every year. Chapter 101, Uchiha laughing maniacally. Seeing the end of the two's farce, Orochimaru walked over with Yakushido, revealing a smile filled with evil and said, 16 Knights Kuin, Sasuke Kuin, are you satisfied with this operation? From the way Orochimaru looked, he didn't seem to be afraid of 16 Knights going back on his word and unloading. It could be that he was keeping a backhand for resurrection, or he knew that he couldn't resist 16 Knights and was betting that 16 Knights was a man who kept his word. Not bad. It's true that you have to look for a professional. Yungar people like a tidal wave rushed to the Shenyang city, and like a tidal wave have retreated. Ming army's artillery sound non-stop, both large-scale killing and maiming of those defeated soldiers, but also as if it is a triumphant salute general, quite some festive flavor. Master, a loud voice rang out, and in the next moment, a figure flashed directly in front of Long Wuming, and the visitor knelt straight down in the void with an excited expression on his face. The two were like this. One spoke and the other listened, and without realizing it, Zhang Dong led Long Wuming to a usual restaurant building. Looks like, now, it's time to go to Lu Baidao's place. The medical fairy looked at the drifting clouds in the distance. The drifting of the immortal realm naturally needed no placement, and the medical fairy knew very well that in this unseen distance, Lu Baidao should be confronting the shattered jade immortal emperor at this time. Father, save me ah. Sun Biao sensed something and pleaded to Sun Yuan Kue in a loud voice, and he had just shouted a few words when his mouth was stuffed with a cloth ball again. That look made Blue Flower a little flustered, and even more so, her neck was red. After this period of exercise, Blue Flower's figure had recovered well as a young man. Just this Song custody background is not enough. Was under a leader of the family's background to rely on the bully to death, so in the weekdays will not be in charge of things, only as a handshake cabinet, but it is also because of this, so that this person has time to go to those miscellaneous patients' contact. With Res Ambry's thunderous bellow, a teleportation spell suddenly appeared in the central location of the Divine Palace Plaza. And these demigods of Dothraki had been waiting in the Divine Palace for a long time with some impatience. It's fine. By the way, Li Yun proposed that your land be circled as well, and connected to our yard field by Iron Thorn. Do you think it's appropriate? Zhang Guodong said. After a few words of conversation, Coddle rose to take his leave and went out, followed hastily by the Russian envoys, who were arranged to rest in an inn, which had been requisitioned by the Qing army. He twisted around and charged toward the battlefield, but in his mind he kept thinking about why exactly white unbelief had gotten himself into this situation. The crowd below saw Chun Chi's figure disappearing into the clouds. All of them were talking in Tisk's king. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong, and raised their heads to take a closer look. A black dot seemed to have appeared in the air, and it was getting bigger and bigger, and that's what Liang Hao and I look like at the moment. Me entering the door of victory with my chest puffed out and him entering the door bar of defeat in a state of wretched dishevelment. This battle with the evil wolves can be said to be a great victory. The valley was burned and trampled to death, hundreds of corpses. Individual not dead wolves became the object of the Long Hair clan warriors to vent their anger, and none of them were not hit by dozens of knives and died. The strange reaction of the three-headed dog of hell also reminded Chi Fei that something had indeed happened to him that was enough to stun the hell dog. A succession of fierce collision roars startled the sky and earth on the Black Sea in this early morning night. 19 golden yellow spell formations reappeared above their heads. A sound of Buddhist chimes sounded, and golden yellow Buddhist light poured out again. Only unlike the last time, this time the light was obviously much weaker, but Mu Yuan's hands were holding on to Tang Kuk's body, so that it couldn't be avoided. Hearing this, Yu Tianxian did not continue to play dumb. Pick up the cup lid lined up, 6 eye-piercing red dots appeared in front of the two people. To see the situation has always been calm. Yu Tianxian is also a happy smile of satisfaction. Chapter 102, Intelligence from Zirai. Master and Disciple Meeting. That youth pinched the cold ice snake. His eyes were a bit reluctant to give up. He was tangled in his eyes for a split second before returning to his usual self as he walked towards Jixing. After saying that, and not waiting for Mother He to respond, Hua Futian immediately shook off the other party's hand, and directly ran to another elevator. Just as the elevator reached the side and opened its doors, she directly entered the elevator. After thinking clearly, Yunbin cupped his fists and said, since Elder Kai thinks so highly of Zihan and wants to pull Zihan into Elder Kai's front, then Zihan will respectfully follow his orders. I will go all out in the competition. Of course it also depends on whether Gao Shun is the same great god from history. At the same time, Yunbin added a sentence in his mind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of flying arrows, once again densely spread aground. Zhang Fei's back is turned into a hedgehog-like, inserted full of arrows, probably estimated to have more than 30. Both legs are also hit by dozens of arrows. The ground is full of Zhang Fei's blood, as if it had just rained blood. Tang Lin originally did not want to fight with this iron pimple, but today only killed 4 condensed body level 5 spirit beasts. There is still one more to complete today's task. Tang Lin remembered that Qin Yang gave himself the fear of 1 less head and 1 less meal. Cannot care so much, can only fight with this iron pimple. This meant that before, her brainwaves could cover the vicinity of the villa area, up to 100 meters away. And after the energy was bound, this range instantly shrunk. He didn't speak, just frowned slightly, his lips parted lightly, sadness and joy flowing in his eyes at the same time. Although it is said that there is an enemy, but I did not expect the hatred to be so big. Here in Shandor is actually worth 50 taels of silver. If it is not, Shandor personally said out. Su Xin feel unable to believe it. The Mu family members didn't have eyes to see anymore, and went back to the banquet, where everyone had left, leaving only the Shin family still waiting at the banquet. After lunch, Tang Lin was very excited to follow Qin Yang to the martial arts training ground. The flying cloud steps he learned in the morning was a footwork technique, and the piercing mountain finger he was going to learn now sounded like an attack technique. He was very excited. There was movement and attack. It was a perfect match. A couple of bullets hit the earth prawns near the high platform 9-2 heavy machine, attracting the attention of the ghost shooter, who turned his gun around to search for the big old black pom-pom-pom. Battle merit, an attribute that was temporarily unknown as to what it did. However, from Pokane's daily conversation, it seems to be related to the keyword leading troops. See this fierce man with high feet under 1 meter 6'7" or so, the body's muscles bulging, with the practice of bodybuilding players in general. Faceplate is very big, thick eyebrow, big leopard eyes, head of short hair such as steel needle, general upwards. Zazaza, at first glance is the name of a powerful player. Ziyuri shook her head. She always thought that she had Genghis Khan's blood in her body and was the child of the everlasting sky, so without chaos, whether it was in the past or present or even in the future, he would not be the one to merge other bloodlines. After the catastrophe of the human race, the only two remaining human beings who narrowly survived the death of the spiritual immortals Old Beetroot and Long Tianchi, two people at this time also in the restaurant above the two pairs of couples witnessed the wedding. And this wedding officiating person is even more remarkable. It is the present long-lived Emperor Long Wei. Hundreds of griffin vultures and raptors flapped their wings and flew up into the sky. This is the last batch of Air Force here. If all of them are also hung up, then it will be impossible to pull the wind by wind down from the fire dragon. A wind by wind is already difficult to cope with. If you add another adult fire dragon boss, then even Feiya will also feel a great headache. The Minotaur has always meant evil, killing and rampaging in mythology, and has even built powerful nations to rule over the nations in Western mythology. Don't delay, let's go down to the second floor and try to level up to 180 today. Ice-T pumped her agar snout with some hope in her gaze. Used the sacrifice formation. A few sinful folk roared loudly and furiously, and with their immortal levels, they were surprisingly still unable to see clearly what this place was. Of course that ripple is the Yin Kuei fire undoubtedly, but look at this state now. This Yin Kuei fire must have cultivated a spirit, otherwise he would not be so powerful. And what was supposed to be the scalp where the hair should grow was born were dozens of long ridged spines, each one as thick as a finger, with black and white flower patterns extending backward, the ends getting softer and softer, bending down to hang down to the shoulder position, kind of resembling the feeling of a human's shawl hair. Soya did not expect Mang Ruyun to suddenly ask herself, and did not react at once, but did not know how to address her, stuttered for half a day, and shouted out in And Yun. Hang Yumin had the urge to lift the table. He felt that he had fallen into bad luck when he was in such a family. Sure Bao, Lu Fangliang too see the opportunity of early, not waiting for Miyajia to come over, led the troops back, while directly in front of Xiong Guahai dancing double axe fought bravely. Ra Zhaoyun's pursuers blocked the front army which retreated back, to be a few people host and guests seated. There are servants to bring up the copper basin of water, for a line of people to wash the wind and dust. After the tea was served, Mi Zhu dismissed a group of servants and maids. Hang Yu is still very easy to satisfy, with beautiful brand name clothes, immediately to Hang Yu again with the same as before wearing brand name clothes to work. Hang Yu's self-confidence is also enough. Colleagues envy at the same time also asked Hang Yu how much money, where to buy. Hang Yu by the way to China's baby to do a wave of advertising. Fourth Master Wang's sudden transformation caused Lin Feng on the stage to suddenly fall off his chair. Bai Linger hurriedly helped him up. The latter slapped his butt and called out. Chapter 103 New Home Completion. Pika Pika Mounds. No fight? It looks like the butterfly effect is getting bigger. 16 Knight said in his heart. Not only the meeting between Zaraya and Tendo Pain, but even the image of Pain Rokudo killing the Cloud Ninja's Dark Squad in seconds was watched by 16 Knight's wooden doppelganger. After obtaining the Kazuna, 16 Knights had just split into 10 wooden doppelgangers to keep an eye on the entire shinobi world. The wooden doppelganger is second only to the white Jedi doppelganger, and has the same ability to transmit information in real time. To tell you the truth, the Southwind Winehouse does have my shares, and it also operates some things that are not permitted by law, and the content of the whistle-blowing letter that Mayor Luo once got is true. Guo Boming said unexpectedly, since Plum has to work overtime until after 11 o'clock every night, and the gate downstairs of my house closes at 10:30, I have never been able to find a chance to pick up Plum from work. In order to make up for this regret, today I purposely decided to go to an internet cafe for an all-nighter at night, and send Maisie home on the way to give her a surprise. Compared to his futile techniques, the calmness, composure, and skillfulness displayed by Yun Fei Yan showed that Yun Fei Yan was comfortable in using these two techniques. I saw that he did not look like he was faking, and I thought to myself, what is the origin of this man? And if what he says is not false, what place in the world can have such ability? Ching Zi's whereabouts were a mystery, and there was only one way to start with this man. You haven't wanted to come over to the underworld to take a stroll before? Su Qianro couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiling, her eyes a little puzzled. At this moment, the people who rushed over to see this, have frozen in place, dumbfounded. Among them, Wang Rong's heart is even more mixed feelings. Looking at the blood magic sword is about to get. Looking at their own will become a generation of master. Looking at their own will dominate the continent. But all of this is with the disappearance of Mu Shifeng. All of the smoke disappeared. Yun Feiyan carefully looked at. No, this thing seems to be hanging in the air. In fact, the surrounding law prohibits heavy. Is the core of the entire Forbidden Palace? Just to this prohibition is not half a clue. But the more counting the more confusing. But the more spirit is full. The thought that Qingzi is now also trapped in the formation. In fact, it may be right next to me. Just separated by the Qi Men formation. I feel that my chest is hot. It's really funny. And Huang Xin 88 has not yet been a skim, but first pulled a love rival. Leaning on the bed for a moment, I got up and grabbed my cell phone, walked out of the dormitory, came to the end of the corridor, dialed Huang Xin's phone. At this time, Lu Zining also got up and came over. 2 eyes, red forehead, swollen like a peach, face is also extremely haggard. Listen to Chen Lin whispered, said Lu Zining last night guarded Lu Zian bedside, did not close his eyes for a night. Sang Hui was dressed in a strong suit, with a purple thunder rune tattooed on her left shoulder, her expression stern. Gods, which had always existed only in legends, coming from the mouth of the Creator Realm Lord, how could it not be shocking? 2. Why not? For Ai's grief-stricken expression was swept away, and with glowing eyes, he rushed into the bedroom. Frightened, the leader of the giant race were hurriedly getting up. Fortunately at this time, the leader of the giant race no longer had the Ghost Valley's spatial aptitude in his body. The crowd on the stage cheered, some even left tears in their eyes. Those who have experienced the trials of life and death know how to cherish the hard-won opportunities, as if after a victory in a war, although there is a lining of victims, but the result is worth bragging about. The 3 souls and 7 pranas of the dragon race were different from other living beings. The 3 souls stored memories and all kinds of dragon talent instincts, while the 7 pranas stored the soul power of the dragon race. Righteous Father, Li Mubai's face was hideous, and the scars on his body were intertwined like martial arts. Very appalling. If you're not satisfied, ask your dad to get a new bodyguard tomorrow. Wang Lang replied expressionlessly. Promoting to the Earth stage could be considered a step to heaven, and even a Yuan Soul Realm powerhouse would have to look at it differently. Chapter 104, A Sister-in-Law's Aggression and Longing. Spa like a battlefield. Oni Ai-chan, ooh. On this day, December 12th, Flowerfire's sister-in-law finally showed up after a long time. Entering inside the traditional building and finding 16 knights, who was sitting on a tatami mat surrounded by a large number of scrolls, Flowerflame immediately jumped into his arms and let out a fake cry filled with aggression. What's wrong? 16 knights casually threw away the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and hugged his sister-in-law back, palms caressing her back as he drove the "Good evening everyone." As Su Guowan went on stage, the following all boiled over. While at this moment, Chen Xiaoming was sitting behind the curtain, his pistol already in his hand. He had a premonition that Zhang Chukan would definitely come today, just like last time. Fortunately she won the bet at the last minute. Gong Yishuan still has that little bit of reluctance towards her. Otherwise, even if she pretends to be crazy, she can't escape the fate of beheading. Then guess the mysterious mission behind wanting me to deal with the Huaxia Alliance. Who is it? Luang Xia laughed. A few maids with a frightened face plopped down, kneeling up and kowtowing uncontrollably. Lady, spare your life. Lady, spare your life. Another 2 grannies were also as colorful as dirt, kneeling on the ground kowtowing and begging for mercy. Xing Shuing cold smile. From behind him took out a whip. This whip is different from the one Gong Yishuan hit her with. This whip is made of ox tendons. Hit on the body will not have a little trauma, but instead will make the beaten person's internal organs broken and die. In the governor's mansion, things are still ready. I think Li Dandan has ordered people to buy some. Su Yun within gear sitting in the east side of the compartment. The bug lady in the compartment next door to her. All burned the ground dragon. Hanging felt curtains pave the floor felt, but also do not feel cold. Still asleep in the man twilight awakening. The rising corners of the mouth instantly frozen. Obsidian eyes are enough to sink, such as clear spring deep, such as ice and snow pure, such as the autumn moon far away. That gaze, even for a second, is enough to make people sink. Fu Yunxi touched her wrist, where it was empty, so she glanced at the Holy Emperor, who actually immediately avoided it as if she didn't see it. Fu Yunxi knows that Mei Yan's martial arts is unfathomable. If he is willing to teach himself, even if he is a piece of rotten wood, he will have a way to carve into talent. I just don't know what his 3 conditions are. If there are any excessive things, he is not digging his own grave. Fu Yunxi see that the bamboo is as thick as an arm, body purple and black, is the hard texture of purple bamboo. I think this pillar is the production of concubines written in the name of the bamboo stick used it. Jason's prodding voice made the black bodyguard even more nervous, as if beads of sweat were covering his halogen head. The old man from the east suddenly let out a roar, and then, he activated all the 5 thunder talismans in his hand. Gong methods? Disgruntled Master Wang, I've read all of the Heavenly Master Dao's gong methods, and there doesn't seem to be many that can help the current me. Zhang Tianhai shook his head. Conclusive evidence is not, but his father is not a good person. Always like nepotism in the weekdays. His son is not a good bird. In the bureau inside the whole day to eat dry rice does not do anything. Everyone is busy to death. He is the most leisurely. Didn't I also tell you about this? Meng Xiaoxian explained. As a matter of fact, although she didn't have any sweetheart, she was nevertheless at the age when her sentiments were aroused. People just a short lifetime, even though how much time, accompanied by their own sweethearts, have always enough. And, who was she in contact with before all this happened? Frey asked again, glancing at Alan and Riel again in passing. I think you're trying to plot a rebellion. I slammed one hand on the table and angrily rebuked her. You want the position of Demon Lord too? Her ruthlessness made my jaw drop. As this fist struck out, the void was like a glazed glass that shattered with a bang. Pitch-black cracks spreading out in all directions, rushing out terrifying heavenly winds. Zhou Wu and the others did not stay away after entering the jungle. They had been practicing in Fenghuan Mountain for so long and were waiting for a jungle battle. But seeing that the other party did not enter, Zhou Wu thought to himself that this Long Mu fellow was really composed, and by the looks of it, he still had to give him a fight. Chapter 105, Daisy's Birthday, Receiving Blank Eyes, A3, King Bomb, Airplanes, Ed Dash. Inside the villa's chess room, Tsunade, who was taking a lunch break, brought Shizune over to find 16 knights to fight the landlord. Charity Poker King is still so addicted no matter how many hands he loses. This one, however, she broke defense, seeing as how he just threw a cube 3 down. 16 knights was a handful of king bombs and airplanes, ending the round instantly. After Tsunade's dismay, Conan didn't wait for her to finish, asking again, while at the same time Himarina's gaze fell on Belmont's face with study and gloom. But after so many months, he could kind of see that Luo Nyangzi felt that she could easily enter Kyoto even if she didn't go with him. Yeah, how come I didn't know about all this? Hearing this news, Professor Huan was a bit disbelieving. The houses in the 13 neighborhoods have long since become obsolete, and the flush streets have become cluttered with the loss of the lights that used to shine. Back to the bustling streets, the sun is also poisonous. Pedestrians are rare. I once again came to the Rivers and Lakes Inn, picked up my own teacup and dried 3 cups of herbal tea in a row. If not for the fact that they ordered me to carefully probe the man's injuries back then from the mouths of Sheriff Mang and Long Yuhan, forcing him to show his face, I am afraid that there would be a lot of trouble to come. He himself is ready to sleep, but the clairvoyant, who is locked up in the basement, is making noise. She says that someone is coming to kill Zhang Yang and is telling him to get ready. Such a reaction, not to mention General Zhao. How can others not be clear that this bottle originally contained must be poison? Seeing Zhaoing holding Zhang Yang's arm and the intimate look on her face, Li Yun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He knew that Chun Yang would come to the government office. The main reason was still what happened last night. The broken house had not yet been allowed to be dealt with, but he did not expect to be swept up in today's attack. Brewing turquoise-colored tea, pieces of beautiful leaves scattered, the fragrance wafted, the white thin thing dense, blocking the upper no that's slightly tender, but the face of the absolutely beautiful and incomparable. Not everyone will have a strong respect for the depth. Some people will instinctively resist. Not my kind. Their hearts will be different. This is the truth. We've been living together for over a month now, through life and death, ups and downs. Honestly, I kind of like this brother. Just a quick look? She was a believer in the argument, but with such a huge gap between the two families, she really did find it a bit impractical. The red shadow, in other words, was nothing more than an unseen soul devouring a large amount of blood. Yin Shenrua didn't even need to look up to know who had come again. A few black lines involuntarily slid down from the corner of her eyes. Therefore, if you want to really count, his current heavenly Dao merit, but from the Hongjun part of the digging over, in front of Hongjun, the rightful owner, it is better not to be too ostentatious. The short red fur exploded, the body cowering even more, a kind of suppression from the soul, calling for a panther to spit out a complete sentence. Submissive, from the depths of the soul, submissive approval. Long Yi Chen, tell me yourself, What's going on with this stinky girl? If you don't make it clear, don't blame me for not letting Pearl help. Lu Humei's original words were consciously changed when she touched Long Yichen's eyes. At the moment, he thought inside, MMD. Long as a girl, how the strength is as big as an ox. Just as he was about to leave the Taoist temple, Lu Feng's ears were filled with the faint sound of a very soft wooden fish. Humph. I'm afraid you haven't heard of Lu Chang's great name, have you? The investor of this drama is the Lu Group. Lu Chang is the most recent giant in Suwu City. If you ruin the drama he invested in, you won't be able to eat it without me having to do anything, Pang Nan proudly said. Liang Junwei saw that she was fighting for herself, and a sense of relief welled up in her heart, like a cup of hot tea in winter and a fresh breeze in summer. Chapter 106, Confession. Come and see the meteorite rain together. The Land of Thunder is a very amazing country, not unlike the rolling hills of Kawanakuni, where villages and cities can be built on the hills and at the foot of the mountains. The Land of Thunder is founded atop towering mountain peaks that are filled with clouds during the day and sometimes echo with the deafening sound of thunder. The military base is hidden in the clouds and is also known as Cloud Hidden Village. But at night, and on a rare cloudless day, the country can be very beautiful. After that, Shiro briefly recounted what had just happened to Yilan and Rinyan. And Yilan and Rinyan, who had heard so much, sucked in a breath of cold air. It was impossible for him to not even be able to distinguish his appearance, and it would be too much of a desecration of the purest and most beautiful feelings and yearnings of his heart. Li Mei. I suddenly remembered that Yi Xiangji told me that Li Mei was the judge of Yuzhou, and that if I found him to help me, I would be able to see Gue Dao. In a flash, my mind flashed like lightning to this father of mine who could kill hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers, regardless of whether he was my real father or not. As long as he was willing to make a move to save Snowy Night, it would be fine. You, a demon, are actually calling out for the world's living beings? It's really rare. Qinger puffed out a laugh. Brother Li's face was pale, while Feng Qinglong was like drunkenness. Shu Tianluan did not care much, plucking and searching on the two men's heads. Brother Li's head seemed to have a blood spot, while Feng Qinglong was fine, only that he was extremely poisoned and forced to break through. But he hurt himself. The leader of the pursuers looked viciously at Song Luoduan in front of them, and the arrow in his hand aimed at Song Luoduan's undershirt. The Luo family was worthy of being a merchant tycoon. The Luo mansion was built very luxuriously, extremely extravagant, and could be described as extravagant. Just now, utilizing the seventh sword of the Qiankuan sword technique and killing the enemy with ease allowed Shifeng to see how powerful the seventh sword was. Of course, no one responded to him, and everyone laughed at Wushan for going off the deep end and completely forgetting what he really did. Minamoto Yorimitsu looked at Han Zhang's departing muster with a hint of warmth in his eyes before he spoke to the dazed Olivia and chased after her. Okay, I understand. How Jianan didn't say much and quickly arranged for it to go down. Now was not the time for jokes. The antique exchange, which is also held in Jingnan, doesn't have anything good. Besides, it was Su Meng who invited you over. Would you be happy if I went? Receiving Shifeng's call, Ouyang Jingyu's tone carried a bit of acidity. Kang Tianji put down the leg of lamb, and without hesitation, he took the cup of water and drank it in one gulp before continuing to nibble on the leg of lamb. Back on the grass under the waterfall, Lu Mao was carrying a bag containing meat, and went up and directly stepped on the campfire Tang Yushir had just raised. Just now the doll shot. Miyamoto Narumi and others also saw clearly. That kind of speed and power is definitely not inferior to the early innate stage. Inside the lantern, the bead dimmed completely, and through those translucent masks on the lantern, they could already clearly see the iron locks and the uneven top of the cave outside, as well as the seemingly endless desert beneath their feet. Inside the closed training room, the first level of light was opened, and the weak light made Li Jianwei slightly awake. The brightness of the lights in the closed training room has a total of 5 levels, and people who are in the dark for a long time are immediately subjected to strong light will be in danger of losing their eyesight. So the lights inside the closed training room will be slowly opened from the first level to the 5th level, from weak to strong. Emperor Jun was dressed in a complicated patterned gorgeous clothes. His features were handsome, not angry when there was no expression. A touch of embarrassment flowed out of his starry eyes, and it was hard to hide the momentum between the flip of the clothes necks. The rousing commentary resumed, and although the quality of the sound was somewhat poor, it undoubtedly symbolized that her career was not yet over. This led to the fact that he, who should have been blown to pieces and died without a corpse, had managed to spare his head and half of his corpse by virtue of his strong speed and reflexes, only losing half of his torso, his right arm and his right leg.